If somebody would have told me that I would one day become so fascinated and inspired by the story of Persona 5's closeted tomboy to the point where I make a very long video essay in order to explain why, I would know exactly what to say.
It is objectively and unequivocally true that Makoto Niijima is Persona 5's best girl, but only in a universe where On does not exist. What, you guys expected me, the so-called 12 hours of Kamiki guy, to waver in this manner? I reject that label. The video itself is more like 13 hours long anyway. Then again, the reason why I started this whole series in the first place is that it's seemingly impossible for Persona fans to read and interpret information upon a screen, or otherwise stop themselves from propagating false information about the subject material the games cover. Besides, I thought we all saw this last time. Makoto's interesting enough in her own right, but I just think that when compared to the appeal of, say, On or even Ryuji's characters, Makoto relies heavily on subjectivity and hand-waving rather than more concrete and objective character writing. That is to say,
But tomboy biker girl lied!
Stop!
I want Makoto to bully me!
Ah, I see we found the Persona fans. And according to my cognitive research, my analytics that I did for this heist, from this point until the next 3 minutes or so, this is around the time you'll either check out or out yourselves as massive cloud goblins. Unlike other content creators, I can't afford to be charitable or trust most of you to be mature enough to follow along because...
Boy girl is hot!
of this shit. On the other hand, though, observe.
Based.
See what I have to put up with? Then again, I really shouldn't expect much from this fanbase when its entire meme culture is generally just super weird. But not like the funny type of weird, but like the unfunny, needlessly edgy cultures kind of weird. Not that I should expect anything less from the Persona meme culture being based around a guy who accidentally discovers his Persona powers after trying to force himself upon a minor. Yeah, how cringe is that? It's all very off-putting, the culture around these games, and it reflects poorly on fans who want to be here for more wholesome reasons, like me. Oh, to live in a world where Persona 4 wasn't spoiled for me on Twitter, as these fans pretend to like these games that they don't actually enjoy playing or discussing outside of weird, unfunny shitposts. Witness how little the average Persona fan actually cares about objective discourse or the Persona games in general. Observe. Your waifu is trash!
How dare you diss the queen? What is this video about? Side, tries entire hidden banners, so features extremely nice.
I want you to throw me around like a chair, beat me up and step on me!
Don't do it. Don't. Alright, that's enough! What was I once saying about comedy coming in threes? Well, we're rounding up to 3 now.
You're also aggressively unfucking funny! Something that you are is something I'm not!
Here's hoping that's the last time I deal with that shit. Huh. Well, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, Makoto's place within Persona 5 I find to be a little bit strange. She's a very, very plot-centric character, as in she makes all the major decisions within the game, whereas all the other aspects of her character I find personally lacking, compared to the likes of, say, On or Ryuji for that matter. I mean, we cover those characters extensively, but I find that Makoto's appeal in those same areas that On and Ryuji tend to have within their own Confidant arcs and otherwise tend to be lacking quite a bit. What do I mean by this? Well, stick around for the heist, and let's find out together.
Hey guys, Badger Knight here. Welcome back to Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, a video essay series in which I take an exhaustive examination at some of my favorite characters in media to explore and to explain why these same characters are simply the greatest of all time. Unlike last season, which was composed of a smorgasbord of lengthy analytical video essays involving the cast of Mass Effect, Star Wars, and Avatar: The Last Airbender, this second season of Dichotomy of a Character is going to be tightly focused on the characters of Persona 5 Royal. Throughout the season's run, we're going to be covering, and have already covered, Persona 5's On Takamaki, Makoto Niijima, Ryuji Sakamoto, Goro Akechi, and Sumi Yoshizawa. A link to the previous 2 episodes for the characters we've already covered within the series, being that of Persona 5's Ryuji Sakamoto and On Takamaki, will be in the description down below. As you can see, we're not quite done with the series just yet, so get subscribed and smash the like button, because we got a few more characters to cover as part of the series as well. Speaking of that though, we've now hit a milestone as of this episode of Dichotomy of a Character. As of this very moment, we're halfway through the season of Dichotomy of a Character as of right now. I'd like to thank you all for the support you've shown me for this series thus far. You are the reason why I keep doing this. Thank you all for pushing me over that 7,000 subscriber threshold as well. All your efforts to support this deep dive into Persona 5's cast of characters and defining the deep-seated Japanese sociological issues that the game's writing desires to criticize have not gone unnoticed. It's been quite a ride so far, and of course, we're not quite done yet. It's only going to get better from here, so if you haven't already, smash the like button, drop a comment down below, and all out attack that subscribe button to stay posted on all the future episodes within this series. Speaking of that, it's time for more shameless plugs. I've also received some requests from some of you concerning how one would go about supporting this channel further, such as through a Patreon or additional donations. I've been hesitant to do any of these things due to how long my projects take, but after some consideration, I have decided to open up a Patreon page, which you can find both in the description or by going to patreon.com/XBadgerKnightX. I have done so partly because most of you want it to exist, and because, well, frankly, YouTube has repeatedly screwed me over by arbitrarily disabling the chapter function in my longer videos on grounds of quote-unquote inappropriate content within the description box, refusing to elaborate further when asked, and also screwing me out of most of my ad revenue for the last video where we cover Ryoji. I haven't seen a single penny on that episode since January 24th. All the work for that video is not, and due to YouTube literally not telling me what keywords are grounds for disabling the chapter function, I have decided to give Patreon a try. A link to my very own Patreon page will be in the description with its own various tiers and benefits being explained there. Of course, if you pledge, you'll get access to exclusive early content, your name will be listed here as well as a supporter of the channel, but most importantly, you'll be able to vote on whichever character I happen to cover next. As I mentioned way earlier, we have 2 characters left to cover, and I now have to choose between the next episode being one where we cover Kasumi Yoshizawa or Goro Akechi. I found both of the stories equally compelling, and well, I'm at a loss to decide who exactly to cover next, as they do kind of intersect with the same subject matter in the 3rd semester. I'm a bit of a crossroads here on what I will consider the season finale of the series. So, if you're still listening, I'll be conducting a poll on my Patreon page where you, the viewers, will have an executive decision on whom I will cover next and who will be the character most appropriate for the season finale of season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character. The link to my Patreon page, that specific poll, early access to my content, and all the additional benefits and goodies included on my Patreon page will be in the description down below for your convenience. I hope to see you all there, and I encourage you all to vote wisely. Anyway, I digress for now. In this episode of season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, we're finally covering everyone's favorite closeted tomboy, the queen herself, Persona 5's Makoto Niijima. After finally getting around to playing and completing Persona 5 Royal and its spin-off sequel Strikers myself, Makoto has become one of my favorite characters, not just within Persona 5, but within all of gaming history. One aspect of Makoto and her character writing that has always stuck with me is how multifaceted and dynamic her character is, more so than the rest of the Phantom Thieves. Part of her character seems to be about critiquing the patriarchy, another is about critiquing the Confucian concept of filial piety, and well, frankly, the totality of her character is just about being a straight-up strong and independent person that possesses the backbone to say no to people in an overly polite and collectivist society. As we continue on, we'll see so many aspects of these characteristics on Makoto's writing in play. Moments where she's mature, very adult-like, capable, and confident in her own abilities, but yet also very sheltered and insecure, masking her own intense feelings of loneliness until she begins to open up to Joker. This dichotomy of Makoto's character only gets more interesting as she works to be more independent and honest with herself. In the midst of all the noise and social expectations of Japanese society, the message of Makoto's character arc and her sense of justice is about a certain desire to be independent, to figure out what's important to her, figure out what she truly wants from her life, and how she plans to achieve such things as a person who can indeed self-determine, without being beholden to all the bullshit social obligations of Japanese society. I admire Makoto's character arc and her character writing for those exact reasons. Despite life in greater society dealing Makoto and the rest of her family a terrible hand, being forced to conform to the standards of society, a tool to be used, blackmailed, and then subsequently discarded when deemed useless, Makoto eventually learns that in order to truly live the life that she wants to live, she can't exist as a quiet and passive person that's beholden to the whims of other people looking to exploit her. This one of independence defines Makoto's character, and thus it's from this perspective that we'll be asking and answering the following questions within this rather lengthy video essay, as we thoroughly analyze the character arc and ethos of Persona 5's Makoto Niijima. Before we continue, we're going to need to establish some ground rules. As always, we're going to be omitting things about the plot that Makoto would not reasonably know or believe in until it would be literally explained to her, such as the rumors about Joker's assault record, An's dubious relationship with Kamoshida, and Ryuji's attempts to otherwise take Kamoshida down a notch. Secondly, while this video might have Makoto's name attached to it, we are going to be talking about Makoto's older sister, Sai Niijima, and in the epilogue of this video, Makoto's impact on the Hasegawa family in Persona 5 Strikers, so do be prepared for that. Following that, we're going to ask the crucial question in this video essay: who is Makoto Niijima within the context of collectivist Japanese society, and what sociological issues did Atlas intend to critique via using Makoto, and to some extent her older sister Sai, as a vehicle intended to deliver that sort of critical message? Fourthly, what's the subtextual significance of Makoto being assigned to the Priestess Arcana, her various personas, and the significance of her shift in attitude from a prim and proper model student to a hot-blooded biker chick donning her post-apocalyptic Phantom Thieves outfit. Following that thought, we're also going to be going in a bit into detail about Makoto's inception and development as a character, including how she was originally going to remain a soft-spoken girl to complement another more aggressive potential member to the Phantom Thieves as either the combat advisor or the navigator of the party. Tying into that notion, there are areas of Makoto's character that leave me and many others wanting more, but not in a good way. Depending on who you ask, Makoto gets off to a bit of a rocky start, and also depending on who you ask, the trajectory of her character arc either stays that way or changes for the better. There are areas where Makoto's character comes off as sort of wishy-washy, leaving much to be desired in regards to the things that Atlas desires to use Makoto as a vehicle to criticize things about society. But ultimately, Atlas ends up not fully committing to fleshing these issues out in relation to Makoto, or doing so at the detriment of Makoto's character. While Makoto always seems to beat out the other party members in popularity polls, I get the general impression that the manner she ends up joining our party and improving upon her own shortcomings is extremely polarizing, which is very confusing, giving her popularity in place as Persona 5's default waifu. So I have to ask, is the appeal of Makoto's character objectively good writing, or just pure subjective waifu energy? As now, we're going to find out why Persona 5's Makoto Niijima is a compelling and well-written character worth celebrating. So let's wake up, and get out there to address the former points.
Now, before we begin to spell out why Makoto is indeed a compelling and interesting character, it would be against my sense of justice not to do something first. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send yet another calling card to another target in true Phantom Thief fashion. Now, you ask, Badger Knight, last time you sent one to Atlas themselves, calling them out for their poor and hypocritical writing that often undermined Ryuji's character for the sake of baseless and stupid comedy. After pursuing such a monolithic disorder of hearts in the last heist, who do you intend on sending this card to? What do you intend on saying this time? Well, you see, your mistake was assuming they only have one calling card to send. That's right, this time our targets are twofold. None other than the Persona fanbase and the developers of Atlas themselves once again. 2 calling cards for 2 targets. Read them and weep!
To the twice again slothful and wishy-washy writers of Persona 5 and the fanbase that they cater to. Sirs and madams, over the course of many years, they have endeavored to highlight the importance of striving for independence and self-improvement. Annihilating the sin of sloth from one's own being is a task most beneficial to oneself and a kindness that can be extended to all of mankind. So at which hour thee did dare to make it the character, a young girl did doth catch between a rock and a hard lodging, circumstances born from a sense of social propriety, resigning herself to be as nothing but a blunt instrument, to be used and then discarded by her betters, in a vain attempt to find some modicum of future success, I, as it doth many others, did stand anxious to bear witness to that lady's growth. Instead, little did we know that you were overly zealous in bequeathing this message to the audience. The young lady in question occupies many roles within your works, but is made in such a way as to appear wishy-washy, not fully committing to the topic she was made to comment upon, stratifying her placement within the plot and making it really difficult to truthfully ascertain the strengths of her character and of yours. We are very much disappointed, and in seeking to understand the stratification of such a tale, we have come to the conclusion that we cannot ignore and adore such sloth any longer. Thus, we have decided to steal away those desires, and we will do so without fail. From the Phantom Thieves of Hearts.
My friends at Atlas, you and the fans of your games have once again put me and my sense of justice in quite the compromising position once again. At the start of my previous 2 heists, I sent 2 calling cards detailing why your track record clearly and constructively outlines these struggles that young women face within the highly patriarchal society that Japan absolutely is. Your writing, Atlas, has always been very good in this regard, despite what some very loud and annoying people might say. Writing characters like Persona 2's Lisa Silverman, giving way to characters like Persona 3's Mitsuru Kirijo, then Persona 4's Naoto Shirogane, and Rise Kujikawa. The success of those stories made it feasible to create and then write for the 5th entry of the Persona series of games, in which over half of its content is about critiquing patriarchy. Writing on Haru, Makoto, Sai, and arguably Akechi was all because of these previous successes. You made the opening arc of these games extremely strong, considering what happens and what follows when you let that kind of misogynistic lechery we've seen from Kamoshida go unchecked for the sake of an institution's glory. The effectiveness of such writing then disappointed me with your overall character writing and overall treatment of Ryuji Sakamoto. There was an effort to write Ryuji to be the bestest of bros, the one true ride-or-die homie with a surprisingly compelling backstory, only to then completely undermine his entire character arc with baseless comedy. A culmination of absolutely asinine decisions that comes within a hair's breadth of assassinating Ryuji's entire character arc. Every serious and constructive step taken with Ryuji's character writing is almost immediately nullified by this obstinate and obscene treatment of his character. Now, I also find myself thrust into a similar position as last time, as I aim to discuss the character writing of Makoto Niijima. What Makoto aims to commentate upon is stratified across multiple different subject matters, outlining different issues with Japanese society, with the goals of Makoto's character and writing paying only lip service to those issues instead of actually critiquing them. Instead, what I'm finding is that, frustratingly, we have a character that screams that she hates all kinds of injustice, with her appeal being and only how otherwise cute, willowy, and soft-spoken that Makoto actually is. She is that kind of character to some people. To some Persona fans, including myself, this is part of the reason why the ending of Makoto's character arc and her Confidant arc seems to be rather polarizing and confusing, along with the simple fact that Makoto inherits a lot of the issues that previous Priestess Arcana characters seem to inherently possess. Speaking in a meta-narrative sense, the Niijimas are saddled with a lot of baggage, inheriting many well-established narrative beats of previous games, while also trying to add something different and unique, with the result being kind of a mixed bag that aims to criticize many things but doesn't really do a good job enough at honing in why these same sociological issues are just that, sociological issues. With the Niijima sisters, I see shades of Nanako and the Dojima's relationship as daughter and guardian. I see aspects of Chie and Yukio's relationship as Yukio, like Makoto, starts the game feeling doomed to live both in the shadow of someone else and to continue the family legacy of her family business without having any real choice in how to live her life by her own accord. There are also hints of a desire to critique patriarchy and the conventional gender roles that the Niijima sisters are expected to fill as women within a collectivist society. Makoto's persona and Sai's shadow hints as much, something that we of course are going to discuss at length over the course of this video and a bit later in. With that in mind, there are inklings of this incredibly philosophical, broad, and incredibly subjective question of defining what true justice is for Makoto, along with aspects of karoshi, or death by overwork, adversely affecting Sai's sense of justice as well. With that, we already have her tense relationship with Makoto as both her sister and legal guardian, while both sisters chase the dragon in hopes of a successful future, existing as just another brick in the wall. Speaking of that, Makoto and Sai inherit the legacy of other Persona characters that have family issues as well. The Niijimas exist alongside the Dojimas, the Courageous, Takebas, Shiroganes, Sakuras, and most recently, the Hasegawa family, as they all deal with the ramifications of picking up the household responsibilities of raising and providing for a minor after a tragic death of a loved one. Makoto's character arc seems to want to incorporate all these tropes we see within Persona and make Makoto's journey throughout the plot about highlighting the importance of personal independence within a society that seems to want to actively discourage that very notion. Thinking about this some more, this stratification about all this commentary that Makoto and Sai tentatively address may in fact be a consequence of how the game ends and ties up its central theme. The entire point of Persona 5's ending and the message that its meta plot wants to impart to the audience is that society isn't automatically going to improve after the Phantom Thieves vanquish the Big Bad. Its central message is about the potential for society to grow and change for the better, with that message being delivered through the actions of the Phantom Thieves in the final hour of the game against Yaldabaoth, and, well, in the credits as well. After defeating Maruki, the thieves hand the reins back over to the rest of society and to the adults, having freed it from Yaldabaoth and Azathoth's distortions. The world actually has a chance to grow and change to be better without a need for groups or entities like the Phantom Thieves, Maruki, Yaldabaoth, or Shido to think and make decisions for them. At the end of the game, for the first time since the inception of the metaverse, and Mementos really, every single person now has unequivocal free will to make their own choices. They no longer desire to surrender to apathy, creating a false god within the collective cognition to rule over them, making all the important decisions for them, as if somebody was constantly standing behind them with a gun pointed at their heads. With these duties that coincide with being a Phantom Thief, each member now has like the rest of the world, is free to look at the future, making active choices to improve their lives, and in some cases, inspire others to do the same. For example, at the end of the game, Ryuji wants to move away from Tokyo to attend physical therapy sessions to heal his knee, but knowing full well that he's never going to return to his full athletic glory, nevertheless, Ryuji being Ryuji, he sees an opportunity at the end of the game to break free from the burden of his injury that Kamoshida, and by extension, society has inflicted upon him through applying himself, nevertheless, to be the best athlete that he possibly can, suffering many indignities along the way. Speaking of experiencing indignities, Ann desired to be this crazy modeling jet setter lady, traveling abroad for her modeling career, weaponizing her beauty and bubbly personality to give hope to the downtrodden after coming to the conclusion that she, or anyone else for that matter, should not be ashamed of her good looks. As for Makoto, her time with the Thieves ends with her moving out of her family home to live at her own place for the duration of her college years, completely separate from Sai as they go house hunting in the credits together. By this time in the plot, the relationship as sisters is shown to be a bit more amicable as well. Makoto, after a life of living in her sister's shadow, forever unable to speak her mind, is finally able to stick up for herself as she argues with Sai, able to make her own choices where she wants to live, and independently so, from all those who beg to differ, including her older sister. This is a great resolution for Makoto and Sai's character arcs, but compared to the rest of the party, it's kind of mundane. Arguing while apartment hunting was the extent of showcasing the depths of Makoto's future ambitions, and something that Persona 5 really wants to highlight as this absolute final action we see the Niijima sisters take within the plot of the game. It's really mundane and kind of lame. Even before that, we have some problems as well. If Makoto's end goal was to be completely independent from her sister and become her own person to pursue her own career on her own strength and means, then aboard Shido's ship when speaking to that one shadow politician in the dining room, Makoto threatens to expose him, not with her own power and means or any amount of fist of justicing, but by appealing to the authority of her older sister's position as a prosecutor. This moment where Makoto puts up the good girl act in order to blackmail Ue falls short, which also has the unintended effect of cheapening the existential threat of Shido's inner circle and the threat that it poses to the fantasies and the whole country of Japan as a whole. It begs certain questions, wherein I personally ask, was Shido's secret fascist cabal even all that powerful in the first place if they're going to fold instantly to some teenage brat, their words not mine, blackmailing them and threatening them with the potential of being prosecuted for their crimes? I don't think so. They're not the lawless fascists that Decay makes them out to be. Honestly, when I first saw this sequence, I thought pairing Ryuji and Makoto off was a means of alluding to Makoto's disposition to be all angry and hot-blooded. I thought Makoto was going to slowly lose her patience as this conversation continues on, with Makoto just ending up threatening the fist of justice Ue with Ryuji. But no, she goes right back to being the unchanging passive-aggressive girl we've unfortunately known her as throughout the whole entire game. This and all the latter things I didn't mention Makoto's journey throughout the plot are very polarizing, leaving you wanting more from her character. And, well, there's more to say about that as well. While most other characters in Persona 5 are motivated by extrinsic means, Makoto's wants, desires, and senses of justice are intrinsically motivated, more so than all the other Phantom Thieves. For a character that, by all means, desires to broaden her horizons and become less sheltered, wanting to seek a career as a police officer of all things to honor both the family name, this was the best that Atlas can come up with. This is done instead of Makoto, say, fully embracing her more tomboyish interests, refusing the expectations of the culture of filial piety, or even seeing her checking out of potential universities she desires to attend after graduation. We don't even get a full refutation of Japanese patriarchal norms either, and I'm only mentioning this now because, well, Sai brings it up in the plot, but never really makes good on it. She lectures Makoto about the pitfalls of being a woman in Japanese professional society and doing her best to prepare Makoto for a life within one of the most unequal and lavish societies on the goddamn planet. We build all this up and up and up for Sai to be an unreasonable, tenaciously individual that is fully aware of how hard it is to make it in the world as a woman in a man's world until all the wind is completely sucked out of those expectations on December 23rd as she's trying to move to prosecute Shido. Sai ends up getting dismissed from the case because she's a young unmarried woman without a man in her life where society is not valuing her or taking her seriously enough because she's still single. Worst of all, Sai just kind of gives up after this too. After all those lectures to Makoto, Sai immediately folds, balks at the very thing she's warned Makoto about throughout the entirety of the game, just so the Phantom Thieves can fight Yaldabaoth on Christmas Eve. Like, holy shit, you're telling me that we're on the precipice of getting the bad guy, getting Shido. This is the point where Sai loses her nerve? Like, what? I get that there was probably some legal process for Sai to go through and all that. When fighting Shido's cabal, I almost want to say that it was a bad idea to change Sai's heart. All done because the actual protagonist needs to snatch victory out from the jaws of defeat. It's kinda lame. I can't express my frustration with this enough. Patriarchy has had a lasting impact on Sai's worldview, and we see such things reflected within her palace. More on that later in the video, of course, but seriously, at the end of the game, when given the opportunity for two of its most determined and ambitious characters to do something about, well, misogyny in general, Persona 5 does nothing more to critique it other than to say that, yes, it exists. Chekhov's gun that Sai loaded during the Kaneshiro arc is never fired in such a manner. It all ends up just being lip service to critiquing the concept, as the game implies that through the wisdom that Sai and Makoto have gained through some hardships they overcame, they alone will be able to beat back Japan's misogynistic tendencies in a society that's no longer beholden to Yaldabaoth distortions. Now, I understand that this is a video game, and in such a world where Persona 5 presents, I can in fact see On traveling around the world to inspire people via using a platform to become the ultimate femme fatale, as a model looking to inspire other people. I can see Ryuji doing something as small as attending physical therapy sessions to fix his leg. I envision Haru taking full control of her father's company and making profits soar. But it is difficult to envision Sai and Makoto, two characters that are intrinsically motivated to making sweeping social change to the degree that's required for gender equality within the wisdom they gain over the course of the game. It doesn't track for either of them. And speaking of that, this also seems to be a problem, a theme if you will, not just for Makoto but for other Persona characters that fall under the Priestess Arcana as well, which Persona 3 defines his axiom as follows. The silent voice within one's own heart whispers the most profound wisdom. The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. It's a compelling saying that you can do a lot with, but unfortunately the way Atlas has written his characters to align with this axiom often comes off as those same characters being, well, aggressively boring and indecisive, failing to lure in players beyond the surface level of, well, soft cuteness, I would say. It is well known that Persona 3's Fuka Yamagashi and Persona 4's Yukiko Amagi have been universally panned worldwide for being reserved, modest, indecisive, and shy, being designed to dress rather conservatively while possessing low self-esteem, being directed to speak softly while carrying the world's smallest stick. For some, this is where the appeal lies for each character. Some Persona fans find the Yamato Nishiko trope we find in anime so appealing, with a soft-spoken nature giving way to an innocent and cute nature for the character. However, beyond the superficial stuff, neither Yukiko or Fuka have anywhere close to the same stage presence or nuance to the characters that, say, Mitsuru, Chie, An, or Ryuji do. Yukiko, Fuka, and Makoto are saddled with inferiority complexes with a general one of independence away from their extinction family members, only to be, ironically enough, overshadowed by the loud-crashing tomboy in the cast that is Chie, in Yukiko's case. In the case of Makoto, though, she's overshadowed by Sai's adultness, if you will. In Fuka's case, she oddly gets more pretendent on the protagonist instead of, learning to be more independent as Makoto or Yukiko, which is a little bit weird. Beyond that, the Priestess Arcana characters also need to be written around a story of self-discovery, and as such, they need to be kind of infallible in some ways so they can learn the lessons of independence. They must soar close to the sun in order to learn something about being self-sufficient, but the evidence to put them in such a position often have the script bending over backwards in vain attempts for these things to just make sense. Writing decisions like, having Makoto just naively wander around Shinjuku during a Confidant arc to be harassed by Hostess Club scouts when, not that long ago, she was literally being threatened to be trafficked by the likes of Kaneshiro, only for Joker to come in and save her 5 times during the time? There are really more interesting aspects of these characters. The hook that's supposed to get us interested in the journey throughout the plot is grounded in some unusual eccentricity that they have during a certain hobby or interest. Fuka and Yukiko cannot cook to save their lives, with Yukiko's endearing easy laugh and Fuka being bullied for taking an interest in repairing electronics as opposed to partaking in traditionally feminine hobbies, are supposed to be aspects of their character that Atlas wants us to attach ourselves to. These are static traits about their characters that don't exactly change, and it's something that's not really helped by the resolution of the character arcs either. They want growth and change, but we never see them embark on that journey past the final entry of their social links, with Fuka being the biggest offender of this problem. In Persona 5, Makoto is able to step out of these prescriptive notions about this very arcana that she is assigned to an almost ironic meta degree, and the personas that she's supposed to resemble because of this existence in the metaverse. While in Heist, she transforms into the soft-spoken artist girl student, or conservatively dressed, to a hot-blooded, loud-crashing tomboy biker chick straight from the panels of a shonen manga. As a personal theory, I think this is a space where Makoto can cut loose and brashly show off her interest in more masculine hobbies, and be her truest self, as a combat advisor to the Phantom Thieves. It would be no surprise that this contrast to her character is likely where Makoto's appeal comes from, as she is the only priestess character to utterly smash the leaderboards of basically all of Atlas's character popularity polls. Makoto often places first place in these popularity polls, and if not, Makoto gets beat by Joker and trailed by Kasumi, with Futaba and Akechi following suit in 4th or 5th place, respectively. So, yeah, all in all, Persona fans really enjoy this economy of Makoto's character, but if we strip all that subjectivity away, what are we left with? Well, we're not left with a whole lot, other than the character of Queen, not that of Makoto Niijima, who lacks all the characters and mannerisms of herself while on Heist. Now, I have to ask, where do these character traits come from? Well, perhaps the answer lies within the inception of Makoto's character treatment, and why she only leans in this aspect of herself while on Heist with the Phantom Thieves. A bit of developer history here for those unaware. This dichotomy between the soft-spoken Makoto Niijima and the hot-blooded Queen was originally supposed to be two different characters when Persona 5 was in early development. As a matter of fact, Hifumi was originally going to be planned to be a member of the Phantom Thieves and take what would eventually be Makoto's role as a combat advisor within the party. Atlas initially wanted the Phantom Thieves to have two kinds of strategists that would complement each other, with Makoto being the more reserved strategist and Hifumi, or whatever character that would have been at the time, being the more, quote, radical strategist. If I had to guess, this would mean that Atlas outright originally wanted Makoto to occupy the role of navigator as the brains of the Phantom Thieves, while Hifumi would occupy the role that Makoto would eventually adopt as the team's combat advisor, identifying the various affinities and weaknesses of the shadows to exploit as last supplies prayers in the background. It would make the Queen moniker all the more fitting for Hifumi too, as it does follow the way that the thieves adopt their codenames. It would be a fitting English allegory for Hifumi being involved in professional shogi, a board game that's, well, similar to chess, a name that would likely mirror her more aggressive stance in matters as well. After all, in chess, the queen piece is able to move about the board in all directions, with the ability to attack whomever she pleases. This, of course, did not happen for Makoto or Hifumi, but despite them being two separate characters at release, we can still see echoes of these initial character treatments for both Makoto and Hifumi still being present within the original game. Both girls generally share the same shonen-like interest and behavioral tendencies. Hifumi plays shogi rather dramatically, as if she was narrating a scene from a shonen battle anime, or charging up a Kamehameha. Makoto also shares his masculine interests as well, taking a liking to more masculine hobbies and interests like gangster movies, combat sports, and, well, motorcycles, obviously. Hell, if Makoto's Showtime attacks or anything with Ryuji and Haru or anything to go by, Makoto definitely appreciates professional wrestling. shown in manga and attack rushes. Both Makoto and Hifumi seem to be highly reserved and soft-spoken people, owing to Hifumi's overbearing toxic mother. With Makoto mirroring these feelings as her concerns and dreams for a different life path are constantly being quashed by both Sai and to gaslight her. Hell, even the last parts of Hifumi and Makoto's conflict arcs echo the same sentiment. They're given a chance to start over, a chance to step away and reflect upon their issues by hitting the reset button to invoke a clean slate and achieve their own goals with their own power. Very similar character arcs here. It all fits and it's just as well too. This will explain with the dichotomy between the two characters of Aang and Makoto's character treatment and experiences in and out of the metaverse, along with how Atlas synthesizes the reserved advisor and the more aggressive radical advisors of the Phantom Thieves. However, I think that having Makoto operate these two extremes, ranging from willowy soft-spoken girl to a violent loud-crashing tomboy while traversing both in and out of the metaverse, is both incredibly fascinating from a writing standpoint, but also the character's greatest weakness. Before getting any of that though, let's back it up for a second and think about the moments in the plot that allowed them to awaken to their personas. Generally speaking, Ryuji, Joker, Yusuke, and An all awoke to their personas in order to seek vengeance against some past transgression or another, and doing so because of the close bonds they shared to other people that were very dear to them. They all awakened to their personas out of mean or want to be selfless for the sake of someone else's suffering. Joker got saddled with a criminal record because he dared to be selfless to stop Shido from harassing that one woman in his hometown, only coming to the conclusion that it wasn't a mistake to intervene until Kamoshida was about to kill Ryuji. Ryuji awakens to Captain Kidd because his sense of justice drives him to not necessarily redeem himself in the eyes of his peers, but to give them their lives and futures back as he exposes Kamoshida's abuse. Even when Ryuji's name and reputation has been sullied, he still pursues Kamoshida because of his fierce loyalty for his teammates, even though they may not see them in the same light. Now, obviously, An, of all the people to awaken to her persona, has all the reason in the world to desire the power to get back at Kamoshida, only doing so for the sake of avenging Shiho. Yusuke awakens to Goemon after Madarame reveals that he was not only using Yusuke for his own monetary gain, but Yusuke finally cutting loose after learning that, well, he left his mother to die a slow and painful death as a seizure, only desiring vengeance as he gets the full picture as how Madarame both stole Yusuke's own talent and his mother's for his own benefit. Makoto, however, is unique in these circumstances that allows her to awaken to her persona, and I gotta say, the plot doesn't really help in that matter too. Unlike the rest of the Phantom Thieves, Makoto's sense of justice revolves around something extremely personal to her. That's relative to her own circumstances, and the lead up to Makoto's persona awakening and her joining the party due to how it solely depends on the subjective means rather than objective and concrete events. As Makoto becomes more and more prominent within the plot, the game asks us the following questions. Did you empathize with Makoto as she was being blackmailed by Kabayakawa? Did you empathize more with the Phantom Thieves accusing Makoto of being useless, or more with Makoto being powerless to do anything constructive or useful? Did you empathize with Makoto's rocky relationship with Sai and the circumstances around it? Did you take offense at how Makoto spills that information to the rest of the party after she becomes Kaneshio's customer? These are all things that the game wants you to, well, question yourself about. And it's a lot to ask us, as Makoto's reasons for joining our team and what she deems to be just or unjust all hinges upon how much you buy into Makoto's multiple heel-face turns she does between the time when we first meet her and after she throws herself at Kaneshiro. With that in mind, ideally the end goal for her character would be for the likes of An, Ryuji, Joker, Morgana, and most importantly, the audience to like and sympathize with Makoto, recognizing that she's unquestionably one of the Phantom Thieves. Comparatively, the motivation for all our other party members is pretty cut and dry. The build-up to Shido's suicide attempt was well executed to great effect, with the likes of An, Ryuji, and Joker all acting as we would expect them to in that particular instance. The rebellious spirits, the reason they awaken to their personas, is all about vengeance, all about humbling Kamoshida. As Makoto casts aside the yoke of her own heart, we get an entirely different motivation for her. She desperately craves a place to belong to, and does so in a palace that she doesn't really have any personal connection to, unlike the rest of the Phantom Thieves. In Makoto's case, the narrative really has to pull its weight up until that point to convince you to truly believe Makoto's reasons for joining our team, as the plot does all these crazy things with her. She's initially presented to us as an annoyance and a collaborationist to the slothful and apathetic power structure that enabled Kamoshida's abuse of her fellow peers, which she seemingly didn't do anything to protect. This paints her as being complacent in Shiho's suicide attempt as far as the likes of, say, An is concerned. Then we are hit with her troubled home life with her sister and Kabayakawa threatening her own future, and then Sai's career by proxy as well, with Makoto then choosing to throw herself at Kaneshiro for the stupidest of reasons, being barely able to coherently explain to the Phantom Thieves and to the audience why she thought it prudent to walk right into the Spider's parlor, with the narrative having to short Makoto's poor explanation of her actions by leaning on An's ability to effectively empathize with basically anyone, and Ryuji rationalizing that there's no need to hide the metaverse from Makoto anymore now that she's got everyone on the hook. That is to say, it's not Makoto who gives us a good reason for her joining our party, but rather it's the party's overall tolerance of Makoto's bullshit and the acceptance of her backstory that gets us on the team, which, again, is summed up with one sentence to An, Ryuji, Yusuke, and Joker, all in a manner that seems to imply that these particular characters were able to look behind the fourth wall to watch Sai gaslighting Makoto at home. That is what allows her to join, and it is super weird. There were 1,000 different ways of writing Makoto to organically join a party after her own volition, as is necessary for a character to do, breaking the chains of the immense and absurd expectations that she's been saddled with. However, strong-arming the Phantom Thieves into accepting her for the sake of plot convenience can't really be one of them. It's not right. Speaking of aspects of Makoto's character arc being disappointing, let's come back to the dichotomy between Makoto's soft-spoken demure persona she inhabits within reality and the hot-blooded crashing tomboy she is as queen. As I said earlier, this is all well and good, and might make Makoto more of an interesting character to some. However, it's not without its fair share of problems, as Makoto's character writing often fails to commit to either side of the coin. As we see with the other members of the Phantom Thieves, our own party, the way they act and behave in reality within the metaverse is indistinguishable with the person they are within reality. Ryuji and An still act like Ryuji and An. Maybe they're a tad bit more motivated in seeking justice, but they mostly act as you would expect them to, with the endpoint for their character arcs leading into what Carmen and Captain Kidd pushed An and Ryuji to do in their original Persona awakenings. When Makoto awakens to Johanna, though, suddenly cutting loose with the game doing its best to characterize her as this threatening force of nature in all instances after that moment, it isn't really given all that clear-cut of an explanation when juxtaposed to that of the rest of the thieves. The game wants this moment of rage to be unique to Makoto, but my initial reaction to that notion was that of immense confusion. Now, in retrospect, I know that the intent of Makoto's awakening is to highlight her repressed anger issues, but at the time, anger and outrage was a common emotion expressed by all their other party members too during these Persona awakenings, with that outrage often persisting into the rest of the arc until the Phantom Thieves steal a heart. All of our other party members' personal awakenings are a culmination of them refusing to be used and abused by the palace rulers. So why would I think differently in Makoto's awakening, especially since the likes of An were contemplating murdering Kamoshida before deciding against it at the last second, or Yusuke's ice-cold fury becoming even more frigid after Madarame reveals to him how exactly he took advantage of his mother's death for monetary gain. Here's the word of the day for you all: vacillation. When used as a noun, it means changing location by moving back and forth, or more directly, indecisiveness within speech or action. The swinging pendulum between Makoto being characterized as a hot-blooded tomboy and her being this embarrassed willowy pushover is constantly swinging from one point to the other, and doing so before you can even blink and think about it. When I saw Makoto awaken to her persona, and then the rest of the team make jokes about her being wary of Makoto's temper, lest she rip their arms off like a Wookiee would do, I didn't quite understand what the game was trying to get at, because Makoto never really gets the chance to express her more aggressive tendencies outside of her own arc and outside the metaverse. Their repressed anger is rarely seen outside of combat, and rarely outside the Kaneshiro arc for that matter, with these aggressive tendencies getting dropped for the most part after we steal its heart. Hell, only to extend the same criticism to Sai's palace as well. It's less about Makoto reacting to her sister's distorted heart, but more about showing off Akechi as our fancy new deducing guest party member that everyone's going to backstab eventually. The game does come up short in places where it really should be leaning harder on the type of character that the narrative wants Makoto to be. As a matter of fact, I was so dismayed and confused about all the jokes regarding Makoto's fiery temper, well, not landing for me, that I initially thought that this was a translation or a localization error at first. Imagine my surprise to hear Makoto's rage-fueled Persona awakening to be completely gutted in the Japanese version too, with any notion of her possessing a hair-trigger temper, with this sequence remaining completely undersold. Where it does get sold is within the voice lines Makoto has when she summons Johanna, her persona, which are all but a scant few instances of course while we fight shadows in the metaverse.
Persona! 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 ここはペルソナでペルソナペルソナここはペルソナでペルソナ私の怒りを思い知れ
More of this please, Atlas, but I didn't think we were going to get it anyway because of a few reasons involving the way the Japanese voice direction is handled. The delivery of Makoto's lines in the JP version of the game lacks the tenacity and rage that I think Atlas wanted Makoto to express. Now, this seems to be more a problem with the Japanese voice direction within the game. Instead of each Phantom Thief expressing indignation or outrage for the palace rulers who are oppressing them, they just often sound mildly annoyed. They speak their grievances and reasons for awakening to the personas very matter-of-factly, and this is kind of bizarre when juxtaposed to the English version of the game. I talked about this in the last episode of Dichotomy of a Character, where we discussed the differences between Ryuji's English and Japanese voice actors, who both want to see in the character completely different vocal treatments and voice direction. Ryuji in the West is perceived as pointy boy trying to stay gold, and in the East, Ryuji is just fucking annoying. Max Minimum plays Ryuji up as being your personal bestest bro, albeit a jaded punk kid who's run a streak of bad luck. Conversely, Mamoru Miyano plays Ryuji as a straight-up tropey and annoying delinquent character, to the point of Ryuji's voice acting being grating to the ears in order to ensure maximum comedy value. I wanted to explain that this is why that scene with Ryuji, you know, that one, is seen as peak comedy in Japan and considered in the West to be nothing short of character assassination by yours truly. The way that Max Middleman delivers his lines makes you start to like or even sympathize with the Ryuji over the course of the game. So much so that the English characterization of Ryuji ruins the comedic angle of the scene and recontextualizes it to something completely different. There is a tonal dissonance that becomes somewhat problematic here, and that extends to Makoto as well. The thieves either lack the tenacity they're supposed to display within the voice direction, or the actors give out completely different vibes owing to how they were directed. I think Makoto's voice actors often fall prey to the same problem, and, well, boy is it a problem! Due to the way the female Japanese VAs are generally directed to sound cute, or for them to possess essential characteristics that would endear them to the audience on the basis of said cuteness, I think Atlas sort of pulled their punches here with Makoto's vocal direction and character direction in the same manner as well. Amidst all the jokes being cracked about how Makoto and her heart holding immense value, within its yoke as this badass chuff chick, I don't think that Atlas wanted Makoto to lose her calm, quiet, and feminine appeal at all. Within this, I can see why the Asian Persona fans love her so much, as she could represent it to them a form of escapism. Makoto is the terminal ideal of a Japanese teenager, with a secret darker and violent streak to her character. Perhaps that appeal lies within how Makoto desires to bend the rules of society to her favor, coming out on top mainly because she has the gall to say no to the pressure of others that are forcing her to conform to society's rules. Then again, Persona 5 doesn't fully deliver on this idea either, or the fact that the game often encourages Makoto to be that willowy and fragile pushover again that she wore never to be. It's really confusing. Considering Makoto and Sai's difficult lives as women within Japanese society, insinuating that Makoto and Sai should still try to be traditionally feminine in a society that actively discriminates against them on the basis of gender, topics that Persona 5 broaches multiple times, is fucking insane! That mode of characterization should not exist for either of them, regardless of what happens to them within their stories, as we're actively betraying the writing goals for Makoto and Sai's characters. We literally hear Sai lecture Makoto about the pitfalls of the patriarchy at least twice, with that notion being reinforced by Kanashiro's shadow. We hear Kanashiro imparting his misogynistic beliefs about how women are inferior to both mind and body to men. He believes that women only exist to be dominated by men who possess superior willpower and strength with his intention to market Makoto and Sai based on their self-like bodies and attitudes, making any attempt or insinuation to characterize Makoto and Sai's feminine qualities as a product to be bought and sold, while also saying that they shouldn't be those things, is fucking crazy. My god, does this give me all kinds of conniptions? The lesson for Makoto is to learn here is that of rageful indignation. The lesson was for her to believe in herself and her ability to resist those within society who would seek to use her for all sorts of scrupulous intentions. It is fucking weird that Makoto, instead of learning such a lesson after she awakens to her persona, she becomes embarrassed at the notion of the thieves being afraid of drawing her ire. As a bit of a personal tangent here, my two favorite bits of weeb shit that I've been rewatching here and there in between Stealing Hearts is Kill la Kill and Tomo-chan is a Girl. Two very different genres of anime, of course, but they all have tomboyish or otherwise masculinized female characters with some degree of overtly feminine qualities that seek to find a balance between these aspects of themselves. I mean, isn't that what the Priestess Arcana is all about? Finding out and balancing all these different positive and negative energies within oneself in order to find your center? I wanted more of that from the overall theme of Makoto's Persona Awakening, and what follows that. I don't think I was ever going to get any of that while playing with the Japanese dub turned on, though. However, when I did turn on the English dub and listen to the performance of Makoto's English VA, Chermi Lei, bringing a lot to the character, I was somewhat relieved in this regard. While some weak points still remain within the character due to how Atlas wants Makoto to simultaneously be as delicate as a flower, but extremely fierce and violent, it is reasonable to say that the end result of Lei's direction was a rather dichotomous direction for Makoto. Under just the right light, she is designed to be appealing without being overtly beautiful or overly cute, just by the way she carries herself throughout the game. Combine that with Tremulé giving Makoto a gentle, calming, and warm tone of voice, as if she was evenly spreading warm butter over just the right amount of bread, there we have it. Makoto is a gentle and soft-spoken pushover who carries no real power or agency within her own life, except within certain circumstances. She takes these specific soft-spoken tones with Sai and the principle, indicative of her submitting to their authority. Tremulé chooses to give Makoto some depth to her character through changing her tone of voice, lending Makoto this low, almost gravelly tone of voice whenever she's giving her opponents the tongue-lashing and beatdowns that they rightfully deserve. She does sell what she was given to great effect, but yet it's not something that leaves us satisfied with a definitive mode of characterization for Makoto. I think we can safely say that Makoto saying, "Gun it!" before charging Kanashiro is objectively better than her saying, "Ikeyo!" Like, Come on. While the likes of Joker, Ryuji, and On experienced a change of attitude due to the respective persona awakenings, with Joker's being the most profound in this regard, Makoto does a direct 180-degree turn, or, well, maybe 360 to turn, when she awakens to Johanna, only to then reset herself back to where she initially started, with Makoto's fiery personality being a point of embarrassment for her, which is super weird. It's a shame too, because Tremulay is an incredibly talented voice actor as well. If we want an example of Tremulay playing a tough, confident character who's also extremely emotionally intelligent without feeling like her behavior is totally inconsistent, we can look at other roles as a reference with her role as V in the video game Cyberpunk 2077, where she displays these qualities to great effect. I mean, like, take a look at this.
No more restless nights. See how generous I can be?
One
Well,
more fucking word.
Stay out of this. I don't know you.
And I don't know you, which means you're worth shit around here and capable of even less. Well, anything else?
Please leave a message.
Got no clue where you are. What happened to you? Oh God, so fucked up. If you're there somewhere... Fuck. What am I doing? Jackie, afraid this is gonna be my last call. Don't have much time left. One way or the other, everything's coming to a head. No, I've been talking to myself this whole time, but I just wanted to say, you're a good friend, even when you're not around. Over and out, Juba.
More of this, please. This is the type of energy we need to see from Makoto in Persona 5. Shrewd, yet somewhat emotionally intelligent, but very hot-blooded. Past Kanashiro's palace, Makoto never again speaks with that cold, authoritative tone she takes with Kanashiro. It's super disappointing and super weird that with Makoto, we have a clear aspect of her false self that she initially wants to actively reject, but yet her heart still wants her to fully inhabit at the same time. Makoto's regression back to being a soft-spoken, willowy girl as well after her persona awakening gets even more weird if we consider that Makoto has a dialogue where she indicates that she actively dislikes her Thesis outfit, and being the only one on the team that does so. She dislikes the outward image and connotations of being a tomboyish biker chick, despite her heart favoring such things. This, to me, is incredibly frustrating for quite a few different reasons, mostly stemming from what Makoto as a character was intended to criticize about Japanese society. If Makoto's character arc is at least partially about critiquing patriarchy, and the resolution for her character is her realizing that her own weaknesses and inadequacies could be solved by merely being an outspoken woman within a society that wants you to shut the hell up and... then sure. It's a great notion and a powerful message, but unfortunately, the problem is we don't really see Makoto being a more outspoken woman in regards to that matter, regards to her gender. Makoto only becomes a bit more outspoken towards Sai. All the other members of the Phantom Thieves seem very comfortable within their outfits, which, as we know, exists on a spectrum as either an amalgamation of how society sees the Phantom Thieves as absolute scum, and or how each member rationalizes what a true rebel is, with this image, this projected image, often stemming from something that influenced them during their childhoods. For Yusuke, it's that of a matchless samurai. Yusuke is a ronin in the metaverse, which was likely chosen for him as a result of Shadow Madorame's cognition, thinking himself to be some kind of shogun. For On and Haru's musketeer outfit, their images of rebellion stem from superhero shows and anime that they watched as kids, with On taking a liking to that confidence that the femme fatale archetype are naturally predisposed to. Haru's image of rebellion, taking form as an aristocratic lady aiming to be an ironic parody of her actual position within society by wearing man's clothes, and wielding giant unwieldy weapons like halberds and grenade launchers. There is no doubt in my mind that Makoto's sense of rebellion stems from something kind of similar, given her interest in things that wouldn't really be considered traditionally feminine, especially within Japanese society. Perhaps Makoto, being the sheltered bookworm that she is, equates true freedom with being the lone law woman roaming the desert wasteland on her steel horse, bringing justice to those whose moral code demands that they be put in the slammer. Think of that though, if we're to consider that Makoto is the exception to this general rule that all the Phantom Thieves end up completely owning this aspect of their truest selves, we are then presented with another problem, and a substantial one at that. One of the many goals of Makoto's character is very clearly written to at least object to the social and gender roles that women are supposed to play within Japanese society, wherein women like Makoto and Sai are supposed to be doormats, Silent, overly humble individual who's kind and beautiful, yet submissive toward all type of authority, patriarchal or otherwise. Makoto's fits of angry rage and her joining in the thieves not out of a sense of obligation, but making that decision because of her own sense of personal justice is a direct affront to that collectivist social norm. But beyond that, the intent to criticize those things on a personal basis and using Makoto and her sense of justice as a means to do so is often met with disappointment and confusion. So, Atlas, hearing everything I've said so far, lies my main complaint with this regressive aspect of Makoto's character that otherwise almost solely is her character. Things that you don't necessarily want to commit to while you wrote her. While Makoto does cut loose in Kanashiro's palace and says I will never lose heart again, you would think that due how the other members of the Phantom Thieves fan the flames of rebellion within their own hearts, Makoto would do just that by embracing her more tomboyish characteristics, being a bit more honest with herself all the while. Instead, after all that explosive, hot-blooded, and literal furious growth from Makoto, she slides back into being this willowy and soft-spoken person in reality. Worst of all, she doesn't seem to fully own this aspect of truish tomboyish self, often seeing it as a point of embarrassment for her. She remains to act like the wishy-washy, soft-spoken good girl type of pushover that a very disappointed Akechi label her as. When we take her to the movies and see that gangster film that she enjoys, she has to get Joker to validate her own feelings for her, as she echoes aspects of Fuga's social link from Persona 3, with Makoto asking Joker if it's appropriate for her to enjoy that type of film genre as a woman, instead of saying, society bottom text, I will fucking watch the gangster movie no matter what society thinks of my gender. That should be the correct answer here. Following the weird sense of embarrassment that Makoto has about her interests, it's something that she feels as though she has to hide from her teammates too, say for Haru, which I'll just mention how it's kind of funny how Atlas is making another comedy of errors here to the tune of Sai balking at blatant misogyny that I mentioned earlier near the end of the game. It's all created for the purpose of endearing us to both Haru and Makoto. Now, Haru, as personifies Empress Arcana party member, is supposed to have a sense of responsibility, being characterized in such a manner where one would feel as though they were a reliable person. For reference, Haru's peers would be Persona 3's Student Council President Mitsuru Kirijo and Persona 4's Velvet Room Attendant Margaret. All wise, responsible, very dependable figures. Characteristics which are both clearly defined within the plot and the manner in which they carry themselves within the game. For Haru though, I want to bet that most had some degree of difficulty with picking up these aspects of her character. Haru's infamous lack of screen time rears its ugly head and bleeds directly into Makoto's arc as well. In Haru's absence and her supposed reliable characteristics being downplayed or otherwise obfuscated due to her absence, the can is then kicked to Makoto to be the de facto mom of the Phantom Thieves, which shouldn't really make much sense. Makoto has no street smarts. She's actively dealing with issues stemming from her own inferiority complex rained into her by society and greater society. Her entire arc is about being unsure of herself and possessing an inherent need to be useful to someone as she learns more about the world. There is no reason for her to come along with Joker to check on something, well, the seemingly comatose Futaba, or try to get Haru to join her party when we first meet her. If anything, these instances where the Phantom Thieves must make emotional appeals to persuade someone to do something would be better served if An was there in Makoto's stead. She is the heart and soul of the Phantom Thieves. As discussed in a previous test where we did cover her, it would be fair to say that An is responsible for recruiting nearly the entire party, if you will. Makoto included, mind you. As it stands, Makoto is going to fail every single empathy speech check that's given to her. So why is she given the role of the team mom? A position that warrants a certain degree of emotional wisdom that she clearly doesn't possess. With all that said, what we're left with is an ineffectual loose basis for the game endearing us to Makoto and then to Haru. It says about both girls finding some kind of kinship with each other founded upon the sharing of same goals to change the corrupted hearts of the loved ones, but more upon Haru accidentally giving Makoto the affectionate name of Mako-chan over text in the PT's group chat. The hand of the writer is very present here, as I don't think it would be possible for Haru to accidentally and consciously type out a nickname in hiragana, which, this would mean Mako-chan in hiragana, in such a manner to Makoto, a person that she just met. It's the plot pulling another fast one here, and with Makoto still remaining very wishy-washy about her otherwise frowned-upon interests, along with Haru not being given enough time to flesh out her own character to be this reliable member of the Phantom Thieves as per her Arcana, it makes it all the more frustrating to watch Atlas screw this up. Oh, and also, shout out to Atlas for making another comedy of errors, but even worse, by having the conditions for Makoto and Haru's Showtime attack being unlocked on the day the Phantom Thieves decide to send their calling card to Sai, completely overshadowing this character moment for both girls even further with the party's biggest heist yet. And also, Akechi's there as well. So yeah, the focus is on them all the while as well. Good job, Atlas. Anyway, setting all that and all Undertaker Hell in a Cell copy pastas aside for a second, the fact that Makoto still needs some assurance from Haru that her proposal for such a move isn't absurd or out of pocket is really lame, considering how quickly she adopts her Showtime attack with Ryuji. Makoto's taking approval from others should no longer be an issue after her persona awakening, especially this late in the game. Super frustrating, and I can't help but reminisce on what could have been, an opinion that Atlas has also tacitly agreed with too. I have a feeling that when working on the Persona 5 anime adaptation, and Royal as well, I think Atlas knew on some level that there were some weaknesses in how Makoto was introduced and characterized within the game by making some attempts to revise her shortcomings within Royal and within the anime. One of these things that could easily be called a plot hole within vanilla Persona 5, Makoto's completely absent from the Kamoshida arc, very nearly. Considering that Makoto is the student council president of Shujin Academy, we never see her at the side of the teachers and staff within the opening parts of the game, nor do we see her doing things that our position as student council president will warrant her to do. The most damning and confusing thing for me about Makoto's absence from the opening arc of the game is how she remains suspicious of the rumors behind Kamoshida's serial sexual abuse, sexual harassment of her peers, until she confirmed the truth for herself from the principal 3 weeks after Shiho's suicide attempt. You'd think that the plot would highlight the importance of that detail, though, through making Makoto having more of a presence within the game and for the plot to convey her doubts up until that particular point. The only time we see her in the vanilla game during the Kamoshida arc is in the library studying alone, which sure could reflect on how unconcerned Makoto is with rumors flying about the school pertaining to both Kamoshida and how hard she's working to maintain her position as Seito Kaicho, which you could say requires a certain degree of ruthless apathy. However, that's about it. So when the game finally decides to, rather clumsily, literally insert her into the plot by having Principal Kaikawa also literally name drop her full name in the most awkward way possible in his office, yes, the important new character is going to be a main point of focus in the next few hours of the game. It's a cheap trick to endear us to Makoto and let us know that she exists. Knowing her full name, sans the honorifics, was a decision done to give us a degree of familiarity that Makoto is a character and agreeableness to Makoto's issues as the game does the kick and or pet the dog tropes with her. Now, these issues are somewhat rectified in some cases, or objectively improved on within both the anime adaptation and within Royal. Yes, believe it or not, I'm taking time to praise Persona 5's poorly paced and crappy anime adaptations handling Makoto, as it does what any good adaptation or expansion should do. It adds context where it was previously impossible to do so before within a video game. So, I guess, brace yourselves? Now, granted, it's not perfect. Obviously, the anime also nerfs and changes the dramatic tension between the Phantom Thieves and Makoto when compared to how it's handled within the game. Instead of An calling Makoto the teacher's pet on June 11th, and Makoto lashing out at An for not being there for Shio when it mattered, the PTs instead give Makoto a rather confusing and rousing "you can do it" speech, which is really jarring if you play the game before watching the anime, as God intended. The anime removes this and instead squarely focuses on the angle of Kabayakawa holding Makoto's letter of recommendation over her head, which still works, but feels super empty after the bit of important nuance was removed, and how the anime added scenes where we actually see Kamoshida abuse Shiho. However, it's not all that bad, as the anime does make a few quality improvements to Makoto's arc, making everything from her investigation of the Phantom Thieves and her awakening to Johanna much more connected, focused, and concise. Instead of spreading Makoto's investigation of thieves into cutaway events that happen outside of what the main party is struggling with, as was the case within Persona 5 within the game, the anime places every single time Makoto is gaslit into back-to-back sequences for the sake of pacing and brevity. You have to cram everything in 20 minutes after all. It works well, and when you watch, you don't have to constantly remind yourself of what Makoto's been doing these past few weeks as she stalks the party. Speaking of changing things for the sake of the audience understanding a little bit better, I think it's reasonable to say that out of all the Phantom Thieves, the form Makoto's persona takes is really hard to nail down without looking at a wiki. The anime fixes that by having Makoto watch an ad for a motorcycle playing in Shibuya, emphasizing the importance of desire to be free. Underwhelming, and yeah, it's a bit on the nose, but concise nevertheless. I think it's also a tacit commitment from Atlas saying that, okay fine, the subtext behind Makoto's persona being a bike was kind of hard to understand at first, so for most people, let's just fix that for the anime by making this meaning a bit more explicit and, well, hand-wavy as well. Which, fine. Speaking of the anime changing more things that concern Makoto, Makoto exists within the plot as being nothing more than a nuisance to the Phantom Thieves, which conversely gets a bit more interesting than the anime too. We're given more insight and nuance into the kind of person Makoto is, as her sense of justice actually ends up preventing her from catching the thieves on multiple occasions. One scene has her tailing Joker in the train station, but when given a choice to pursue her quarry or to help out an elderly woman off the ground, Makoto picks the latter. Her idealistic sense of justice is then reinforced when we are treated to the best part of the anime. Tiny Makoto! A great moment which is then swiftly followed by the anime removing all ambiguity as to how much Makoto loved her father before his death, and how resentful Sai is of him for forcing his eldest daughter to pick up the slack for his seemingly petty sense of justice. This additional context, and changing some of the spoken dialogue that occurs on June 19th, so Sai sounds less like an unreasonable psychopath who constantly entraps and then gaslights Makoto, to the context of Sai's outburst being more so about burning out to all the responsibilities that she is suddenly forced to carry. This scene and the scene where Makoto weeps over the prospect of having a target-sized heart being met with Sai brushing over Makoto's concerns off in a way that only an older sibling will be able to do are objectively fantastic changes to the original plot.
I want you to know I'm on your side.
All right, weirdo. I'll see you later.
This made me well up in a way that the game simply wasn't able to, because, well, the anime just has to spend more time with Makoto. They're easily the best parts of the anime, and I would go as far to say that the way each scene was changed makes it way more plausible for the audience to feel for both Sai and Makoto's home situation than the game does. Sai's heart is absolutely distorted, but under all that jaded resentment, she still loves Makoto deeply as her sister, and will do seemingly anything to protect her. Not as a guardian, to which Makoto's presence is an immense burden to her, but as an older sister who obviously loves her little sister. This refreshing bout of brevity the anime seems to have is further reinforced when the anime actually explains to the audience the kind of criminal enterprise Makoto's father was looking to expose before he was assassinated, and doing so directly in the plot as opposed to a Confidant arc. These scenes, in addition to a well-directed sequence between Makoto and An that involves the uses of traffic lights to convey their emotional states, Yoshizawa's be aware, where both apologize for the previous transgressions. Upon accepting their apologies, the anime has Panther and Queen set up a technical attack in the metaverse with firing nuke damage, which is almost as satisfying as seeing them getting crepes together in Central Street within the game. Pick one or the other. Both are good. So yeah, I'll give the anime adaptation some credit here. It's not all terrible. Let's just dispense with the anime discussions for a second to focus on something else. What did Atlas change for the Royal version of the game when they went upon their victory lap? What did they fit to see change and otherwise modify to flesh out Makoto a little bit more? The answer is actually quite a lot. Royal took the chance to give Makoto some more agency within the plot, and by doing so, Atlas tacitly admitted that Makoto needed some more presence within the story where it was sorely needed. Now, granted, some of the issues from the vanilla game still remain, as a consequence of how the plot treats Makoto's introduction. Scenes like when you're first introduced to Yoshizawa. You would think that Makoto, being the student council president, would be there to welcome the new star athlete to the school, or even be there on the day where Joker gets admitted to Shujin, as a means to highlight just how close she seemingly is to the staff of the school, as opposed to her peers. However, as we see in the game, Miss Prez isn't there to welcome Yoshizawa or Joker, nor is she around to interrogate Joker at Kawakami's side as a means to indicate that she isn't buying into the rumors about Kamoshida's abuse of her peers. What we are treated to is Makoto being responsible for leading the school cleanup event as any stucco Prez should do, but that's small potatoes compared to the most significant change Atlas made to Makoto and Royal. After going over my footage, I noticed that on May 7th, when she brazenly asked the Thesis about the relationship with Kamoshida on the roof of the school, Tremulay delivers her lines differently in vanilla Persona 5 when compared to Royal. Take a listen.
Anyways, what's Miss Council President want with us?
The troublemaker, the center of gossip, and the infamous transfer student. Interesting combination.
Anyways, what's Miss Council President want with us?
The troublemaker, the girl of rumor, and the infamous transfer student. Interesting combination.
In vanilla Persona 5, Makoto takes a less inflammatory tone with the thieves, matter-of-factly stating that it's all strange for Kamoshida's victims to be congregated in one central location, as if it was an intrusive thought that ended up being vocalized by accident. However, in Royal, she adds a hint of passive-aggressive tone, changing her inflection until it sounds as if Joker is the target of her ire, and why she's even here talking to us in the first place. However small and inconsequential this change is, it does change the contextual impact on the conversation he has with the thieves. In Royal, this change of vocal inflection and tone makes our initial impression of Makoto to both the thieves and the audience as this passive-aggressive brown-noser as she questions us. It also makes her request to understand her position all the more unreasonable and out of pocket for her. The differences of these scenes either characterizes Makoto as someone who doesn't lean too hard into the authority and power she wields as the student council president of her high school, or as someone who's extremely incompetent and way over her head, unable to garner sympathy or hold a simple conversation, as Makoto repeatedly fails critical speech checks that would otherwise make the fan of thieves not hate her to the degree that they end up doing within the plot. So with all that being said, it probably seems like I have a rather negative opinion of Makoto's character writing, with my ire being directed towards how Atlas could have made her character all the more profound and impactful by fully leaning into the ill-tempered and hot-blooded person that she is within her heart of hearts. This, however, doesn't mean that I hate Makoto herself. There are facets of her character that I absolutely adore, and in some cases that I personally identify with, especially over the past few months as I've been making this video. The gaslighting is particularly. I guess all you have to ask now is, what areas does Makoto excel within, and unquestionably so? Well, for starters, she is a meta deconstruction of the traditional role that student council president-like characters play within Japanese media, and anime in general, being remarkably realistic in how her role is portrayed within Persona 5 as this fantastical elements about being the student council president are either subverted or removed entirely. In anime, the student council president is usually a highly competent member within the show, being well-liked by many within the anime's cast. They're also treated as the ideal model student, with the same member generally wielding a great deal of power and possessing the great sum of wealth as the Ojo-sama of the group, which begets certain privileges to this particular character that embody this role. Examples like Kaguya-sama's Miyuki Shirogane being a workaholic, a penny among diamonds due to his family often having the scrape at the bottom of the barrel, with such a position of authority giving the student body the impression that Shirogane is somehow a ladies' man, just by him obtaining the position of student council president. Even though Shirogane's role in the plot is somewhat a subversion like Makoto's is within this matter, we often find that people seek out Shirogane for his rather lackluster wisdom as the model student he's supposed to be. For characters that fully lean into the fantastical roles that we often see the student council president play with in anime, we need only to look at Kill la Kill's Sasuke Kiryuin and Persona 3's Minsoda Korijo. Both characters are heiresses to massive business conglomerates that also hold more power than the institutions they own. Due to how much power Mitsuru and Sasuke wield, many of the teachers and students actively fear pissing both of them off, in fear of Mitsuru executing them, or fear of members of Sasuke's student council being seen literally crucifying the students for breaking the rules. Both of them are treated as goddesses of the school that they're in charge of. Kill la Kill often taking this to a hilariously comedic extent with how much the Elite Four worship Sasuke, by referring to her as Sasuke-sama, and having Non carrying on a spare pair of high-heel boots, just in case Sasuke has to do the high-heel click gag, followed by a dramatic monologue. These characters of this trope are often taken to various and hilarious extremes, but for Makoto, her position as student council president seems to be a deconstruction of this trope we see so often in anime. Instead of Makoto using her position of power to rule as an iron fist as the ideal student to inspire her kohai, playing the part of the goddess-like figure loved by all in the school, being impossibly perfect and chock full of useful wisdom to impart to the student body, Persona 5 wants to treat this position with a hint of refreshing realism. Makoto's not rich, and if anything, all the social capital comes from Sai being a more accomplished woman than her baby sister, which Kobayakawa then uses to gaslight her. Makoto's social refinement and manners is merely a facade that she cultivates to get the bag. Nobody really likes her or even seeks her out for her apparent wisdom. Not even Makoto's grades, which based on the cognitive research I've done for this heist can generate some social capital in order for people to make friends within Japan. It's not sufficient at all for Makoto in her case to make any kind of friends. Hell, Makoto's only friend that she makes during her Confidant arc, Eiko, doesn't even like Makoto for her grades or her station at the school. Instead, it's out of respect for Makoto somehow managing to bag Joker as her boyfriend. Perhaps the game is trying to say something about how solely focusing on grades is dumb when there's a whole world out there to experience, but we'll come back to that a bit later. Regardless, Persona 5 uses Makoto to commentate upon what holding such position would do to someone's psyche if everyone around you hated you for not doing enough despite working so incredibly hard, and how your future is actually the adults to determine, of which they can choose to ruin your life with a snap of their fingers. It asks, on the contrary, what if Miss Prez was extremely fallible? Despite being extremely intelligent, Makoto saddled with immense expectations. Her good grades and high test scores mean jack shit to the likes of Sai or her peers, with all of her efforts to try and make them proud of her working so hard, being met with them calling her a useless parasite, or making her dance like a puppet as the adults string her around. Despite my misgivings about Makoto, it's this aspect of her story that makes everything worthwhile for her, even after I spent loads of time earlier criticizing her character's shortcomings. She initially believes that she's completely powerless, and owing to various senses of social propriety, and Japanese ones at that, Makoto doesn't and really isn't allowed to raise a finger to rectify the school's various abuses of authority, which makes it all the more cathartic to witness her break free from all this bullshit that she's been forced to deal with. Even with all the aspects of Makoto's character that otherwise come up short, I tend to find myself forgiving all the missed opportunities where Atlas could have truly made Makoto shine. She has this inherent want of growing as a person, and with that growth coinciding with seeking personal independence, and more importantly, self-worth within a collectivist society, while everyone around her hates her guts, is the most endearing part of Makoto's entire character arc. It's what makes her valuable to Persona 5's overall themes, and it's why she's such a good character. But, of course, I'm getting way ahead of myself. We've only just begun our heist. Now, perhaps with some knowledge of Japanese culture and some insights into the aspects of society that Makoto stands to intently criticize, perhaps we'll be able to understand why Atlas chose to characterize Makoto in all these certain ways within Persona 5. After all, in order to steal hearts, a Phantom Thief must first understand the targets and the inner workings of their cognition. So, let the Phantom Thievery begin!
Before we begin, I would like to reiterate once more that Persona 5 is a Japanese video game made by a Japanese entertainment company that they have chosen to utilize as a form of critical commentary to criticize issues that are not exclusive to Japanese society. Again, while there may or may not be some general commonality or even intersection shared with the Western audience, Persona 5 is solely about criticizing Japanese sociological issues exclusively. As I explained in great detail in the previous 2 episodes of this season of Dichotomy of a Character, where we covered Persona 5's On Takamaki and Ryuji Sakamoto, it's extremely important to understand the game's characters from a Japanese perspective, to understand the subtext of the game, and to fully appreciate Persona 5 as a piece of Japanese media. For the episode where we covered Ryuji, we talked about the inception of Japanese delinquent culture, as well as the Osaka no Baka trope that's so often seen in Japanese media that Ryuji seems to be somewhat derivative of. We also discussed the implications of the emotional and behavioral scars domestic abuse has inflicted upon Ryuji and his mother, along with the role alcoholism has exacerbated that particular issue and many more within Japanese society as well. For On, we talked at length about how she is a victim of Japanese xenophobia as a hafu, a racial minority within Japan, a half-Japanese girl, wherein her blonde hair, blue eyes, and overall beauty is seen as an offensive and direct affront to Japanese collectivist norms, despite On being Japanese herself. If we boil all that up and pack it tightly, adding in a few dashes of sexism and misogyny in the process, we would then have the overall theme of On's story being both about refuting Japanese xenophobia and the patriarchy, by having On weaponize her gaijin beauty as it were, to then inspire other people to be as cool and as sexy as she is. If you would like some more details about why these were the conclusions drawn for both On and Ryuji, check the description for a link to the previous 2 episodes. So with that being said about On and Ryuji, it begs the question, what aspects of Japanese society did Atlas intend to criticize using Makoto Niijima, and to the same extent, her older sister, Sai Niijima, as a vehicle to relay these pervasive issues plaguing Japanese society to those playing Persona 5? Well, as we discussed in the opening part of this video, that's a bit difficult to nail down. Makoto and Sai touch upon a myriad of Japanese sociological issues either tangentially or directly. With these characters, there's inklings of a desire to use them to critique patriarchy, the traditional gender roles that the Niijima sisters are supposed to occupy as women within a collectivist society, aspect of karoshi or death by overwork being present and negatively affecting both Sai, her sense of justice, and her already rocky relationship with her younger sister, as well as both Sai and Makoto asking the incredibly philosophical and broad question of what exactly true justice is. Both sisters are characterized as encountering all these aspects of society in incredibly broad strokes, but unlike the rest of our party members, Makoto and Sai's impact on effectively commenting upon these pervasive issues is negligible at best. Haru and On's stories are already very good at critiquing patriarchy. Ryuji and Joker's persona workings clearly define what actions are tantamount to objectively righteous actions in the face of a society that treats them like scum for helping out those in need. Futaba and Sojiro's Confidant arcs deal with Japan's sketchy legal procedures involving the legality of guardianship and adoption for orphan and neglected children, and so on and so forth. I think this is what makes Makoto's character so difficult to nail down and define with certainty when compared to the rest of our party members. Her sense of right and wrong stems from something extremely personal to her, which is a message that not everyone is going to be able to relate to and define with objectivity. We're given a lot of information about Makoto's life, a ton of baggage to sift through and digest as the game constantly pulls the rug out from under us, constantly calling for the audience to question their opinion of Makoto as the plot progresses throughout the Kaneshiro arc. However, I think we can safely say that more than any of the party members, the Niijima sisters, and more specifically Makoto, are written to be direct refutations of 2 specific yet very broad social norms of Japanese society: the colloquial phrase Shikata ganai, and the impressions that the Confucian concept of filial piety has ingrained into Japanese culture and into interpersonal relationships. Now, before we get into any of the sociological context, know that these concepts are very closely related. These 2 concepts, filial piety and the mentality of Shikata ganai, are exactly what Persona 5 aims to criticize as a piece of Japanese media as a whole. Indeed, its elaborate metaplot involving the false Gnostic interpretation of God is in fact Yaldabaoth being a metaphorical representation of how guilty Japanese society is of the sin of sloth, as everyone repeatedly and collectively passes the buck, doing jack shit to fix all the pervasive issues within their society, becoming reliant on groups and or individuals like the Phantom Thieves, Messiah Shishido, Dr. Maruki, or Yaldabaoth to rectify these issues so that the general public doesn't have to pitch in to make active decisions to then improve society on an individual level. Within the context of Persona 5, society as a whole desired a savior to rule over them in their stead, be it a group of righteous thieves who skirt the pretenses of the law, the head of an actual fascist cabal looking to overthrow the government, a benevolent overlord who believes that removing all manner of suffering within society will be a net positive for all, or Yaldabaoth, an authoritarian malevolent overlord who desires to remake the world anew to atone for all of humanity's sins. This is where the phrase Shikata ganai would apply within the context of both Persona 5 and within Japanese society. When translated, the phrase Shikata ganai becomes similar to phrases like shit happens, or life's a bitch, or in French for instance, matching phrases like c'est la vie, meaning such is life, or even phrases like La vie est juste là. Life is funny indeed. Now, in the West, we usually interpret this phrase as a bit of tongue-in-cheek commiseration for minor events of major annoyance, but in Eastern cultures like Japan's, the context of Shikata ganai is very different. When translated to English, the phrase roughly means it can't be helped, which at first glance shares some similarities with the phrases we listed out previously. Now, I say similarities because, of course, Japanese culture and Western culture vary differently in the interpretation of this phrase. When someone says shit happens, it generally means that you are a victim of circumstances beyond your own personal control, that you are a victim of Murphy's Law, wherein bad things can seemingly happen to anybody and seemingly for no reason at all. In collectivist Japan, however, when someone says Shikata, it can't be helped, they're referring to Japanese society's habit of discouraging people at an individual level to challenge authority in any capacity. Needless to say, this saying promotes a culture that encourages apathy and indifference towards social problems, big or small. This saying, along with the conventional wisdom it imparts, is part of the reason why Japan still possesses some esoteric and often ineffectual methods for addressing and solving systemic problems within their society. The outright refusal to challenge authority can be attributed to things as little and seemingly inconsequential as Japanese corporations still using fax machines in the office, and why the practice of the Meishi Kokan, the elaborate practice of exchanging business cards with potential business partners, is still used today, even though the practices, much like fax machines, are incredibly inefficient and outdated methods of exchanging information. As for more impactful and systemic issues affecting the Japanese, we need only to mention things like how the Japanese generally have a poor understanding of mental afflictions and how to properly treat them. As we discussed in the previous episode in the series, where we covered Ryuji and his family's troubled relationship with alcohol, we went into detail how chronic diseases such as depression, schizophrenia, and diseases that arise from substance abuse like alcoholism are often seen as weaknesses of an individual's constitution. These perceived weaknesses are then rationalized by collectivist societies such as Japan's as the problematic individual placing unnecessary burdens upon the group, causing many to never seek out treatment or to just self-medicate instead. This has the obvious effect of creating this social syndrome where society is actively perpetuating the suffering of Japanese people with mental illnesses through just basically ignoring how severe the problem actually is beneath the surface. Per conventional wisdom, if people afflicted with these diseases allow for these diseases to control their lives, then it is indicative of a lack of willpower, that they deserve whatever fate their illness begets them for not being strong enough to endure it and conform to whatever neurotypical standard is the norm. In other words, Shikata, it can't be helped. So with that in mind, is it any wonder that when given a choice of gritting your teeth and enduring the impossible, or not engaging with society at all, some choose the latter? When faced with a stagnant society wherein apathy and indifference seem to be the norm, when the individual is discouraged from taking any constructive actions that would improve the society that they exist within, is it any wonder that its citizens will begin to think that the only winning move is not to play? Or conversely, considering Makoto and Sai's position within Japanese society, is it any wonder that they both feel as though that the only way they could survive within this stagnant society is to cling to whatever power and station that they can attain through any means necessary, choosing to ride that wave for as long as they can? And owing to various traditional aspects of the culture, it would also not be unreasonable to assume that most people feel powerless to wake up, get up, and get out there to make any kind of change, which in turn truly cementing the relevance of the phrase Shikata into the cultural zeitgeist of Japan. It says a lot that you realistically only have a dichotomy of life paths to choose from, with the only rebellious action one can take to change society being that of abject sloth. Shutting oneself indoors is the only realistic form of meaningful rebellious action your average Japanese person can take, and it is a shame. In Persona 5, a game that is made to criticize this aspect of Japanese society, you may have found yourself asking these questions while playing. Why didn't anyone step out of the woodwork, including Joker's parents of all people, to defend their son in the kangaroo court he was tried and then convicted on bullshit charges? Why didn't the track team think twice about the validity of the rumors about Ryuji's father being an abusive, violent drunkard? Rumors of which Kamoshida would then weaponize to screw over and defame Ryuji. Why didn't Kawakami or any other of the staff at Shujin attempt to discipline the students that are blatantly and baselessly slut-shaming on right in the middle of class in front of God and everyone? Why didn't nobody, like the sharers of Okumer Foods, take issue with the morality of Haru being married off for the political gain of her own father, despite Haru still being a high school student?
A high school fiance or what it's
Why didn't any number of Okumer's employees blow the whistle about their boss abusing them? Why did the public, in their desire to be completely apathetic to the world around them, conjure up Yaldabaoth within their cognition as a mechanism to make decisions for them? Well, it's because Shikata. The issues within Japanese society are so pervasive and so vast that the general public got to thinking that nobody could possibly work to rectify them. It couldn't be helped. So they created a god that could rectify all those issues for them so they wouldn't have to worry about it ever again. This conventional wisdom deeply affects what's left of the Niijima family, being that of Sai and Makoto. Thrust into an impossible position, the only thing the two sisters have left are prospects of workplace promotions and this very phrase, which leads to strife between both of them. However, while the ultimate goal of Persona 5 as a piece of Japanese media is aiming to critique how Japan seems a bit too comfortable with the concept of sloth and apathy, there's another angle to this conversation that needs to be explored, the concept of filial piety. This is where the conceptual context, philosophy, and historical importance of Confucianism comes into play, and then subsequently interacts with the conventional apathetic wisdom that Shikata encourages. Now, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the Chinese philosopher Confucius, whose works reached, resonated, and whose works were subsequently adopted by nearly all of Eastern Asian culture to some extent or another. From China to Vietnam, to Korea, to even Tokugawa in Japan, everybody was into the wisdom and calls for social reform Confucius imparted to the Eastern world. As for the man himself, Confucius is best known for his body of work called Analects of Confucius. and for its famous axioms like do not do unto others what you do not want done to yourself. For additional context behind why Confucius resonated with so many, know that these works were all written during the Warring States period of Chinese history, an era defined by fierce warfare between 7 competing fiefdoms. Confucius' philosophy was swayed by this era of war, as amidst all the constant strife of this era followed a dire need for some kind of social order, with Confucius using the template of your traditional feudal Chinese family as the structural basis for all aspects of society, arguing that in order to achieve societal harmony, one's own house must be in order first. I should also mention that when the Tokugawa era of Japanese history came to be, the government, in addition to implementing the rather infamous rigid class structure of Japanese society that we discussed in last sites featuring Ryuji, also reasoned along similar lines. The Tokugawa shogunate were the victors of the violent and chaotic Sengoku era of Japanese history. The shogun quickly used Confucian philosophy to forever end the violence of the Sengoku period, ushering the longest period of peace and stability within Japanese history, spanning a length of 206 years via using Confucius' works and the Bakuhan system, a strict hierarchical class system that stratified citizens based on their profession to create order within a previously chaotic society, requiring its citizens to obey and to follow a definitive set of social behaviors and rules to adhere to in all aspects of one's day-to-day life. As for what aspects of Confucius' philosophy were used to create order within these two war-torn nations, Confucius' ideas for what constituted the model family was influenced by how feudal China functioned, in which land was held by large clans whose internal life was structured hierarchically and patriarchally. According to classical Confucianism, one's body is seen as an extension of one's parents, and in some circumstances of the government as well, with some family members and citizens of the government being conceptualized as one big massive body. A filial relationship that was observed during Tokugawa Japan as a means to give the emperor legitimacy to the rule over the peasants, and as a notion that the Chinese Communist Party still impresses into modern Chinese society to this very day as a means to consolidate their own power. Per Confucian wisdom, the patriarch of the family, which could either mean your father or the government, is the filial head of the family, and the onus is upon each citizen to engage in ethical behavior, deferring to the wisdom and the judgment of the filial figure within one's life, both at the familial level and at the governmental level. This is best highlighted with how the Chinese character that represents filial piety, translated to Zhao, is written as so. The character is a combination of the character Lao, meaning old, above the character Zi, meaning son. In essence, this character depicts an elder being carried by his son. So to tie this all back into Confucian ideals, this indicates that the older generation should be supported by the younger generation, with the youngins of society doing so as an unconditional obligation, having no choice but to unconditionally support the parents as far as Confucian ethics is concerned. According to classical Confucianism, these prescriptive ethical behaviors can be delineated into 15 main aspects and are as follows. A child within a filial relationship to the parents is to love and revere one's parents at all times, to obey one's parents, to admonish one's parents with reason and righteousness, to be near home and ready to serve one's parents, to treat and serve one's parents with politeness and etiquette, to fulfill one's parents' aspirations by joining the same occupation or vocation, to promote the public prestige of one's kindred and to honor one's parents, to cherish the loving memory of parental affection, to entertain one's parents appropriately, to let parents live without worry and anguish, to look after one's parents with a spirit of true caring, to preserve one's body from injury, to bear sons and thereby continue the family line, to bury the deceased parents with ritual propriety, and to offer sacrifices to the deceased parents with ritual propriety as well. To ensure social harmony within society, one must then adhere to several prescriptive roles within the socio-ethical structures Confucius outlined, with its most fundamental and unconditional tenet being the unconditional obligations the family's child has in relation to their parents. Now, when I say unconditional, Confucian ethics does not regard filial piety as a choice to follow or not to follow, but rather as an inevitable fact of nature, an unconditional obligation of the child to obey and care for the parents and elderly family members. Now, this may all sound pretty terrible, but it's not just nose to the grindstone all the time for the kids. In a jump when I say jump or else kind of relationship, filial piety is not straight up just wanting the child to obey their parents unconditionally, but it is rather the children deferring to the judgment of the parents and seniors, as conventional wisdom would hold that they be old, therefore they must be wiser than the kids. It is why in Eastern cultures, the younger generations usually seek out the senior-most members of the family, such as their grandparents, to consult them on family and personal matters first, before making any kind of major decision. So in this context, filial piety is an overall moral awareness of repaying the burden borne by your birth. It's a payment of righteous and moral behavior made to one's parents in a reciprocal manner by simply referring to their judgment before making any kind of decision.
好きな男はできたのかい？なんだいその反応は。携帯貸してみな。なんだいこのただの人ってのは。おばあちゃん許さないよ。
This phenomenon of deferring to one's judgment of your conventionally wiser superiors may also apply to a citizen's relationship to the government. As we touched on previously, the socio-political environment where filial piety was conceived within was following a tense area of feudalistic war both in China and in Japan. Naturally, to ensure their own power and keep order within society, the government would take measures to ensure the peasants worked the fields in exchange for the protection of the wise and noble classes of samurai, expecting each class that existed within the Tokugawa hierarchy to act and behave accordingly to one's station. So, in other words, your parents and to some extent the shogunate are responsible for your existence and caring for you. They scratch your back, change your diapers, dried your eyes, and put up with your weird emo phase in high school. So, in return, per Confucian ethics, you are then obligated to make the lives of your parents as pleasant and as comfortable as possible for dealing with all your bullshit, to make them live without worry. Confucius implores that within this harmonious household that he imagines, children must have their elders see and hear pleasurable things, giving them the best degrees of food, accommodations, clothes, and hygiene that their children can possibly provide them with. It is why in Korea, for example, the order in which one eats at dinner is dictated by age or seniority, with your seniors often eating first and the youngest family members often being allowed to touch their food last. Per conventional wisdom, all the nutritional value goes right to the brains behind the operations war. This fraternal social phenomenon present in Korea and other Asian cultures might also be why there's a heavy presence and emphasis upon the usage of honorific language as well. Koreans, for example, demonstrate this the best, using terms like oppa and young, meaning older or younger brother respectively, and even words like nuna and uni, meaning older sister respectively. The important takeaway here is that these fraternal honorific terms can be utilized interchangeably to refer to people within your own family and someone you're not related to as well. These are but a few examples of how ingrained filial piety is to Korean society. The element of the family and the respect one is required to show others is present even outside the household, applying itself to every member of society. Everyone is either your older or younger sibling to some degree or another, and there's really no escaping this fraternal aspect of Korean society. For the Japanese, however, filial piety applies a little bit differently when addressing other people. In Japanese society, addressing others is still based on station and the degrees of social closeness you share with that person, which is reflected by affixing the appropriate honorifics at the end of their surnames based on the context of the situation at hand. Depending on such situations, you will often be addressing others by using honorifics such as kun, san, senpai, and if you're really close to someone, you would use chan or address them by their first name. Comparatively, in Japanese society, filial piety is less about showing a fraternal relationship between yourself and others, but more so about highlighting the stratification of members that exist within its society, wherein everyone is called upon to give the proper respect according to their particular social station that exists either above or below you. This is why you're expected to bow when greeting other people, or when expressing your gratitude for something, or even when you're apologizing for something. With how deep one bows determine how sincere those statements would be. Respect between child and parent, wanting to do right by them, is a decent idea of what could be the basis of a harmonious society. A world based around the relationship being defined by the roles of the subordinates, be it son, subject, or wife, to the superior, being that of the father, emperor, or husband, makes sense given the context of when Confucius wrote these codes of ethics. Society must have order. However, the more authoritarian aspects of the societal structure fails to account for the fallibility of those you're supposed to defer authority to. It fails to account for instances wherein those in charge of guiding and mentoring you towards a successful and harmonious future seek to exploit their position for their own gain. At its most basic level, filial piety insinuates that one's parents and seniors are infallible mountains of wisdom and moral altruism that will not under any circumstances take advantage of this colloquial wisdom of their culture for their own gain, or be seduced by a bolt-headed fascist waving prospects of money and power in their faces. We can see that some aspects of filial piety, the act of unquestionably supporting, respecting, and obeying the authority of one's parents, still existing within Eastern cultures today, with personified palace rulers often criticizing in totality why this system, frankly, well, sucks. Filial piety is one of the reasons why Sai and Makoto's relationship is so complicated and dysfunctional. In a filial context, Sai and Makoto are initially just fraternal sisters, with the dynamic of that relationship changing upon their father's death. With their house out of harmony, and embittered by these events, Sai lacks the conventional wisdom and temperance required to lead the household. This lack of tact is further compounded by Sai still being very young, and while she's absolutely found ways to find personal success within her own career, she still lacks the experience and patience that comes with age, giving unconstructive advice to her sister in the form of gaslighting her, with Makoto being obligated to be seen but not heard as to not trouble her sister further. Filial piety is why within Persona 5, Yusuke did not blow the whistle on Madarame the minute he suspected a sensei and legal guardian of plagiarism or abuse.
What's wrong with a pupil helping out his master? There are no victims here. Stop pushing your self-centered righteousness on me.
It is why Yusuke still holds some amount of sympathy towards Madarame after we change his heart, and why he still desires to paint in honor of his mother's memory despite Madarame nearly ruining his love for the arts.
Still, he has kept me safe these past 10 years. My gratitude for that won't just disappear.
It is why Ryuji feels immensely guilty over disappointing his mother, calling himself a bad son for not following through with his parents' wishes for a bright future. Conversely, it is also why Ryuji's mother assumes the brunt of responsibility for her son violently lashing out in the manner that he did towards Kamoshida, and why she bothers to apologize to Ryuji for not being a good parent, an insufficient guiding force within her son's life that, per conventional wisdom, would obviously lead to Ryuji becoming predisposed to becoming a violent thug. It is also why in Persona 4, for example, we see members of the investigation team like Kanji, Naoto, and Yukiko grappling with inheriting the legacy and careers of the families throughout the plot of the game. Filial piety hits Kanji and Yukiko especially hard, as they both feel to some degree of shame or guilt for desiring a different life outside of their small town, questioning if they even want to inherit the family business of their parents. Now, that's all well and good, but if we step outside of Persona and into reality for a second, we can see filial piety wreaking havoc upon other aspects of society as well. It is, for example, one of the many reasons why China, for instance, it was an excuse by the government to implement the one-child policy, as Confucian ethics called for the promotion of the birthing of male heirs over female heirs, and could explain why Eastern culture is so patriarchal in nature. It is also why the responsibility of caring for not just your own immediate family, but also the family of your spouse, meaning your in-laws, is squarely thrust upon the household's patriarch, which has led to many issues for many Chinese households, as the male is automatically going to be the de facto breadwinner. This also interacts with the reasons why so many are encouraged, or often forced, into marriage at young ages in both China and Japan. As per conventional Confucian thinking, the bigger the family, the bigger the estate, which would mean more power, support, and respect for the head of the clan's household. In reality, though, this means the male heir of the household often has to work to the bone out of a simple obligation to, well, everyone else. Stepping away from China and into Japan now, filial piety is certainly part of the reason why many Japanese salarymen stick with the corporation that initially hired them for many years, often until retirement, feeling obligated to express some degree of filial devotion to their bosses and coworkers, rationalizing the entire office and perhaps in some cases their customers as one big giant family of which they can never fully disobey or disappoint. This filial notion of loyalty can be observed from top to bottom within Japanese corporate culture as well, from your senior-most board members all the way down to the greatest of greenhorns. As a more positive example of this phenomenon, I ask that you all recall when Nintendo CEO Satoru Iwata took a 50% pay cut, when Nintendo veteran Shigeru Miyamoto and Genyo Takeda also taking a 30% pay cut in solidarity with Iwata, as they, being the senior-most board members of Nintendo, and in a filial context, the father-like figure of the Nintendo family, all took responsibility for the Wii U being a commercial failure on behalf of the company. In other words, the wisest and most experienced members of the Nintendo clan led their employees astray, and instead of firing the lowest levels employees or downsizing the workforce of the company, Iwata and Miyamoto punished themselves to make up for the company's shortcomings. Per conventional wisdom, Miyamoto and Iwata should have known better than to allow these poor decisions to keep piling up, having led the company for as long as they have, and the onus would be on them to make such things right again. This would be a more positive example of filial piety interacting with Japanese corporate culture, and one might say how such a society should and would function in the most ideal circumstances. However, as you may expect, it's not all that ideal. Filial piety may also be one of the reasons why karoshi, the act of overworking oneself to death, remains a huge issue in Japan. You again don't want to disappoint your family, so you're probably going to work long hours until you please them. The culture that filial piety encourages is also one of the main reasons why hitting up the bars after hours with your coworkers to engage in no-move communication is considered par for the course. You are morally obligated to get completely shit-faced with your bosses and potentially and permanently fuck up your liver out of respect for your bosses and to maintain your place within society. Coming back to those 15 ethical guidelines we outlined earlier, the 13th point deserves some further investigation and elaboration when considering the corruptibility of authority figures, as Confucian ethics considers what roles gender is to play within a society. To reiterate, Confucian ethics call for the female members who follow the set of ethics to birth male heirs to continue the family line. This gives us the notion that the kind of society filial piety encourages skews heavily towards men. It would have to be highly patriarchal in nature if one of the core tenets has its followers intrinsically value male births over female births. The value of woman is directly linked to the furthering of the family line, which in reality would mean that the most honorable and useful action a woman may take is to pop out as many male heirs as possible, letting us the notion that your family's name, your surname, carries with it the weight of immense social status and power. This gendered aspect of filial piety is why in Persona 4, for example, Naoto feels as though she needs to hide her gender from society in order to honor the legacy of her deceased parents and her detective grandfather, all the while being the quote-unquote wrong gender to carry on the legacy. This comes to be a bit of a problem for Naoto because traditional wisdom holds that only the male heir of a family is qualified to handle such a task. Colloquial wisdom that we also see being displayed within the Okumura arc of Persona 5, as Haru's father openly practices the act of Mikyoshi, the act of adopting a male heir from another family through political marriages and the like, where Haru, the only remaining heir of a massive corporate conglomerate, and a female one at that, is expected to be married off to pool the resources of her father's company and household with another well-established family. We so often see President Okumura chatting his daughter about her role to honor him as a daughter of his lineage by forcing her into a relationship that she wants nothing to do with.
I will do the best I can.
Good. That's how a daughter of Okumura should be.
Speaking of the sociological power one's surname possesses, if we come back to Persona 5 for a second, when Kawaii alludes to Makoto's lineage being of the utmost importance, he is not bullshitting.
Your lineage must certainly play a part in this excellence. Your sister is still young, yet she holds an admirable position at the public prosecutor's office, no? If something disappointing were to happen here, that wouldn't reflect very well on your sister. Do you understand?
Makoto's family name, all the ninjas that we know exist within the game, like Makoto's father and her older sister, have chosen careers within law enforcement. In the context of filial piety, their family's surname has become synonymous with those who seek justice, and do so with immense competence. Thus, conventional wisdom would hold that if Makoto is indeed a true Niijima, like her father and Sai are, then exposing the identities of the Phantom Thieves should be of no problem for someone of her ilk. However, if Makoto does indeed fail in this task, it will reflect dishonorably upon her older sister, and more specifically, her family name. Something of which we will see in great detail in Persona 5 later with Makoto and Sai as we continue on. That is to say, we will see the Niijima sisters not only being strong-armed by means of threats and blackmail, as their bosses aim to ruin their respective reputations and futures, but by the social obligations of Filial Piety that the Niijima sisters must engage with at school, work, and at home. This lends both sisters the feeling of palpable powerlessness, stemming from a sense of propriety, being unable to refuse or resist the rules of the social structure that they've been forced to abide by. It's a fundamental difference in how each gender is treated, and frankly, there is no sense of gender equality within societies that follow Confucian ethics, only an explicit hierarchical structure wherein women are at or close to the bottom of the totem pole at all times. If we were to compare this Filial hierarchy in relation to Western establishments of patriarchal authority, a ruler's position within society was generally legitimized by referring to a higher transcending power that descended from the Roman concept of pater potestas. This rule was the basis of Roman law, and thus the Western ideal of the absolute power a family's patriarch will wield over their family. Merely being a father meant that you had the inherent power to control the persons and property of his children. Roman law, and to some extent the spirit of Western law, had the patriarch positioned in such a manner where he owned everything, informing us that such power came with the position. This concept would extend from the smallest of families to the government, but the size of one's family did not necessarily mean that a specific patriarch, or even king for that matter, is going to hold more authority within society. When feudalism became the basis of government in Europe, religion then became the basis on which a ruler's power was then legitimized. The power the church gave to monarchs was divine by a divine right, with the divine power to rule bequeathed to those the church chose to crown, as such authority and power relied upon the authority of both God and that of the church, not upon how many peasants or samurai were in its service. Conversely, within Confucian ethics, the power of authority one would hold within society was defined by the amount of subordinates serving them as well as their gender. The bigger the household, or more frankly, the more subjects the patriarch had to rule over, the more power one would wield within society. The son would serve the father of the household, the subject of the government would serve the emperor, and the wife would serve the husband. When I do say serve, I really do mean it. In Confucius' Analects, he defines the roles women are meant to play within society in more detail, which I'll pull a few excerpts from. Quote, "When walking, don't turn your head. When talking, don't open your mouth wide. When sitting, don't move your knees. When standing, don't rustle your skirts. When happy, don't exult with loud laughter. When angry, don't raise your voice." End quote. Another one is as follows. Quote, "Respectfully serve your father-in-law. Do not look him directly when he speaks at you. Do not follow him around, and do not engage him in conversation. If he has an order for you, listen to him and obey." End quote. Extrapolating all this, women are nothing but servants as far as Confucian ethics is concerned. Women are ordered to suppress all manner of emotions, effectively being seen but not heard until asked. You are a persona non grata, a second-class citizen within the house and within greater society, with your intrinsic value to society being how fast you can pop out male heirs. For a woman abiding by Confucian ethics, it is a life of complete and total submission to patriarchal authority. It's a miserable existence for women, as Confucian ethics not only directly enables misogyny, but all sorts of dysfunctional behaviors, such as gaslighting and child abuse too. Of course, this leads those who sit the highest on the Filial hierarchy the notion that they are free to abuse and push around those at the bottom of the social ladder with ease. Now, it is fairly common within Asian families for the newest member of the family, and more specifically, the daughter-in-law, to be treated like the family's own personal servant, especially by the other woman within the family. This will likely be the only time within their lives where women will be able to wield such power over someone else who is perceived to be lesser. This would then lead to internalization, the non-conscious mental process of which the characteristics, beliefs, feelings, or attitudes of one's parents are assimilated into the self and subsequently adopted as one's own belief system. Given enough time to expose someone to a set of ideals for long enough, they will cease being individuals at all. They'll grow to eventually be just another mouthpiece that will slowly but surely begin to perpetuate all the behaviors of their parents. Circling back to the strife that Asian families often see between the daughter-in-law and the mother now, the mother, having internalized the expectations and behaviors of filial piety, having suffered the trials and tribulations of being a submissive daughter-in-law herself, comes to eventually identify with the same traditions that proved so oppressive during her own youth, to such an extent that now she is a beneficiary of those practices. All that internalized oppression will finally surface, and it will be targeted squarely at the new daughter-in-law. You'll likely hear your mother-in-law shit-talking you, gossiping to your spouse and new family members about how useless you are at fulfilling your obligations as a wife and a homekeeper, with the common tactic being for the in-laws to overwhelm you with impossible tasks and then gaslight you about your inability to effectively complete them in a timely manner. It's quite the perpetual syndrome. Through fear and gaslighting, as the attempts to straddle the line between benevolent authoritarianism filial piety calls for, the individual becomes less of an individual with thoughts, feelings, and emotions of their own, instead becoming more like a pliable servant for greater society, and those who sit at the top of the hierarchy. Internalization of these values is how the cycle continues, and is why this miserable existence is perpetuated by and for women. Not only does this affect the subordinates within society, such as women, but it also affects their children as well. In Chinese child-parent relationships, fear was an overwhelming contributing factor in meeting the expectations of one's parents. In addition to that aspect of Confucian ethics, children don't necessarily perform their filial duties out of a certain love for the parents, but instead engage with filial piety in a detached manner. They, to some degree or another, disassociate while playing the prescriptive roles of what Confucian ethics would deem to be befitting of quote-unquote good children. This is a sneaky bit of subtext that we will see within Persona 5, as Makoto engages with this aspect of filial piety with almost every single conversation she has with Sai before her Persona awakening. So do keep that in mind as we continue on. As we'll be able to see later, and as you can possibly imagine, the internalization of these ethics discourages any resistance from those who exist as subordinates within Confucian society, especially women and children, as we can easily draw the conclusion that filial piety leaves society oriented or even stuck in the past, as it calls for the abject obedience and submission of the younger generation to the whims of their elders, causing an inherent resistance to change within all aspects of society, which then begets a fatalistic society that is incredibly susceptible to superstition, authoritarianism, conformism, all the while actively suppressing critical and creative learning attitudes that could benefit society as a whole.
You have no honor, and you are a slave to it.
Circling back to Persona 5 once again, you may recall that there is a moment where Sai chooses to lecture Makoto about the pitfalls of the inherently patriarchal world that they live within.
You don't need to think about such unnecessary things. You understand what I'm trying to say, right?
Study hard and go to a prestigious college.
Moving up in the world is difficult as a woman, yet you can't do much if you don't have the authority. I'll use every method necessary to make it happen.
Now, certainly a Western audience might roll their eyes and imply the relative colloquial knowledge of what experiencing patriarchy is like here in the West, along with the degrees of relative gender equality we experience here as well. However, attributing Western values to this topic in such a manner would be an incredible mistake. Again, Persona 5 is a Japanese video game that is made to criticize topical issues with Japanese society. And as of 2022, Japan has remained an incredibly unequal society regarding gender. As per the Global Gender Gap Index, Japan ranked 116th out of 156 nations regarding gender equality, which is insanely low for such a well-developed country, with Japan lagging behind its East Asian neighbors like China and Korea, which placed at 106th and 199th respectively. This is due to a myriad of factors, but what I want to focus on in relation to the Niijima sisters' place in Persona 5 is gender-segregated career tracks, the male-to-female ratio of college graduates, and the gender pay gap in Japan. While in educational institutions like high school, gender equality is very much that, equal, and faster than will make sense a bit later within this video, but truly outside of high school is where Japanese women generally experience problems with inequality. Out of a total number of around 3 million college students enrolled at Japanese universities, in 2013, Japanese women only accounted for about 42.4% and 44.5% in 2022. While this trend is slowly on the rise, the increase is absolutely pitiful, just a 2% increase over the past decade or so. If we extrapolate all that data, then Japanese women still, over the course of 10 years or so, are still being trounced in academia and then subsequently in their professional careers by men. Another aspect of these issues are the traditional gender roles of Japanese society, wherein many women are given the impression that going to college and pursuing a professional career will impede their ability to get married and rear a child, even if they have no plans to start a family. You're encouraged to keep your options open, as it were. Effectively, you have two career fields to pursue: the managerial track called Sogushoku, or the dead-end clerical track called Ippanshoku. The latter is associated with female workers, and the former is associated with male workers, as it entails the presence of long work hours, indicating that those who cannot afford to work long overtime hours are going to be deprived of the opportunity for promotions, to then become managers, and thus have a stable professional career. Now, I'm not saying it's not impossible for a woman to pursue such a career in this manner. However, two factors are limiting women from making such an investment worthwhile. Per the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Japan is the lowest ranking among G7Hs, with the average wage gap being a whopping 22.1%. Given the median salary of the Japanese working population is about $4,730 a month, a woman would earn just over 1K per month, or about 12.5 grand a year. A pittance is even more pitiful when considering that extended work hours for women are incompatible with traditional Japanese family roles after marriage due to the strong persistence of traditional division of labor. The burden of childcare and household tasks is chiefly borne by women, whereas the men work long hours to financially support their families. As a result of this colloquial wisdom, many women tend to gravitate towards part-time work, and, well, frankly, part-timers are going to get passed over for promotions in favor of the more qualified candidates who possess a degree and who also can afford to put in the overtime hours. Once again, I call your attention to the last episode of the series where we cover Ryuji's home situation, as he is party to a single mom. I highlighted how Ryuji lives in relative squalor compared to the rest of the Phantom Thieves, occupying a small 2-room tatami-laden apartment which he shares with his mom. As I said during that episode, Ryuji's financial situation and the physical devastation caused by losing a scholarship due to Kamoshida's fuckery is directly tied to this aspect of Japanese gender inequality, with his mom likely earning a pittance that's barely enough for both of them to scrape by. When compared to the Niijimas though, it's clear that Sai is not only doing well for herself, but markedly better than the average Japanese woman. The fact of the matter is that Sai is a 24-year-old law degree holding woman who holds a commendable job as a public prosecutor, a governmental position that, traditionally speaking, a man would hold instead of Sai. As it stands, the Niijima, and more specifically Sai, is a gendered rarity within the context of Japanese society. She's a professional and fiercely independent woman who's proven her mettle. Taking all that knowledge into stride, this conversation she has with Makoto is a very frank and important one for Sai to have with her little sister.
Moving up in the world is difficult as a woman, yet you can't do much if you don't have the authority. I'll use every method necessary to make it happen.
As it stands, Makoto and Sai, no matter how hard they try, are going to be dwarfed by systemic gender inequality in Japan. 55.5% of college graduates will be men. They will be implored not to pursue professional careers all the while, and they will likely be paid 22% less than their male coworkers. As subordinates, as women existing within the highly patriarchal society that is Japan's, life is going to suck for both of them, and we can thank Filial Piety for doing so. All the more reason for Sai to try and brace Makoto for the reality of the situation as best she can.
All you need to do is remain focused on what must be done now for your future's sake. You understand what I'm trying to say, right?
Study hard and go to a prestigious college.
However, Sai's advice isn't all that beneficial to Makoto, as she's still a very young woman who, of course, is very successful, but that doesn't mean recent events and the expectations of her society aren't actively going to eat away at Sai and Makoto. While Sai might implore her little sister to live a life as she did, and desire for Makoto to find success in a similar manner as her older sister did through excelling in academics, the issue is that it leaves both of them susceptible to blackmail by corrupt authority figures who seek to lord their successful future over their heads for some ill-gotten gains. Now, while playing the game, if you have ever wondered why most of the victims of the palace rulers like Ryuji, Shiho, An, and Makoto allow themselves to be repeatedly strong-armed, admonished, or ostracized from society for refusing to lick the boots of, say, Kamoshida for instance, who so graciously mentors his students at the prestigious prep high school, Shujin Academy, is because in Japan, high school teachers and staff, especially at prep schools like Shujin, engage in the practice of placement counseling, or Shinroshido. This is an umbrella term used to describe the academic attitude Japanese students hold towards studying, and the manner in which they are recommended to universities. If you ever wondered why the friend groups of various Japanese students seem to be focused around academia rather than things outside the purview of education, placement counseling is why. Within Western cultures, it is generally upon the students to decide where they will be attending universities, with teachers providing counseling to encourage students to make a decision on an individual level. In Japan, though, it is slightly different. While students generally still have a say in their futures, the process is not as simple as getting the appropriate GPA and ACT/SAT test scores to then apply to a college. Instead, in Japan, the onus is on the teachers to then recommend the students to particular universities or careers. The teachers and staff of the school that you go to serve as liaisons between potential employers and universities, with, of course, the students that they favor the most getting their name put forth before anyone else. This enables a vicious socio-cultural cycle that incentivizes a toxic culture of conformity and de-incentivizes arguing with authority in general, as Shinroshido encourages students to tend to suck up to their teachers for recommendations. This is also where the filial piety disposition continues from one's high school graduation all the way into the professional lives as adults. It would be uncouth for any student to act or behave out of pocket after their teachers painstakingly recommended their names to potential employers, staking both their reputations and that of their alma maters to allow them to be saddled with such a bright future. The words of your teachers and your seniors in this particular situations are your means to a bright future, with conventional wisdom holding that disappointing them is tantamount to a personal betrayal. This is why Japanese students always seem to be in fierce competition with each other, or why schools, as we do see in Persona 5, after a block of exams, publicly post the names and test scores of each student, going as far as to rank them based on performance, with the students who scored the highest generally garnering the reputation of being the popular student at school due to their academic diligence. Quickly contrasting this notion to Western culture, being popular in the West isn't due to one's own academic performance. It often rather stems from an anti-academic attitude, where in Western school culture generally believes school to be a drag, and in some cases we see others discouraging people from engaging in studying and doing well in school. Coming back to Persona 5 once more, we can actually see the results of Japan's culture of fierce academic competition between peers as we play through the game. If Joker manages to completely ace all of his finals as soon as May 20th with exam scores that'll put him at the top of his own class, the students at Shujin will begin to treat him very differently. And by differently, I mean that they're all extremely salty that Joker beat them. Per conventional collectivist wisdom, Joker's peers cannot fathom that the guy who got saddled with an assault record, a criminal through and through, could be so virtuous by applying himself to the degree that Joker did to reach the top of his class. As we walk through the halls of the academy, we get the general notion that most of the students feel ashamed for losing to someone of Joker's ilk, with some of our peers calling Joker's success nothing more than a fluke. We can even observe some even rethinking the rumors surrounding Joker's being a hot-blooded violent person, a delinquent, all because he performed well in his exams. If this is any indication, then good test scores are the only means in which high school students can accrue social status and upward social mobility within their own friend circles, between their peers, and to gain the attention of the teachers in order to get the keys to the kingdom. This is also why in Persona 5, the staff, students, teachers, and parents of Shujin, which bear in mind is still a college prep school that focuses on sports, seems to be okay with banking on Kamoshida's reputation to find some modicum of post-graduation success, and why calling him out for being a two-faced piece of shit is discouraged by the staff and Ryuji's former track teammates.
People around me were the ones who kept it secret. Adults who want to share in my accomplishments, students who have the drive to become winners. They willingly protect me, so that we all may profit from it.
It is also part of the reason why Shiho can't exactly walk away from volleyball. She has committed her entire future to the sport, and in doing so, she is now entirely dependent on Kamoshida's word and reputation to greenlight her future as a star athlete.
Your skills have been recognized. It's all because you work harder than anyone else.
Yeah, volleyball's all I have after all.
With Kamoshida being the star of the school, it is only through him and the principal that students like Ryuji, Shiho, Mishima, and Joker will be able to find some amount of success. So when Kamoshida gloats that the futures of his students are his for the taking, or when the principal threatens to use his power in station to not give Makoto the letter of recommendation she has worked so hard to earn, they are not bullshitting. They absolutely have that power to abuse their station, to blackmail their students, and ruin their lives.
If you're thinking of laying low because you got a record, everyone already knows.
How'd that happen?
Kamoshida opened his damn mouth.
Oh! Oh, man! Oh, fuck him!
No one else besides a teacher could have leaked it that fast.
Okay, double fuck him then. Holy shit!
It doesn't matter if it's a student or a club. That asshole just wrecks things he doesn't agree with. Just like he did with me.
This is also why Honor Ryuji, being the poor students that they are, hate Makoto's guts for holding the position of student council president.
Judging by that reaction, I'd assume you're going to struggle this time too.
It's not like you're any better. All you're good at is English.
Though, to clarify, it's not because they're envious of Makoto's academic abilities, or dislike her prissy attitude, though that is probably part of it to be fair. To Honor Ryuji, it's a matter of injustice.
You have been at the top of your class since day one. Your conduct is good, and teachers favor you. I could write you a recommendation for any college of your choosing, Makoto Niijima.
But for Makoto, despite all the grievances the Phantom Thieves have against her, is still a victim. While the party is initially blind to how Makoto is actively chafing as Kabayakawa's puppet, embittered by her lack of action, they'll learn, as will we in due time, that clinging to her station life and crossing her fingers was the only reasonable thing she could do given her circumstances. All these things, Filial Piety, Shikata Ganai, and the intensive academic culture of Japanese society are the things that Persona 5 wants to use Makoto, and to a lesser extent Sai, as a vehicle to criticize these aspects of society. While Sai and Makoto are forced to put their noses to the grindstone, or else, to find some modicum of success, they will find themselves to be victims of the same power structure they seek to find success within, with one Niijima rising above the prescriptive and traditionalist aspects of our society to question the efficacy of such practices. As we continue on with this analysis of Makoto's character, she will ask if it's even worth it all, wherein success isn't determined or defined by the fate or life path society has pre-selected for you. With the expectation for people like Makoto is to submit yourself to apathy, to the cold and grim hard reality of society. Instead, we will find Makoto refuting the very societal notion as she craves and then finds out exactly how to be a fully independent individual on her own terms, within a society that just wants her to be another willowy pushover. This is what makes Makoto's refutation of those norms so satisfying to watch unfold. In due time, of course. After all, as the saying goes, the silent voice within one's own heart whispers the most profound wisdom. Having covered the Japanese socio-cultural aspects necessary to understanding Makoto's place within Persona 5, let's finally get into the plot of the game itself to see exactly how Makoto changes from a submissive willowy pushover to a hot-blooded crashing tomboy, seeking to fundamentally change from the person the traditional values of her society has conditioned her to be, into someone who aims to fulfill her own ambitions and her desire for a happy family with her own power. There exists a Japanese proverb, a rather infamous one, that aims to characterize the degrees that people will go to ensure conformity within the context of the collectivist and homogeneous culture that is Japan's. The proverb is as follows: Derokugi wa otoreru, or in English, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. This proverb implies that people who are too different or conspicuous are to be criticized and sanctioned by others, that those within Japanese society who dare to act and behave differently than what's considered to be socially acceptable will be coerced into being normal or else through bullying and social isolation. We see this on full display as soon as Joker arrives in Tokyo with a criminal record in tow. The minute we walk into the blonde, Persona 5 begins to practically beat you over the head by the characters you initially meet, such as Sojiro, waxing on and on and on about how Joker's expected to act, adapt, and most of all, conform to your new life in this new unfamiliar city while on probation, as Joker serves a sentence, standing convicted on false pretenses for an assault charge. Before being forced out of his hometown by his parents, Joker's sense of justice was plain and simple. If he sees someone in need of help or sees someone using the power and influence for ill-gotten gains, Joker's sense of justice will compel him to step in and protect those in need. This initial action he took within his hometown was that of rejecting abject slothfulness and that of embracing justice. Unfortunately, drunken rapey fascists don't see it that way, and as such, Joker will spend the next year of his life walking on eggshells, being as unimposing as possible, hiding both face and mind, suppressing all thoughts of rebellion he has against the status quo until his sentence is over. In his new life as a felon, Joker is constantly treated like a second-class citizen by almost everyone he interacts with, as he's forced to live in a dusty attic of a coffee shop owned by someone who treats him like an absolute burden.
You protected some woman from a man forcing himself on her. He got injured, then sued you, right?
Yeah? Is there something wrong with that? Wait, is that why I got arrested? Because someone fucking sued me?
That's what you get for sticking your nose in a matter between two adults.
What?
You did injure him, yeah?
Hold on. I don't think I hit the desk loud enough. 1 second.
Even if Sojiro manages to get the whole picture of Joker's arrest with all of its noble qualities, his conclusion is that Joker should have kept his nose out of the business of adults.
In other words, they got rid of you for being a pain in the ass.
This courtesy of being an unwanted pain in the ass is also extended to Joker by Miss Kawakami and Principal Okayakawa, who both welcomed a Joker to Sujin Academy with a smorgasbord of put-downs and ultimatums.
To reiterate, just so we're clear, you will immediately be expelled if you cause any problems. In my opinion, you're nothing but a liability, but we had our circumstances to consider. Whatever you might have gotten away with in your hometown, those days are over.
The principal makes it clear that if Joker does not toe the line for the next year or so, he will use his power and station to absolutely and unequivocally ruin Joker's life.
If you are thrown out from our school, there will be no place for you to go. Keep that in mind.
As for Miss Kawakami, she shares a similar opinion of us to that of Sojiro. She wants absolutely nothing to do with us, with being tasked to rehabilitate Joker being just another burden that she already can't handle.
If by chance you cause any problems, I won't be able to protect you at all.
As Joker's homeroom teacher, someone you would spending 6 out of 7 days of the week with, you'd think she'd be fighting for her students' well-being. However, as we make our way to school, the opposite seems to be true not of just Kawakami, but most of the school's populace as well. As we meet our future party members, personified as best boy and best girl respectively, we get the impression that Sujin is an incredibly toxic environment where everyone seems to be entirely selfish, willing to trample upon and belittle others for the sake of their own personal gain. If we poke and prod around a little bit more and eavesdrop on our peers, we get the impression that no one here is truly committed to helping Joker, and one has to wonder if such courtesies are extended to Sujin's problematic students. This theory ends up being proven correct when we first run into Ryuji, where we get the impression that he's very familiar with the toxic culture of his high school, as he immediately assumes that Joker's gonna rat him out to Kamoshida, or belittle him for being a loudmouth delinquent.
You planning on ratting me out to Kamoshida? Huh? In that car just now, it was Kamoshida. He does whatever the hell he wants. Who does he think he is, the king of a castle? Don't you agree?
This, of course, isn't the case, and nor was Joker correct in labeling Ryuji as vulgar-looking boy before getting to ascertain his true characteristics. As Ryuji and Joker accidentally make their way into Kamoshida's palace somehow, we find that, despite Ryuji's outward vulgar appearance and Kamoshida's shadow characterizing him as a coward, Ryuji is actually an incredibly brave kid, as he checks one of Kamoshida's guards to the ground, giving Joker, a person that he barely knows, a chance to escape. Emboldened by Ryuji's selfish actions and seeing certain parallels to the justices he's suffered, Joker stokes the dormant embers of rebellion within his own heart, which allows him to awaken to his persona, or Sen. Though Joker's rebellious spirit remains a bit obstinate for the time being, it's enough for the bulk of them to escape back to reality, but not enough to escape the toxicity of Shujin. When confronted by Kamoshida at the school's entrance, we see where Ryuji's cynicism stems from. When pressed for an explanation about why they were both late to school, Ryuji and Joker aren't even given the chance to explain themselves to the staff and to Kamoshida, as they both threaten to expel Ryuji on the spot, with Kamoshida giving Joker quite the veiled threat afterwards.
Good luck trying to enjoy your new school life.
If the teachers are like this, then it would behoove us to expect the students to behave in an equally toxic and catty manner. Suspicions that are immediately vindicated as Joker throws through the halls of Shujin to Kawakami's office, overhearing our peers gossiping about Joker's scandalous criminal record and relationship with An Takamaki of all people, merely because we said hello to her in class. This is then immediately followed by our classmates openly slut-shaming An as they all clutch their pearls and basically hurl around accusations of her somehow seducing Kamoshida, only to then jump to Joker's arms. These rumors are ceaseless and don't stop. No attempts are being made by the staff to actually mentor these students that attend Shujin.
It seems like people are already talking about you, but I'm not the one who told them.
In fact, the principal seems more concerned with making the likes of Ryuji and Joker walk in eggshells in perpetuity, seeing it more important to protect Kamoshida's ego than that of promoting and protecting the welfare of their own students.
Why did you allow a student like him to transfer here? He's already started associating with Sakamoto. A student with a criminal record and the culprit of an assault case? At this rate, it'd be pointless how much I contribute to the school.
Now don't be like that. This school counts on you, Kamoshida-kun. You are our star.
On the school roof, Ryuji sums up her situation fairly well.
I bet Kawakami already told you stuff like, don't get involved with him, huh? Figured as much. Then again, we're in the same boat. I heard you got a criminal record. Everyone's talking about it. No wonder you were so gutsy.
Himself, Joker, and On are going to be taken seriously because of the school's delinquents, being outcasted and belittled by literally everyone for one reason or another.
Still sticks out. Hasn't changed a bit.
Helpless to do much of anything, we make Yasuda pact with Ryuji as troublemakers. It seems we made our first friend after being forced to live this new life in Tokyo, and honestly, we could do worse than having Ryuji at our side. As the days pass, we learn more and more about Shujin's toxic ecosystem on her second foray into the metaverse, and why Kamoshida pontificates around the school as if it's his king. Is it because, well, that's exactly how he imagines himself to be.
How many times must I tell you until you understand? This is my castle, a place in which I can do whatever I want. Everyone wishes to be loved by me.
He reveals the fact to the proto-Phantom Thieves that, in his position, he can do as he pleases, banking on his reputation as a former Olympic athlete and Sujin alumnus, rendering all attempts to rebel against him seem meaningless and inconsequential. The position that he occupies and the power that is inherent to such a station allows Kamoshida to do the most insidious of things, such as physically abusing his students with impunity. Kamoshida's aiming above breaking their limbs and inflicting permanent bodily harm upon them to make an example out of what happens to those who questions power. As we find out they're hanging out with the school's delinquent, Ryuji was one such pariah. Being fed up with Kamoshida's disguising the physical abuse of his former teammates under a thin veneer of training, Kamoshida then go to Ryuji and taking a swing at him by insinuating that Ryuji wasn't strong enough to defend his mother or himself from his abusive drunk-over father, all the while circulating and perpetuating rumors that Ryuji was equally as violent. Kamoshida's response to Ryuji defending the honor of his family and his teammates was to cripple Ryuji for life via breaking his leg, so that he may never run again, with Kamoshida later passing off such an action as being one taken in self-defense, thus giving Kamoshida the excuse to disband the track team, only to then replace it with his own volleyball team. And in the aftermath, seemingly nobody, staff, students, and parents included, questioned why Kamoshida, a former Olympian who's twice the size of his students, felt it necessary to body Ryuji like that to de-escalate the situation, being overall more interested in protecting Kamoshida's station at school over protecting one of their students. But Ryuji does find it within him to break free of the impossible burden Kamoshida's manipulation and gaslighting have wrought by being the troublemaker that everyone thinks he is. The truth of the matter is that it still isn't enough to put a dent in Kamoshida's power or make the school think twice about protecting him. As we run around the school grounds investigating the rumors with Ryuji, we find that among the volleyball players, Kamoshida's abuse of the student body is somewhat of an open secret.
Proving that he's physically abusing us is meaningless. Everybody knows. The principal, our parents, they all know, and they all keep quiet about it. This has gotta be a joke!
In retrospect, this seems kind of obvious from the way nobody reacted when Kamoshida was blatantly sandbagging Mishima during the volleyball meet in front of the entire school, with nobody but Kamoshida moving a muscle after he spiked Mishima directly in the face with such force and power that it knocked him unconscious. The students letting out an audible gasp and sitting there in shock after Mishima collapsed would be a somewhat reasonable reaction from them, but how the adult staff reacted to those same events is just disgusting.
Yeah! Man, you still got it, coach!
The teachers and staff on the other side of the court did nothing but stroke Kamoshida's ego during the entire volleyball rally, making remarks about he's still a super athlete despite his competition being high schoolers who, if anything, possess a fraction of his athleticism and skill at the sport. As Ryuji, Joker, and On sit alone in their separate socially segregated portions of the gym that perfectly reflect the degrees to which they are shown by society, it's clear that the school-wide meet isn't being utilized to educate the volleyball team or get others interested in the sport. It was solely created to feed Kamoshida's ego, and everyone's in on it, wittingly or unwittingly.
Oh, and how he acted like he was worried about Mishima? Oh, what an abusive D-bag!
From top to bottom, between students, parents, and teachers, nobody has the desire of the power to resist Kamoshida, the least of all the students' resident delinquents. This issue is then exacerbated when Ryuji and Joker realize that Kamoshida also abuses his students based on gender. Where he outright physically abuses the male students, he instead sexually harasses and blackmails the female members of the student body by sowing rumors and discord through the populace, entrapping them and then subsequently using his position of power to attempt to coerce students like On Takamaki into sleeping with him. Kamoshida also makes the consequences of On disobeying his lustful desires clear by physically abusing her best friend, Shiho Suzui, and threatening to remove her from the volleyball team's starting lineup, promptly ruining any chance that Shiho has at any kind of future within the sport.
Volleyball's all I have after all.
Things eventually come to the head on the 14th, as the rumor mill, of which Kamoshida is in charge of, by the way, is now squarely focused on slut-shaming Shiho instead of On, who, for some reason, has since lost Kamoshida's favor. The students are now claiming that Shiho was performing sexual favors for Kamoshida in exchange for being on the starting lineup. Ryuji rightfully assumes that this is all bullshit, which Joker then corroborates by chasing On down in Shibuya and confirming Kamoshida's intentions to course On and sleeping with him. As Joker tries to calm On down, it's clear that she isn't the promiscuous airheaded gaijin that the rumors make her out to be. She's an extremely loving and caring person who's enduring all this harassment and attempts to assassinate her character, all for Shiho's sake. It's admirable, but it's clear that both On and Kamoshida are at the end of the ropes.
I've had enough of this. I hate him. But still, Shiho's my best friend. She's all I have left in that sorry excuse of a school.
On finally breaks down in tears here, but even here, she can't fathom why anyone isn't interested in asking the obvious questions like, why is there a rumor going around about how a teacher has a history of trading sexual favors with not one but two of his students? Why aren't the powers that be doing more to combat these baseless rumors? Why was On confused at Joker chasing her down, considering it unusual for anyone, including the violent criminal psychopath of rumor, of all people, to actually give a shit about her more personal issues?
Are you really a bad person? I've heard people talking about you, but I just don't see it.
Well, the answer is, Sujin is a horrible and toxic place, a sentiment aided and abetted by those who profit from Kamoshida's reputation and seek to glorify him. Naturally, as things further spiral out of control, there will be a point where Kamoshida will get so brazen with his abuse of the student body to cause some amount of change, but alas, that doesn't happen. Instead, things get exponentially worse. While I would say the events that resulted in literally everyone making an active decision to protect Kamoshida's ego for some modicum of success are tragic, the events that would subsequently unfold on April 15th were an entirely predictable outcome.
Enough! This is a classroom!
Wait, she's going to jump!
Suzumi?
Shiho?
For real? Who is that? Hey! Stay in your seats! Do not step foot outside of this room!
No way! Huh? Is she gonna commit suicide?
Suzumi!
Suicide? Look!
Back to your seats!
Why? Shiho!
For any other state institution, a student attempting suicide would be the breaking point, the singularity, where the music would completely stop. Instead, that doesn't happen here. We find that within a minute of Shiho's suicide attempt, the teachers and staff aren't at all interested in being the responsible mentors and adults they're supposed to be. As Ryuji and Joker spring around campus, the staff are already making attempts to censor the news of the event, with some treating Shiho's want of dying as an inconvenience to previously planned school events, having the gall to be annoyed at the prospect of having to lift a finger to reschedule them for a different date. They're not at all interested in at least checking to make sure that Shiho's still alive, showing no desire to help her receive the medical attention that she would desperately need here, choosing to leave her on the ground for the paramedics to deal with in a similar manner to how one would scrape an old piece of gum off your shoe. They're not at all interested in doing the bare minimum to maintain the illusion of not being spineless cowards that immediately pass the buck to the principal.
I'm not in charge of her class, though.
Oh, fuck you spineless prick.
We should leave this to Principal Kobayakawa.
Are you fucking kidding me? No one here has a spine. I mean, the game's made it pretty clear so far, but fucking hell. I guess the amount of control Kamoshida has inflicted upon everyone in the school, to the point where they're afraid of riding in an ambulance when their students attempted suicide by jumping off their fucking building.
I'll go.
Thank you, On.
The fact that the bravest one of the bunch is in fact the student that has been outcast by the majority of her peers on grounds of baseless rumors, On doesn't even think twice about getting into the ambulance, just shows how rotten this entire establishment is. It's disgusting, and it only gets worse when Ryuji's blood starts to boil after witnessing the most flagrant abuse of power that Kamoshida's ever demonstrated in his tenure at Sujin. Kamoshida alludes to the fact that he's banking on Shiho dying in a coma so that she won't be able to make a statement about his assaulting her to the police. This, of course, causes Ryuji to experience another moment of righteous fury, almost giving Kamoshida exactly what he wants, more material to blackmail us with, as he looks to expel us to further hide the evidence of his deeds. The intended effect of this is to muddy the rumor mill, as it's now going to be more concerned with why Joker, Ryuji, and Mishima of all people are getting expelled, with some even suspecting that they were somehow involved in Shiho's suicide attempt. Kamoshida's Machiavellian schemes allow him to rid himself of all culpability and potential blame, with this aspect of the rumor mill persisting even after we infiltrate in the metaverse, and way after On awakens to her persona in order to avenge Shiho. As we come back to school the next day, we see that the status quo has been restored. Everyone has seemingly forgotten what just occurred on campus a few days prior. Nobody's slut-shaming honors Shiho. Nobody's asking any questions about Kamoshida's potential involvement with Shiho's suicide attempt. There's no police investigation occurring on campus grounds either, with some even trying to make light of the fact that someone nearly died on campus due to their gross negligence. Hi there everyone, I'm your biology teacher. You must be shocked what happened with Shiho-san. It was a shock to me too. Oh, I can relate to how she felt. Her eyes were devoid of life as they looked upon this sad, hopeless world? What? Huh? Who hired this guy?
Try to answer this.
Oh, that's our segue into an exam? What? Huh? That's not even mentioning that Ann is sitting right in front of me. Like, huh? This sudden return to normalcy is bookended by Kamoshida standing lackadaisically outside the school gates, ushering his students to class as if nothing ever happened.
Good morning. Come on, hurry up and get to class. Good morning. That admirable behavior won't do you any good once you're expelled.
Instead of thinking critically about the implications Kamoshida's deeds have upon the school, or even thinking that he's somewhat implicated at all, the rumor mill is now squarely focused on the new honors and star student athlete, Kasumi Yoshizawa, whom of which has quickly become the school's darling and center of gossip, replacing Ann and Shiho in all capacities. Barring that for a second, Kobayakawa has the gall to get up in front of the student body to make a speech that's basically him telling the student body to just move on with their lives and think about the future. It's a message that rings hollow, as he implores that the students forget that one of their peers tried to kill herself just a week ago. A task that's made easy because it would seem that everyone except for the members of the group that will eventually be known as the Phantom Thieves possess the memory and emotional intelligence of a goldfish. When Kamoshida does confess, some students do actually go out of the way to apologize to Ann for proliferating all the slut-shaming that was squarely directed at her and her alone. However, the fact that they didn't even think twice about reconsidering those actions make them look like spineless contrarians. Any lesser person would ruthlessly berate the lesser people on the spot, but Ann is better than that, offering forgiveness and mercy to her detractors, rationalizing that her peers were playing a game with stakes that they didn't quite understand. Be that as it may though, even after the Phantom Thieves of Hearts bring Kamoshida to justice, our group of misfits would soon realize that he was just one of many heads of the monstrous hydra that is Sujin Academy. We're still doomed to live in his shadow as two more grow to take his place, as the beast still seeks to further patronize his prey via a two-pronged attack. This Kafkaesque cycle of repression powered by narcissists profiting from the suffering others continues on after Kamoshida's arrest, the staff making more attempts to obfuscate the malicious irresponsibility and total lack of empathy for the students' well-being. Actions that are further highlighted as they choose to hire a therapist to do all the caring for them. Unlike the people who hired him though, Dr. Maruki is not a narcissist, but he was hired to narc on his students in service to the school staff, or to counsel those who had an antagonistic with Kamoshida, and or those who were otherwise a victim of his various abuses of power. However, in a surprising turn of events, he levels with the Phantom Thieves about this, which, while refreshing considering all the bullshit Ryuji and Ann have endured thus far, Maruki doesn't help himself by trying to bribe them with snacks or the prospect of a genuine conversation where every perceived chink of their armor is going to be exploited for clouds by their peers.
It's in the school's interests. For its students. Ah, the school's interest, huh?
Ryuji's right. Cynicism is still the name of the game here.
Would you three be interested in counseling? Nope, not at all. Huh? How's that surprising?
We have no reason to believe that Shujin is going to suddenly care about their mental health, and only doing so when it's convenient for the public image of the school.
You ever expect this place to actually give a shit about our mental health?
Thank you, Ryuji. While Ann might give Maruki the benefit of the doubt, Ryuji thinks that he's an incompetent buffoon. Just another half-assed attempt by the school's rotten adults to just do the bare minimum to keep up the appearance of, well, giving a shit.
Yeah, wasn't that guy just basically clowning it up on stage? Do you really think he'll do us any good?
This notion of wanting to limit the potential PR damage Shio's suicide attempt has made upon the school's reputation also extends to the park cleanup event we suddenly have at the end of the month. While cleaning up and putting on a smile is annoying enough, what's even more strange is that this is the first time in over a month and a half of attending classes at Shujin we spot the student council president, Makoto Niijima, barking orders of a megaphone from afar.
Please pick up all trash located in the areas assigned to your group. Once the cleanup is completed, a lunch of miso soup with pork and vegetables will be served.
Setting aside the fact that we only get a crummy bowl of overly salty miso soup in exchange for improving the public image of Shujin, we have to wonder where our illustrious Seto Kaicho has been all this time and what role she played within everything that's transpired over the past few weeks. One thing's for sure though, she's made herself scarce. This is the first time we've seen her make an appearance outside the school's library, where she otherwise seems to tune out the world around her. Now that we know for certain that this cleanup event was created to boost the reputation of the school while obfuscating the near death of a peer, Seeing her Seto Kaicho's head not buried within a book for once, as she chooses to now make an attempt to seem important and authoritative, immediately causes her to look like a bootlicker, a collaborationist. These initial impressions of our student council president, along with her repeated attempts to harass the members of the Phantom Thieves, ironically enough using the baseless rumors that flew around the school while Kamoshida still had power as a justification to pry into our personal matters, makes her look like an absolute tool.
What's Miss Council President want with us?
The troublemaker, the center of gossip, and the infamous transfer student. Interesting combination.
Great way to start a conversation.
Furthermore, Niijima doesn't even try to butter up the likes of An by showing some sympathy for Shiho. Instead, Miss Prissy President tries to shoot the thieves off the roof by adopting and using the same language the rest of the adult staff used to define and refer to Shiho's suicide attempt, henceforth referred to as the incident.
Ah yes, by the way, it's been decided that this place will be closed off due to the incident.
It's not so much as an understatement as it is a dog whistle used to obfuscate and downplay the severity of the event that indicated just how incomprehensibly irresponsible Shujin's staff actually was, and, well, frankly, still is. The irony of how she's operating off the same mechanism that was used to belittle An, defame Ryuji, and drive Shiho to suicide is not lost on the Phantom Thieves. All the while, Niijima is still treating those events as a history lesson or even some kind of distant memory, rather than something that happened a mere 3 weeks ago. She started off this whole situation as a non-factor, someone who chose not to get involved with the situation before. Why she's changed her tune to be that I'm an inflammatory, passive-aggressive asshole to the Phantom Thieves regarding the whole situation, all the while suddenly taking an interest in why the school's delinquents have suddenly started hanging out together now of all times, causes the likes of An and Ryuji to be very confused.
The rumors about that odd calling card-esque posting aren't going away either.
I didn't expect someone like you would care about that tactless stuff, Niijima-senpai.
I don't know that it was tactless.
As student council president, being the model student for all to be inspired by, she shouldn't be weighing in on the validity of these rumors surrounding us, or the calling card that Ryuji totally didn't plaster all over the school, especially considering that all that drama surrounding Kamoshida is over and done with, courtesy of us. So why all the sudden interest?
Anyone who attends this school would have interacted with him, whether they liked it or not.
An's right. If Niijima's Kaicho's passive-aggressive attitude and total lack of empathy wasn't annoying enough, the Phantom Thieves' opinion of her continues to plummet even further when she insinuates that dealing with us is below her pay grade.
Anyways, we done here? We can't leave if you keep talking to us.
At least try to understand my position. Being forced to deal with this horseplay.
Horseplay?
In one fell swoop, Miss Council President characterizes the very legitimate and very real grievances of the victims of Kamoshida's various abuses of power as nothing more than her kohai being rowdy and naive for refusing to fall back in line with the status quo, treating the Kamoshida incident as a distant memory. It's gaslighting, plain and simple. And while she does try to get the thieves to understand her position, whatever that might be, as it stands now, they have no reason to. Ever since Makoto's made it up here, she, for seemingly no reason whatsoever, brought up all the rumors that flew around the school that exclusively targeted members of the Phantom Thieves and Shiho, downplayed the severity of Kamoshida's crimes against the students, only to then comment upon Joker's criminal record in an attempt to unsettle him or get him to admit some culpability regarding Kamoshida's confession.
What's all this about? My friend here's an upstanding guy.
Thankfully, we have Ryuji to defend us from such slander, but I can't say the same about Makoto's affinity for making people dislike her even more. As if choosing to make things worse, Niijima doesn't even give us the chance to ask about why she's here for us in the first place. Instead, she chooses to further act in speaking that passive-aggressive aloofness the thieves have come to know her for as she exits the conversation. Her attitude has the obvious effect of infuriating Ryuji and further confusing On as to why she would even bother to strike up such a conversation with us and then leave.
I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
What was that about?
This begins a string of events in which the Phantom Thieves will begin to understand that this won't be the last time that we're going to be annoyed by her actions and prissy attitude. After Joker and Ryuji venture to Kichijoji, we find out that in addition to just being plain annoying, our student council president is also hilariously incompetent and naive. We catch her almost immediately trying to tell us around town and beyond, as she tries to hide her face behind a manga that she's obviously holding the wrong way up. When questioned, she tries to play it off and does so very poorly. A few weeks ago, before all the weird attempts at incompetent subterfuge started happening, Niijima even managed to sniff us out of the train station to harass us even more. And surprise, surprise, she was still annoying as ever then. She keeps prying for information about why the school's delinquents are sticking together after all that's happened, being surprised that Joker doesn't fit the profile the rumor mill has created for him. Because of this, she seems surprised that Joker's actually putting in the work to make it to school.
It looks like you're attending school seriously.
It's clear that her Seto Kaicho is still begging off what the rumor mill considers to be common knowledge about Joker's supposed violent tendencies and An's supposed promiscuity. She's still following the school's conventional wisdom that An is still some kind of slutty desaltor that jumps from stallion to stallion, which is just absurd.
You also seem pretty close with Takamaki-san if you're both coming to school together. You just transferred here, though. I guess you two really click. I see. You seemed a lot closer than that yesterday morning. I heard she was a victim of Mr. Kamoshida. But was that all there was to it? Either way, closer inspection should clear everything up. Goodbye.
However, despite her actions, she doesn't really hamper her ability to change Madarame's heart. She's simply nothing more than an irrelevant and inconsequential nuisance to her efforts. Yet she still persists with her irksome harassment and stalking of Joker for about a month or so. This business with her council president comes to a head on June 8th, as during lunchtime, Ann's understanding of Niijima's motives changes from that of an irritated confusion to full-on resentment after she overhears something from her peers.
Sounds like the principal's trying to get info on the students. Why do you think he's doing that?
It's probably because of Mr. Kamoshida, right? Considering what happened with Suzuki-san.
Huh?
I heard Principal Kobayakawa knew about the sexual harassment too, and just turned a blind eye to it. I bet he wants to snuff out any rumors now. Even the volleyball team was told to keep quiet.
That's the worst! So that's what he's using Niijima-senpai for?
Well, there we have it. As it stands now, Niijima was, and still is, actively working as a collaborationist and proxy agent for Kobayakawa's efforts to further suppress the information about Kamoshida's sexual harassment of the student body, going as far as to threaten the volleyball team from proliferating any more rumors about Kamoshida. From what we've seen from our first introduction to Kobayakawa, he's not above making students walk in eggshells or blackmailing them into compliance. Now more than ever, they need to speak up about the abuse that they've endured, but they've once again found themselves to be stifled under a different master. This time, it's not under some abusive, egotistical psycho oppressing them all, but rather it's the person who's supposed to be the best of her peers. The person most qualified to hold the position of student council president, charged with the duty of being the voice of the student body, acting as a liaison between the students and staff. Instead, we find that Niijima not only knowingly aided and abetted Kobayakawa's efforts to suppress the information after Kamoshida's arrest, but she knew that Kamoshida was sexually harassing the student body as it was happening, and chose to do nothing about it. This enrages Ann, causing her opinion of Makoto to plummet even further as she storms off with a scowl on her face.
Niijima-senpai knew?
How is it possible that people like Niijima can freely use their power and station to further oppress their classmates instead of helping them? After having to sit there in silence as the famous detective prince Goro Akechi subverts the sincerity of our justice by playing the role of skeptic, cynical, ethical hardliner, as he waxes philosophically about how vigilante justice is bad, despite society's more established means of justice failing both the students of Sujin and Madarame's pupils.
They're taking the law into their own hands by judging him. It is far from justice.
Akechi's cynicism has only strengthened the resolve of Ryuji, while Ann isn't entirely sure if we should keep up our heart-stealing escapades. Before even allowed to deliberate any further in the matter, we get a surprise visit from our favorite contemptible person.
You three seem to be having so much fun. I'm a little jealous.
Oh good! It's Niijima, here to snoop on us again with a pissy, aloof, passive-aggressive attitude, as if she's constantly looking down at us. Her choice of words isn't helping her either, as she seems to lack any sense of irony or self-awareness about how the Phantom Thieves perceive her.
My ears are always open to the troubles of my peers, you know.
If her ears were truly always open to the troubles of her peers, then she ignored the cries and murmurs about Kamoshida, letting it pass through one ear and out the other. Fortunately for Niijima, Ann is one to spell out for her illustrious Seicho Kaicho why nobody seems to hold her in such high regard as she snoops around.
You're really that hungry for a good letter of recommendation? Of course you are. Nobody would take on your annoying job if they weren't.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're student council president, right? Wouldn't you have known about Kamoshida?
Of course not. He honestly was a good teacher until that day.
When pressed if Niijima knew about Kamoshida's sexual harassment of her peers, she denies knowing anything about it, which is fine, but in the same breath, Niijima shows off her inability to admit faults with the people that she's aligned herself with. The way Niijima phrases this makes her look like an incompetent fool, someone who thinks highly of Kamoshida, or maybe it's just simple as covering her own ass. Setting that aside for a second, we know that Ann is forgiven the type of malice that Shujin's useful idiots create and then spread rumors about her supposed promiscuity. But forgiving Niijima is going to be a bit more difficult. To the likes of Ann and the rest of her teammates, Makoto is not only complicit within every single horrific action that Kamoshida has taken thus far, but the fact of the matter is, at graduation, Makoto is ultimately going to benefit from the actions of the power structure that enabled Kamoshida to abuse his students for so long.
You're really that hungry for a good letter of recommendation? Of course you are.
Makoto is going to receive preferential treatment due to her good grades and position as student council president, as opposed to the school's delinquents who brought Kamoshida to justice. Ann, Ryuji, and Joker are victims of gross injustice, yet Makoto is the one who's going to be graduating with honors and with a letter of recommendation no less to any university she chooses. I know there's that old saw about true heroes not wearing capes or some such other, but the fact still remains that Makoto is going to get the keys to the kingdom, and the Phantom Thieves are going to get nothing for their efforts. Even after beating back Kamoshida, Shujin's staff is still rewarding obedience and apathetic behavior through the individual who's supposed to be the model student for the entire body, insinuating that Kamoshida was a good man and a good teacher until he pushed Shiho to attempt suicide is a viciously stupid position to hold. Up until a student tried to kill herself was the line in the sand that caused the staff and now the student council president to then deem his actions as unacceptable. As if Kamoshida's harassment of Niijima's peers was a systemic problem that's been going on forever since he was hired to coach for the track team. Given everything we know so far, An is absolutely right to call her out on the lack of guilt or remorse. She's seemingly only interested in reaping the benefits of her position without taking any responsibility for her lack of action. It's a shitty look for her student council president, and Niijima does herself no favors by digging an even deeper hole for herself by once again refusing to admit some amount of culpability, and instead choosing to take this opportunity to lash out on An for some reason.
Then how about you? What did you do for your friend? You were much closer to her than I was. So how did you help?
There wasn't any way to help. By myself, I couldn't do anything for her.
There's no need to shout.
No, there is in fact a reason to shout over you being completely unreasonable after all your snide insinuations about An, as she once again gaslights her about how she couldn't have done something but didn't. Ryuji feels in the tension of the moment, and then deals a fatal blow to Niijima by saying that if the Phantom Thieves are indeed real and out there helping people, they're objectively more useful and dependable than literally anyone within society, including Shujin's stuck-up stucco Prez.
They've gotta be more dependable than some people I know.
Just make sure you show up to your classes, alright?
Judging by her reaction, this was the comment that finally broke her aloof disposition as Niijima walks away with her tail between her legs. Worse still, she's botched her investigation into us by giving the Phantom Thieves a target of which to direct all their ire against. We began this conversation with Ryuji and An going back and forth if we should continue stealing hearts, now that the police are starting to take our brand of justice as an existential threat to the status quo. After our student council president bothered us for what would be the scene from the final time, her words have now convinced An to take the Phantom Thievery as far as she can, in stark contrast to her previous musings on the matter.
You know what I asked earlier? About whether we'll be okay if we keep this up? I take it back. I'd be ashamed to let it end now.
Makoto Niijima has unintentionally united the Phantom Thieves against a common enemy, which, ironically enough, is her and what she stands for. It's a complete failure on her part, and on the surface, that does indeed seem to be the truth of the matter, as she leaves her company completely demoralized. However, little do the likes of Joker, Ryuji, and most importantly, An know that Makoto is the victim of the same power structure that oppressed the original members of the Phantom Thieves. Even though they were once on the rather blunt receiving end of Kamoshida's power trip, they were never truly alone all the while. An had Shiho to shore up all her doubts as the school gaslit her in real time about being some kind of gaijin slut. Ryuji had Joker to rely upon when he was alone, casted up for Shujin society for being assumed to be a problematic violent punk because of his family history with domestic abuse. As we will see from Makoto, the only kind of what one could barely even call a safety net treats her like utter trash. She's treated like a burden by everyone around her, treated as nothing more than a petulant child whose concerns aren't important enough to notice. When they are important enough to note, Makoto is immediately backstabbed, blackmailed, and belittled into submission, with the worst part of it all being that she has to rely upon these relationships in order to survive her last year of high school and fulfill the obligations of her position. This forces Makoto to act and behave in certain ways that aren't aligned with her true self, as she is forced to adopt a false persona just to skate by.
Only I could.
In context, Makoto isn't slicking away in defeat due to An Ryuji's harsh words. This is self-pity stemming from Makoto, that stems from a sense of powerlessness. She wants to help, but her sense of justice always ends up being consumed and subverted by those who seek to exploit and belittle her. So, with that context behind what makes Shujin's ecosystem such a monstrous place to exist within, and with the Phantom Thieves' opinion of Makoto at an all-time low, let's look behind the curtain a little bit and holistically explain what power structures and relationships force Makoto into an action here. Today is May 6th, and word of the Phantom Thieves' deeds of flying around Shujin Academy. While some are heralding them like the heroes that they are, others remain skeptical as to whether they even exist in the first place. Nevertheless, we can still count on the toxic environment of the school to still exist even after we change the heart of our first target.
He probably just couldn't keep hiding it after that girl tried to kill herself. Yeah, you might be right. I guess there's no way they really exist. Most importantly, it seriously sucks that our school is going to be known for stuff like this. I wonder if it'll affect our college entrance.
Oh my god, can you guys get a grip? Surprise, surprise, everyone who attends here is still a selfish prick who feels as though being tangentially associated with a school that was embroiled in such controversy will in fact have a negative effect on the futures. Ryuji's right to say that this is a normal reaction from the student body, and as for the staff, it will turn out to be a similar story. at least for a little while. Now, fully knowing how the Phantom Thieves perceived their student council president's actions, or lack thereof regarding Kamoshida, one has to wonder what she was doing during the fallout away from prying eyes. To begin to understand those who leveraged their power and station to force Makoto to act and behave the way that she did, we must first skip ahead in the plot a little bit and recount the events that occurred on June 11th and June 19th at the Niijima residence and at LeBlanc with the Phantom Thieves to contextualize Makoto's actions then. This will inform us about the tone she chooses to take with the Phantom Thieves and her overall behavior before we proceed any further. So let's skip ahead a little bit. As of June 11th, the Phantom Thieves managed to steal another heart, this time being that of the phony master artist, the serial plagiarist known as Madarame. The Thieves have also added one more of his victims to his team, Yusuke Kitagawa. To celebrate our victory over Madarame and Yusuke joining our team, we throw a bit of a party that involves chowing down on some hot pot and the party wearing their hearts on the sleeves as they confide in one another about their past traumas and misdeeds. In the scene, as the Phantom Thieves recover from having multiple food babies, we discover why Anna is so lonely. It's partly because she lived most of her life overseas, only moving to Tokyo in her middle school years, and she, well, looks like a gaijin. Her blonde hair and turquoise-colored eyes make her stick out and give everyone the impression that she's a foreigner, making Anna a rarity if you want to be associated with her just on the basis of looking different. This notion precipitated any effort she made to make friends, and is something that stuck with her ever since middle school. The social ousting and isolation that Anna experienced had the lasting effect of basically conditioning her that she's going to be perpetually alone. During this whole time period, from middle school to high school, Anna wasn't even able to lean on her parents as a support structure due to their careers in the fashion industry. They were too busy traveling the world, so they kind of just dropped on off in the biggest city in Japan when she was in middle school, which, if you ask me, is the most deadbeat move any parent could possibly make, other than doing the classic milk and cigarettes move. Which is why she believes she owes everything to Shiho for daring to be kind and understanding in a society that finds that very notion abhorrent and taboo. Moving on to Ryuji now, we begin to understand that he didn't just randomly take a swing at Kamoshida. He only did it when Kamoshida started shit-talking his family, and more specifically his mother, for being a single mom that married someone who ended up just being an abusive drunkard. This notion Kamoshida proliferated was that Ryuji was just like his father, and when he took a swing at douchebag number 1, he unwittingly vindicated the rumors that Kamoshida was spreading about Ryuji. He was just as predisposed to violence as his father was. However, Ryuji's anger towards the situation wasn't at Kamoshida specifically, or at the track team for considering now to be a traitor. Instead, it wasn't really anger as much as it was a prevailing sense of worthlessness as he ultimately disappointed his mother. He made her sad as she took responsibility for her son's violent actions. This reaction from his own mother deflated Ryuji and made him feel worthless. Every action he took was not to defend his own standing at the school or even his own future, but to protect those he cared about from slander and further suffering. All those actions he took, only to be met by injustice, would send anyone spinning. Yusuke, being the newest member of our team, makes an effort to sympathize with the bunch, and chooses to wax on about how the image of equality society likes to promote is nothing more than a mere illusion. After all, the Phantom Thieves, all of us sitting here in the attic of LeBlanc, know this to be objective fact.
So that's what happened. They say at school that everyone is equal, but in reality that's a gross oversimplification. I understand how you feel.
Soon after, we begin to understand how Joker was arrested and then tried and convicted on false charges just to protect the ego of an adult. These were all the hardships that the Phantom Thieves had to endure so far, with these heartfelt and frank discussions only serving to further strengthen our bonds as comrades and our senses of justice. Yusuke, having nowhere else to really go, is especially grateful for the Thieves for giving him a place where he feels like he belongs. We're all birds of a feather, in a society that seems to discourage people like the Phantom Thieves from congregating in a single location for far too long. It's good that they're able to support and be honest with each other in the pursuit of justice and social reform over dinner. However, as for the Niijima household, this heartfelt attitude of pure, almost loving camaraderie isn't the case whatsoever. While the Phantom Thieves are comfortable spilling it about their feelings and assuring each other of their senses of justice, we retrieve the first instance of Makoto and her older sister, Sai Niijima, eating alone as Takechi speaks on the TV about the ethics of our stealing Madarame's heart, seeing it as the Phantom Thieves plainly manipulating him. This causes Makoto and Sai to have a bit of a minor argument about Makoto's interest, or even admiration for the deeds of the Phantom Thieves. But the way Makoto acts and behaves in the presence of her sister is certainly strange.
This tastes a bit bland. But I'm relieved. A lot's happened, but it seems your grades haven't dropped.
School's been going fine. I'm more worried about you, sis. Are you tired? You're probably lacking sodium.
Do I seem so?
Well, sure, Sai's first comment to her sister is that of praising her for her good grades, which, to be fair, is fine, until we figure out where the sentiment is coming from, and why Makoto seems to put the concerns of her older sister over her own wants and needs. These concerns include whenever Sai looks to lecture Makoto about some topic or another, but whenever Sai does so to Makoto, Makoto is way too apologetic to her older sister about things that really shouldn't be problems, such as Makoto having a difference of opinion than her older sister about the Phantom Thieves.
Is it a crime to manipulate someone's heart?
Depending on the means, yes. He's absolutely right.
Even if it makes someone admit their evil deeds and helps make them pay for their crimes?
Why the sudden interest?
It's nothing.
Do you believe that these allies of justice exist?
Oh, of course not.
You don't need to think about such unnecessary things. You understand what I'm trying to say, right?
Study hard and go to a prestigious college.
Moving up in the world is difficult as a woman, yet you can't do much if you don't have the authority. I'll use every method necessary to make it happen. All you need to do is remain focused on what must be done now for your future's sake.
Sorry.
Whenever Makoto thinks that she's displeased her sister in some way, she immediately tries to retract what she said to Sai, which in this case is Makoto expressing her own thoughts, feelings, and emotions about a topical issue. That is to say, in this situation, Makoto's trying to be an individual, and in trying to be an individual, she always ends up deferring to Sai's judgment on the matter anyway. She seemingly sits there and takes her sister's lectures too, with Makoto acting as if she's guilty of some ambiguous offense for drawing the ire of her sister. As soon as Sai presses Makoto about her thoughts on the Phantom Thieves, Makoto looks away from Sai and down at her food, almost in a guilty fashion. Now, in a perfect world, I like to imagine that Makoto would like to tacitly admit to her older sister that, ideally, the Phantom Thieves should exist and their brand of justice is overall going to be beneficial to society. However, Sai seems to be a bit too jaded and cynical to even let her own sister's imagination wander just a little bit for something so inconsequential and somewhat fantastical. It's clear that the two do not share the same outlooks of the world they live within. Sai seems to be playing the part of the jaded, cynical realist, while Makoto seems a bit more idealistic, or as Sai would probably like to call Makoto's fascination with the Phantom Thieves, well, naive. Granted, Sai does have a point about the importance of getting education in a society that heavily stands toward patriarchal power structures. That is indeed sound advice for someone just about to graduate high school. She urges Makoto not to think about events that are happening outside her purview of academic, and that she should just focus on getting through school to then attend a prestigious college. This is certainly a lecture that Makoto has probably heard from her sister more than once, and it's one that's certainly stuck with her based on how apologetic Makoto is when she portrays that very expectation of her. Coming back and away from this whole situation just for a moment, this could explain why Makoto was so diligent when attending her studies, and why Joker wasn't able to interrupt her in the school library. Despite everything that has happened to her peers over the past month or a half or so, Makoto's grades have largely stayed the same according to Sai, indicating that Makoto, more or less, is incredibly studious. However, the type of praise that she's imparting to Makoto, and the angle that Sai is approaching this from, is the wrong one.
I'm relieved. A lot's happened, but it seems your grades haven't dropped.
School's been going fine.
She's not directly praising Makoto's studies as much as she's praising Makoto's indifference toward the events that have occurred to her peers, that of Kamoshida.
You don't need to think about such unnecessary things. You understand what I'm trying to say, right?
Study hard and go to a prestigious college.
If all that mattered was Makoto's grade point average, then as far as Sai is concerned, she's doing good work. But there's so much more to life than gaining prestige through studying. A thought that Makoto really wants to entertain, but it's also one that Sai repeatedly dissuades Makoto from even vocalizing. It wouldn't be too crazy to say that Sai is banging this notion into her little sister's head to the point where it seems that Makoto feels as though this is the only choice she really has in her life, be the most studious student in her high school and ignore all the unnecessary stuff that doesn't affect her studies. Nevertheless, it's still strange how apologetic Makoto is about merely letting her mind wander outside of her studies and thinking that, perhaps, the game that Sai is invested into doesn't have to be played like it is. The attention that Phantom Thieves have garnered has proven that such a path does in fact exist, that there's more to life than just sifting through textbooks, and that has Makoto very interested. Keep that thought in your mind as we continue on to the next time we see exactly how Sai and Makoto's relationship functions, as we skip ahead once again to the Niijima household on the 19th. At this time and date, instead of the words of Akechi's cynical musings about the ethics of the Phantom Thieves fill in the space as Makoto and Sai eat dinner together, this time, the house is completely silent, with Makoto daring to break the palpable silence permeating the air.
I've been thinking lately. About those Phantom Thieves, I mean. If Dad were still alive... Sorry, I shouldn't bring this up while we're eating.
It's okay. Keep going.
I just wonder if he would have been on their side. That's all.
The only reason you have time to think about that is because you depend on someone else.
That's not...
You don't have to do a single thing, and you're provided with food, clothes, a home. I've had no time to think on such ridiculous thoughts. Would Dad have been happy with them? I don't care. He died upholding some lofty sense of righteousness, leaving all his responsibilities on us.
All I was trying to say was...
Isn't it about time you grew up and acknowledged our situation? Right now, you're useless to me. All you do is eat away at my life. Sorry, that was uncalled for. I'm just... really tired. I'll be eating dinner out from tomorrow on.
Wow, that was quite the scene, and from that interaction, we learned much about Makoto's home life that we didn't know about previously. Firstly, before continuing, we need to make a few things clear for the sake of brevity. Makoto and Sai are orphans on account of their father's passing, an event that occurred 3 years before the events of Persona 5, with Sai having to step up to the plate to pick up the adult responsibilities of caring and providing for both herself and her younger sister. As a third-year student at the time we meet Makoto in Persona 5, Makoto would have to been 14 years old, with her older sister Sai being 21 at the time of her father's death. Makoto would have either been finishing up middle school at the time, or would have already been a first year at Shujin. Sai would have long since graduated from high school and would have made some headway into her years as a university student, only to be suddenly thrusted into the world of adulting and all the responsibilities that come with that. The circumstances behind their father's death was that of a targeted assassination attempt ordered by an organized crime syndicate that was operating out of Shinjuku. Niijima-san, Sai Makoto's father, was a lawman, a detective that sought to lessen the syndicate's influence in the city. One day, he was close to a breakthrough in the case, but before he was able to make a few arrests, the mob ordered the hit on him. As we can glean from Sai's reaction to his death, she thought he soared a little bit close to the sun for some bullshit idealistic sense of justice. To Sai, their father's first and only responsibilities should have been to look to his own, to see Sai and Makoto grow up. Unfortunately, that was never to be the case, as Sai was forced to pick up the slack instead. From that point on, Sai has had literally no time to be naive, or to really think about the lofty sense of righteous justice her father liked to uphold, considering those same values as a meaningless position to hold when faced with the cold hard reality of society. Pursuing these criminals was dangerous, and to Sai, a decision that was unequivocally stupid and naive given the ramifications of what his death would have upon his daughters. However, while Sai remains embittered by her father's insistence on pursuing these criminals on the basis of a naive sense of justice, it is interesting that Makoto doesn't seem to blame her father for trying to expose his criminals using that same moral code, even to cost her father his life. She holds fast to these ideals her father represented. It speaks volumes about Makoto's father and Makoto herself if she thinks that her father would likely support the Phantom Thief's brand of justice. Conversely, this also informs us about how Sai treats Makoto too as her guardian. She's very strict with Makoto, and as we've seen, Sai often tells Makoto not to worry about things that are outside of her wheelhouse of studying, imploring Makoto to keep her head down and be as selfish and as ruthless as possible to obtain some modicum of success, whatever that might mean for Sai. This outlook upon the world was all the result of the effect that her father's death had upon Sai. His rather naive outlook and sense of justice caused Sai to be somewhat strict and overprotective of Makoto, of whom she repeatedly tries to lecture her little sister about the pitfalls of the society that she lives within, stripping Makoto of all idealism and spirit in the process. Essentially, Sai, ever playing the jaded realist, is saying that Makoto only has two options here: be cold, ruthless, and apathetic to the struggles of those around you, or perish. In practice, though, she's encouraging her little sister to drown out, to ignore those same ideals her father imparted to Makoto before his death, ideals of which you'll remember Sai thinks are naive and ridiculous. This is less palpable, almost visual scars upon Sai and Makoto. Sai seems to resent the death of her father, having to suddenly put her life plans on pause on account of her father's death. Hence why she twists Makoto, merely vocalizing what her father would have thought about the Phantom Thieves into a bout of accusing Makoto of being selfish. What's worse is that, for once, Sai allows Makoto to open up, to express her thoughts and feelings about their father's passing, after stopping herself before getting Sai's permission to continue her train of thought. It's no wonder why Makoto never allows herself to speak up or express her own opinions about anything. Her older sister either always shuts her down by berating her or gaslighting her to the point where Makoto doesn't feel like she can safely be her own person with thoughts and feelings of her own within the company of her older sister. As a result of this, she always ends up deferring to Sai to do something as basic as having a different opinion on something. This, ladies and gentlemen, this twisting of the knife that Sai does, is what we in the biz would call gaslighting, a term that we become very familiar with as we continue on here, defining Makoto and Sai's emotional states and outlooks on life. For those who do not know, gaslighting is a form of emotional abuse that can be difficult to recognize because it involves a manipulative person trying to make the victim doubt their own perceptions of sanity. This can be done in a variety of ways, such as denying that certain events occurred, withholding information, exaggerating events in such a manner where the target of the gaslighting is made to feel guilty or selfish, where the abuser often uses their authority and social position relative to the victim to control the victim's behavior, in a manner that's often to the liking. To use this in context, you could say that Sai is denying Makoto the space to express her own emotions by telling her how she feels. Sai is invalidating Makoto's very individuality by forcing her to oppress her little sister's subjective emotional experiences by rejecting Makoto's emotional reality and then substituting her own. Sai does this in such a manner where she's constantly putting down her sister by insinuating that she understands Makoto's emotional state and the way that Makoto acts and behaves the way that she does better than Makoto herself does. Sai is warping and exaggerating how her little sister expresses those thoughts into something that's not at all representative of what Makoto actually says, or more importantly, how she feels. Gaslighting is why Makoto is so submissive around topics that concern her sister, and why she never speaks out of turn. She's so susceptible to this kind of abuse from Sai because of how her older sister frames everything around Makoto being the source of all the problems, and thus, Makoto being a useless burden to her, just childish deadweight.
I just wonder if he would have been on their side. That's all.
The only reason you have time to think about that is because you depend on someone else.
That's not...
You don't have to do a single thing, and you're provided with food, clothes, a home.
The way Makoto acts around her sister makes it sound like this isn't the first time they've had this conversation, which undoubtedly also ended with Sai making some offhanded comment that made Makoto feel like absolute shit. This notion of guilt also goes hand in hand with Sai calling Makoto useless as well. Makoto recognizes that in her father's absence, Sai had to work extra hard, and the least she could do as her little sister is to do right by those efforts to support her. Studying and going to a good school is the way Makoto feels as though she could pay Sai back for all the help. The problem is, Sai is projecting her personal problems onto her sister. These insinuations of Makoto selfishly relying on Sai puts Makoto in such a position that makes her feel simultaneously worthless while imparting a desperate sense to please her sister. Something which that absolutely just feels impossible for Makoto to do if she can't even raise her voice or disagree with Sai in any capacity. It's an incredibly dysfunctional emotional state to exist within, as Makoto both idealizes her sister, but yet is also too afraid to anger her due to the seemingly tangible burden she thinks she poses to Sai's overall well-being. Makoto's constantly walking on eggshells within her own home, and with the only remaining blood relative of her family. She's stuck in an impossible position, brought upon by equally impossible set of circumstances where everything is seemingly used as ammo against Makoto by the person she clearly loves and cares about. The only thing Makoto has learned here is how to be helpless. She knows to keep her mouth shut, lest she upset someone else by reopening old wounds by being selfish. Due to how Sai often frames everything around Makoto being the source of all of her woes, this also forces Makoto to end up feeling responsible for events and the emotional states of people beyond her control. Her spitballing about the ethics of the Phantom Thieves somehow draws the ire of her sister, and then spirals into her conversation about the death of her father, and Sai just being straight up tired and burnt out. Which then, of course, Makoto then conflates with a sense of worthlessness relative to Sai that was imparted to her by her older sister. Speaking of Sai though, it's great that she apologizes to Makoto and says that such an outburst was absolutely uncalled for. However, there's still a problem, and it lies within how Sai rationalizes the solution to this particular problem.
Sorry, that was uncalled for. I'm just really tired. I'll be eating dinner out from tomorrow on.
Sai's solution here is to limit her interactions with Makoto at home as to not cause another outburst. Conventional wisdom would hold that distancing oneself from the problem would eventually fix it. Time heals all wounds after all, but this adage doesn't exactly work within this situation. Sai's perpetual insistence on invalidating Makoto's subjective emotional experiences fails to account for how this decision to eat out alone will affect Makoto. Makoto's been inadvertently taught by Sai to beat herself up over everything, and will thus interpret Sai choosing to no longer eat at home with what remains of her family as something that Makoto herself personally caused. Makoto would think that she caused this further alienation of her only remaining member of her family, her older sister, of which she loves and cares about. This would also be a good time to mention Sai's side of the conversation too, as well frankly, despite all the misgivings about the current situation and her projecting her personal feelings onto Makoto, she's still much of a victim of circumstances as her little sister is. While the death of their father has certainly embittered Sai, it's clear enough that this bitterness and anger she's projecting onto Makoto is simply grief, wherein Sai is actively trying to find ways to deal with it, and, well, frankly, failing. If I were to describe Sai's temperament thus far, I would use the word miserable to do so. 3 years after his passing, Sai is still stuck somewhere between the second and third stage of the grieving process, the anger and bargaining stage, an emotional state that she's hooked herself to and is seemingly unable to move on from. Anger is indeed a powerful emotion, and it's not uncommon for people who suffer a traumatic loss, such as the death of a loved one, to linger or be stuck in these stages of grief, as anger may impart to some the feeling of some modicum of control, giving their agony a feeling of legitimacy. Anger is an intense yet often irrational emotion, and the strong feelings it may impart to oneself may give them a feeling of control over the tempestuous grief. Unfortunately, the way Sai chooses to grieve involves lashing out at Makoto whenever the topic arises due to it still being a sore subject. It's of course deplorable and unfair for Sai to target Makoto in such a way, to project her own misery onto that of her little sister, but nevertheless, it's so true that Sai misses her father greatly, grief that is only exacerbated by how hard she seemingly pushes herself, as well as the fact that she hasn't exactly had the time to properly process his passing. What's worse is that she seems to be aware of how her bitterness begets her to say some harsh things that affect Makoto, and it's this out of everything that is the most damaging to Sai's overall well-being and mental state. She seems to be keenly aware of how much her words mean to Makoto, but is too angry, tired, and burnt out to truly deal with and solve those things, sentiments of which are then imparted to and then internalized by Makoto. In the meantime, the most rational thing for Sai to do in order to cope with her grief and the immense responsibilities that she has suddenly shouldered is to put on this facade of tough maturity to mask her anguish over her father's death. As the family's sole remaining breadwinner, she's trying to be stoic and strong for the sake of Makoto, but as we can see, that facade and Sai herself are obviously starting to crack under the pressure. Her decision to eat out alone and away from her sister must stem from a desire to not let Makoto see her sweat, as it were. Sai must appear to remain as infallible as she can until Makoto is able to find success. This stoicism is to be the glue that Sai is to use to keep everything together, but it's clear that she's too bitter, immature, and ill-tempered to parent Makoto in her father's absence. What we're left with is an incredibly dysfunctional family, where one daughter hates the life that she was forced to live, and the other feels absolutely worthless for seemingly weighing her down. This dysfunctional tension that permeates the thick space between the two sisters, in what should be a normal setting as they both cast their gazes down at their plates, is highlighted by the track that plays during this in all of the sequences that take place in the Niijima residence called Days of Sisters, of which I will play for you all right now. This is one of my favorite tracks within Persona 5, as the manner as to how it's composed and performed defines Makoto and Sai's dysfunctional relationship extremely well. But as to fully understand why this track imparts such a diegetic feeling to the audience, we need to break it down to its most basic components to fully understand why. Now, in the pilot episode of the series, where we cover Persona 5's On's Kamaki, I give you all a crash course in music theory as we explored and explained the diegetic significance of On's theme song, Encounter, when juxtaposed to Joker's theme, Beneath the Mask. The manner in which Encounter was arranged and performed only once for the player within the whole entirety of the game seemed to have the goal of communicating to the audience just how unique On is within collectivist Japanese society. We're going to apply that same diegetic logic here as we did within that episode, so if you're interested in checking out why On's beauty and appearance is so offensive to Japanese cultural norms, check out the description for a link to that particular episode. Now, if we follow that same logic for this track, Days of Sisters, the fact that it only plays during the parts of the game where we see Sai and Makoto interacting within their house indicates that this track was made especially for them and made to literally underscore all of their dialogue. The track itself is an extremely somber piano piece and in certain ways mimics Beneath the Mask's musical structure as well. Beneath the Mask's composition as well as the lyrics convey Joker's mindset of weaving in and out of collectivist society, exchanging different social mechs, or personas, to hide both face and mind, to blend in with a lot out of a certain fear or anxiety of sticking out like a nail on a 2x4, waiting to be hammered down with extreme prejudice. And conveniently explaining this to us through the lyrics, alluding to Joker's actions as being part of Poe's masquerade, an allusion to the famous Edgar Allan Poe short story called Mask of the Red Death.
I'm a sharpshooter at Poe's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw.
Much like the man the Red Mask does in Poe's story, Joker moves about society undetected and unnoticed by the apathetic public until something drastic happens, such as when the Phantom Thieves manage to steal a heart. Conversely, Days of Sisters gives us no such clemency with Lin's lyrics. Instead, it's mainly a somber piano piece, with steady hits and a close hi-hat undercut by some string instruments. The drum beat and humdrum sounds of the piano are also worthy of note here, as the track utilizes a technique often used in musical arrangements called an ostinato, which is defined as being a short melodic phrase repeated throughout a composition. It's a musical motif or phrase that persistently repeats in the same musical voice. This is a technique that Persona 5's OST uses effectively and often, choosing certain serial repetition of chords in the rhythm section of the game's tracks to add authenticity to the overall central thematic feeling of certain tracks through, well, repetition. Because this is also Persona that we're talking about, all the tracks have to have some kind of diegetic context. In many cases, Persona 5's OST often reuses ostinatic motifs within the tracks we hear while traversing mementos, and while infiltrating certain palaces within the game, with this technique often being utilized to communicate the main theme of the game's metaplot, wherein society has seemingly stagnated into slothful apathy. We see it present in tracks like Beneath the Mask, signifying the humdrum day-to-day drab life of conformity society once Joker to lead as a felon, with such a technique and motif also being utilized in the first track of Mementos, Freedom and Security, The Days When My Mother Was There, and A Woman. Days of Sisters is no exception to this composition role personifies OST, but what it does differ in is the key signature and in the manner in which it was composed. So let's dig a bit deeper into the diegetic significance of the song. As opposed to Beneath the Mask being in the key of G minor, Days of Sisters' key is a bit more difficult to nail down, as without any official sheet music from Shoji Meguro himself, I'm going to have to say it's written in the key of A minor, which in of itself is rather interesting. This key is often associated with feelings of tender sadness, melancholic plaintive sorrow, and sincere pious wishes for a future that will likely never become reality. It's a key signature that imparts feelings of mournfulness, representing grief and the restlessness of one's spirit, states of mind that we can absolutely attribute to Sai and Makoto. Now, this key signature has been utilized in many famous musical compositions, from classical to modern music. Modern examples include The Pretender by the Foo Fighters, Hurt by Johnny Cash, Californication by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin. As for more classical compositions, we have some more examples of those, such as Beethoven's Für Elise, Camille Saint-Saëns' Introduction and Rondo Capriccio, and Mendelssohn's Scottish Symphony. Now, all these classical pieces embody a key theme that inspired each composer to, well, compose their respective pieces. For Beethoven, it was born out of a love turned sour, as a rumor had it that he fell in love with one of his students, and composed the song as a gift to her with the intent to marry. When Beethoven discovered that she was already betrothed, he changed the composition out of jealousy to make it basically impossible to play the piece itself. For Mendelssohn's Scottish Symphony, the inspiration of the piece came to him when touring the Scottish Highlands in 1829. Being keenly aware of the harsh and rugged landscape that embodied a long and tragic history of conflict and war, he visited the Holyrood Palace in Edinburgh, where Mary was crowned Queen of Scotland, later writing to his sister, "I think I found the beginning of my Scottish Symphony." Now, for all my fellow weebs out there, Camille Saint-Saëns' Introduction in Rondo Capriccio was a cornerstone song in the film performance of Your Lie in April, a story about a sickly violin virtuoso who forms an intense connection with the pianist, a bond that becomes immensely tragic as the plot of the anime rolls on. With music composed in this key, we see this theme of dysfunctional or problematic relationships that are either strengthened or broken due to various extenuating circumstances or various obligations. This makes it the perfect key signature to compose Days of Sisters in, as it succinctly describes the grief-stricken Niijima sisters, tied together inexorably by tragedy, and assists greatly with characterizing the palpable tension that fills their home. If we isolate the main riff of the song on the piano, we can hear and feel just how much the death of Sai Makoto's father has affected them, with this track perfectly exemplifying this inability for both sisters to even emotionally connect with each other as they used to be able to do. That's exactly what the key of A minor will do to your feelings, as it stirs up pangs of a special type of grief. Now, of course, composing something in the key of A minor doesn't automatically land a particular piece to impart such a feeling to the listener, and for comparison, let's come back to Beneath the Mask for a second. Beneath the Mask is composed in the key of G minor, which, for the sake of brevity, is thought of being associated with sentimental sadness, sometimes quiet and sedate joy, or even gentle grace with a slight touch of dreamy melancholy. It's the musical key of discontent, uneasiness, or capturing a certain worry about a failed scheme. All things that describe Joker's current predicament on parole. Now, certainly, the feel and groove of Days of Sisters and Beneath the Mask is different, but there are a few motifs within each track that intersect here. When we isolate the piano part, much in the same way that we did for Days of Sisters, we discover that Beneath the Mask nearly shares an identical melodic pattern for the first few measures, with chords bouncing up and down on the piano that are played before resolving on a whole note. On the surface, it would seem that both tracks are identical in this manner, but there's a bit more to it. The difference here is, of course, the groove and feel of each song, as well as how each part of the melody resolves in certain notes and chords. In a compositional sense, Beneath the Mask resolves in the F6 major chord, with this chord being composed in the notes F, A, C, and D. There are no sharp or flat notes present here that would otherwise muddy the straight and even semitonal nature of the chord, which gives the composition its melancholic humdrum attitude that's diegetic to Joker's state of mind. Gotta love the texture of those pentatonic arpeggios that resolve each phrase. But with that in mind, if we look at Days of Sisters, the main rhythm of the song never truly resolves in the manner that Beneath the Mask does. Conversely, the main riff of Days of Sisters doesn't resolve on an even tone like Beneath the Mask, choosing instead to resolve on dissonant tones, sad minor notes, and sharp notes. Within the piece, we're subjected to this ostinato chord pattern of playing F sharp minor, B minor, twice back to back, then playing C sharp, sus4, sharp 5. Now, hold on to all your Among Us jokes, because this progression and how it resolves to this chord is very purposeful. This chorus is sus, or a suspended chord. What makes this chord so interesting is that these chords lack the minor and major notes present within the F sharp minor and B minor chords that give them a definitive mood of sadness. The chord creates an open sound, with the dissonance being the root note of C sharp, and then the 4th and 5th degrees of F sharp and A creating the tension of the piece. To dig even deeper into the significance of this chord, the secret actually lies within the F sharp and the augmented 5th that makes up this chord. A non-suspended normal major or even minor chord is composed of a root note, a 3rd degree, and a 5th degree, with a 3rd degree of the chord, when played in minor keys, being played flat, to give it a more melancholic texture. Major and minor chords generally do not possess the same sense of instability and tension as our sus chord provides. The manner in which C sharp sus4 sharp 5 is played does not have the same tonal structure as a normal chord, as the sus part of the chord, the F sharp, is not the 3rd degree but the 4th degree. When coupled with the odd inclusion of the augmented 5th degree of this chord, which in reality, before any harmonics get involved, is actually played as G double sharp and not A. This is especially worthy of note, as the tonal structure of this augmented part of the chord is a raised 5th that is played a half step higher than a normal 5th degree of a normal chord. Taking all that into account and extrapolating it, we can see that this chord doesn't resolve on an even tone, leaving its dissonant sound to just ring out in the open air for a full measure before beginning in the same pattern again. For comparison's sake, if we were to say replace the root note of this chord with a D, that would turn into the D major chord as the root note. D does not produce a dissonant sound when playing in combination with F sharp and A, producing a rather happy sounding resolution to the chord. If we were to make the root a C, then it would change it to the minor chord of F sharp diminished. It does still sound dissonant, which should be the diegetic goal of this piece, but the way it sounds makes it grating to the ears. It's not long enough to fit the longing nostalgia that you're going to want in order to characterize the relationship between Makoto and Sai here. There's no longer any happiness present within the Niijima household anymore, as they're only able to exchange pleasantries, and when someone like Makoto dares to give their opinion on certain matters, Sai quickly admonishes her. What remains of the household is bitter resentment and a certain feeling of powerlessness, a longing for the days when their father was there. Keeping up with these diegetic notions about the current state of the Niijima household, there are moments of happiness within this musical piece, but the way these moments are composed make those same moments come up as forced or disingenuous, characterized as nothing more than stray thoughts that cause one sister in particular to quickly repress them. What you could probably call the de facto happiest note in this arrangement is this C sharp at the end of this arpeggio. It's almost as if we're about to pierce the veil of discontentment with the Niijima sisters, cutting the thick, palpable tension with the sharpest of knives, only for the moment to be soured, as we're dragged back down to the main rhythm section of the song, as it once again subjects us to all its depressing qualities, as if that note was just a happy memory or a fleeting feeling of joyous time that's all but faded away. This feeling of tragedy and discontentment between the sisters is also underscored, quite literally in this case, by the drum track that plays in the background. It's a consistent tempo of a slightly close hi-hat playing steady 8th notes. This steady beat is then complemented with a kick drum playing on beat 1 of each measure, and using the side stick technique on the snare drum, playing on beats 2 and 4. The drum part doesn't change at all throughout the entirety of the piece, leaving us with this constant droning tempo throughout the track. Now, to me, when I listen to it, the drum beat almost sounds like a clock. Life for Sai and Makoto should have stopped when their father died, but the now oppressive sound of the drums indicates that they must force themselves to trudge forward. And with both sisters still being saddled with immense responsibilities and expectations, with Makoto seemingly willing to do anything to cease being the parent burden she is to her older sister and guardian, we're then treated to a variation upon the rhythm section of the song with some ghost notes that are played to fill in the space that the ending sustaining chord provides. Chords in these very instances sort of noodle about in the space and are fleeting. They don't stick around for very long before we're dragged right back into the main motif of the song. What we could call the melodic section doesn't exactly resolve in a clear tonic way either, as it also sort of meanders around. All in all here, and considering everything we discussed so far about this track that's made to characterize Sai and Makoto's dysfunctional relationship, Days of Sisters has a sort of facetious sense of certainty or comfort to them, especially within the melody. It imparts feelings representative of Makoto's mindset of being and feeling worthless when compared to her sister, while also sort of hinting to how Sai feels embittered about having to take upon all these responsibilities and doing so very suddenly. As we've seen from Makoto's point of view, and with how Sai has characterized her behavior thus far by projecting her own bitterness upon her sister, Makoto has got to thinking that she owes Sai a great debt that she'll never be able to fully repay. For what we've heard in these scenes, both in terms of dialogue and within the music, Sai has managed to convince her younger sister that she's no more than a naive child, which imparts Makoto quite the complex. Sai is driving her to keep her nose out of trouble, driving her to ignore everything that's not within her wheelhouse, and lecturing about the pitfalls of society. As a consequence of Sai's harsh words and snide insinuations, Makoto has to have almost no sense of self-worth, firmly believing that her life is truly not her own, that Makoto has no true ability to make any decisions independently, as her mind always seems to wander back to how much of a burden she is upon others, including Sai. As we will see going forward, the manner in which Sai, Makoto's de facto support structure, constantly gaslights her into making her little sister feel inferior, naive, and incompetent will have dire consequences for Makoto as we move forward. So, as we head back in time to recount events that have already transpired by the time Sai calls Makoto useless with this new understanding of her inferiority complex and her rather dysfunctional relationship with Sai in mind, let's see how such a relationship imparts to Makoto a certain sense of powerlessness and worthlessness, leaving Makoto herself wide open and extremely vulnerable to people who desire to manipulate her on the basis of this guilt and inadequacy complex her sister has ingrained into her. Let's get back into it. When we discussed the aspects of various Japanese sociological factors that Sai and Makoto were likely intended to critique within Persona 5, I alluded to certain parts of the apathetic mentality that the phrase Shikata imparts to Japanese culture, being that of enduring the impossible. This specific aspect of Japanese society has its own term, called Gaman, which has its origins in the virtues and ethos of Zen Buddhism, with the term itself basically meaning enduring the seemingly unbearable with patience and dignity. Basically, it's a term used to describe the capacity for the Japanese to have a high tolerance of stoic endurance. The stiff upper lip the Japanese tend to possess in times of distress, as the culture implores the citizens to soundly maintain self-control and discipline. Children are taught these virtues by their parents, as possessing the ability to keep their various personal affairs, problems, and complaints silent demonstrates strength, maturity, and politeness, as children are implored to consider the impact of their own personal and subjective issues will have upon greater society, with the implication being that their own grievances pale in comparison to the issues of other people within wider society. Extrapolating this some more and applying it to some events of historical importance, Gaman has been attributed to the reason why, during the 2011 Great Japan East Earthquake and tsunami, the country's people remained so resilient and civil through the ensuing crisis, with the Japanese not stooping to perform selfish acts like, say, looting for example, to survive the crisis. The social factor of staying cool under fire to endure the impossible was also observed when 50 to 70 workers stayed behind to stabilize the Fukushima nuclear reactor that was damaged in the quakes and tsunami, despite it leaking 18 quadrillion becquerels of cesium-137 in the surrounding area and into the Pacific Ocean. For the peoples and cultures unfamiliar with the effect Gaman has upon the Japanese, we need only to look to the American internment camps erected during World War II, where externally, Gaman, to the Americans, was perceived as introverted behavior, or the Japanese inherently possessing a lack of assertiveness, rather than as an internal demonstration of strength in the face of difficulty or suffering. In the face of extreme hardship, this adage is incredibly useful to maintain order and civility within society. However, it does have its downsides. along with a certain degrees of nihilism that we've already discussed, Shikata Ganai, and so on and so forth, which lends us the notion that this attitude, outside of situations where society really seems like it's about to collapse, ultimately just amounts to wishful thinking. The idea being that in suffering through all this hardship, conventional wisdom would hold that by being civil and maintaining one's discipline within society would then satisfy a future payment of reciprocal servants to oneself within the future. Now, the problem is the manner in which these services are repaid. Much the same way that Confucian ethics leaves those at the bottom of the social hierarchy vulnerable to various abuses of power by those who hold a higher social position relative to the victim, Gaman can also be exploited to such an extent where it can be used as practice for blackmailing someone on the basis of social propriety. The culture calls for its members to resign themselves to the fates by refusing to take any action to improve their circumstances, employing the adage of suffering in silence instead. We saw this earlier with Makoto's relationship with Sai and with Sai herself, which could be why Makoto immediately tries to retract her statements about her father's death and the Phantom Thieves, as Sai is going to interpret Makoto's waxings as her being immature and inconsiderate of Sai's struggles to support her. This isn't true, obviously, but as we established, Makoto thinks that she actually well and truly is the cause of all her sister's woes. All to say that Sai is able to endure the impossible while Makoto seemingly cannot, and as we move backwards in time to the 6th of May, we will see just how inadequate Makoto feels to her sister, to the point where she almost immediately caves to a specific bulbous educational administrator blackmailing her on those grounds. Before we continue, we must first touch base with the obvious. Nobody, except the Phantom Thieves, know about the existence of the metaverse. So, as we cut to the principal's office, where Kobayakawa remains befuddled about Kamoshida suddenly spilling his beans in front of God and everyone about his sins, his exasperation about those things are very real.
Did you wish to see me, Principal Kobayakawa?
You saw the state Kamoshida-kun was in, didn't you? It's as if his personality has completely changed.
The principal's bewilderment also inadvertently informs the audience of two things about Kamoshida's personality, and the lengths Kobayakawa has gone to protect him. Firstly, Kamoshida isn't an apologetic kind of person. He doesn't possess the ability to be remorseful if these claims from Kobayakawa about his personality fundamentally changing are true. Secondly, if Kobayakawa knew that this wasn't within the purview of Kamoshida's normal behavior, then it would simply mean that he knew what Kamoshida was capable of as he promoted and protected Kamoshida's ego over that of the welfare of the entire student body, making what he's choosing to tell Makoto nothing but lies of omission.
I'm not sure I follow.
From what I've heard, it appears as though some students were meddling in his business. If they did something to him, who could they be?
Are you saying that these students may have caused Mr. Kamoshida to change?
That is what I wish to know, even if it takes some probing into student matters.
He has summoned Makoto to hear out his plans about how such a thing happened to Kamoshida and uncover the culprits regarding the matter. However, it's revealed that, for whatever reason, Kobayakawa is less concerned with confirming the validity of the rumors around Kamoshida's nigh serial abuse of the student body, but instead he finds the actions of the rumored Phantom Thieves to be a more pressing matter to concern himself with, and Makoto with. This is very odd, and it would seem that Makoto is of the same mind.
I would like you to look into this for me.
It is true that there are many rumors regarding Mr. Kamoshida. But do you mean all of this talk about those Phantom Thieves?
There is absolutely no reason for someone of his standing to put any amount of energy into finding a correlation between Kamoshida's confession and a group that most of the country doesn't even believe to fully exist. As we continue on, he does tip his hand a little bit in regards to why he's so concerned with everything.
It is undeniable that Mr. Kamoshida has changed in some way. This shall also ensure that I handle the mass media and police in the correct fashion.
Oh.
I will continue speaking to Mr. Kamoshida myself. Unless you find whomever did this, these irresponsible rumors will likely never die down.
Once again, we see that as far as Kobayakawa is concerned, it's all about salvaging what remains of the public image of Shujin Academy, and worse still, he's stringing Makoto along with him via implying that Kamoshida was somehow coerced into confessing by some rogue students who are spreading, quote, irresponsible rumors. These concerns about Kamoshida falling victim to blackmail might seem reasonable to the likes of Makoto, who doesn't know the full truth of the matter. But that's just it. She doesn't know anything about Kamoshida or the Phantom Thieves apart from some strange rumors, which then causes Makoto to put some trust into Kobayakawa. It's unfortunate that Makoto doesn't really know that Kobayakawa will be actively lying to her over the next month or so, via concocting lies to drive Makoto into chasing false leads with bad information, which will in turn make her look like a complete jackass. These same lies will be imparted to Makoto, will omit crucial information of the true purpose of obfuscating the nature of the school protecting Kamoshida. They will all initially be dressed up in such a manner to look convenient and reasonable enough for Makoto to act, to pry and investigate in the Phantom Thieves and those related to them to save face for the school. Based on what little information lies the principal does tell her, she immediately suspects the party that went after Kamoshida to be ontologically evil for spreading these irresponsible rumors, as he imparts to Makoto the notion that he believes everything that Kamoshida confessed to him in the gym wasn't true. He is sowing the seeds of discord within our Seito Kaicho through obfuscating the true nature of the events that actually transpired. They're all fucking lies made just to string Makoto along further. Kobayakawa wants to go on a wild goose chase with bad information. He wants Makoto to spearhead an investigation into the student body, not to verify the truth of Kamoshida's abuse of her peers, but to find and expose the people who caused him to act out of pocket. This notion is sickening in of itself, as it's essentially asking Makoto to protect both him and Kamoshida from any litigation within the court of public opinion, as he hides from the public eye within his office. As if that was enough, not content with lying to Makoto in the first place, he reaches a new low by stringing her along even further via blackmailing her to secure her utter obedience to the matters at hand.
Don't you agree? You have been at the top of your class since day one. Your conduct is good, and teachers favor you. I could write you a recommendation for any college of your choosing, Makoto Niijima.
Thank you.
Your lineage must certainly play a part in this excellence. Your sister is still young, yet she holds an admirable position at the public prosecutor's office, no? If something disappointing were to happen here, that wouldn't reflect very well on your sister. Do you understand?
Yes.
How wise. It's no wonder you're our student council president.
In a single instance, he tells Makoto what will happen if she succeeds in doing his bidding, and what will befall her and her family if she were to fail. Kobayakawa threatens not only Makoto's future through revoking her letter of recommendation she would receive at graduation for her service as student council president, but he also threatens the professional life of her older sister, a lawyer at the public prosecutor's office. He directly threatens Sai. Of course, as we established, Makoto feels like she's nothing more than a burden upon her sister, and by simply opening her mouth or by betraying Sai's expectations of her, she's gotten to thinking that she is the sole individual that is responsible for her sister's misery. So here we are again. Kobayakawa is taking advantage of Makoto's outlook upon this matter to get our poor Seito Kaicho to do his dirty work. This is another instance of poor Makoto being gaslit by an adult and an authority figure. Only this time, instead of it being Sai's grief causing her to twist and misconstrue Makoto's words into something completely different, Kobayakawa is using the power of his position to withhold information and to control Makoto's behavior to his liking. The manner in which Kobayakawa gets Makoto to comply here is by referring Makoto's failure to do his bidding as a personal failure that will literally have a negative effect on another person's livelihood. Of course, Makoto's own actions or refusal to toe the line Kobayakawa has created here should have no bearing upon the life or professional career of another person, but that's what gaslighting does. The abuser, be it a grief-stricken older sister or teacher, makes you doubt your own judgment by concocting a false reality in which your opinions and emotions are considered to be valid. Makoto may think it to be absolutely silly to go after the fan of these on grounds of substantiated rumors surrounding them and Kamoshida, or take Kobayakawa at his word as he implies that Kamoshida wasn't as evil as he said he was. But as of right now, she has no choice but to go along with this goose chase. The residual sense of worthlessness that Sai has undoubtedly imparted to Makoto over the years is still there, and with what remains of her family not being in the position for its breadwinner to lose cubicle clout, she has no choice but to submit to Kobayakawa's threats as he preys upon Makoto's obligations to her position as student council president and her relationship to Sai through guilt-tripping her, which has the effect of Makoto assuming responsibility for problems that truly aren't hers to solve. The adult staff of the school should be finding out about Kamoshida and the Phantom Thieves, but instead, Makoto is being forced, manipulated into being, and most importantly, feeling powerless to do anything except follow Kobayakawa's wishes, or else. Now, of course, we have no idea if Kobayakawa has the kind of pull to ruin Makoto's older sister, but as we're seeing with Joker and Kobayakawa's dealism with Kamoshida, toeing the lines he created is the only way to ensure oneself of a bright future. If it is a bluff, it's a plausible one, and one that Makoto clearly can't afford to call bullshit on, because, well, she's afraid of losing it all. While Joker and the rest of the thieves were able to emancipate themselves through the metaverse and saw exactly how Kamoshida saw all the students at Chujin, Makoto had no such recourse. This leaves Makoto with only one option to essentially save her own skin and that of her sister's. She has to look into the validity of the rumors surrounding Kamoshida and those specific students who repeatedly had issues with him. As it stands right now, Kobayakawa's recounting of the events that led to Kamoshida's arrest to Makoto leaves out crucial bits of information that Makoto, by all rights, should know as she leaves to go spy on her classmates, using her power and position in Chujin to betray them instead of offering a guiding hand. For now, she has to go along with Kobayakawa's demands. Being terrified of the damage a man of his size and station could cause Makoto is the only option that she currently has. When forced to probe into student matters, it's her or her peers, a decision that imparts Makoto deep pangs of guilt, as by design. Thrust into an impossible position to meet impossible demands with information that's purposely downplayed or straight up not true, she does what comes naturally to someone as bright as she. The next day after school, she immediately hones in on the students of rumor sitting upon the roof, the ones who've had a rather close relationship with Kamoshida, being that of Ryoji Sakamoto, An Takamaki, and that new delinquent transfer student everyone's been talking about. Now before we continue, I would like to remind everyone that Kobayakawa mentioned that in Makoto's previous conversation with him, that only the teachers hold Makoto in high regard, which would imply that the students don't necessarily like her, seeing her as incompetent and useless. This perception of her proves to be a curse to her initial efforts to investigate the Phantom Thieves, as the persona she chooses to cultivate is so obviously fake. We know that Makoto basically has no self-esteem, of which we can thank Sai and Kobayakawa for exploiting. So when the Phantom Thieves first meet her upon the school roof, Makoto really leans hard into the grandiosity of this false self she is undoubtedly using to shield herself from the Phantom Thieves finding out about her low self-esteem, trying to pass herself off as an incredibly headstrong, confident, and highly capable person all the while, and doing it a little bit too well to the point where she pisses the Phantom Thieves off.
The troublemaker, the center of gossip, and the infamous transfer student. Interesting combination.
Great way to start a conversation.
The tone she chooses to take with them is ignorant of information they already know to be true, making the uncouth way she suddenly strikes up a conversation with them on grounds of school gossip about Kamoshida even more infuriating and confusing to them. The second she tries to empathize with some of the thieves, Makoto then immediately goes right back into interrogating them with seemingly tangential and irrelevant questions as she tries to play good cop and bad cop simultaneously.
The rumors about that odd calling card-esque posting aren't going away either.
I didn't expect someone like you would care about that tactless stuff, Niijima-senpai.
This is what I meant earlier when I said that Kobayakawa not giving Makoto the facts of the case would make her look like a jackass. She needs the thieves to give her some amount of clemency so that she can save not her own skin necessarily, but that of Sai's.
We can't leave if you keep talking to us.
At least try to understand my position. Being forced to deal with this horseplay.
Horseplay?
The way she asked Joker if he hated Kamoshida is also extremely suspect, as it would imply that she either doesn't fully buy into the fact that Kamoshida was a belligerent party in all of this, or is missing pieces in the puzzle due to Kobayakawa obfuscating the truth of the matter to her. This does track as the events that occurred sequentially from Makoto's perspective were Shiho's suicide attempt, and then shortly after, the weird hyperproliferation of rumors about Joker, Ryoji, and Mishima getting expelled for threatening Kamoshida, the calling cards then being plastered by the school, certainly not by Ryoji of all people of course, and then Kamoshida placing himself on leave, thus rescinding the suspension of Ryoji, Joker, and Mishima, only for Kamoshida to then come back to campus a few weeks later to barge in the gym to confess to his crimes about the student body. So what we're left with is Makoto immediately confronting the thieves in an antagonistic manner, believing that she holds all the cards due to her position of authority, while ultimately knowing absolutely nothing about the truth of what Kamoshida actually did to the student body. No wonder why the thieves come away from the conversation hating or brown-nosing on behalf of the staff of the school, as Makoto gets involved in things that she doesn't fully understand, leaving the impression of selectively believing in the rumor mill of her peers, but refusing to fully buy into more contemptible ones. Despite this false sense of confidence, she keeps up the investigation, which leads her to more of Kamoshida's alleged victims like Mishima on the 17th of May. While we don't hear what Makoto says to Mishima, we can certainly glean two things about her investigation of the Phantom Thieves by her merely approaching him. Firstly, she's obviously very bright when it comes to chasing leads, already tacitly admitting that she knew a volleyball player leaked Joker's criminal record to the school's rumor mill. Secondly, she knows that Mishima was somehow involved with it. I'd see no reason as to why he wouldn't spill all the details about Kamoshida abusing and blackmailing him, especially if, just earlier, all it took for Mishima to spill the beans about what exactly happened to Shiho was Ryoji threatening him. After all, Mishima was the vector that Kamoshida used to spread whatever scandalous rumor he desired throughout the student body. It makes no sense that Mishima, a seemingly kind kid who had no overtly hostile relationship with Kamoshida, like say Ryuji did, would be threatened with expulsion by Kamoshida after taking a volleyball to the face. None of these events would make any sense from an outsider's perspective, and Makoto, as sharp as she is able to immediately hone on these things. As Makoto inquires into the validity of this rumor and into Mishima's personal history with Kamoshida, she will slowly begin to realize that she's being lied to. Banking off information she's certainly learned from Mishima, starting on May 18th, she starts stalking the problematic students that's supposed to give Kamoshida grief, which would just mean Joker, in the most tactless manner that you can possibly think of. Makoto, you could at least just hold the manga the right way around if you're gonna do something this stupid and hopeless. Now, yes, this does seem incredibly stupid and useless of Makoto to do. We must remember that she's doing this all by herself. She has no other resources to pursue the Phantom Thieves, and the stakes of her failure are very high, having consequences for not only Makoto, but for Sai as well. Keeping that thought in mind for a second, on May 25th, she actually accosts Joker in the train station, essentially telling Protectkun how she feels about Kobayakawa, forcing her into action all by her lonesome.
I wish the culprit would come forward soon. It's absurd to pretend I can do the police's job. I wish he considered my feelings before asking me this.
This insight on Makoto's well-being is all well and good. She knows to some extent that Kobayakawa doesn't really give a shit about her feelings while he uses her for his own ends, and that the police should well and truly be involved in pursuing the Phantom Thieves rather than her. However, the interesting part here is not the fact that she's aware of being manipulated, but rather, it's her intonation as she relays this information to Joker. She sounds as if she's trying to maintain that aloof and prissy false persona she's cultivating as a means to shield herself and her low self-esteem from Joker. But the cracks within that persona are slowly starting to become more and more visible by the day. Thinking about that a little bit more, it's also super odd that she's choosing Joker of all people to confide in, but then again, her doing so makes total sense. All of Makoto's support structures, like Sai or the principal, have repeatedly assaulted Makoto's self-esteem to the point where she's extremely malleable to anyone who presses her on any issue. Makoto's spine, her backbone, has nearly been eroded away by the harsh words of those she's put her trust in. It's gotten so bad to the point where Makoto's willing to confide to someone she heavily suspects to be one of the Phantom Thieves, one of her targets. Her speaking to Joker here, and the manner in which she does so, is almost certainly a cry for help. A cry for someone to, well, frankly, give a shit about her emotions, and a cry for help that almost certainly falls on deaf ears, just as it did before when Makoto said this to the Phantom Thieves when she first met them upon the school roof.
At least try to understand my position. Being forced to deal with this horseplay.
It's pitiful that Makoto's in this position, but nonetheless, Makoto has to keep trucking on with her blatant stalking of Joker all over Tokyo for the remainder of the month, but doesn't really find anything overly incriminating. Just Joker hanging out with the other delinquents of the school, as he also visits seemingly random locations and other random people. After considering all the facts thus far, and after accosting Joker at the train station on June 2nd about how exactly Kamoshida could have undergone a dramatic change of personality, a few days later, the Phantom Thieves unintentionally vindicated her suspicions about her group when they changed Madarame's heart. Today is June 5th, and as of this day, the Phantom Thieves have gone from changing the heart of a vanitatious and washed-up Olympian to the master artist Madarame. Madarame in particular was a target not even the police would have thought of investigating because the false, affable, artsy old man persona he has cultivated to appeal to the masses and ward off all manner of suspicion. Madarame's confession was broadcast to the whole of Shibuya. Everyone knows that he plagiarized art, that he lied, cheated, stole, and abused his own pupils to pass off their works as his own, all for the sake of a few extra pennies. As he balls out his eyes on live TV due to the efforts of the Phantom Thieves, we find Makoto standing in the middle of Central Street, seemingly angry at the Phantom Thieves' success.
Phantom Thieves again.
Her suspicions of us have now changed into full-on conviction, especially as she later discovers that Joker, Anna, Ryuji have, for some strange reason, managed to befriend the former pupil of the now disgraced Madarame, which is suspiciously timed with the date that the Phantom Thieves managed to change his heart.
Yusuke Kitagawa.
As she makes a mental note of one of Madarame's victims suddenly hanging out with us, she also reconsiders the facts of the case and what she's been told about the Phantom Thieves by Kobayakawa. It would certainly seem that things aren't as black and white as they once were. Perhaps she's gotten a thinking that the Phantom Thieves are somewhat just. They are indeed taking the aches and pains of society and relieving them for the betterment of all, proving their mettle and sense of justice after going after a seemingly coincidental target like Madarame and succeeding in it. It's clear that some amount of fuckery is afoot, so the next day on the 5th, she comes back into Kobayakawa's office, refusing to tell him anything significant about who she suspects to be the Phantom Thieves, and gets right down to business, after hesitating somewhat.
You knew, didn't you, about Mr. Kamoshida's sexually harassing students? Sir!
Well, there it is. Makoto finally confirms what the rest of the student body knows to be true, and from the source no less. After considering all the facts and what she's learned about Kamoshida from her investigation, she now knows that she was being told lies of omission by Kobayakawa. There was an active effort being made to obfuscate and downplay the severity of Kamoshida's abuse of the student body for the benefit of the school's reputation. Makoto's obviously disgusted by the lack of inaction here, getting rightfully angry at his attempts to string her along to pursue a seemingly unrelated group of Phantom Thieves. For just a moment here, we hear and see hints of Makoto's true fiery sense of justice, piercing the veil of submissive persona that she's been forced to cultivate at the behest of Kobayakawa, as she momentarily allows her pent-up anger and indignation towards his lies to be vocalized. As awesome as it is to see Makoto finally call bullshit on Kobayakawa, her choosing to wear her fighting sense of justice on her sleeve doesn't last very long, as Kobayakawa then chooses to gaslight Makoto once again, downplaying her very legitimate concerns about her peers' safety at school.
What will come of you asking that?
This investigation is for a just cause, correct?
I believe I understand how flustered this must be making you. I'm sure it was truly shocking for you as student council president to see a peer attempt suicide.
Yes.
We must provide a school environment where all students can feel at ease. That is the most pressing issue we have to tackle at the moment.
So that's your reason behind this investigation on the Phantom Thieves of Hearts? We don't even know if they truly exist. Why are you...
Instead of taking responsibility for his actions and coming clean to Makoto, he digs even deeper, further entrenching himself within the position that he holds, remaining unapologetic towards her all the while. He doesn't even answer Makoto asking him if this investigation into the Phantom Thieves is for a just cause either, choosing to instead to beat back Makoto's accusations of him being complacent in the harassment by immediately denying and minimizing Makoto's very legitimate concerns about a sexual predator preying on minors. Choosing to instead tell Makoto how she feels, which is to say, he gaslights her. This is even more disgusting as he's characterizing the work Makoto's done, on his behalf mind you, to investigate the Phantom Thieves for a better part of a month now as nothing more than an emotional outburst brought on by the turmoil Makoto obviously felt witnessing Shiho's suicide attempt. And that Makoto being hopelessly distraught is leading her away from the facts of the case and the investigation and its end goals. Let's flash back to Shiho's suicide attempt for a second. Little did Ryuji, Joker, On, and Kobayakawa know that Makoto, on the contrary, was the only person that occupied a leadership position at the time of Shiho's suicide attempt, remaining rational all the while, desiring to actually do something helpful and constructive in the immediate aftermath of the event. If Joker and Ryuji take their time and don't immediately rush out the door to the courtyard to check on Shiho, they'll see and overhear Makoto acting as such, being remarkably composed and rational about dealing with such tragedy. Conversely, all the teachers aren't interested in helping out Shiho, a sentiment about her suicide attempt which is expressed in two key ways. Some treat dealing with the incident as a chore, now having to rearrange and reschedule school events to still work after the issue was dealt with. For others, the more immediate concern is downplaying or outright censoring news of the event from reaching the public's eyes and ears. Someone that would see Makoto in direct conflict with here. We spot her at the main entrance of the school arguing with an annoyed teacher who's trying to order her to get all the students back into the classrooms. Makoto, quite obviously, is shocked by that very sentiment, and directly says to this particular teacher that their first action should be to coordinate with the paramedics to treat Shiho, to at least worry about getting her into the goddamn ambulance before worrying about the rest of the student body. This further makes Kobayakawa's gaslighting and attempts to assassinate Makoto's character here even more detestable. But of course, Makoto isn't able to fight back against this bullshit investigation into the Phantom Thieves, a group that nobody can even be sure exists, for some nebulous desire to create a safe school environment of pliable, submissive suckers who do as they're told. Speaking of being pliable, Kobayakawa has Makoto in the palm of his hand once again, after managing to manipulate her to question the reality of her own emotional state, implying that through her emotional outbursts, she's acting ungrateful, and is thus not invested enough in providing a safe school environment through pursuing the Phantom Thieves.
That is where I stand. I suggest you devote your energy to the task at hand, not unnecessary questions.
Yeah, Makoto, how dare you get all angry at the main authority figure of the school and question their incompetence and malice? How dare she ask why they're wasting all their time and effort on pursuing an inconsequential case about some intangible Phantom Thieves instead of tearing down a power structure that enabled Kamoshida? All unnecessary questions, obviously. How dare she even ask? How dare she try and go against the grain to try and pursue a more just cause than whatever goose chase Kobayakawa has her on? As if things couldn't get worse for Makoto, over the course of the next day or two, Kobayakawa chooses to actively make her situation worse and his incompetence more obvious by posting a public notice to the school body that our illustrious student council president, Makoto Niijima, will be further prying into student matters by pulling her peers in the stucco office for questioning. Oh, and I should also probably mention that Kobayakawa posted this notice without consulting with Makoto first.
President, what is the meaning of that posting?
Principal Kobayakawa put that up without my...
This posting encouraged students to give some anonymous tips to the stucco, and originally it was intended to feed anonymous tips to Makoto about the Phantom Thieves, but instead, the student council is now receiving tips regarding a particularly sinister third party, whose motives absolutely do not line up with what Makoto knows of the Phantom Thieves.
I heard some students are getting threatened. I'm so scared. Please do something.
What?
They have dirt on me and they're demanding money? I can't go to the police, what should I do?
Kobayakawa has passed the buck to Makoto once again, saddling her with more problems and more responsibilities that she suddenly has to solve all by herself. These are some serious accusations as well. If students are indeed being threatened, then Makoto's got to use whatever power she can muster to stop her peers from being targeted. Unfortunately, the optics of this posting made by Kobayakawa only really serve to utilize Makoto as a scapegoat and make everyone hate her even more. The posting gives out the intent of using Makoto as a proxy to further punish the student body for spreading those irresponsible rumors, which in reality has the actual effect of generating some rumors about her place in all this madness. By this point, the secret is out that Kobayakawa did and is still trying to suppress the information about Kamoshida's abuse of the volleyball team. There are rumors that he told the volleyball team to keep quiet as Makoto questions the rest of the school, which to everyone else, including On Takamaki, makes it look like that she knew all along about the rampant sexual abuse of the student body and chose to do nothing about it, which means that she must be trying to save her own ass for a letter of recommendation.
Oh yeah, rumor has it she knew as well. Isn't that horrible? Chick's all noble about it too.
Niijima-senpai knew?
Thrusted into an even more impossible situation through no fault of her own, Makoto steps back into Kobayakawa's office, of which you might expect, Kobayakawa gaslights Makoto again about both the notice and the new problem facing the academy.
A student who saw your posting came to us looking for help. I'd like to request a countermeasure.
Isn't this some sort of mistake? I can't believe this would happen to the students of our academy.
Oh my god!
Now is no time for such problems. There is still lingering concern regarding the Phantom Thieves.
Who the fuck cares about the Phantom Thieves at this point? There's criminals harassing your students, you fucking idiot.
But we received a request for help.
Yeah!
I'm rather busy at the moment. If you wish to do something, you will need to act on your own.
Sir?
Yeah, Makoto?
Are you sure about this? I'm still investigating your case as well.
Yes, that's correct. It works out perfectly.
Oh my fucking god, this guy's a monster!
My intentions have borne fruit. This criminal organization must be the connecting factor.
No?
If you pursue this criminal issue, you'll surely find clues about the Phantom Thieves.
In the most absurd twist of the knife thus far, Kobayakawa saddles Makoto with more absurd expectations. Protecting the reputation of the school is one thing, going after the Phantom Thieves is another, but insinuating that they're all somehow connected to the criminals harassing Makoto's peers is the kind of malicious, spineless incompetence that we've come to expect from Kobayakawa. Further insinuating that Makoto's efforts to uncover the Phantom Thieves for the past month, which again was Kobayakawa's idea, all for the sake of creating a safer school environment, instead of tending to more pressing danger, is just insane. Here's Makoto standing in front of him, telling him that there's a new problem that needs to be dealt with to further salvage the reputation of his school, only for Kobayakawa to lose his nerve, and then to pass off his responsibilities to Makoto. If only he stopped there. He then proceeds to gaslight Makoto even further, saying that she never actually wanted to help the students in need, and that by refusing to come up with something to deal with the criminals targeting her peers, that facet of her attitude was always true, that she wasn't putting enough effort to protect them, that she didn't care enough to do what needed to be done.
That's absurd.
So, let's say this rumor is true. Do you intend to ignore those students in trouble?
This is obviously bullshit. Makoto cares deeply about her peers, at least more than the adult staff does. She absolutely wants to help her peers, but the way Kobayakawa keeps moving the goalposts and saddling Makoto with all these additional responsibilities that only serve to undermine her, to make her look like a stooge, is absolutely delusional. Finally, as if to twist the knife further, Kobayakawa says this to Makoto.
Your sister would have solved this easily if she were in your position.
Just another casual bout of discussing gaslighting from Shujin's illustrious principal that seeks to further confuse and unsettle Makoto, with the goal being to make her feel powerless and useless and thus more malleable. It's so rich. On top of the threats he's already made to Makoto's own future and her older sister's career, he immediately turns it all around to abuse Makoto even further by comparing Makoto to a more accomplished woman who holds a commendable job as a lawyer, to downplay Makoto's own shortcomings in this whole investigation goose chase thing and her own accomplishments as a student. The message from Kobayakawa to Makoto is, you'll never be as good as your older sister, and if Makoto fails to meet Kobayakawa's absurd expectations of simultaneously finding out who the Phantom Thieves are and what kind of criminals are harassing her peers, then it will be her fault and her fault alone for being useless, uncaring, and incompetent. Characteristics that we definitely know are not true of Makoto herself, but are in fact traits that we can absolutely ascribe to Kobayakawa. With this sense of uselessness ingrained to her by Kobayakawa at this point, as he relentlessly compares Makoto to Sai, the only thing Makoto can do with herself and her non-existent self-esteem at this point is to further buy into Kobayakawa's gaslighting and pursue the Phantom Thieves. This all comes to a head on June 11th, as Makoto, thrust into another impossible situation, does the only thing she can do and continues to follow up on her suspicions of An, Joker, and Ryuji being the Phantom Thieves. She catches all of them congregating at lunch together, calming that aloof attitude the thieves have come to know Makoto for. They're obviously not very happy to see her stalking them again, but now, after everything that's happened to Makoto specifically, the fake, prissy, aloof, passive-aggressive persona we see Makoto adopt whenever she's around the Phantom Thieves finally starts to not just crack, but fracture under the pressure of all the bullshit responsibilities that she's been saddled with. The full traces first start to become visible after An starts laying into poor Makoto.
You're really that hungry for a good letter of recommendation? Of course you are. Nobody would take on your annoying job if they weren't.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're student council president, right? Wouldn't you have known about Kamoshida?
Of course not. He honestly was a good teacher until that day.
Oh, but you always take the teacher's side. That's what a good council president does, right?
It's ironic and unfair that An of all people is doing this to Makoto, accusing her of being a selfish bootlicker without considering any possible nuance to Makoto's actions. An was, after all, once a victim of Shujin's toxic rumor mill, not that long ago. And here, she's making the crucial mistake of putting her full faith in those same toxic power structures that once oppressed her, to then in turn punch down at Makoto. Of course, An doesn't know the full story behind Makoto's actions, but what she does care about is Shiho. Whenever the topic around what Kamoshida did to her is broached, it elicits an incredibly strong emotional reaction from her, and rightfully so. However, as we discussed in the previous episode of the series, An is a remarkably emotionally intelligent person. recognizing that part of the reason why Kamoshida was able to harass her was due to how dependent, or rather, how reliant An was upon Shiho to shore up her own personal doubts and low self-esteem. After changing Kamoshida's heart, An recognized that she needed to be way more dependent and self-sufficient, both for her sake and for Shiho's. An was certainly a victim within that whole ordeal, but she doesn't let her victimhood get in the way of extrapolating such a lesson from all this tragedy, nor does it cause her to hold any spleen against those who spread rumors about her being some kind of slutty foreigner. Here though, we see none of that emotional intelligence and understanding from An as she lashes out at Makoto, making it clear that she is emotionally compromised, and for that matter, so is Makoto.
Then how about you? What did you do for your friend? You were much closer to her than I was. So how did you help?
A brash and ruthlessly icy statement from Makoto to An here, as her false persona snaps under the pressure, undoubtedly projecting her own suffering onto An, which has its own obvious rebuttal from our favorite Hafu.
There wasn't any way to help. By myself, I couldn't do anything for her.
Now, I say Makoto's projecting here because her rebuttal to An's accusations of being a teacher's pet is that Makoto attempting to turn the tables back at An. It's a desperate emotional outburst brought on by Kabayakawa stringing Makoto along for the better part of a month, a mere attempt for Makoto to hide her low self-esteem from the Phantom Thieves. And obviously, we see it finally fail here.
There wasn't any way to help. By myself, I couldn't do anything for her.
There's no need to shout.
If those Phantom Thieves are out there helping people, I'd root for them, no questions asked. They've gotta be more dependable than some people I know.
Just make sure you show up to your classes, alright?
Ryuji's words sting Makoto to her very core, as we can practically see all the wind being sucked out of her as she walks away. Over the course of the past month or so, she's been constantly compared to her highly competent older sister, strung along and gaslit by Kabayakawa as he keeps moving the goalposts in order to manipulate Makoto to suit his own needs, only for the principal to shirk his responsibilities of his own posts when it actually mattered. In his efforts to manipulate Makoto, he's actively made her look and sound like a jackass to both her peers and to the Phantom Thieves. Ryuji and An's harsh words, along with the gaslighting Makoto's experience at the hands of the principal, making her already low sense of self-worth reach very close to rock bottom, a place Makoto will eventually sink to over the next week or so.
Only I could.
The feelings that An imparted to her about being a bootlicker to ensure her own success over that of her peers, along with Ryuji's words, imparting to her the overall sentiment of being useless, bother her as she picks away at her dinner with Sai, causing her mind to race. When she questions the ethics and the efficacy of the Phantom Thieves' brand of justice with Sai, her older sister essentially tries to tell Makoto that she should remain focused on the task at hand, being unapologetically ruthless when securing her own path to a successful future. Essentially, in context here, what Sai is telling Makoto is that she should sell out her peers and the identities of the Phantom Thieves to secure the bag. But Makoto, now knowing that the Phantom Thieves do in fact exist, going 2 for 2 on Heart Soul thus far, she's starting to think that the game doesn't have to be played the same way that Sai's played it, and hates that she's being encouraged by basically all of her support structures to be so selfish.
What must be done? Justice.
If those Phantom Thieves are out there helping people, I'd root for them, no questions asked.
What do I want to do?
Nonetheless, while she still has doubts about the life path she's been forced to take by Sai, Makoto still desires to please her, however impossible that might be at this point. The very next day, we find Makoto at some kind of university, where we can make the safe assumption that she was there to take a placement exam in order to apply there as a future student. While wandering the halls, she runs into someone familiar.
You're Sai-san's younger sister, correct? May I talk to you for a moment?
Is it about the Phantom Thieves, Akechi-kun?
It's Akechi, and seeing as this is the first time the two of them meet face to face, Makoto's able to put up that shield again as not to clue in Akechi on how inadequate she truly feels when compared to Sai. And in doing so, she's able to meet Akechi's expectations as someone who carries her older sister's name.
You're quite perceptive.
Unfortunately, Makoto's ability to fool Akechi doesn't last very long. Amidst all the small talk about what exactly true justice is in relation to the exploits of the Phantom Thieves, and Makoto trying her best to cop the same cynical realist outlook that Sai has, she lets something slip to the Prince Detective.
Is this because my sister told you to do so?
In randomly running into Akechi out of pure coincidence on campus, Makoto rationalizes this whole situation, being that of Sai sticking Akechi on her to correct her opinions about the justice of the Phantom Thieves, to remind Makoto that she's otherwise idealizing criminals. In tacitly admitting this to Akechi, she's clued them in on how desperately reliant Makoto is upon Sai's opinions about her interests that differentiate from her own. Not only that, but as this conversation continues on, and as Makoto sarcastically praises Akechi for his apparent high self-esteem, seeing himself as some kind of rival to the Phantom Thieves, it becomes increasingly clear that Akechi has something that Makoto doesn't quite possess: a sense of grit and independent convictive determination. Akechi believes himself to be on the side of justice, and unequivocally so. In his position, Akechi is seemingly able to confidently assume a few things about the thieves without much self-doubt. He's able to assert that his reasons for going after the Phantom Thieves for manipulating the hearts of others is wrong, and pursuing them is the right thing for someone of his aptitude to do, with Akechi doing so all based on a hunch. It's a black and white statement for sure, but Akechi's belief in himself and ability to think against the common notions about the Phantom Thieves' brand of justice, and if they even exist or not, is ultimately what gives him the ability to think and act on his principles. If we get down to brass tacks and compare him to Makoto, Akechi's belief in himself and the prestige that his sense of justice begot to him lends the Prince Detective the belief that what he's doing is selfless work that ultimately benefits society upon the rest of the Phantom Thieves. On the other hand, for Makoto, we can say that none of these things are true about her. Every single decision and choice that she's been forced to make has been at the request of someone else through either gaslighting or strong-arming her to submit to their will. She feels incredibly guilty about doing so, but feels powerless to do anything about it. When pressed about such things by Akechi, being as sharp as he is, the Detective Prince is able to pierce the veil of Makoto's false persona of grit, determination, and competence immediately to see her for what she truly is. A waste of potential talent and a disappointment when compared to that of Sai.
Besides, I'm only using my natural-born talents for the sake of serving the world. Don't you think the same about yourself, too? Oh, that's surprising. So you're just the good girl type of pushover. Oh, looks like it's starting soon. See you later. Give Sai-san my regards.
It sucks to admit it, but Akechi is right. Makoto has no agency within her life, as she sees no other way to live it than to live vicariously for the sake of the happiness of others. She's not at all content with her circumstances, and this inability to choose, and this belief of powerlessness that's been reinforced by Sai, Kobayakawa, and now Akechi of all people, is causing her to burn up on the inside, deepening that belief of powerlessness to an almost tangible extent for Makoto.
Why does everyone get on my case?
Brought on by a variety of circumstances, she feels totally helpless. Be it Makoto's vested interest in keeping Sai happy, proving her worth by succeeding in identifying the Phantom Thieves for Kobayakawa, or just straight up being scared of what Kobayakawa could possibly do to screw with Sai and Makoto's futures, she can't afford to step out of line, and is too terrified to do so. Getting increasingly fed up with everyone getting on her case, and left to ponder Akechi's musings about what true justice entails, with the Detective Prince defining it as acting according to your own individual principles and what you believe in, Makoto makes a big decision to verify and test the middle of the Phantom Thieves once and for all.
Have a listen.
If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with.
Ryuji!
So you think it's true? We'll be okay if we keep doing this, right?
What could all this mean? We screwed up. Was it blackmail? Hypnosis? How do you corner someone into making them confess? Won't you tell me how you did it?
No idea.
You want to say that this doesn't prove anything, don't you?
It doesn't, Makoto.
I believe that you three are the Phantom Thieves.
Damn! Oh, she is good. All that snooping around and Makoto making a total embarrassment of herself as she stalked us around Tokyo wasn't for nothing. She's got evidence on us. Managing to find an angle to exploit within On's wishy-washy sentiments about being arrested for heart-stealing escapades, and Ryuji's Lama tendencies, which make another appearance here later in the conversation as well.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Hey, where you at? Taking a leak? Let's meet up at the usual spot to hold our Phantom Thieves meeting.
Ryuji!
That idiot!
Oh, dude!
As loud as always. But his timing's perfect.
Fucking idiot. You fucking moron. She's got the thieves in the palm of her hand, but despite how we see Makoto act and behave thus far, believing herself to be useless and inadequate, when put up to the task, she's actually extremely competent when it came to investigating the Phantom Thieves. It wasn't just pure coincidence for Makoto to suddenly pull us into the student council room, as she easily had some suspicions about us as early as May 7th, which were somewhat vindicated by Ryuji's response to Makoto waxing on about the calling card postings made before we changed Kamoshida's heart. While An was able to successfully deflect most of her culpability by appealing to Niijima's place as the model student who shouldn't be interested in gossiping, Ryuji is far too proud of how good he got Kamoshida to fully absolve himself of any and all culpability in regards to any kind of phantom thievery.
I don't know that it was tactless.
Ironically, it's Ryuji's lack of tact that will end up dooming the thieves further. This tacit statement from Ryuji and Makoto's grilling of Mishima that happened a bit later in the month caused her to narrow down the list to the point where all she needed was solid evidence to move to convict Ryuji and his teammates.
How many students are there who could provoke a teacher?
I've already narrowed it down. I just can't get any solid evidence.
On June 11th, the same day that Makoto manages to record Ryuji's angry outburst with her phone from afar, Ryuji makes another blunder by getting all defensive about Makoto tailing us again.
You three seem to be having so much fun. I'm a little jealous.
Are you snooping on us again? You said before, we don't know nothing.
Why do you think I'm here to question you? Could it be that you're hiding something?
Our swarmy Seito Kaichu was right. Ryuji was trying and ended up failing to hide our identities from Makoto, who we haven't really been taking seriously due to how incompetent she looked at first glance. We've underestimated her, and she's hit her number all the while.
An extremely similar technique was used for both Kamoshida and Madarame, while those affected by their acts were just coincidentally meeting up. How could that not raise suspicions?
The Thieves react differently to Makoto figuring us out, but the most important interaction is between her and An. Our favorite Hafu once again gives Makoto no quarter, as she cynically lays into her just as she did 2 days ago.
I bet someone told you to find us. The school can't have ties to criminals after all. And yet they turn a blind eye when it comes to suicide and sexual harassment. Those adults are just using you. I feel sorry for you.
But instead of Makoto tucking tail and running away, she willingly clues in the Thieves to her motives.
I know.
Huh?
That's why I would like to verify the justice you speak of.
What?
I'm the only one who knows about you. If you prove what you're doing is just, I'll erase this.
She wants to make a deal.
There is someone whose heart I'd like you to change.
Who?
So you're not saying it's impossible. However, I cannot tell you that just yet. Let's continue our talk after school tomorrow. On the roof.
In a strange turn of events, Makoto wants to verify our brand of justice and blackmail us into stealing someone else's heart, to see if we truly are the underdogs Ryuji styled us as 2 days ago within the earshot of Makoto.
Man, the detective from yesterday really pissed me off. It was some kind of threat? Let's see him do it then! If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with.
This certainly wasn't the original goal for Makoto to evaluate us in such a way, as her original motive to start investigating us was ultimately to protect Sai's professional reputation, but something along the way has made her think twice. We can ascribe that change in attitude to Ryuji and An calling her unreliable, Akechi's belief in himself being just when compared to the methods of the Phantom Thieves, Kobayakawa manipulating her into essentially betraying her classmates, or Sai's extremely jaded outlook on the world, pigeonholing Makoto into living vicariously for her sake. All these things were factors that led Makoto to this particular crossroad, and as she stands there to ultimately bank on the Phantom Thieves, she's reevaluating a few more things that have broached her mind to the Phantom Thieves existing, and its members being composed of people who were, by all accounts, being run roughshod over by the nesting dragons of society, or more specifically, the duplicitous adults like Kamoshida and Madarame. An, Ryuji, Joker, and Yusuke found ways to get back at the people who try to use them for their own ends. And within that notion, another important takeaway arises. It would also seem that Makoto, despite being gaslit into towing the line and believing that she's unreliable, is very much aware of how Kobayakawa is using her as a tool and how that reflects poorly upon her. Makoto recognizes that she too is a victim, much in the same way that the Phantom Thieves once were. While tacitly sharing some insights into her vulnerable state of mind with An, we sense that Makoto's experiences with Sai and Akechi mirror her helpless and disdainful feelings toward their attempts to prevent her from taking control of her own life and to have her own opinions about certain matters. While she may claim otherwise, the thin veneer of Makoto verifying the Thieves' kind of justice is actually not the true goal here. Her pursuit of the Thieves is that of a more personal matter, to see if the Thieves can actually operate outside of whatever social norm society operates upon, and bring justice and hope to those who need it. After all, if the Phantom Thieves have indeed found a way to instill social change on such a scale, then it would prove that the life she's been forced to live by Sai and the submissive attitude that she's been forced to cop just to skate by onto college, well, it doesn't have to be that way. So as we meet her on the school roof the next day, Makoto fills us in on all the details, which in turn has us gain some more insight into how Makoto's coping and managing Kobayakawa's expectations of her as she aims to hopefully kill two birds with one stone.
Once you're in their sights, they'll force you to take part in their scams, threaten your family, and ultimately destroy your life.
Holy shit.
It appears that their victims include some of our students.
No!
They primarily target juveniles.
What's their boss's name?
Nobody knows. The victims are being threatened not to testify. So even the police can't get a grasp of the situation.
Once again, by focusing on how inadequate Makoto feels to everyone else around her, we've underestimated Makoto's resourcefulness. This facet of her is made more clear by how she plans to use her blackmail to manipulate us. In doing so, she has accrued the means to fulfill the tasks that Kobayakawa has asked of her, which are find out who the Phantom Thieves are, and come up with her own countermeasure after the fat one failed to provide her with one, to protect her peers from the criminals that are harassing the student body. She's done well in wrangling us in that respect, but we still have to consider that this was the only option for Makoto, and it still involves throwing the thieves at the most dangerous target yet with a small ultimatum.
That's where you want us to start?
You should be able to pull it off. If you're really the righteous Phantom Thieves. Or is Akechi-kun correct when he says you act without justice?
Can't you say something witty back at her? Why are you being so serious?
Their main hub of activity is in Shibuya. That's all the info. You have 2 weeks. Once that is passed, I'll submit all the evidence I have to the police and to the school. I hope you don't let me down.
Makoto barely gives us anything to go off of. We don't even have the name of this mafia boss, but nonetheless, the Phantom Thieves have to try to prove our justice to Makoto, or suffer. As we mull everything over in the group chat the next day in class, Makoto has a very different experience, which is to say, she's gonna be gaslit again by Kobayakawa at lunchtime.
Niijima-kun, what is going on here? Apparently the damage done by this so-called mafia has even reached our student body.
Well,
I thought this absurdity was nothing but a joke. Not only are there victims, there are even rumors that some are involved with such crimes.
Kobayakawa has the gall to act surprised that this mafia has managed to affect our students. A fact that Makoto absolutely told Kobayakawa to be more concerned about literally last week, only for Makoto to be left to languish in the wind as Kobayakawa abandoned her and the rest of the student body.
It appears there are students at Shuchen who are being threatened by a criminal organization. A student who saw your posting came to us looking for help. I'd like to request a countermeasure.
Isn't this some sort of mistake? I can't believe this would happen to the students of our academy.
He also has the gall to ask the absurd questions of why this is happening to the students when we all know the answer. It's because he chose to do nothing but be a coward who's chosen to concern himself with the reputation of the school over the welfare of his students and that of their Seito Kaicho.
Not only are there victims, there are even rumors that some are involved with such crimes. I've even received inquiries from their guardians. Why is this happening?
Where we likely expected his duplicity and emotional manipulation of Makoto to end the week prior, Kobayakawa aims to belittle and confuse Makoto even further by once again placing the blame upon recent events squarely on her.
This is a vital issue for the student council. Did I not ask you to resolve it?
I'm doing the best I can.
Damn straight she's doing the best that she can, but of course, Kobayakawa is not interested in giving Makoto the benefit of the doubt. He then proceeds to jerk her around by claiming that she's the only reliable one at the academy, which obviously conflicts with how he characterized Makoto's actions in a prior meeting with Kobayakawa, as he then claimed that she was inadequate when compared to that of Sai's tenacity.
Your sister would have solved this easily if she were in your position.
Back to the present here though, in 3 sentences, he imparts 2 different conflicting sentiments to Makoto. That she's simultaneously irresponsible and can't be trusted, while also saying that she's the only reliable one at the school, before circling back to gaslight her about ultimately being useless, which given how she's managed to wrangle the Phantom Thieves and doing her bidding for the time being, isn't true whatsoever.
And I can trust you? You must do something about this at once. You're the only one who is reliable around here. Don't let me down. From what I've heard, even the other students are starting to be dissatisfied with you. At this rate, you and I will both lose our roles at this school. Do you understand?
I do. Please, just give me a little more time.
And so the threats against her position and that of Sai's well-being are brought up again, with Makoto's sense of self-worth sinking even lower than ever before, as she takes on more and more responsibilities because of an adult's cowardice. Now burdened with the impossible task of apprehending both the Phantom Thieves and stopping the Mafia from terrorizing her classmates, she must also strive to placate Kobayakawa and safeguard Sai's safety and that of the rest of the student body, despite the fact that they all appear to resent her. Luckily for Makoto, the Phantom Thieves that she's impressed into her service have caught a break, uncovering a few things while she was suffering, and while the rumor mill started kicking about rumors about her being incompetent, which, of course, is not true. Makoto's suspicions about the motivations of the group are correct. They are targeting her peers for phishing schemes, with On and Joker subsequently discovering that these scams were a plot to use Shujin students as mules to run drugs, and upon baiting them with an initial big payout, they would threaten the students with legal action upon the completion of the job. Essentially, it's an extortion racket that entraps minors into working for the Mafia in perpetuity. As we head over the next day to Central Street to see how extensive the problem is, we learn that the Mafia has gotten so powerful that they're able to operate in broad daylight to entrap more high school students in the busiest part of the city. Worse still, we eventually find out that they're extorting people into taking different kinds of jobs based on gender, with the women being being asked to take part in filming videos, which is to say we now discover a possible plot that involves sex trafficking in addition to all the other legal shit that the mafia is peddling. The scope of their operation is equally as massive as it is horrendous, with Joker being able to navigate such an environment by being the street savvy suave dude that he is.
I can do videos.
However, we can't say the same for Makoto, as we're running into her just hanging out in Shibuya. She doesn't seem to be here to follow us as she did before, instead appearing to be here on her own accord. It stands to question why she's even here in the first place, if she's having us run around and doing all the dirty and dangerous work for her. But as we learn more about the mafia from her team, we too learn more about why Makoto's here on her own dime. She wants to feel important and useful to someone, which is weird considering how she went to all this trouble to blackmail us the other day. As a member of the mafia tries to get Joker and Makoto in on the phishing schemes, she once again falls right back into her old habit of putting up that facade of false sense of confidence and competence once again, being too naive, innocent, and tactless to understand that she's impeding her own investigation into the mafia.
It's real easy. Guess you could call it a delivery job.
It seems we didn't have to look very hard in the end.
You're high schoolers, yeah? Don't you want something more than just your allowances?
By delivery, do you mean that of suspicious materials?
Makoto, you're really bad at this.
Huh, you're a funny girl.
So, you won't answer me. Then I was right.
Huh? What's up with you anyways? Why are you asking all these questions, huh?
This desire to appear suave and confident is a vicious cycle for Makoto. With seemingly everyone in Makoto's life important to her sense of worthlessness, she feels the need to do stupid shit like tactlessly butt her head into the investigation that she ordered us to partake in. But now she's in a situation where these people are going to hurt her if she stretches herself too thin. She has no idea how to walk the same tightrope that Joker can do with ease. She doesn't seem to understand that these people aren't going to be swayed or even believe the foolhardy, diffident schoolgirl who's doing her best to cultivate a false outward impression of confidence and bravery when they can just crush her like a fly.
I'm pretty sure he's part of the mafia we're looking for.
Really? You're actively making the situation worse. Shit.
I think we should get some... Tried to trick him into saying something, but he dodged all the traps I was laying down.
Because you're stupid.
Now, despite Makoto nearly making us here, Joker still gives her the benefit of the doubt and actually makes a move to protect her.
It was all a joke. Why would I get worked up over some dumb kids?
By the way, thanks for standing up for me.
Now, this might seem like small potatoes to you and I, but to Makoto, having someone stick up for her without expecting anything in return, instead of driving her to fend for herself, is literally the kindest thing someone has ever done to Makoto within the plot thus far. The game even uses her surprise face busta portrait to communicate just how much this small act of kindness meant to her. She's been emotionally neglected, belittled, and gaslit for the better part of a month now, and the small act of kindness from Joker means a lot to her. As small as this act might be, it gives Makoto the sense that she's not completely helpless or alone, after having those feelings essentially ingrained into her by everyone she's interacted with. She's starving for some kind of validation and affection, merely wanting her feelings and concerns being acknowledged by someone, and judging by her prompt reaction to Joker intervening, she's not quite sure how to process his kindness, choosing to do so later through some rather surreptitious and obtuse methods. Knowing full well about how apologetic she often acts around her older sister, Sai, feeling as though she has to constantly walk in eggshells as to not make her even more miserable being the burden that Makoto thinks she is to her older sister, Makoto takes the same tone with Joker as she calls us over the phone.
Hello, this is Niijima. Makoto Niijima. Thanks for earlier. I dug it up. I realize I'm apologizing after the fact, but it just didn't feel right keeping it from you, so that's all. Bye.
It's certainly strange for Makoto to bother to call us and tell us that she essentially violated our privacy for her own gain. As Morgana is able to guess, Makoto likely dug up Joker's address and phone number to use as blackmail during an investigation of the Phantom Thieves. But given what we know about Makoto, she's likely rationalizing this as paying back Joker for being a bit of a naive burden upon us earlier in the day. Judging by the absence of Makoto's snide tone that she often takes with us when hunting down leads, and by how much she stutters and stammers throughout this conversation, she is undoubtedly being sincere here as well. Morgana sums it up the best. Perhaps there is more to Makoto than Joker and the Thieves originally thought.
It's a bit weird, but maybe she's not so bad after all.
Joker's kindness is the only validation that Makoto's gotten over the past month, perhaps causing her to see Joker and his teammates' brand of justice in a different light. Perhaps the Phantom Thieves are indeed just, or even righteous if they're willing to stick out their neck for someone who's basically harassed them to serve her own needs for several weeks now. Perhaps Akechi's black and white, us versus them mentality he takes up while investigating the Phantom Thieves lacks a lot of nuance. Moreover, perhaps Sai's thoughts on the Phantom Thieves having the power to change someone's heart for the sake of bettering society and giving hope to those who desperately need it isn't all that evil, thinking that perhaps her late father would be on the side of the Phantom Thieves. However, on June 19th, we see Sai immediately and brutally shut down Makoto and this tender feeling of validation that she's holding so dear.
The only reason you have time to think about that is because you depend on someone else.
That's not...
You don't have to do a single thing, and you're provided with food, clothes, a home. I've had no time to think on such ridiculous thoughts. Would Dad have been happy with them? I don't care. He died upholding some lofty sense of righteousness, leaving all his responsibilities on us.
All I was trying to say was...
Isn't it about time you grew up and acknowledged our situation? Right now, you're useless to me. All you do is eat away at my life. Sorry, that was uncalled for. I'm just really tired. I'll be eating dinner out from tomorrow on.
And just like that, the minuscule amount of self-esteem Makoto accrued from Joker simply being kind to her is dashed by another bout of vicious gaslighting by her haggard sister. As of that very moment, Makoto's self-esteem had taken one step forward and several steps back. She's now officially hit rock bottom, an emotional state that will not be helped when she runs into the Phantom Thieves and a very cynical An Takamaki. An's misanthropic words cut deep into Makoto and mirror her own exchanges with Sai, causing Makoto to inch ever closer to her breaking point.
So you're here to check up on us? You may be the student council president, but when it comes to what we do, you're useless.
Useless?
Right now, you're useless to me. All you do is eat away at my life.
To be frank, yes.
Just stay on your high horse and watch. Or do you want to eavesdrop since you're so good at it?
So you wish to get in contact with Kaneshiro? That is what you were just discussing, weren't you? It seemed you just needed to find out where he is.
Hey, you don't gotta answer her honestly.
So you're just the good girl type of pushover.
Right now, you're useless to me.
I'm not.
What was that?
Fine. I'll help you meet Kaneshiro.
What exactly is she planning on doing?
As the Thesis' disposition towards Makoto changes from annoyed to seriously confused and concerned, Miss President runs off to do God knows what involving Kaneshiro. As the Thesis slowly begins to realize that she's about to do something desperate and very stupid.
What is up with her?
We make it to Central Street as Makoto calls Joker's phone, imploring us to listen and to follow her instructions.
Do you guys know Kaneshiro?
What?
That idiot! What's she doing?
Frustrated and desperate to prove herself, Makoto literally goes up to Kaneshiro's goons for an audience with the boss himself, threatening to expose his criminal enterprise to the police if his goons don't take her to see him face to face.
He says he'll meet ya. Get in.
You better be taking me to Kaneshiro.
He said get the fuck in!
The Phantom Thieves round the corner to see Makoto being stuffed in the backseat of a car by what's certainly Kaneshiro's thugs, but miss the chance to intervene further. As the situation gets ever more desperate, we hear the thugs vocalize their desire to do something horrendous to Makoto.
Contact Kaneshiro-san. Tell him we got a good one.
Where are we going?
Yeah, I guess we can't do anything to her if she's Kaneshiro-san's customer.
Hey, I asked a question here. Where are we going?
We gotta go after them!
Considering on foot and working as a team, Yusuke manages to get the license plate of the perp's car, and with Ryuji harnessing his ability to be both simultaneously impulsive, tactless, selfless, and best boy all at the same time, he gets us a ride to Makoto Kaneshiro's headquarters.
Damn it, I said stop!
Because of Ryuji, we're able to catch up to Makoto before anything else happens to her, though the scene we come upon is unsightly enough.
So, you're seriously the student council president of Shujin. You know what happens to anyone who snaps at me, don't you? So, whose number is this? Your boyfriend?
What in the world?
Who the fuck are you? Niijima-san.
What the hell'd you do to her?
Oh, I get it.
You got followed, you dumb shits!
Holy moly!
That bag you saw the other day, the crocodile one, how much was it?
About 3 million.
For reals?
Better thank those guys.
What?
I'm royally pissed right now. Can you tell? You know how spending money relieves stress? It's you goddamn brats sniffing around like dogs and barging in here like you own the joint. See this empty space? I'm so pissed that now there's a 3 million yen gap here. It pisses me off even more if I don't fill it up. I'm a perfectionist, so good luck.
What is that supposed to mean?
Come on, you all... I think I'll call it debauchery of minors at a club. So, can I send this to your school?
That's...
Oh damn, I got booze and cigs in the shot. Maybe some drugs too. Ah, this is so hilarious. I feed on dumb shits like you. Understand, pretty little student council president. Now listen up. Run your mouth to the police, and I'll break all of you, starting with your families. I want to give you the usual month, but well, you have such a large group here. 3 weeks. Bring 3 million yen by then, no less. Summer bonuses are around the corner, you know. It'll be easy if you beg your mommies and daddies. Now get out of my sight. I'm about to have some fun.
What? To hell with that!
Don't bother with him. Makoto's safety is more important right now.
3 weeks to acquire 3 million yen, or else Kaneshiro ruins our lives. This is really fucking bad. Makoto, in her rashness and haste to feel useful, has settled us with consequences to degrees that we really haven't seen before. Getting arrested or expelled from school is petty shit when compared to being blackmailed by a legitimate criminal with some biggestly horrific consequences for us and our immediate families. So, with that being said, what does Makoto say in her defense?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to drag you in like this.
For real.
I was stupid.
I must agree. You should have easily imagined this happening.
Hey, Yusuke!
I was so caught up in trying to be useful.
Alright, enough of the blame game. What's done is done.
I'm gonna cause trouble for Sis, too.
Makoto ignores the attempts from the likes of Ryuji to reconcile with her decisions, and as expected, and pitifully so, her first thoughts after experiencing this ordeal with Kaneshiro is how her screwing up so horrifically will affect Sai's happiness and opinion of her, which in its own right is kind of sad. Makoto's self-esteem is so vaporous, so non-existent that when threatened with harm that will squarely affect her as an individual, Makoto immediately thinks about how much of a tangible burden she will be upon Sai, and how much of a disappointment she will be to her. The Phantom Thieves, of course, know nothing about this, or really any aspect of Makoto's personal life that would explain her actions, with Makoto having kept her own insecurities a closely guarded secret from them since May 7th, with a false persona she chooses to cultivate within their presence. Now though, given that she's gotten everyone in the deepest shit imaginable, there's no reason to hold back anymore now that she's totally reached rock bottom.
Sis?
My older sister has a commendable job, and she's a much more remarkable person than me. A lot happened after we lost our father 3 years ago. So it's just us living together. But I'm still a child, so all I am is a burden to her.
And that's why you were so reckless?
I just wanted to be useful in some way to someone.
You know, I might not get your whole situation, but ain't it a bit off saying that you're useless to her?
It's the truth, though.
Still though, again, self-esteem is non-existent and a foreign concept to Makoto after apparent uselessness has been hammered into her soul for the past month by Kobayakawa and possibly for years by Sai. Despite the thieves trying to give her a reason to forgive herself, Makoto's not having it. She learned how to be helpless. Now she's too far gone and starts apologizing for all her misdeeds and slights against the Phantom Thieves, starting with An.
In particular, I have to apologize for what happened to you. Now that I think on it, the truth about Kamoshida must have been covered up by the whole school. I had my suspicions, but I couldn't do anything about it. No, I didn't do anything. Had I cared enough, I could have done something. People like me must really be what others call scum of the earth.
Scum of the earth. Wow. Harsh words to be sure, but they're all part of a cycle. Here, the cycle of inadequacy and self-loathing starts anew in Makoto, which goes as follows. Whenever she's presented with a choice that she will have no agency over the outcome of, her temper swells, followed by her getting dejected and sad. But instead of getting mad at those who are keeping her down, she gets mad at herself, which then causes her esteem to tank. It's a vicious and self-destructive cycle, but she can't help but attribute all the potential blame for anything and everything to herself. Within the cycle, Makoto also has this habit of gaslighting herself too. She invalidates her own emotional experiences because she feels she's so worthless. Her claims of not caring enough to do anything about Kamoshida aren't true, and she's not being fair to herself when she places the blame of not calling him out on his bullshit upon herself, and squarely so. Anyone could have blown the whistle on Kamoshida and watched his castle crumble, but everybody chose not to. When it came down to brass tacks, the strength of Makoto's character, her sense of justice, shone through the apathy of the academy during the crisis, when she wanted to at least help Shiho into the goddamn ambulance, rather than work with the staff of the school to suppress the information about her suicide reaching the public. Makoto stood fast and adhered to her principles, and in that moment, didn't let anyone dissuade her, and this is objective fact. Unfortunately, Makoto does not see herself to be anything but cowardly scum. At her lowest point now, she desperately needs something to stop her from drowning, and surprisingly, Anna's the one to reach out to the self-styled scum of the earth to say that she's a shitty person too.
Real scum wouldn't call themselves that.
Huh?
I'm the same. It's just like you said before. I was closest to Shiho, but I didn't do anything. Besides, Kamoshida's the one to blame. Shiho understands that, and I do too.
Takamaki-san.
There's the An Takamaki that has been missing throughout the whole of this video. An finally uses some of that emotional intelligence to not punch down at Makoto from on high, but to level Makoto. A reminder that she needs to stop gaslighting herself and take responsibility for the actions and behavior of others, including that of Kamoshida's. Kamoshida made the active decision to abuse his power and station to harass his students to pad his own ego. He was an adult, his own person responsible for making his own decisions, and he chose poorly. If he was a good teacher, a normal teacher even, then Shiho wouldn't have had to suffer as she did. An wouldn't have had to put herself and her vanity through the ringer to attempt to spare her from harm. And most of all, Makoto's self-esteem would have suffered to the point where she feels so worthless for doing nothing to stop Kamoshida and being gaslit to the degree that she's been by literally everyone, including An. These commonalities of living for the sake of someone else are commonalities that both An and Makoto share, and beyond that, a type of life that Makoto also shares with Ryuji and Yusuke. Within that comparison, the Phantom Thieves get to thinking that, despite all of her past grievances with Makoto, what she desperately needs is a place to belong, and our group of misfits is a perfect fit for her. Better still, she may not be so useless after all. Makoto might be her way into Kanashiro's palace. The other day, when the thieves went into the metaverse to scout out Kanashiro's palace, they discovered that his distortions encapsulated all of Shibuya, with his palace taking the form of a flying bank that hoovered up every last Noguchi in Shibuya from his victims. The Phantom Thieves weren't able to reach it at the time, but now we may have a chance, and all we need to do is let Makoto in on a little secret. To the surprise of the thieves, Makoto is remarkably quick on the uptake when it comes to figuring out the inner functions of the cognitive world. She's not at all surprised that it's bigger on the inside.
Is it like the application of optical illusions in social cognitive psychology?
That's something we have no idea about.
As sharp as she was in reality when hunting us down, she's able to deduce that because she's Kanashiro's customer, that'll drive the bank over to us, and that we'll be able to speak with the shadow without any of the guards harming her.
You know how you can use your card to get into banks during after hours? I thought that I'd be able to get in, since I have the same identity as such customers. I'm Kanashiro's source of revenue after all. I need to talk to him. Now let me through.
Let it pass.
Unfortunately, this is where things start to get real again for Makoto and the rest of the Phantom Thieves. As we head back into the manager's office, we meet Kanashiro's shadow, through a TV screen mind you, who is fully aware that he can leverage Makoto's blunder for his own gain. This is his domain, and here he can say and do as he pleases without holding anything back, as was the case in reality. He makes his intentions clear about what he plans to do to entrap Sai and Makoto into his service, seeing both of them, and all women in general, as meek and powerless, only fit to be sold as goods to line Kanashiro's pockets.
My, what wonderful goods have come falling into my lap.
Don't be ridiculous!
Young women are such great assets. They lack strength, be it social, physical, or mental. It's as if they only exist to be devoured by the strong. That just might be the rule since the dawn of history.
You truly are despicable.
Not only is Kanashiro guilty of running all those phishing schemes that involve using teenagers to mule drugs around Shibuya, but he's also guilty of sex trafficking too, a part of his criminal enterprise that Makoto was dangerously close to becoming a product of. The threats and the depravity of Kanashiro's crimes don't stop there, even as we're forced to fight our way out.
Managing a bank is tough as it is, so it's my policy to kill clients who are more trouble than they're worth. Having one impertinent brat disappear is enough to set an example in that other world.
Please stop!
Oh, I wouldn't damage an asset like you. They're dead men walking, but you'll be just fine. Your sister is quite a beauty, though. I'll make sure to make her my personal slave. Once I get bored, I'll just sell her off. Oh, poor sis. She could have been successful, if only her younger sister wasn't so dumb.
Kaneshiro aims to make bank off Asai and Makoto by trapping one sister and then the other into what undoubtedly would be sexual slavery, all for the sake of dropping a few extra shekels into his pockets. It's gross and detestable, but that's not the worst part of it here. What relates this conversation back to Makoto's own struggles with living in the shadow of her older sister is Kaneshiro attempting to gaslight her. The general notion that Makoto is going to be held responsible for Asai's suffering because of her dumb actions, instead of Kaneshiro being held accountable for extorting money from both of them, is a sentiment that she's heard from many of those who sought to twist her words and her perception of both her own reality and feelings. The difference between then and now is that now, Makoto, with the insight the Phantom Thieves provided her earlier, is finally able to call bullshit and not let the kind of emotional abuse sway her conscience.
My sister has nothing to do with this!
It's a small victory, but her calling bullshit is a significant step in the right direction for Makoto's emancipation from the shadow of her sister and from her willowy and submissive self. After years of being told how to live by nearly every single adult confidant that has flexed their power and influence to manipulate Makoto into feeling worthless, convincing her all the while that scraping by on their good graces, that surviving, subsisting off the whims of others is what would constitute a successful life, Makoto comes to the conclusion that those notions are utter nonsense.
All you gotta do is endure it, and do as you're told.
Endure it. Do as I'm told.
Makoto's had enough of these ethical notions of Gaman, enduring the impossible for some faint hope that her sense of propriety will pay off sometime in the future. She is finished being that useless good girl type of pushover. After years of repressing her own wants, emotions, and desires to please those around her, Makoto finally allows the silent rage she's kept up locked up in her heart of hearts to finally boil over.
I've been listening to you go on and on. Shut your damn mouth, you money-grubbing asshole!
Huh?
Have you decided to tread the path of strife?
Yes. Come to me!
Very well. Let us proceed with our contract at once. I am thou. Thou art I. You have finally found your own justice. Please, never lose sight of it again. This memorable day marks your graduation from your false self.
What the hell?!
Persona?
No, dude. That's a bike!
I can feel it. Myself. Me! Got it! Wow! Nice! What is that? I've never seen anything like it!
You better earn your keep, or else I'll kill you!
I will not lose heart again. Ever. I'll go full speed, non-stop. Right, Johanna? Don't get all cocky just because I normally behave myself. I am done playing nice! Let's go, Johanna! Full throttle!
Full throttle indeed, Makoto. It is so cathartic to see her not only stand up for herself, but to get fucking pissed off at Shadow Kaneshiro for hitting her two biggest sore spots by threatening Sai and mocking her supposed powerlessness. Judging by the reaction to Makoto's sudden onset of rage, she also scares the living shit out of the Phantom Thieves.
Shut your damn mouth, you money-grubbing asshole!
Huh?
They probably didn't think Makoto had it in her, but who's laughing now? Unlike the rest of the Phantom Thieves, who initially struggled to accept their contracts with their personas, requiring some encouragement from Joker at times, Makoto immediately accepts her contract with Johanna of her own volition and without hesitation.
You decided to tread the path of strife?
Yes. Come to me!
Very well.
Let us proceed with our contract at once.
This sends us the notion that Makoto's sense of justice was never completely snuffed out like it was in the case of An, Ryuji, and Joker. While she was never fully able to wear her heart on her sleeve since her father passed away, her lack of hesitation and Johanna imploring her to never lose sight of her justice ever again shows us that she always had integrity like her namesake will let us to understand, with Makoto meaning truth when its meaning is translated from Japanese to English. This word truth perfectly surmises Makoto's character arc thus far. Despite being pushed around and blackmailed relentlessly, her sense of justice, her sense of truth was always there, just slumbering inches below the surface. While she forgot about it momentarily and allowed those to subvert it for their own dark desires, in pursuing her truth now, Makoto finally understands what it means to be herself, and it's what makes her persona awakening so badass and cathartic to watch. It's fair to say that this is the first time in a while where Makoto's allowed to be herself, and she takes a moment to savor it before attacking her quarry, with this being reflected as she perches herself upon Johanna with her eyes closed, just feeling the engine rumble while rev matching her own heart's spirit of rebellion before saying the following.
Feel it. Myself. Me. Got it!
This in of itself is just plainly badass, but because this is also a Persona game, stopping the analysis here would be a bit of a misnomer. The other half of what makes Makoto's Persona Awakening to Johanna so hype involves explaining what makes Makoto's Phantom Thieves outfit and her remarkably unique persona, Johanna, both interesting and significant to Makoto's overall characterization within the game. Now, certainly when compared to the likes of An, Ryuji, and Yusuke, the subtext behind why Makoto's persona manifests itself as a motorcycle of all things, and why her outfit is depicted as such, is comparatively kind of hard to nail down. So, let's change the pace for a bit and talk about some persona lore that's relevant to Makoto. To begin, we need to understand that the core of the Persona series is based around several concepts first coined by psychoanalyst Carl Jung. Jung, along with several of his peers, being that of G. Stanley Hall, Ernst Jones, and more importantly, Sigmund Freud, all worked to establish the academic field of analytical psychology in the early 20th century, making efforts to objectively explain how the human mind functions, with a special focus on how the unconscious mind affects elements like our personality, or how one even expresses or represses emotions. It follows that the aim of this new field of psychotherapy is to assist the individual with establishing a healthy relationship with the unconscious. Its main therapeutic function is to encourage patients to be more aware of the parts of themselves that they subconsciously repressed, with the end goal being to establish a holistic and healthy relationship with the unconscious mind to balance it out, to reach self-actualization, and to better understand all the aspects of oneself. This was a new hotness of the early 20th century, with the likes of Freud and Jung developing their own theories about the role of our unconscious thoughts play into our everyday lives, and why some people develop certain psychological complexes. While figures like Freud began to focus on the sexual nature and the unconscious mind being the core reason for one to experience growth and development as a person, Jung instead proposed that humanity possesses an instinctual drive to grow in particular ways as individuals, arguing that such growth stemmed from a collective unconscious inherited from generations of ancestors. While the idea of humanity possessing a collective unconscious might seem a bit silly at first, Jung actually has a solution to this quandary. If one will look at any kind of art, literature, or even religion, you may be able to find that certain figures or images possess immutable yet extremely similar characteristics, often to the point of sharing the same universal meanings, even across cultures that are vastly different. In other words, Jung argues that even across cultures, human beings are attracted to or even predisposed to a certain set of rules and behaviors and values. Let me ask you all this. How many Western creation myths feature plot that involve the first man and the first woman creating the world? How many of these myths involve separating elements from some kind of chaotic void, when the characters or iconography within these myths relate to us a tale of how humans were formed from clay, who once lived in a paradise free of pain, sin, and toil, with a clever creature eventually tricking the primordial humans, causing them to fall from grace, and thus forcing them to live within the flawed world that we know today? How many of these creation myths feature the trickster antagonists, such as Loki or Satan, masquerading as some kind of shape-shifting serpent or lizard to inflict harm upon humanity, or to damage the relationship between two loving people? How many of them involve a woman eating some kind of fruit, be it Eve eating an apple or Persephone eating a pomegranate? How many of them detail how the onus of all of humanity's suffering and woe is being placed squarely upon a singular woman, such as Eve in the Christian creation myth being responsible for bringing about the pain of childbirth for women, or Pandora opening her box against the wishes of Zeus, unleashing all manner of calamity upon humanity just because she was curious? It is fair to say that all these myths share the same commonalities and impart to onlookers a sense of familiarity when examined under the right light. The concept of these mythical archetypes having shared meanings is effectively portrayed in Persona 5 through its incorporation of mementos, which symbolizes a significant aspect of the game, being paired up with its use of categorizing these various archetypes within the tarot card arcanum as a subtle thematic element within the storyline as well. Mementos is a literal and physical manifestation in the general public's collective cognition, a place wherein, despite existing underneath Tokyo, the Phantom Thieves can encounter figures within the Norse, Greek, Shinto, Egyptian, Buddhist, and Judeo-Christian pantheons, being lumped together with that of the Cthulhu mythos, with these mythological figures being representative of the set of behaviors and values that people are going to be attracted to and may sometimes embody. These motivations and characteristics that these mythological figures, henceforth referred to by Jung as archetypes, are immutable, being unconsciously passed down from person to person, with people gravitating towards one mythical archetype or another, as, according to Jung, such concepts are a permanent aspect of human cognition that has unconsciously influenced our everyday lives since time immemorial. To separate ourselves from the Jungian context of this whole thing and back into Persona for a second, Joker is Arsene and Arsene is Joker, and Makoto is Johanna and Johanna is Makoto. This is how we get Persona 5 lumping and categorizing all these different gods and folk heroes into a particular tarot arcana, which is then related back to the Phantom Thief that wields and behaves as they do within their own legends. It's how we get mythological archetypes described as being characterized as very brash but driven and athletic figures thrown into the tarot arcana, such as Thor, White Rider, Athena, Tomoe, and Captain Kidd, with those who wield these particular archetypes in combat, like Ryuji and Chie, matching the behavioral tendencies of their various personas. It's why we find archetypes within the Lover's Arcana, such as Io, Himiko, Ishtar, and Carmen, who all commonly have tales and myths that impart a desire for these archetypes to attain a level of emotional intimacy and understanding with both themselves and the world around them. A general sentiment, which is matched by the persona users who wield these archetypes in combat, such as Yukari Takaba, Rise Kujikawa, and Best Girl. Now, as to why different members of the Phantom Thieves tend to gravitate towards these different archetypes, well, that's something that Persona pulls on Jung and psychological theory as well. The Persona series utilizes three key terms that Jung coined when parsing his theories about the subconscious, being that of the persona, the shadow, and the self. According to Jung, these facets of the psyche are core to one's personality and are key in determining which archetype an individual might gravitate towards. To define what the shadow means within Jungian psychological theory, the shadow archetype represents the more animalistic and base sides of one personality. From the shadow, individuals gain both creative and destructive energies, which influence their predispositions. The shadow is the hidden part of one's subconscious that includes all the things about oneself that an individual has otherwise repressed or downplayed, often including things that people would rather not acknowledge about themselves. The shadow may be composed of repressed ideas, weaknesses, desires, instincts, and personal shortcomings, with these shadow forming out of all of our attempts to adapt to cultural norms and expectations. In other words, this part of the human psyche contains all the things that are unacceptable not only to society, but to one's own personal morals and values. It might include things such as envy, greed, prejudice, hate, and aggression, though a person's shadow doesn't always have to be overtly hostile. It's merely a representation of an individual's true inner and uninhibited self. Jungian psychological theory suggests that we all have a shadow self that's representative of our uninhibited and latent desires. In Persona 5, we see this in action with almost all the palace rulers, with Kamoshida's true psychological projection of himself being that of an unapologetically abusive tyrant king, Masaya Shishido's being that of a literal fascist strongman, and Futaba's being that of a benevolent Egyptian pharaoh who assists her real self remembering who actually killed her mother. According to Jung, if an individual ignores or denies this existence of their shadow selves and a immutable part of their own psyche, then that individual cannot be a fully self-actualized person. They'll never have a cohesive understanding of all aspects of themselves, including who and what they are, causing them to lose heart and act and behave in strange ways. This is a common theme within the Persona franchise, and was one of the main focuses of Persona 4, wherein the investigation team literally fought their own shadows, the most detestable parts of their own personal psyches, things that they all really do hate about themselves, with their depictions within the TV world often being hyper-exaggerated representations of their own inner psychological turmoil. As a quick aside, Persona 5 also does this as well with the palace rulers. The various power trips each ruler is on actively reflects and manifests as a distorted shadow, an amalgamation of their most detestable characteristics and behaviors.
Talk about bullshit clothes. First a king, now some kind of shogun?
The difference between how Persona 4 and then 5 handles these concepts is that the shadow in Persona 4 is merely a representation of a part of yourself that you rather not acknowledge. Whereas in Persona 5, the shadow, for the palace rulers at least, is the most outrageous parts of their psyche, with a change of heart forcing their shadows to acknowledge how damaging their stored desires were. Keeping up with these differences, Persona 4 is all about accepting your true inner self for all its seemingly detestable qualities, which, in the context of the game, allows the investigation team to eventually wield their personas. However, in Persona 5, the process to which each Phantom Thief awakens to their personas is similar yet different. Persona 5 takes the concept of Jungian psychology and the concept of acceptance, as first introduced in Persona 4, even further by taking the etymological definition of the word persona and recontextualizing it to the Phantom Thieves. This brings us nicely to the second Jungian archetype, that of the persona. The word persona in Latin literally translates to mask, and in Jungian psychology, the term persona is defined as a representation of all the different social masks that we wear upon various groups and situations. Over the course of childhood socialization and development, children learn that they must behave in certain ways in order to fit in with society's expectations and norms. Behavior that we absolutely see Makoto engage with before her own awakening to Johanna. Depending on who Makoto is in the presence of, be it Sai, Kobayakawa, or the members of the Phantom Thieves, Makoto has acted either submissively or has been a snide, smarmy asshole to those around her, suppressing or otherwise concealing her true self and her own desires at the behest of others. All these behaviors are a result of Makoto learning how to be helpless, and this tracks for Jungian psychological theory on how these false personas develop over the course of one's life, more so than all the other characters that we covered as part of the series, such as Ryuji or even An. These false personas, or once again, masks, develop to conceal, contain, or hide all the primitive urges, impulses, and emotions of our shadow selves that are not considered socially acceptable by society. Our social masks form out of attempts to suppress our shadow selves from being projected into situations where it might otherwise be deemed unacceptable by society. Within each awakening cutscene that we see within Persona 5, there's often a mention of another self that gets brought up during the sequences, which is implied to be that particular person's shadow, which in the context of Persona 5 is often begging their conscious self to release their darkest and most rebellious inhibitions, the most unacceptable parts of the subconscious that has been sealed away in some vain attempt to conform to society. We once again come back to the persona, meaning mask in Latin here. The individuals we come across throughout the game are often suffering these immense abuses of power. In order to cope with these abuses, they feel as though they have to do as the abusers say. Before awakening to their personas, all the PTs are merely playing a character, a false self, with their mask being used to shield both themselves and others from their shadows, the part of themselves that want to tear down society and all those oppressing them. In context, Persona 5 is trying to say that society has enforced some expectations upon Makoto as a form of social control, causing her and her future teammates to hide or reject an integral aspect of their truest selves, their own shadows, by forcing them to attempt to pass as an authentic version of themselves, a facsimile, which does not truly reflect their own personal wants or goals as society strings them along. Whereas Persona 4 handled the concept of the shadow self by having the members of the investigation team personally confront them, Persona 5 handles this very differently and recontextualizes to the thematic elements of the game and to the character's various persona awakenings. Persona 5 firmly positions the shadow not as something of oneself that's lost and needs to be recovered, but instead contextualizes it as an aspect of oneself that already exists as part of your psyche, something that's being suppressed at the behest of someone else. The members of the Phantom Thieves, like Makoto, being victims of various abuses of power, aren't necessarily rejecting their shadow selves like members of the investigation team do, but instead feel powerless to actually be the person that they want to be, with the shadows frankly imploring them how exactly to emancipate themselves from the chains that society has saddled them with. If I might say, the metatextual commentary that we're getting from this notion is that everybody has potential to rebel within their own heart of hearts. They've just forgotten how to do so. We see this rather idealistic and charming notion within several members of the Phantom Thieves. For Ryuji's shadow, it was all about ceasing all attempts to recover his damaged reputation for the likes of Kamoshida. If everyone already sees Ryuji as scum, then why should Ryuji of all people still be trying to please them if they're just going to find every conceivable excuse just to belittle him further? It's about vowing to carve his own path that's not going to be beholden to Kamoshida lording Ryuji's injury or his past supposed misdeeds over him.
I am a loyal subject of the glorious King Kamoshida. So why have I lost?
It just proves that Kamoshida ain't anything special.
After a momentary bout of crestfallen compliance, Shadow told her that she should seek revenge for Kamoshida's crimes against Shiho, instead of trying to take responsibility for Kamoshida's actions. Further efforts to appease and placate Kamoshida to spare the vanity or dignity of those close to her isn't going to work.
Forgiving him was never the option. Such is the scream of the other you that dwells within. There you go. Nothing can be solved by restraining yourself.
After Makoto, for what feels like a lifetime of suppressing her own emotions for the sake of others, her awakening is about finally allowing herself to validate her own emotions for once with a healthy side of rage, and to never lose sight of how she truly feels ever again.
I am thou. Thou art I. You have finally found your own justice. Please, never lose sight of it again.
All these cutscenes culminate with each shadow imploring the Phantom Thieves to free themselves from the sense of social propriety, which entails literally ripping off their masks, their false personas, their social programming in order to give a big ol' fuck you to the people who have been dragging them through the mud, doing whatever it takes to suppress their spirit of rebellion. As each member of the Phantom Thieves finally accept their true rebellious shadow selves, reuniting with their conscious minds, each member begins to writhe in pain before ripping their masks off their faces. In awakening to their true selves, and becoming fully self-actualized, accomplished by uniting their subconscious shadow selves with their conscious minds, implies that exposing the most detestable aspects of their psyche for all to see, and doing away with all the social programming that has been drilled into them, is an extremely painful but necessary thing for each member of the Phantom Thieves to do. That, indeed, discarding and doing away with all the rules and regulations of society in order to rebel against those norms is a necessary task for each member of the Phantom Thieves to do, vowing to never let society push them into becoming slothful and compliant ever again. This leads us into the explanations of why certain members of the Phantom Thieves wield these mythological archetypes in combat and only manifest after the thieves become psychologically whole again. This is done through our persona mixes and applies Jungian psychology into the tarot card arcana systems that's present throughout the game, with each character Joker interacts with aligning with the personalities of certain characteristics and mythological figures contained beneath the mask of each member of the Phantom Thieves that are supposed to represent the overall characterization and character arcs of each member. We can see this reflected firstly in Joker's persona, Arsene, and then with Makoto's persona, Johanna, albeit rather obtusely. We'll get to it. Before his persona awakening, society forced Joker to regress as a person, encouraging him to suppress his true sense of justice. Within the depths of Kamoshida's palace, Joker regains his sense of justice, and now knowing full well he was convicted on trumped-up charges, Joker literally vows to expose those who ruined his life, to make them pay for the crimes they committed against those who cannot defend themselves. knowing full well that his decision to intervene between Shido and the one woman he was harassing was a correct choice, regardless of what the powers that be might say.
Thou who art willing to perform all sacrilegious acts for thine own justice, call upon my name and release thy rage!
In coming to terms with both his true self and his shadow self, Joker sheds all of his social programming and gains access to his persona, the modern mythical pillager of Twilight himself, Arsene. How fitting is it for the persona of the future leader of a group of thieves to literally be an archetypical gentleman thief himself? Now, for those unaware, Personify's depiction of Joker's archetypical persona stems from a character created by French author Maurice Leblanc's fictional gentleman thief himself, Arsène Lupin. Within Leblanc's novels, Lupin carved out a reputation for himself as a bit of an anti-hero, only targeting criminals who are worse than himself. These criminals usually resided within the upper echelons of society, of which Arsène would charm and fraternize with to then gain their trust, only to then turn the tables and then steal from them as gentlemen thieves usually do. However, that's not really all to the story, as Leblanc, the author, not Sojo's coffee shop, took inspiration from French anarchist Marius Jacob when crafting Arsène for himself. As for Marius Jacob himself, he's certainly a fascinating individual as an anarchist legalist, which, to put it simply, is someone who embraces criminality as part of the lifestyle, arguing that laws are written to be morally relative and are thus a means of social control that benefits the rich and powerful. This sect of anarchy is mostly associated with theft and shoplifting, with the rationale being that in intervening through economic affairs, such control can be subverted. This ideology is generally reflected within the deeds of the Phantom Thieves, but while Joker and his band of misfits don't necessarily steal any material goods from the upper echelons of society like Lupin or Jacob did, they do find that being saddled unjustly with a criminal record was all an attempt at social control to pacify him. Joker's answer to these unjust and morally relative power structures is to steal the hearts of the various palace rulers that we encounter throughout the game, thereby attacking them on their own corrupt morals and exposing them for liars and cheats that they actually are. There was a time where Marius Jacob also organized his own merry band of thieves too, called the Workers of the Night, to which he instilled some principles. In order to work with Jacob, one should only steal from that of social parasites, being that of bosses, judges, soldiers, and the government and the French clergy, but never from professions considered to be useful to society, such as builders, architects, doctors, artists, and the like. Eventually, Jacob was arrested in 1905 after killing a police officer while botching a heist in a gunfight 2 years prior. Before being sentenced to hard labor for life, he wrote an essay that appeared in the Bly Social the same year that he was arrested, of which I will quote part of right now. Aside from objects of elimination that assure him life, man also nourishes himself in air, water, and light. But have we ever seen two men kill each other for the sharing of these ailments? Not that I know of. Nevertheless, these are the most precious of items, without which a man cannot live. We can remain several days without absorbing the substances for which we make ourselves slaves. Can we do the same when it comes to air? Not even for a quarter of an hour. Water accounts for 3/4 of our organism and is indispensable for maintaining the elasticity of our tissues. Without heat, without the sun, life would be completely impossible. And so every man steals his ailments. Do we accuse him of committing a crime? Of course not. Why then do we differentiate these from the rest? Because the rest demand the expanding of effort, a certain amount of labor. But labor is the very essence of society. That is, the association of all individuals to conquer with little effort much well-being. Is this truly the image of what exists? Are your institutions based on such a mode of organization? The truth demonstrates the contrary. The more a man works, the less he earns. The less he produces, the more he benefits. Merit is not taken into consideration. Only the bold take hold of power and hasten to legalize the rapine. From top to bottom of the social scale, everything is but dastardly on one side and idiocy on the other. How can you expect me that penetrated with these truths could I have respected such a state of things? A liquor seller and the boss of a brothel enrich themselves, while the man of genius dies of poverty within a hospital bed. A baker who bakes bread doesn't get any. The shoemaker who makes thousands of shoes shows his toes. The weaver who makes sacks of clothing doesn't have any to cover himself with. The bricklayer who builds castles and palaces wants for air in a filthy hovel. Those who produce everything have nothing, and those who produce nothing have everything. Basically, what Jacob, and thus personifies depiction of Arsène within the game, are trying to examine is the systemic inequality within society, with those who do work to make it better, or more frankly, those who make society function, suffering and chafing under those who work them to the bone. Why do the upper echelons of society benefit from those who cannot defend themselves? It's organized chaos, and thievery in its own way exposes how backwards and unjust a society is. Part of the goal of Jacob was to some degree expose the systemic hypocrisies within society through stealing shit, to make a mockery of the current status quo. After all, if some bourgeois judge or lawmaker's notions and definition of power, reputation, property, and affluence is by amassing valuable objects or large sums of money, what does it truly say about the unjust hierarchies that exist within society and their own personal power they hold within the society that they created if I, or anyone else for that matter, is able to just waltz in and pillage those possessions for myself? If I plainly don't care to play by the rules of society or the laws that I'm supposed to abide by, then these objects inherently have no value other than that of social capital. Every gilded vase or twinkling trinket is made to divide society into groups based around a sense of social propriety. Only within recognizing this can Joker and the rest of the Phantom Thieves find liberation and freedom from those who sought to keep them down, something in which Arsène mentions to Joker upon his awakening.
Kill them however you want. Run wild to your heart's content.
This sentiment of social propriety is mocked by the visual design of almost all the personas each thief awakens to. If you look at Arsene's visual design for a second, we can see that his design is very much a mockery of high society, with Arsene sporting a ridiculous chimney-like top hat and a bloody red silk suit with a white fluffy ascot. The most striking aspect of Arsene's design is that of his wings and conniving devilish smile, with Persona 5's character designer, Shigenori Sojima, stating that his intent was for the wings to invoke the image of a thief's cape within the player's mind, with the implication from such a design meaning that a true thief and a true trickster can go wherever they please, that embracing illegality, irregularity, and criminality to expose the hypocrisy of society's various power structures is in fact the embodiment of true freedom and justice. We can also see this reflected within Joker's personality both in and outside the metaverse as well. As leader of the Phantom Thieves, Joker is quite literally a true depiction of the gentleman thief who has embraced legalism to change society with his merry band of thieves and misfits. A clear dichotomy with someone who's static and calm when not engaging in phantom thievery versus the person that he is within the metaverse, someone who's chaotic and rebellious, openly embracing the behaviors that society would deem extremely detestable, which is to say, in daring to be a unique individual, Joker is rebelling against society within that very aspect.
What a show-off. You're so reckless, you know that?
Much like his persona and the historical figure that he was based upon, Joker absolutely owns this image of himself, being considered a criminal that plays by his own set of rules. Some of that's reflected with his Phantom Thieves outfit as well. While in heist with his comrades, Joker wears a long tailcoat suit, with the most striking part of his outfit being that of his red gloves. Something that's likely indicative of him possessing a criminal record, with Joker having the metaphorical blood in his hands of his criminal sentence, a permanent stain to his reputation as a productive member of society. Of course, Joker doesn't really give a shit about what other people think of his reputation as a criminal, as we often see him adjusting and retightening these gloves around his hands after either performing an all-out attack or after Joker steals loot from a palace. In tightening these gloves around his hands, it's simply an action of reaffirmation of Joker's sense of justice and personal mission as a phantom thief. He even leans more into his mockery of society by wielding weapons that are easily concealable, such as handguns and knives. A perfect match for a gentleman thief that's constantly weaving in and out of high society. Now, comparatively speaking, Makoto's image of rebellion and her persona follow the same general theme of mockery as Joker, but the way such snide rebellion is characterized is vastly different from that of Joker's, and arguably very unique when compared to the rest of her teammates. I mean, her persona's a frickin' motorcycle.
No, dude. That's a bike?
But, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Whereas Joker's persona, Arsene, was based around the character of a French anarchist, Makoto's persona, Johanna, is based around the legendary historical figure Pope Joan, with Johanna being the Latin pronunciation of her name. According to Catholic papal legend, Johanna was a woman who reigned as Pope during the Middle Ages, first being chronicled in a papal legend by Jean de Malie in the 13th century, with this version of Johanna being interpolated into Martin of Opava's Chronicon Pontificum et Imperatorium in later years. According to legends, most versions of how Johanna managed to attain this position paint her as a wise, well-educated, and smarmy woman with her aptitude for the matters concerning education and knowledge of the Catholic faith, making it very easy for her to attain prestige in theological institutions, eventually rising through the hierarchy of the church to the position of Pope. The passage that concerns how Johanna managed to do exactly that goes as follows. John Anglicus, born in Mainz, was Pope for 2 years, 7 months, and 4 days, and died in Rome, after which there was a vacancy in the papacy for 1 month. It's claimed that Joan was a woman, who, as a girl, had been led to Athens dressed in the clothes of a man by a certain lover of hers. There she became proficient in the diversity of branches of knowledge, until she had no equal, and afterward in Rome, she taught the liberal arts, and had great masters among her students and audience. A high opinion of her life and learning arose in the city, and she was chosen for Pope. John de Malie's version differs a little bit, but does detail how Johanna used her wits and intellect to become a crucial secretary, then a cardinal, and finally the Pope. Already we see some parallels between Johanna and Makoto's personalities. They're both characterized as extremely intelligent when it comes to academic matters, with Johanna's aptitude for theological matters lending her the ability to attain the position of Pope, and for Makoto herself to eventually reach the position of Student Council President of Tsuchin Academy. However, the legend of her attaining the position doesn't exactly end on a happy note. While one half of her legend emphasizes her intellect and aptitude for the liberal arts, the other half emphasizes the impact her gender had upon her reign as Pope to its grisly end. Continue on by quoting Martin of Opava's account of Joan's reign. While Pope, however, she became pregnant by her companion. Through ignorance of the exact time when the birth was expected, she was delivered of a child while in procession from St. Peter's to the Lateran, in a lane once made Via Sacra, but now known as the Shun Street, between the Colosseum and St. Clement's Church. After her death, it was said she was buried at that same place. The Lord Pope now always turns aside from the street, and is believed by many that it is done because of the abhorrence of the event, nor is she placed on the list of holy pontiffs, because both of their female sex, and on account of the foulness of the matter. The foulness that Martin of Opava is likely referring to is both the fact that Johanna lied to get her position, of defying a specific biblical verse, which states that a woman should not wear man's clothing, nor a man should wear women's clothing, for your Lord God detests anyone who does this. As a slight tangent, some of you may also recognize this verse as being the same one that Joan of Arc was charged with violating, with Joan receiving a similarly grisly fate at the hands of the English Church. It all ends with tragedy for the woman Pope, whose steady rise to power was ultimately undermined by her gender and the institution's utter disdain for Johanna on that basis. Johanna, after bringing much prestige to the theological table, with her knowledge of the faith and liberal arts, teaching those who eventually become great masters in their own respects, was killed on the spot because of being a woman holding a position of power within the church. In the earlier account of Jean Amélie, it was said that she either died from complications of childbirth on the spot, or was dragged out of Rome by her enraged followers and then subsequently stoned to death. Some sources also suggest that, due to the lasting effect the legend of Johanna left upon the papacy, subsequent popes were subjected to an examination where the papal candidate's gender was to be verified. Each candidate had to sit on a so-called dung chair, containing a hole in the seat. Cardinals then had to reach up and establish that the new pope had testicles before announcing he has two and they dangle nicely. Later accounts of Johanna's story would then be used as an example within Dominican preaching. Johanna was to be a moral anecdote within the faith that would be utilized to illustrate a point and instill some moral values, with Johanna serving as a cautionary tale. Though, strangely enough, through the ages, the thought of a woman managing to deceive the entirety of the church to ascend to such a position remained a curiosity within the Catholic zeitgeist for many, many years. The outrageous thought that a woman could become learned enough to deceive and outwit many a man, possessing both the ability and aptitude to instruct her followers in matters of both faith and the liberal arts, is why the myth of Johanna has persisted throughout several centuries. It's a compelling story to be sure, but I'm sorry to disappoint you all, as modern scholars have deemed Johanna to be a fictional legend, as in, she was not real, nor did a woman ever occupy the position of pope. Nevertheless, this fascination with Johanna, and her existence serving as a cautionary tale, seems to carry with it a notion of promoting traditional gender norms within both the papacy and within Christian society. A woman is to act, look, and dress as a woman, and a man is to act, look, and dress as a man, with Johanna choosing to defy these inherently prescriptive patriarchal gender norms of her society, being judged not by her deeds and contributions to the faith, but instead on the basis of her not adhering to her place as a woman within society, is something that directly ties to Makoto's overall characterization, something that will make sense after you do a little bit more digging. Once Makoto has officially joined her party and has hung out with us for a few months, on July 29th, she'll contact Joke in the middle of the night, asking if he wants to come along to see a movie with her called Like a Dragon. As we're going to understand Makoto's character and overall temperament, she's usually a very reserved person until provoked, and her taking an interest in something outside of her studies to the point of excitement is certainly strange. Speaking of strange, as we run over to meet up with her at Shinjuku's movie theater, we find that Makoto is acting a little bit out of pocket here as well. As we speak to her outside, rather than being her usual calm and collected self, she seems a bit nervous and jumpy, which the game highlights by utilizing Makoto's surprised bust-up portrait as she speaks to us. She tells us that she got here way earlier than everyone else, and then proceeds to stumble over words as she tries to justify her excitement by saying that the film was made by a famous director before getting all shy and trying to usher us inside. As we sit down in the theater together, we're able to understand a few more things about Makoto. Firstly, the movie that she's dragged us here to Shinjuku to see is that of a gangster film. Secondly, we can see that while everyone else is sitting back and enjoying the film, Makoto's literally on the edge of her seat, with Morgana observing that her fists have been clenched throughout the whole runtime. The cat also hazards that whatever excuse Makoto made to get her butts in those seats was nothing more than a thinly veiled excuse, and that she actually loves this sort of stuff, all the machismo, violence, and gunslinging. She obviously loves this genre media. As we hang out with Makoto a little more over the course of the game, her love of media that targets male audiences is also further corroborated with her showtime attacks with both Ryuji and Haru, wherein she can't help but tacitly admit to finding a certain appeal to their suggestions. For her showtime attack with Ryuji, he's at first a little hesitant to bring it up to her, as Makoto again does her best to give off the aura of a prim and proper person who wouldn't at all be interested in the same tactless and boyish stuff that Ryuji's going to be into, like, say, shonen manga, with all of its beatdowns, screaming, and gratuitous violence. To Ryuji's surprise, though, Makoto's actually super into it, admitting to her teammates as they're cruising around Mementos in the Monomobile that she's picked up a few volumes, which makes the end product of her tag team showtime attack with Ryuji make complete sense and all the more glorious to witness.
I love that reference.
The gremlin is correct. Ryuji suggested to Makoto undoubtedly pulled ideas from the classic shonen manga series, Fist of the North Star, complete with Ryuji imploring Makoto to do the classic 100 running fist attack rush. In the boss version of the showtime attack, Makoto further references Fist of the North Star by saying that line, you know, that one.
Can't run now!
You're already dead!
It's so awesome. Ryuji and to a lesser extent Haru also make a point of teasing Makoto about her rebellious spirit and mannerisms being that of a spitting image of your standard shonen edgelord protagonist. We constantly see Makoto doing exaggerated superhero landings and performing backflips Kaguya Shinomiya style, with Makoto choosing to crack her neck and knuckles as she prepares for the next attack rush, flexing in the competition all the while as she says the most cheesy of lines like, you know, that one. An instant classic for sure, something that's bookended with both Ryuji and Haru giving Makoto the nickname of Seikimatsu Asha, or in English, Champion of Century's End, a reference to Ro's title in Fist of the North Star. Conversely, in the English localization of Persona 5, this nickname was changed to Post-Apocalyptic Raider in vanilla Persona 5, with the nickname being changed again in the rural version of the game to Fist of the Phantom Star.
So, you're totally the Fist of the Phantom Star now, huh?
Do you want to get smacked?
Makoto's obviously an immensely cultured human being for enjoying such classic shonen material, which is also helped by the fact that she's the one to plan out and then suggest her short-time attack to Haru, revealing to us that Makoto has an interest in pro wrestling of all things. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. Give me a second. Oh my god, what a light here in SmackDown with Queen and War in the ring, and oh my lord, what a regal decree by the Queen! I hope nobody was using that cheering. What the hell is this? The look of disbelief on the face of Queen and War is turning to a look of rage! Oh my god! It's the Fist of Justice! By God, somebody stop the damn match!
Do you want to get smacked?
Fine, I'll stop. Again, Makoto being seemingly interested in such things and having the gall to come up with something seemingly so complex and out of pocket makes it a showing of Makoto being an immensely cultured human being. Speaking of Makoto's interests, her taking a liking to gangster movies and classic shonen manga isn't the only tradition masculine thing that Makoto's attracted to. When we first enter Kanashiro's palace, Makoto, striving to ever prove her usefulness, that she's not just dead weight to the Phantom Thieves, will tell us the following about herself.
I've trained in Aikido. Don't worry, I can defend myself.
Later entries in the Persona series of games that feature Persona 5's cast will tell us that Makoto's father taught both her and Sai Aikido, which is a defensive form of martial arts. Of course, martial arts isn't something that a woman would traditionally pursue or otherwise be interested in, but given Niijima-san's career as a lawman, pursuing criminals who weren't above putting out a hit on police officers like himself, he likely said something along the lines of, "Fuck your gender norms, I'm teaching my daughters how to defend themselves for the sake of practicality." At the time, these lessons likely stuck with Makoto, but her outlook on the defensive side of this discipline has likely changed after Awakening to Johanna. The style of martial arts Makoto displays in the metaverse seems to be that of a more aggressive and direct karate Ka style rather than that of the defensive and momentum-based grappling martial art that Aikido was supposed to be.
Maybe I should buy a punching bag.
Or maybe you shouldn't.
Makoto uses a flurry of spin kicks and punches to attack enemies, with her punches being augmented by strapping Teko to her Fist of Justice, which are basically barbed horseshoes that serve the same purpose as brass knuckles. Another 2-for-1 impression of Makoto leaning towards masculine interests rather than feminine ones here, as she chooses not to utilize the form that essentially calls for its practitioners to beat around the bush. Aikido generally calls for the redirecting the momentum of the attacker in such a way as to defend oneself from the onslaught, but to also ensure that the attacker is protected from injury. As we can see within this demonstration, which pits an Aikido practitioner against a Karate Ka practitioner, Karate Ka calls for an aggressive and mobile stance, with each direct attack being punctuated by a loud yell. When compared with that of the Aikido practitioner, he's remarkably restrained and relatively unimposing, appearing as if he's just standing in the middle of the arena, only acting and redirecting the momentum of the attacker while barely making any moves himself. The form is meant to pacify, but not to harm directly, with the primary philosophy behind the form being to overcome oneself instead of cultivating violence or aggressiveness. I think we could probably guess what Makoto's going to say to that.
I am done playing nice!
Now, you would think that Makoto taking an interest in these kinds of things, be it pro wrestling, classic shonen manga, contact sports, or even gangster movies, wouldn't be that big of a deal. But for Makoto and greater Japanese society, it kind of is. After we exit the auditorium, and after Makoto once again stumbles over her words to try and downplay her very obvious interest in the movie, Makoto straight up asks Joker if he thinks it's weird that a girl likes these sorts of movies. A strange thing to be concerned with, but Makoto's concerns are very real when taken into context of the traditionally rigid gender roles of Japanese society. Now, of course, we've already heard the lecture from Sai about the patriarchy, and how women are expected to be somewhat submissive and very feminine as per Confucian ethics. It would then follow that Makoto taking an interest in traditionally masculine hobbies, or media that exclusively targets men, is going to be considered a bit unorthodox and possibly a bit of a social taboo as well. Makoto's interests don't line up with what society deems to be normal interests for women and young girls, as it's in direct conflict with a term called JOSHIRYOKU. If you've ever seen or read a Japanese fashion magazine that of course targets women, you'd often see this term thrown about within these magazines in the context of selling makeup or assorted beauty products, employing readers through advertisements to visit salons to increase the JOSHIRYOKU. Perhaps you've attended a business meeting with Japanese clientele, and after you, a woman, have taken time to prepare a platter of snacks for everybody, you've received compliments about your JOSHIRYOKU being very high. Now, this term, when broken down to its basic morphological components, translates to something akin to girl power in English, with Joshi meaning girl and Ryoko not actually being a reference to one of the best animes ever made, but something meaning akin to power or force in English. In context, JOSHIRYOKU isn't about imparting a sense of feminine empowerment and togetherness to women, as the phrase girl power might imply to Western cultures, with pictures of Rosie Rivet probably coming to your mind, but rather it's defined in Japan as being a spiritual feminine force that women are encouraged to model or even expected to inherently possess. As a woman existing within Japanese society, you're expected to develop your beauty, or more closely, cultivate feminine elegance by putting an emphasis on feminine hygiene, mastering makeup styles, smelling good, possessing an equally well-tended hairstyle, and dressing in a feminine and fashionable way. You're also expected to have high self-maintenance, which is not to be confused with self-care. You're to be well-groomed, like shaved, eyebrows waxed, with society placing importance on eating and sleeping well to keep a beautiful body and healthy, clear skin. You're also expected to develop women's skills and behaviors. You must know how to approach people correctly, always smiling naturally, speaking elegantly with no slang, and have an inherent want to care for others, to the point of anticipating their various needs. You're also encouraged to adopt more feminine hobbies, such as flower arrangement, being knowledgeable of the tea ceremony, and things of that particular nature. All these things explain why when you affix the chan honorific to someone's name or to an object, you are thereby insinuating that the person you are referring to has an air of affectionate cuteness about them, that they emit a certain spiritual aura of traditional Japanese feminine power about them. Reading between the lines here, the value the Japanese place on feminine beauty is quite massive. Femininity is something that is both quantified and qualified within society, something that can be cultivated through performing spiritually feminine tasks, things that are directly tied to your value as a woman within a collectivist society, wherein if you don't meet the standard of what will constitute femininity, then the social capital you possess as a woman within society, which as we explained already, isn't much, is going to be further diminished. We've actually seen Persona 5 touch upon this concept of spiritual femininity before, with the game itself and within the series as well. In the first episode of Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, we went over Ann's character development, and a key part of her Confidant arc could be said about Ann applying herself, putting in actual effort to cultivate her JOSHIRYOKU, her feminine power, as a means to inspire others via using a platform as a model in order to do so. While Ann's idea of true feminine power is something a bit more fierce and fiery, throughout her Confidant arc, she is constantly lambasted and outdone by her rival, Mika, who has the kind of feminine appeal that Ann plainly does not possess. While Mika's skills and experience in the modeling industry are certainly not to be underestimated, she further cultivates her femininity by following an insanely complex diet and workout regimen. That is to say, her beauty is something that she earned through partaking in spiritual tasks that make her both valuable to society and desirable in her career path. Conversely, Ann thus far has solely relied on her genetics and natural beauty to skate by in her career, with Ann being a part-timer in the modeling industry, being someone that further damages how everyone perceives both Ann and her lack of comparative JOSHIRYOKU. Later in Ann's Confidant arc, after being bested by Mika a couple times, Ryuji, of all people, is the first to note the difference between Ann's cliche and naive notions of feminine power by directly comparing her to Mika. Ryuji says that Mika's appeal stems from her giving off this innocent yet sexy vibe, with Best Boy himself saying that's what real charm is supposed to look like. This of course pisses off Ann to no end, but it's also what drives her to improve upon herself, with Ann in her final installment of her Confidant arc beating Mika fair and square in a competition between beauty and beauty, after working very hard to cultivate that air of outward spiritual elegance that she was lacking before. To tie all these concepts of Japanese femininity back to Makoto, and to put it in more succinct words, Makoto is extremely worried of being considered to be a hot-blooded tomboy, the type of person that we know Makoto to already be within her own heart of hearts, with this anxiety of her being perceived in such a way, causing her to, nevertheless, conceal parts of herself out of a fear of being perceived in a certain way. This is absolutely part of the reason why Makoto acted all submissively while around Kobayakawa and Sai, and perhaps why she often belittles herself when she raises her voice or when she gets angry at someone. Her interest in things that are considered to be traditionally masculine are absolutely a point of embarrassment for her, and is absolutely why she felt the need to drag Joker all the way to Shinjuku to simply watch a movie. After all the lectures from Sai about the pitfalls of being a woman in current society, and with Sai herself imparting to Makoto a need for someone to constantly validate her own emotions and interests, Makoto felt like she had to use Joker as an excuse to pursue her otherwise masculine interests unabated, so that nobody would think less of her as a woman. It speaks volumes to us the degree of palpable relief Makoto likely feels as Joker validates her interest in the movie, with Makoto saying to Joker that it's the first time someone's gave her that kind of assurance. The same sentiment is also given to Makoto by Haru, as she reinforces and validates Makoto's less feminine interest after Makoto runs their blueprint for her Showtime attack by Haru later in the game.
Wow, Mako-chan, you come up with some pretty bold moves sometimes. I really look up to you for that. Do you? I'm not sure how that makes me feel, but thank you.
Judging by Makoto's intonation here, she sounds a little confused, yet elated, almost as if she's on the verge of tears, after hearing that one of her peers looks up to her, and doesn't consider her to be useless. Now, of course, Makoto's teammates shoring up her non-existent self-esteem is very nice, but as they do so, it would also imply that somebody out there has belittled Makoto for not having the same feminine interests as the rest of society. Speaking of Makoto's interests in relation to her being deathly afraid of others perceiving to be more masculine than feminine, judging by the connotations of Makoto's name and her outfit, she may have already self-reported on that. I already went over the meaning behind Makoto's name earlier, but I left out one key thing. Makoto's name, Makoto, is a unisex Japanese name, but is one that's often given proportionally more to boys rather than girls. When it is given to girls, the name is often used to highlight a girl's more tomboyish characteristics, especially within anime, video games, and manga. Fans of the Yakuza series of games would know full well about a particular misunderstanding taking place within the plot of one of the games that involves the main protagonist mistakenly assuming one of his targets to be a man when she's in fact a woman, all due to the general notion of Makoto being a masculine name. Quite obviously, Makoto follows this general notion of people assuming her interest based on gender as a result of her given name, which alludes to Makoto's more tomboyish characteristics that she's trying to hide from everybody. As for Makoto's sense of fashion and overall wardrobe, it can be described with 2 words. Plain and simple. Well, that's 3 words, but you get the idea. As far as I can tell, Makoto doesn't wear any makeup and keeps her hair in a short bob that's coupled with a French braid styled hairband that matches her hair color. She doesn't style it into pigtails like An does, nor does Makoto attempt to keep it all curly and floofy like Haru does, nor does Makoto dye it a different color like Ryuji or Futaba. Makoto's haircut is simple and inoffensive, that is as practical as it is low maintenance. No visits to the salon or hairdresser required, no expensive shampoo or conditioners needed, just a brush and a headband and Makoto's ready to start her day. Dare I say, without the inclusion of the headband, Makoto looks somewhat androgynous, with the headband adding a touch of femininity to her overall appearance. Makoto is just feminine enough, barely making the cutoff indeed, which is a notion that we also see reflected within her selection of outfits as well. In her winter casual outfit, Makoto wears a black turtleneck skirt under a teal blue pea coat, with tight black pants and a pair of two-tone brown tan knee-high boots with dark cuffs, which impart a sense of Makoto having a rough and rugged edge to her. Similarly, in her summer casual outfit, Makoto wears a white dress blouse with a black belt, paired off with black capris similar to the leggings from her summer school uniform attire, with Makoto also wearing black low-heel Mary Jane type shoes. When compared to, say, An, who definitely coordinates her outfits based on the weather and the time of year, given that An's a bit of a fashionista, or even when compared to Haru, who always throws in shades of what only can be defined as pink and floofy, Makoto's uniform remains unmodified, screaming that of being uniformly practical and comfortable while still giving her a small touch of femininity. However, there's one common denominator that all of Makoto's outfits lack. Outside of her school uniform, all of Makoto's uniforms lack a skirt, with Makoto seemingly preferring to wear capri pants and leggings with all of her outfits. Of course, she has to wear a skirt as per the regulations in her school uniform, but there's also evidence that she doesn't necessarily like wearing it. Makoto, when sitting down, has this animation that plays wherein she pulls out and adjusts her skirt when she feels as though it's starting to ride up to expose what's underneath. It could be said that this is a nervous tick or mannerism for Makoto, one of many that she actually displays. An action that she performs to gather herself and re-establish her agency within a conversation. The way she has this habit of specifically tucking at her skirt rather than, say, flexing or stretching her arms, or even bouncing her left leg like Ryuji does when he gets annoyed at something, Makoto's body language specifically imparts to the viewer a sense of insecurity and comfortlessness having to do with her outfit. The skirt is a point of vulnerability and self-doubt for Makoto, with her skirt being something that she's constantly both literally and figuratively grappling with. I'm also going to go on a limb here and say that Makoto's swimsuit was purposely designed with this aspect of her character in mind. Its bright white collar and frilly tutu bottom impart a sense of childish naivety and passivity, notions that absolutely do not mesh with the plain and tomboyish characteristics that we see Makoto channeling through her wardrobe, something that's made even more clear when you have Makoto wear it on heists. The narrative irony is super tangible here as Makoto rides Johanna, crooking her knuckles before pile driving shadows from the top rope. But please do not let this extensive clarification about gender norms distract you from the fact that she threw them off Hell in a Cell, forcing the shadows to plummet 16 feet through an announcer's table. Skirts and being feminine enough are points of contention with Makoto, but she has to endure it regardless, as society has drilled into her that she has to cultivate some modicum of JOSHIRYOKU as not to appear as some kind of social deviant, a tomboy who, in reality, doesn't really seem to care much about fashion or girly things, being much more interested in traditionally masculine things. So with all that being said, if Makoto's trying to hide her masculine interests from the rest of society, being often embarrassed when people learn about her having a bit of a tomboy streak, what exactly does this mean for Makoto's fandom thief outfit and the design of her persona appearing as it is? If she, honest to God, thinks that her interests and hobbies are straight up embarrassing and weird to the point of Makoto craving or even requiring validation and assurance from others to say that she's not the oddball that she thinks she is, then why is Makoto's overall temperament, her fandom thief's outfit, and her heart's own image of power so masculine? If we head back in time a little bit to April 12th, the point of the game where Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana begin to scout out Kamoshida's palace for real this time, the cat who's not a cat explains the how and why each thief looks the way they do within the metaverse.
Anything distorts according to how a ruler pleases within his palace. A school can turn into a castle like this after all. In order to prevent such distortions, one must hold a powerful will of rebellion. Your appearance is a manifestation of that. It's the image of rebellion that you hold within.
Is this a skull?
Your appearance reflects your inner self. It's the rebel that slumbers within.
Basically, every Persona user has a personally tailored image of rebellion that reflects both the synthesis of their own shadow selves and their true selves, that is created to prevent each thief from falling victim to the stored desires of each palace ruler. This image of rebellion each thief holds within their mind's eye manifests itself while they're on heists, dictating the design and appearance of both their costumes and of their personas, with how each design choosing to manifest itself as they do, existing on a spectrum of influence built between how the palace rulers perceive the thief's spirit of rebellion and how each thief rationalizes it of their own accord, with the pendulum favoring to swing one way as opposed to the other. For example of how these palace rulers have sway over how these image of rebellions manifest, Yusuke's image of rebellion, his costume, is that of a masterless samurai, a ronin, a notion that Madarame's shadow, being that of a shogun, undoubtedly imparted to Yusuke for rebelling against his lord and master. Yusuke doesn't really have a say in how this outfit manifests as it does, nor does it say anything in any kind of dialogue that would otherwise clue us in to his various interests that would behoove his spirit of rebellion to manifest in such a manner. When the pendulum of rebellious power begins to sway towards the center of the spectrum, where a Persona user's spirit of rebellion possesses slightly more agency than that of the palace rulers to decide how it's to be presented to the cognitive world, we get something like Haru's musketeer outfit. As Haru says to us shortly after she truly awakens to her persona, the rationale behind her outfit appearing as it does was influenced by her admiration of the female superheroes she saw on TV when she was little, admiring them for just being happy to fight to protect others on their behalf. To be fair, there are also aspects of Haru design that scream that it's more so a parody of traditional gender norms as well. Her costume does not at all line up with her pink, floofy, and fluffy aesthetic. One might expect Haru's image of rebellion to have her wear a corset and a dress, much like her Persona Melody, but instead we find that her costume would be something that a man would wear. When the pendulum swings all the way to the side of the Persona user having complete agency over how the rebellious spirit is depicted within the metaverse, we get to the point of pure spite.
Stop looking down on me with that stupid smile on your face!
Regarding Kamoshida's influence upon both Ryuji's thuggish outfit and Ann's infamous red latex catsuit, we talked extensively at the start of the season of Dichotomy of a Character how both Best Boy and Best Girl purposely cultivated these images of rebellion just to spite Kamoshida.
Kamoshida's cognition ain't changing, right? And I'll act like the troublemaker I am.
Both of them find liberation from Kamoshida's influence by completely owning up to how they're perceived by society and by douchebag number one, choosing to completely lean into these notions and perceptions of being a thuggish troublemaker and a sexual outfit for lecherous men as a way to empower themselves. They feed into these popular notions about themselves to find their own power by redefining these labels society and, more closely, Kamoshida has attached to them. As we discussed within her own video, in certain subcultures, Ann's catsuit is a defense mechanism. It's Ann's second skin that's all about holding sexual power over Kamoshida, weaponizing her sexuality to shift such power dynamics back in her favor. The entire thesis behind Ann's catsuit is that while Kamoshida may look at and admire Ann's body, he cannot otherwise touch or sexually harass her, needing Ann's express permission and, more importantly, her mutual consent for her to painstakingly deglove herself to truly make skin-to-skin contact with the rest of her body. The main inspiration for Ann's spirit of rebellion, much like Haru's, stemmed from media that she consumed as a kid. However, instead of wanting to be a compassionate hero of justice like Haru, Ann took a liking to a particular villainous femme fatale-like character from her favorite anime, taking a liking to her willpower, strength, and sincerity, all characteristics that we can ascribe to Ann fully embodying. Considering that though, we really can't say the same about Makoto and her own rage-fueled persona awakening, leading us to ask where the pendulum of rebellious agency would swing regarding her own outfit and Johanna being that of a motorcycle. A certain through line here that we see with Makoto's character thus far is that her sense of self-esteem is extremely damaged, and is going to remain extremely low until the credits roll. The only exception to this rule is when she's pissed off at something, gaining clarity through the rage-fueled beatdowns of her enemies. She obviously enjoys her masculine hobbies, but when pressed, she completely disavows herself of those same interests to basically ask them if she should regress back to the willowy, submissive good girl type of pushover she once was. It's a vicious cycle that Makoto needs to break eventually, is what I would say if she hasn't found a way to cope with her circumstances. Within Makoto's heart of hearts, there exists a desire to be herself, with this desire being best expressed through two terms: antithesis and escapism. We've known Makoto gravitate towards acting and living vicariously for the sake of someone else in order to seek validation from others, with her self-esteem being basically non-existent at all. With that in mind, I think we might be able to say the same thing about her vested interest in shonen manga, professional wrestling, and her interest in otherwise masculine things. Her hobbies are a direct symptom of her lack of self-esteem, with Makoto choosing to shore it up by living vicariously through her favorite media. I think it will be fair to say that characters and protagonists within shonen manga and anime, media that attempt to exclusively target boys, are the type of people that Makoto would like to be, but for various reasons feels like she can't. Think of any shonen protagonist within any form of media, be it from the East or West, and you'll find that they all share the same following general characteristics, often intersecting with Makoto's character arc thus far too. Most of these characters will start off as being a big-hearted, energetic kid, with some of the more jaded adults thinking them to be a bit naive or even kind of annoying. Picking a fight with him would be tantamount to suicide, and insulting or otherwise threatening those he cares about would be equally as stupid, because he'll never lose his way and will find a way to beat you. Literally. For as strong as he is physically, he's got an equally strong sense of justice, standing fast to his moral code of ethics, remaining unfazed throughout all manner of hardship to always stand up and speak out for what's right. He's extremely determined, and on the rare occasion he does lose, he'll train so hard that he catches up to and outsmarts masters of the craft one after the other. As soon as the OP kicks in, the victor's already in the bag as soon as the beat drops. The simpleness of this type of character makes it incredibly easy for someone with low self-esteem to, well, find some to placate them for a little while. But the most important part of this type of media, and something that Makoto absolutely finds appealing about it, is the acknowledgement of winning, being determined enough to work through your failings, and generally being encouraged for being a good person. I'm willing to bet if Makoto was raised in a Western country in the early 80s, the phrase, "I have the power" from a certain master of the universe would resonate deeply with her. All in all, Makoto's interests seem to be about her seeking empowerment, and what better way to find it than through shonen media? What better way to feel powerful, to be the antithesis of herself that Makoto is while on heist with the Phantom Thieves, than trying to emulate or even embody the mannerisms of those same protagonists to escape from the life of a subservient honor student with all its inflexible expectations and responsibilities. For all the adults that have gaslit Makoto into compliance, the escapism that her hobbies and interests have offered to her have been the only thing that she can cling to for stability, with Makoto finally being able to become the loud, crashing, and boisterous shonen protagonist that she's always wanted to be.
I can feel it. Myself. Me. Got it!
Though she will always seemingly deny it out of embarrassment.
I'm still not used to this outfit. I mean, I don't want to be used to it.
I know exactly what you mean.
Huh. You should be more confident in yourself.
Why did it have to be this suit?
Quite a bizarre outfit. It suits you very well.
Even though Makoto actively dislikes her outfit, her desire to be more aggressive and forward with people for the sake of her own self-esteem is a strong case for explaining Makoto's outfit and mannerisms while on heists.
That was no Aikido. That was some hardcore ass-whooping.
I am so not pissing her off. Feel like she'll rip off my arm.
She does exude that aura.
Oh, stop it.
However, part of this interpretation leaves out her naivety that we've seen on display a few times. While Makoto may style herself to be a shonen protagonist, she's missing the part where she has friends to fight for. Due to side drilling into her that the only metric of success is that of her test scores, Makoto's never really had time or have been allowed to cultivate a genuine friendship with anyone, which predisposes her to be generally uninformed and experience about a lot of normal things within the world. Most of what she would define as knowledge would have been memorized out of a textbook, which isn't very practical or applicable to the world outside of academia. The reason why Makoto enjoys gangster films and shonen manga for all its naive qualities is because of her practical life experience outside of a textbook or the classroom, to which sci lectures are about too. Whenever Makoto wanted a throne, she'd probably pick up a book and read about it. Much of her knowledge about stuff like romance, fighting baddies, and what would constitute a rebellious attitude must have had an air of melodrama about them. Much like any sheltered bookworm who possesses that naive sense of justice that Makoto has expressed, the antithesis of her sheltered self would have to be the most stereotypical notion of a freedom-loving, rebellious, badass bad girl that can go anywhere she pleases. Couple that with Ryuji calling her Miss Post-Apocalyptic Raider, and Makoto's choice of firearms being that of revolvers, that Makoto fans while firing from the hip like a cowboy, but get the impression that Makoto's image of rebellion is a leather vest wearing, shades rocking badass chick riding her steel horse through the desert wasteland, occupying her time with chasing narc criminals with nothing but her bare fists, trusty six-shooter, and sense of justice at her side. In a lawless post-apocalyptic world where people use and abuse others on a whim, Makoto fantasizes a world where she doesn't have to adhere to the rules, with Johanna being depicted as a motorcycle, being an excellent XP of both Makoto's masculine interests and her desire for freedom. Johanna is the strength of Makoto's heart may manifest, and as it has been made the case through the Persona series, it's possible for one's own heart to modify the appearance of a persona, or for one's own persona to have physical features that are stylized to match its wielder. Makoto's heart, desiring the freedom to choose to make decisions on her own, to live her own life by her own means and values, allows Makoto's heart to change Johanna in such a manner as to make it perfectly reflect those desires. What better way to express a desire for independence? Your desire to be the loud, boisterous, crashing tomboy that you actually are, than to rev match your motorcycle and appeal out onto the free and open road with the wind in your face.
I love the feeling of wind on my face.
I think we got a potential speed demon here.
Cars are meant for transportation, but I think there's more to it than just that. Let's speed up! While Makoto's hobbies and interests still remain a sore point for her, Makoto desiring abject freedom and escapism from the obligations of her station is what makes the meaning behind Makoto's Phantom Thief outfit and that of Johanna so impactful for her character. As she peels out of Kanashiro's palace to reflect upon her rage-fueled persona awakening, the first thing that comes to Makoto's mind is that of complete and utter catharsis.
This is the most exhausted I have ever gotten these past few years, but it felt pretty great.
It lasted just for a few moments, but those moments of righteous and incredibly valid fury must have felt incredible for someone who's been forced to ball up her emotions for the sake of others. The psychosomatic response Makoto's body had to her rage, to her becoming self-actualized again, was so great that it caused her to become immensely tired, feeling great nevertheless like she just completed an intense workout. Makoto never expected that she would find liberation and validation by teaming up with the same group of criminals that she was chasing after, or better yet, that she would end up validating not only herself but her sense of justice in their company. This entire ordeal was about verifying the Phantom Thieves' brand of justice, but instead, in an ironic twist of events, Makoto came out of it reclaiming both her own sense of justice and revitalizing her own ability to have agency within her own life choices.
I never thought I'd become part of the Phantom Thieves I was after. Sis might faint if she found out.
That little half giggle Makoto throws into a reflection about what Sai might think of her baby sister's current situation says a lot about Makoto's current headspace. Before, she was deathly afraid of disappointing Sai, or worse, drawing her ire by speaking out of turn or saying something naive. Now though, Makoto's on a bit of a rebellious troublemaking hot streak, with Makoto thinking that it'd be kind of funny to piss Sai off, to see her stern demeanor turn a ghostly white. Makoto now knows that she doesn't have to be jerked around by others to find meaning within her life, or for that matter, conforming to the expectations of others, like Sai, to which she says as much.
Then again, it must have been fate for this to happen.
What do you mean?
I can't be like my sister. I had a feeling that there'd come a time when we wouldn't see eye to eye anymore. I'm thankful to have a sister who works so hard, but there are times I feel sorry for her too. And after hearing my persona's voice, I clearly understand how I feel now.
It appears you're not as reserved as you make yourself seem.
As the Phantom Thieves accept her and her first personality as one of their own, adopting her as a combat advisor, this chapter of Makoto's story comes to a close. Of course, we're not quite done yet, as Makoto immediately vindicates her own tenacity by delivering lines that fully capture the essence of the inner edgy shonen protagonist that she is within her heart of hearts.
We'll crush him like a fly. I'll make him regret making me angry.
Holy shit, Makoto. Alright, let's get started with the second pinch point. Let's go!
This new ally you gained was Makoto?
After fully joining our party, and after Ryuji makes a highly specific reference to one of my favorite shows on the Discovery Channel.
I'm a phantom on a steel... Oh, did you just reference Bon Jovi?
Wow, I haven't thought about that in a while. Makoto gets someone blindsided by An of all people, but not in the manner that she was before. As we discussed within this very video, and previously within the season of Dichotomy of a Character, we know An possesses an inordinately high amount of emotional intelligence that's paired off with an incredible ability to empathize with others, regardless of who and what they are to her. An has often used these aspects of her personality for personal introspection and to stir up the doubts of others, but not so much recently. She has, instead, been using her emotional intelligence and compassion to tear down others. She's been using her ability to empathize with others as a weapon, with Makoto being the square and sole target of An's cynicism. For the better part of nearly 2 months now, An's incredulity towards Makoto's supposed inaction towards everything involving Kamoshida has driven An to briefly become a pseudo-dark empath, which isn't like the An we know. She's not the type to feed her darkest inhibitions. With An recognizing that these past few weeks have left her emotionally compromised and sore, An realizes that she's made a crucial and yet extremely ironic mistake. An allowed herself and her better judgment to get in the way of rational fact, as the rumor mill subsumed both of them. She let the rumors about Makoto get to her, being overcome by emotion to such an effect where such baseless accusations convinced her that Makoto was the person the rumor mill painted her to be, was that of objective fact. An does this while being completely unaware of the irony of her using the rumor mill to baselessly slander Makoto, assassinating her character in the same manner that the rumor mill once did to her just 2 months ago. After reflecting on this for a while, she summons Makoto to the Stucco office to book in all the snide comments she's made towards Makoto, and to move on with the thievery. Even if you weren't sure where this conversation was heading, the first few words from An and Makoto tell us much about their intentions before they really start to bare their hearts to each other.
I'm sorry for asking you here like this.
Oh no, it isn't a problem. I actually find it refreshing to be asked to the student council room, although it's somewhat nerve-wracking as well.
I think I'm a bit nervous myself.
Firstly, we have to give credit to An here. It seems that she not only set up this meeting in the student council room by herself, but also has the emotional maturity to apologize to Makoto first, with the intention to call it even between them. That certainly takes some courage and some maturity for someone to do, with An being brave enough to set the meeting up in Makoto's own domain. Kudos for An for then moving to apologize for her accusations made in poor taste and in bad faith towards Makoto. But most of all, she apologizes to her senpai for placing the blame upon Kamoshida's sexual harassment of the student body squarely upon Makoto. While she was all too keen to call Makoto useless, An considers her words and actions to be nothing more than her projecting her own anguish and guilt onto Makoto.
I realized later that Shiho was calling out for me, and I wasn't there to help her. I didn't want to admit my own guilt, so I took it out on you, Niijima-senpai.
She was never in the right to call anyone else useless because as far as An is concerned, she wasn't there for her best friend when she needed it the most. An takes a deep bow to indicate just how remorseful and sorry she is for throwing Makoto under the bus in the way that she's done. But to Makoto's credit, she doesn't take this chance to twist the knife further as she did before on June 11th.
Hey, there is no need for that. In fact, I think the two of us are pretty similar.
Instead, Makoto realizes that they were both the victims of the same kind of power structure, and owing to said power structure oppressing them, both of them, they end up making excuses about such oppression, rather than taking action against those who sought to hurt them. An's attempts to placate Kamoshida for Shiho's sake were stupid and naive, because he was obviously going to take this as far as he could anyway. What An really needed to do was to call bullshit all the while. The same thing could be said about Makoto. For her, she was justifying her actions by lying to herself that she was just following orders, as to not anger Sai or all the adults around her, to not jeopardize her own future, when in reality what Makoto really needed to do was to put her foot down and to grow a backbone.
I was unable to save anyone. Not Suzui-san, and not any of Kanashiro's victims. I kept telling myself I wasn't at fault because I was simply following orders. But that was all a lie.
She was letting fear drive her own decisions, allowed it to cower into compliance, and for Makoto herself to activate her limit breaker on the 20th. Makoto then moves to comment upon how, in retrospect, she realizes that icy and smarmy attitude she cultivated while investigating the Phantom Thieves was born of that same fear, which was wrong of her to do.
It felt like I would be admitting my own worthlessness had I not shifted the blame off of myself. Fear of that worthlessness was probably why I acted so harshly toward you and your friends. I'm deeply sorry as well.
Makoto apologizes as well, and we've seen her act like this earlier, as guilt and shame aim to consume her, but luckily An's here to make it all better, so Makoto won't beat herself over these small potatoes. After they both call it even, recognizing that they're both responsible for each other's misery, An says just the thing Makoto needed to hear after all she's been through.
Oh, but one more thing. You're not worthless, Niijima-senpai.
In a single sentence, An straight up improves Makoto's waning self-esteem by immediately validating Makoto's agency and self-worth, while also apologizing further for her own misdeeds. Damn, what a character. An goes even further here by congratulating Makoto on her persona awakening as well, with An knowing full well how liberating that must have felt for Makoto. An amicable comparison here, but Makoto, not to be outdone, shifts the compliments back towards An's way, as she reflects once again on the irony of how such things came to pass, with An ironically contributing in such a way that Makoto didn't really think about until now.
That way of thinking is very much like you, Takamaki-san. When you confronted me about Suzui-san, I realized how dishonest and small I was. You're always very direct. That's what helped me finally realize the error of my ways.
In a peculiar twist of fate, Makoto, in retrospect, is actually kind of glad that An was willing to berate her in the manner that she did. It gave Makoto immediate perspective on just how horribly she was lying to herself, and yeah, it made Makoto feel like garbage for a while, but the end result was Makoto learning an important lesson. Makoto was to start listening to her conscience again, which of course snowballed into something greater. This soul bearing is super awesome to witness for both girls, but that's not the coolest part of this conversation, so take a listen.
It turns out I'm a little slow on the uptake at times. Hey, can I call you An?
Yeah. I'm going to do the same. Makoto. That's so embarrassing.
This is a super significant development between both girls. Makoto, as An's senior classmate or senpai, wants to call An by her first name, and consequently, so does An. A decision that was influenced by Makoto beginning to admire An for her capacity to be blunt and direct. Now, this desire for Makoto to call An by her first name may not translate well into the English dub of Persona 5, but as we discussed previously, Japanese culture is very regimented in regards to seniority between peers. Without going into too much detail again, this often comes in the form of various honorifics that are fixed at the end of a person's name. All of these honorifics detail the social status of a particular individual, in addition to how emotionally close you are to that particular individual. For reference, the Chan honorific is usually used in an affectionate manner, meaning cute or dear one, and because of its more effeminate and affectionate connotations, is often used informally to refer to those most dear to you, or by women for the use of referring to the degree of social closeness they feel towards their closest female friends. Following that train of thought, we have heard and seen both Makoto and An use the San honorific throughout this conversation, choosing to fix San to the last names instead of the first names, as it means to show some degree of respectful formality between the two. In context, think of the San honorific as someone referring to someone else as Miss or Mr., with Makoto and An maintaining a barrier of professional courtesy and closest to each other as Miss Niijima and Miss Takamaki. If we apply the manner to which An and Makoto are referring to each other within this conversation, we can safely say that their relationship has changed quite a bit over time. It starts off as a rigid senpai-kohai relationship, with Makoto serving as An's senior and student council president, and with An existing on the social ladder as her kohai, her junior. Under normal circumstances, An will be expected to refer Makoto as Niijima-senpai as she's done thus far, but it's becoming increasingly clear that the relationship is starting to change as a result of the recent bout of soul-bearing to each other, morphing into one that has a degree of some level of pleasant formality to it. By having each other referring to each other as Takamaki-san and Niijima-san instead of more rigid ways of referring to themselves on the basis of Kohai and Senpai, we're starting to see these inherent and immutable power dynamics of Japanese society become more flexible between the two girls, and it's all done out of Makoto's admiration for Ann's bluntness and ability to be honest with herself. This inspires Makoto not to only drop the san honorific to her name, but to skip past referring to Ann in an affectionate manner as her friend, An-chan, instead directly referring to Ann by her first name without any kind of honorific affixed to her name. This is an incredible act by the otherwise uptight Makoto, as she essentially completed an 80% speedrun of Japanese interpersonal relationships, referring to someone by their first name as the most informal and affectionate manner someone can refer to another, as it indicates that you are extremely close to someone, so much so that all matter of formality between yourself and this other person has been stripped away. For context, referring to someone by their first name is usually done by your closest family members or by your romantic partner. Even then, you might even refer to those people with the chan honorific, hence why Ann gets slightly embarrassed here.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same. Makoto. That's so embarrassing.
Now more than ever, Makoto and Ann are closer together, having shared and apologized to each other for the various projections and traumas, discovering that they are indeed more alike than different. To further formalize and highlight this new friendship, Ann further opens up to her friend, wanting to share with Makoto one of her favorite things in the world, her love of sweets and cakes, but more specifically, crepes.
How about we get something to eat before we go home for the night?
Oh, I know a place. There's a crepe shop at Central Street that totally stuffs their crepes.
Do you want to split one?
Let's each get a whole one, and then we can go half and half on those.
Oh, yes, let's. After school today, right?
Within her own Confidant arc, and within the main plot of the game, we come to know Ann is possessing an almost crippling addiction to sweets.
I need to eat my way through the entire dessert menu!
For Ann to want to share something so personal with Makoto, and to divulge the location of one of her favorite places to stop by after school with her, well, it's all the more charming to see everything come full circle for both of them. To further highlight how close Ann and Makoto have come together, if Joker travels to Central Street after school on the same day this conversation happens, he can actually find Ann and Makoto on Central Street waiting outside that exact same crepe shop together. It's simply just fantastic. Makoto and Ann started as enemies making snide remarks at each other, but now they're here as friends, closer than ever. Want to let bygones be bygones as they're about to get a crepes together on Central Street, and delve further into the depths of Kanashiro's palace as the Phantom Thieves, working together to put an end to his lecherous gains. Though, in her first foray into the metaverse, Makoto is less impressed, or maybe even the word would be shocked, at how our group has even gotten this far.
It's a navigation app, right? Couldn't someone easily access our history on the server? Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Has nobody thought of this before? Now then, could you explain to me the strategy for this mission?
Strategy?
You don't have one? Wait, the Phantom Thieves were acting without any plans?
We pretty much look around the area. I provide navigation when needed. And then,
If we'd run into Shadows, we'd beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, with that kind of attitude, I think it's safe to say that we've been pretty lucky thus far. But with Makoto and her brains on her team, we won't need to rely on luck anymore, as she quickly adopts the name of Queen to reflect her fierce yet responsible no-nonsense attitude that her outfit reflects to the party.
Queen. It has a nice ring to it. I like it. Let's go with that.
A perfect name to reflect Makoto's fiery air of confidence she adopts from the metaverse, and it is here where it seems like that she's most in her element. Contrary to how side treats her like Deadweight, a useless, naive child, Makoto's extremely competent in the metaverse, and is a great asset to the team. As the team's combat advisor, she shows a remarkable degree of aptitude as she advises the team on each shadow's strengths and weaknesses.
The enemy is weak against ice. Don't worry, we're stronger.
Persona! Go down!
Ooh, very nice. Oh, nice, it exploded.
Yes! Victory! A spectacular victory!
Of course, Makoto's role within the Phantom Thieves isn't just plain cerebral, as her aptitude for picking apart the weaknesses of her foes is matched by her ferocity in combat as well.
Weak to nuclear moves. Let's end this quickly.
What's the matter?
Persona! Charge, Johanna!
That was amazing!
2 enemies defeated! Wipe them out! Finish him! Fist of justice!
Not so useless after all, huh? But wait, there's more! While Makoto might not think herself to be quick in the update in social situations, while we're on highest, the story is completely different. As we infiltrate the various palaces throughout the game, Makoto's able to quickly understand the inner workings of their particular target's cognition, as was foreshadowed in the manner that she managed to summon Kanashiro's bank from the sky. These impressive bouts of intuition are further highlighted as, more often than not, Makoto's almost always the first to offer advice on how to complete a particular puzzle within a palace. She is the first to deduce that, upon feeling a draft come out of one of the pig statues at the entrance to Kanashiro's palace, that the statue is concealing a secret entrance to the interior of the palace. Makoto's also the first to understand that on the final floor of Kanashiro's palace within the underground vault, that the mechanism containing the final steps to securing the roots of Kanashiro's treasure is modeled after the interior of the lock. Makoto's skills in the art of cognitive deduction even tracks and persists outside of Kanashiro's palace and into the rest of the game. Her aptitude in such manners can be observed within things big or small, such as when she accurately assesses that all the traps within Futaba's palace are in fact cognitive representations of Futaba's various defense mechanisms that shield her mind from her traumatic past, and thus are made to continuously push people away from her.
Simple defense mechanism. Considering what she's been through, I don't blame her for mistrusting others.
She is also able to deduce a solution to Maruki's mix-and-match color-coded puzzle that we find in the Twilight Quarter part of his palace. Directly pulling on the experience she gained over a myriad of heists, Makoto advises Joker on how best to come up with a solution to this particular roadblock. Another instance of Makoto sharing her insight into what means what within the cognitive world is when we finally break into Futaba's palace, only to find that the treasure isn't there in the traditional sense. In the midst of fighting her most dangerous foe yet, she's able to deduce why Futaba's palace lacks a treasure in the way that we've seen it manifest thus far, and why the cognitive projection of Wakaba is depicted as it is.
So, because she thinks she killed her mother, and because she thinks she deserves to die, Futaba gave birth to a palace where her mother wants her dead?
On a more lighter note, Makoto is the first to discern why Haru finds the codename Noir so appealing.
Noir? I like it. It conveys a dignity that won't bow down to others, as well as a rebellious spirit towards society. Thank you.
With Makoto's powers of deduction combined with her aptitude to beat the living shit out of everyone who even slightly pisses her off, Makoto, with all the new bonds that she's formed between her and her new teammates who gave her a new place to belong, are able to take down Kanashiro together, the only way that, well, she really knows how.
Can't run now!
Leave the rest to me.
Here we go! Let's rock, Fist of the Phantom Star!
It's not my name.
Sorry! Double time! Where are you looking? Up here!
With Kanashiro and his Pikatron mech defeated, we're finally ready to steal his heart, but not before he tries to absolve himself of all guilt. This damn insect tries to style himself as a victim, despite all the crimes that he's committed, with his sole motivation behind his social Darwinistic musings on how the weak should rule the strong, stemming from some past insecurity or another.
You're right. I'm a poor, ugly idiot. How am I supposed to live a normal life like this? It's all because of our society! Weak people can't lead a happy life, no matter what they do! I'm a victim too, you know? Yeah, none of this is my fault!
Regardless if he's speaking the truth or not, he chose poorly, and most importantly, he's wrong. What Kanashiro defines as strength is equivalent to wealth, wherein weak people, crippled by some past tragedy or some dark day, cannot lead a happy life from that point onward, forever powerless to exert agency over their lives. Ultimately, Kanashiro himself was afraid of feeling powerless, so he began to dig deep, seizing whatever power he could possibly grasp and hasten to legalize his rapine through bearing all the competition 6-3 under with threats and blackmail to secure his own position. Power he did gain, and out of fear of being seen as poor and weak again, he vowed to become stronger. I think it says a lot about both his insecurities and the actual power he wielded if he was actively targeting teenagers who couldn't fight back. If the strong was to indeed dominate the weak, then the strong would be pathetically so, and the weak would be the ones who possess the actual willpower to endure all suffering. Kanashiro, for all his might, fails to grasp that there are 5 incredibly stylish people standing within his sorry presence, who were once oppressed but then thought better of it, with one particularly fierce and queen-like individual directly refuting this very notion. Makoto is once of the mind that she's going to have to use people in order to secure her own path to a brighter future, and that the only way to accomplish such a thing was to be ruthlessly selfish. Be it throwing the Phantom Thieves under the bus, or even herself in order to spare aside from Kanashiro's designs for her sister, this is what society was pushing Makoto to do, only for her to find liberation and meaning by proving to Kanashiro how strong she actually was within her own heart of hearts. Once a victim of a complex Kafka-esque power structure, Makoto is able to find a place to belong to, and with the help of a merry band of delinquent scum, is keenly willing to show Kanashiro that calling her weak and powerless was the biggest mistake of his life.
And you think you're the only one who's got to deal with being labeled? Me and all these other guys, we're all fighting against that!
But don't worry. You'll finally have a place you belong. Somewhere you can make amends. For the rest of your life.
We're gonna do something about that distorted heart of yours, free of charge.
I'm glad you understand. Now hurry up and return to the real Kanashiro.
Seriously? You guys don't have any tact. Especially with that incredible power. These palaces could net you loads of cash. You could do whatever you wanted to people's hearts!
We're not like you!
Where do you find meaning in that naive sense of justice?
The camaraderie displayed between all of our teammates is a warm and welcome sight, especially when after we escape Kanashiro's palace with his treasure in tow, Makoto tries to crack a joke at Ann's expense.
Ow.
Oh, I think I cracked my ass.
Ann, are you alright? Is yours cracked as well?
Of course not!
Isn't it supposed to be, though?
That's not what I mean!
A goofy exchange between the Phantom Thieves, and after that, I think we can safely say that they've all become fast friends after cracking the Kanashiro case. Makoto is definitely lightened up a little bit more as she channels the energy of another particular Paris's Arcana member.
Hey, at least it feels like we totes busted this case, right?
What do you mean? Is busting a case good or bad?
Both!
To think the reward for the Phantom Thieves is feeling they totes busted the case. How funny.
Makoto must think it absurd that after all that, the Phantom Thieves found the most fulfillment not within whatever treasure they pillaged from Kanashiro, but from exacting the justice upon him. And the ironic matter that it all ended up with Makoto being part of the same group of righteous thieves that she was hunting, and attempted to prove the justice of, little did Makoto know that she would be a part of verifying their brand of justice. While Kanashiro is busy confessing to his crimes and getting his entire criminal enterprise arrested on July 9th, Makoto has one more thing left to square away before she's fully able to move on.
Care to explain?
I believe in what I wrote. The Phantom Thieves are just.
Makoto comes back in Kawa's office, seeming to review recent events with him. Upon going 3 for 3 in Hearthstone thus far, with the most recent target going after the criminal organization who were harassing his students, Kawa likely expected an update on who the identities of the Phantom Thieves were. Instead, Makoto has something else in mind.
Have you figured out who they are?
No, I'm nowhere close. However, after considering all the facts, I concluded there are no errors in their acts or principles. Thus, upon deeming them to be on the side of justice, I have decided to end my investigation.
But that's impossible.
Impossible? May I see the evidence you have that leads you to believe so?
Over these past few weeks, Makoto's weighed in on the actions of the Phantom Thieves, and more importantly, her own actions. In all the other meetings with Kawa, Makoto was an easy enough mark for her to manipulate as spineless as she was back then. Now though, Makoto has the courage and clairvoyance to see Kawa for who he truly is. A cowardly abuser whose machinations for both herself and for Sai amount to nothing more than a bunch of hot air. Knowing this, and with her sense of worth revitalized after pursuing her own justice on her own terms, Makoto's now immune to Kawa's abusive gaslighting, and drops the mic in the sickest way possible.
I was just speaking to the director of a prestigious college about your letter of recommendation, too.
There will be no need for that. I intend on getting into a good college by my own merit. Please excuse me.
Hey, we're not done here.
Just like that, Makoto's fully emancipated herself from all the blackmail that she's been saddled with, and all it took for Rose to call bullshit, to call Kawa's bluff. She now knows that she doesn't have to suck up to the people who would otherwise use her for their own ends in some vain hope that she'll be able to screw through life with their approval. Makoto thought that she had to attach herself to these objectively shitty people in order to find success, when in reality, what she really needed to do was to just believe in herself a little bit more. This is why her confidently starting into the principal's office to lay down the law, refusing to play by his rules any longer, with Makoto straight up rejecting the letter of recommendation. The thing that has driven her self-esteem and sense of justice to become a shadow of what it once was is such an incredibly powerful moment for her. No longer will Makoto be susceptible to gaslighting the manner that she was before, and we can see as much when she heads home to greet her older sister with this new mindset in tow.
Though, what is the point of studying?
What do you mean?
I was just wondering what will be waiting for me at the end.
While she's willing to define what success means for herself, Makoto, from the outside looking in on account of the personal enlightenment she's experienced thus far, is able to observe that even if she makes it through life soaring upon the good graces of others, adhering to society's expectations of what will constitute a good and studious student, all that it would take for all that hard work to be utterly meaningless is for someone's opinion of you to sour all but for a moment. Then, before you know it, your career is over.
Even if I manage to push through tough entrance exams, I'm still thrust into a competitive society.
What else is there besides success?
While Sai may interpret her little sister's words as nothing more than her naivety shining through again, these notions are not so much as Makoto waxing philosophical about society bottom text, not wanting to bother with what's expected of her, but rather it's Makoto thinking that it'd be more worthwhile to stick to her own guns to define what success means for herself, as opposed to society defining what success means for her. Unfortunately, her older sister doesn't see it that way.
What else is there besides success? Don't ask me such childish questions.
Beneath her tired eyes, Sai's main takeaway from learning about the Phantom Thieves moving to expose Kaneshiro is that of crestfallen misery, as they've effectively stole the credit for the Kaneshiro case from her, denying Sai the potential for a promotion for working the case.
I had plans set for a promotion, but no one can take credit for his arrest now with that confession.
I'd imagine that those who have played Persona 5 were somewhat confused by Makoto's reaction to Sai being crestfallen, but consider this.
Promotion. You've changed, sis.
When you're in the business of prosecuting criminals, jealousy and envy shouldn't be your reaction to finally getting public enemy number 1. Under different circumstances, the public prosecutor should be rejoicing at the fact that somebody finally caught Kaneshiro, but as tired, burnt out, and as jaded as Sai is, she's more concerned with utilizing the Kaneshiro's arrest as a stepping stone for the success and prestige. She's not at all concerned that they've caught the big bad.
Why does it matter? The police still caught him in the end, right?
I had plans set for a promotion, but no one can take credit for his arrest now with that confession. Not that a child would understand.
There can be no doubt that Sai has worked hard to catch Kaneshiro, only to be thwarted by her sister of all people, but that last twist of the knife, another effort to try belittle Makoto on the basis of her being a child, about how she doesn't have the correct and adult perspective of things like Sai does, when in reality, Sai is starting to lose sight of what really matters here. Instead of being relieved that Kaneshiro's been arrested, Sai sees such an event as a nail sticking out of a 2x4, intending for herself to be the hammer. All these past few months in chasing Kaneshiro has costed Sai a lot too, to the point where Sai should be questioning her life in the same way that Makoto has. Does Sai truly need to be pushing herself in such manner just to step up to one rung higher upon the ladder of success? Her drive to get to this position has made her exhausted, and it has caused her relationship with Makoto to become rigid and bitter, with Makoto noting such things.
You look tired. Is everything okay?
Don't worry about me.
It's a shame that Sai has lost the plot in such a way, but where Makoto would otherwise bend herself over backwards to ridiculous degrees to please Sai and change herself in order to align with how Sai prefers her to being, and more importantly, more of an individual, having found a group of like-minded people that she can put her faith in. A group of people that will allow Makoto to be herself.
I finally found a place where I belong.
An outstanding finish from Makoto's second stress point here, as she comes out of this part of her character arc with a wealth of knowledge about herself and how she's going to newly treat the world around her. No longer bound to the whims of Kobayakawa and seeming now willing to be more independent from Sai's accusations of immaturity, the next logical step for Makoto to take is to recall what she's learned and apply it to all aspects of her life. We can be sure that Makoto's attained independence from those who sought to keep her down, and now that she's free of her chains, what will Makoto do with this newfound freedom? Well, let's delve into the meaning behind Makoto's counseling session with Dr. Maruki and Makoto's Confidant arc to ascertain what exactly Makoto is still going to be struggling with and what Makoto plans to do with the newfound freedom.
It's open.
The day is July 12th, and Makoto feels as though it's appropriate to stop by Maruki's office to have a bit of a chat with him. If you recall, Maruki only had 2 directives when he was hired to essentially cover Shujin's ass. First, he was to counsel the students who had a rather antagonistic relationship with Kamoshida, which really meant counseling was less of an option for the Shujin trio and more of an obligation that they're going to have to attend to keep their identities hidden as Phantom Thieves of Hearts. His second directive was to stay on until the end of the year and to keep an open door policy for all other students who were interested in walk-in counseling. Extrapolating that all, this would then leave us with the impression that Makoto sought Maruki out for the sake of receiving counseling of her own volition. In doing so, she's showing a remarkable amount of emotional intelligence and maturity, as it would take a lot of inner strength and knowledge about oneself to ask for help in such a manner. Makoto still feels like there's something to get off her chest. As the pair sit down together, Makoto and Maruki touch base with this as well. You'd think given Makoto's position as student council president, Makoto would have been forced to come here to serve as an example for her peers, which isn't really the case. In fact, Makoto seems willing to answer any question that Maruki throws at her, which actually kind of sorrows him too, as he makes an offhanded comment about how mature Makoto is. Now, that's actually something worth discussing. The manner in which Makoto throws Maruki off due to how she carries herself. Looking at Makoto's body language, it's as rigid and regimented as it is immobile. Her head and the rest of her body is squared off towards the person she's conversing with, and her eyes are parallel to the ground. Makoto also keeps her arms rested and parallel to her thighs with her fists clenched, not making any unnecessary movements, with Makoto not even bothering to rest her back upon the chair. It's almost as if Makoto's sitting in a position of attention, and as someone who's served might say, Makoto looks pretty squared away, especially compared with the likes of An and Ryuji's mannerisms. Unlike Makoto, An is a bit standoffish and doesn't squarely face Maruki during our counseling session, showing that she's still a bit uncomfortable with this whole situation, with An tripping her head while broaching the more difficult subjects. Ryuji's session is of course very different, with Ryuji either leaning back in his chair when he begins to get all cynical, or leaning forward as to indicate his sincerity when discussing more personal matters and the people that he actually cares about. Now, coming back to Makoto here, I said that Makoto's almost squared away, and the reason being for saying that is that her feet aren't placed flat on the floor, a seemingly innocuous detail, but an important one to distinguish nonetheless. There's two ways you can determine Makoto's body language here. Either this rigidity is a result of the air of discipline that's necessary to have as student council president, or this is an expression of Makoto's low self-esteem. The former is easiest to explain, but the latter is so much more interesting. So let's go with that. Generally speaking, anxious people and those with low self-confidence will have a general set of behaviors that will communicate such things to onlookers, with their body making attempts to compact itself or to otherwise make itself smaller. While Makoto's rigid body language might trick onlookers into interpreting her behavior as Makoto possessing an air of affluent confidence, this isn't exactly true. What we find here within Makoto's body language is a portrayal of her facade of confidence, as Makoto often locks her ankles together as she sits. While the rest of her body gives off an air of confidence, her legs do not. This is her default stance while sitting, but whenever a difficult subject is broached, Makoto can also be seen crossing her arms and recrossing her legs at the same time, indicating that whatever topic she's discussing is indeed a stressful one that's eating away at her self-esteem. That's just her big nervous tick, and as for the more smaller ones, Makoto has three minor behaviors that further indicate to us just how low her self-confidence is. Firstly, the slightly more obvious of Makoto's nervous ticks. We've often seen Makoto attempting to fix her hair by running it over and behind her left ear, shortly followed by Makoto running her hand through the rest of her hair, and sort of pulling at it as well. Now, when you see someone playing with their hair, you could generally describe such behavior to be a self-soothing tactic for most, with such behaviors being something that we certainly see Makoto engage with before. This often occurs whenever she's nervous or feels like she needs to reset the conversation, whenever her self-esteem is starting to tank. As for the second of Makoto's ticks, there's a point within this conversation with Maruki where Makoto closes her eyes when discussing her troubles. This behavior of closing one's eyes when stressed is a natural and conditioned response that most people develop as they grow. This is one of our various stress responses that stem from a fight or flight mode, and from the concept of object permanence. Basically, babies think that if the thing that's causing them stress is able to literally be blinked out of existence, then ideally, just simply closing your eyes will relieve one of stress. Apply that to social situations, or within places where you're going to be required for others to gaze into your eyes, the anxious person is going to desire to conceal the windows to the soul from others. The last nervous tick that Makoto possesses is kind of one that we touched upon before. That of Makoto adjusting her skirt whenever she feels the need to steel herself or whenever she feels like she needs to relieve some tension. It's a nervous tick that also has two meanings for Makoto, depending on who she's around. In this conversation with Maruki, she does the skirt adjusting as the conversation is coming to a close, feeling satisfied with what she's able to tell Maruki about what's bothering her. It's a result of letting all these behaviors and feelings sort of freely float about the room unabated, as Makoto's body language practically breathes a sigh of relief. Speaking of sighing, let's talk about Sai and the manner in which Makoto often steels herself. We often see Makoto fixing her skirt whenever Sai walks into the room and announces her presence.
I'm home.
Hi, sis. You look tired.
We went over how Makoto's skirt is a point of frustration for her, but what I didn't mention is the possibility of this tick being Makoto trying not to feel exposed. It's residual behavior of Makoto doing her best not to give Sai any reason to lecture her or to otherwise belittle her. Of course, it's kind of sad that Makoto feels the need not to expose herself whenever she's stressed or in the presence of Sai. And as a matter of fact, that's kind of why she visited Maruki for counseling. As Maruki cracks his jokes about being dazzled with Makoto's exceptional maturity, Maruki is further impressed by Makoto's good grades and excellent conduct, of which she further compliments Makoto on. By all means, Makoto is the ideal honor student, but Makoto doesn't really feel like Maruki's perceptions of her have any basis within reality. Ironically, on the surface, despite all the tells of her possessing low self-esteem, the accolades and position that Makoto's required were grounds for most people to consider her as a mature and highly competent person. Makoto's facade even tricks Maruki for a second until she tells him how she truly feels. Inadequate. Makoto feels like she's wearing the wrong set of shoes, or shoes that are too big for her to fill. Further reflecting on recent events, Makoto scrunches herself up as she says that, especially lately, I feel like I can't do anything right by myself nowadays. As Maruki presses her on this, Makoto again downplays her own emotional experiences, and recent ones at that, by alluding to her being manipulated by Kobayakawa, Kaneshiro, and to be fair, by Sai too. It would not be unreasonable to say that Sai imparted most, if not all, of Makoto's complexes to her, and it's arguable why Makoto felt like it was necessary to take on all his responsibilities just to please her. Maruki leans into it somewhat and kinda hits the nail on the head. Makoto is too much of a people pleaser.
I'm rather busy at the moment. If you wish to do something, you will need to act on your own.
Sir, are you sure about this? I'm still investigating your case as well.
Well, that sort of mature responsibility he's trying hard to cultivate, mixing with a latter complex, it lends others the impression that Makoto is nothing more than a malleable tool, a resource to be used and then discarded. Instead of using her as such, these adults who wrong Makoto should be identifying such a characteristic within her and cultivating that for Makoto's sake, not for their own gain. These adults should be protecting and enlightening Makoto, but they haven't done anything of the sort. In retrospect, Makoto says that if she'd known the function of these adults was to in fact help her, not lord her future over her like a carrot upon a stick, alluding to how she eventually managed to call bullshit on Kawaii and managing to ascertain that Sai has become somewhat jaded with all of his snide comments about Makoto still being a child and all, she would have been all the wiser for it. It is good that Makoto absolutely knows that she's been wronged in so many ways and has worked to overcome them. But something else still remains here. Sai and Makoto's relationship is still very much a dysfunctional one, but Makoto's wise enough to know that the lack of true adult guardians within both of their lives hasn't exactly been a net positive thing. But Makoto is still wise enough to know that she and Sai are still a victim of circumstance, with Sai having to bear the brunt of all of her responsibilities, quite literally in her case. For Makoto, it was always difficult, but nonetheless, it's felt like the norm all the while. But for Sai, it's been absolute hell. Having to suddenly thrust herself into the adult world without any proper guidance or mentors to lean on for help, Sai had to make it through college all by herself and land a job with good enough pay to last until Makoto graduated from high school. It's been tough, and it's going to remain that way for quite some time. But now Makoto, as per her own words, is going to be okay. She's ready to leave all that baggage in the past. And when Maruki asks her about her parents, Makoto clearly does miss them. Her original support structure is gone, with Sai doing her best to fill in their shoes. But nevertheless, she won't forget what they or Sai have done for her. In regarding to alluding to her new support structure, that of the Phantom Thieves, Makoto clearly enjoys her time with them and the new outlook on life they've given her. Makoto finally feels like that she has people to rely upon, and vice versa. But thinking them to be a replacement for Sai and her parents wouldn't be right as far as she's concerned. As the conversation starts to come to a close here, Makoto's main takeaway from this chat to Maruki is that yes, she's lost quite a bit. It was initially of the mind that she had to do whatever it takes to cobble a future together. Now though, Makoto's willing to leave all that baggage in the past and push on forward, not towards the future in general, but to use Makoto's direct words, my future. A future that Makoto can cultivate for herself and by her own means. While vestiges of her lackluster self-confidence still remain, Makoto now knows that it's not inherently weak of her to rely upon someone, but that there is indeed a fine line in doing so. There exists a threshold that would otherwise indicate to her that she should instead fall back upon her own principles to vindicate her own perspective upon matters. Reliance is good and often very healthy, but it's best to keep it all in balance and weigh it with your own sense of justice. Unquestioning obedience is what messed Makoto's life up so much, but now she knows better, and is very much looking forward to living her life from this day onward as an individual who can not only flex her own agency to make choices and decisions as her own person, but use that learned experience and that desire for independent thought and freedom to help those who are struggling in the same manner that Makoto once did. In order to find out how Makoto intends to do the latter, let's bury the castle and get stuck right into her Confidant arc. Makoto's Confidant will become available to complete as early as June 25th, requiring the Phantom Thieves to defeat Kanashiro's shadow the day after she awakens her persona in order to unlock it. To initiate Makoto's Confidant, Joker's knowledge stat needs to be at rank 3, which will allow Joker to speak to her on the 3rd floor of Shujin Academy right outside the student council room. If these requirements are met, Makoto will ask Joker to meet her in the courtyard to ask Joker for advice on something.
Up until now, I've been the quintessential honor student. I believe I've been handling my position as student council president with ease as well. And I don't mean that in a boasting way, that's simply how I've thought about it. But in the end, I was unable to make any kind of impact with either Suzui-san or Kanashiro. Turns out there's no use for a rule-abiding honor student when things get rough. Now that I'm a member of this team, I want to do everything I can to help you all. All my studying up to this point has kept me quite narrow-minded. I think I will need to broaden my horizons somewhat. My first step will be to learn more about the other students, but I struggle with that. There seems to be a disparity between my tastes and those of my peers.
You know, given the kind of absurd social stat requirements needed to even speak to Makoto, it's ironic that the start of her Confidant arc has nothing to do with studying academics. In actuality, it's quite the opposite. After mulling over recent events, Makoto's realized that in order to actually help others and to grow the more useful and worthy person that she desires to be, Makoto needs to get her head out of her textbooks and make attempts to connect with other people her age. The idea behind Makoto's rationale is the following.
But I don't even know where people like to go for fun. It would be nice to have a grasp of such concepts. Plus, the student council must be responsible for understanding the student body they serve, right?
The manner in which she seeks to accomplish this is for Makoto to get hip and with it. She has no idea what a teenage girl her age would do for fun outside of studying, which is lame, and asks Joker for further input.
Where do people usually go for fun? I often hear people talking about going to the arcade. To be perfectly honest, I've never been to one myself. Do you think you could take me? I'm not sure if it'll broaden my horizons per se, but simply studying won't get me anywhere.
It's definitely not the worst idea, and as it stands right now, Makoto definitely feels like she needs a holiday. So we scoot on over to Shibuya and into Central Street's arcade, where we see Ryuji hanging out on his days off. After taking a quick look around, Makoto notices a few things that surprise her sheltered self.
There are more girls here than I expected.
Makoto's comments about more girls being here than expected is quite interesting, as Makoto probably didn't imagine her female peers being interested in video games and the like. This, of course, is just another facade, as she immediately takes a liking to the light gun shooter game and is hesitant to try it at first as it means to break out of her shell.
You play by aiming the gun at the screen, right? That actually seems somewhat realistic. If it's okay with you, do you think you could teach me?
While we'd expect Makoto by now to have a bit of confidence in herself and not to seek out the tacit approval of others, this present hesitation shows that she's going to need Joker's help to nudge her in the right direction from time to time. What doesn't need to be coaxed out from Makoto is her tomboyish streak, which in the heat of the moment, Makoto accidentally loosens her inhibitions and leaves her true feelings bare for all to see.
I did it! No way!
Yeah, she still loves that chaotic flavor of action and combat. Being the gunslinger that her heart of heart fancies herself to be, the change of scenery, and having Joker witness this new side of Makoto unadulterated has gotten Makoto thinking about how she can apply what she's learned to both the act of stealing hearts and tackling her ignorance of the real world as she learns to exist within it.
You know, it may only be a little bit, but I think I'm starting to understand how people pass time. Interesting. I would have never even thought about coming here before. Hey, do you think you could help me out again later? I might be able to give the team more ideas if I can gain increased knowledge outside of my studies.
Makoto's story is that of realizing her untapped power and connecting with herself as she reconciles with her own confusion, her own errant misconceptions with her desire to help others. If you would allow me to pull on Persona 3 for just a second.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. The silent voice within one's heart whispers the most profound wisdom.
This is exactly what Makoto will eventually come to realize within her own Confidant arc. That the one true kind of wisdom is the kind of wisdom that comes from your gut, your sense of intuition. Makoto, up until her Persona awakening, thought it prudent to ignore her conscience and instead thought it acceptable to repress her own inner voice, her own sense of justice. Of course, that all changed when Makoto's heart spoke this to her.
I am thou, thou art I. You have finally found your own justice. Please, never lose sight of it again.
Makoto's own heart's desire, quite literally in this case, is imploring her to be more honest with herself and apply that newfound honesty to pursue things outside of her wheelhouse. This, of course, fits in thematically with the Priestess Arcana, with this general theme of Makoto possessing the untapped power of her own intuition and then harnessing it to learn hidden knowledge about the world, being a cornerstone of her own Confidant arc.
With the birth of the Priestess Persona, I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and new power.
Within tarot card readings, the Priestess Arcana and those who gravitate towards its various archetypes are generally seen as a mediator between past and present, with the image upon the card being that of the same Johanna we spoke of earlier, depicted as sitting between two pillars. Each are black and white, and are marked with the letters B and J respectively. These pillars, named Yashin and Boetz, are reference to the two pillars that held up the mystic Temple of Solomon. Each pillar represents positive and negative energies, different polarities of a spectrum, left versus right, feminine versus masculine, form versus force, and logic versus imagination. These pillars depict the duality of nature, and it's up to the priestess, serving as the third pillar within all this, to mediate and balance out all of these energies while also believing that both pillars are equal, and that there is knowledge to be learned from both polarities. I said before that Makoto's sense of justice was always present, just slumbering an inch below the surface, with Makoto struggling with her ability to synthesize her own inadequacy complex imparted to her by Sai, and Sai's wishes for her own life. These two things spurred confusion and conflict within Makoto. She was, for a time, unable to mediate between the voice of her own conscience and what society expected of her. She was confused as she repressed her own intuition, adopted a superficial persona, and was certainly experiencing some amount of cognitive dissonance as she hunted down her peers for her own gain. While Makoto's conniptions about the matter certainly did help, vowing to never lose heart again, the manner in which she needs to synthesize her own personal confusion about how she wishes to gain knowledge about things outside her wheelhouse, and then apply it to untie her own misconceptions about herself and the world around her, is a central conflict of both Makoto and those inextricably tied to the Priestess Arcana. Within Makoto's own Confidant arc, the way she used to fully grasp her own untapped power is by learning to trust her own instincts again, and then using those instincts to connect with others in order to gain a better understanding of the outside world through them. I mean, we saw it here with her first entry in her Confidant arc, by literally witnessing Makoto broaden her horizons. Makoto's misconceptions about what girls her age do for fun isn't that of relentless studying, but rather a balance of leisure and play. A balance that Makoto must strike and internalize if she has any chance of reaching her fullest potential. Emboldened by her experiences here, Makoto gains the ability called Shadow Calculus,
Alright.
which allows Joker to see the skills of particular shadows and what items they could potentially drop upon death. One Joker asks Queen for her advice. A fantastic translation from story to gameplay here, and an incredibly powerful ability for collecting more personas. Makoto's certainly an asset to our team, and in seeking to broaden her horizons more, we'll find herself in the shadiest part of town.
You went to the red light district when you were chasing after Kaneshiro, right? I'd like to go there as well. No, not for my own purposes. To tell you the truth, I recently got a report that one of our students was spotted there. I'm skeptical, but I'd like to confirm firsthand for myself. Well, it's getting late. Let's go home.
Alright.
Rank 2 Makoto's Confidant arc has Joker Makoto poking around Shinjuku's red light district and attempting to ascertain what exactly goes on here behind the scenes. Before they separate to see why Shinjuku is the center of nightlife here at Tokyo, Makoto notes that her father once told her that this part of the city was a hotbed for criminals before they installed cameras and clean up all the blatant crime going on. It says a lot about the effects of such a cleanup if Kaneshiro had to stay hidden and use proxy agents and blackmail to run his enterprise. However, that's not why Makoto seems to be concerned with dragging us out here. If we pick apart Makoto's words, she's more concerned about the potential of legitimate businesses being fronts for brothels and the like. And even though the police have cleaned up the area, Shinjuku clearly hasn't lost its salacious qualities. As Joker and Makoto poke around, Makoto nearly gets impressed into working at a shady bar, only for Joker to intervene at the last second to save her. Likely pulling from whatever remnants her father told her about the scummy nightlife that happens here, Makoto reasons that the men who were chasing after her were recruiters for hostess clubs, who ignored her questions regarding if any of her peers worked in any bars. Even though the streets might be squeaky clean on the outside, there's still some people out to get you. If Makoto made the choice to come here alone, as she might have done before, something bad would have almost certainly have happened. After Joker senses a quiet resolve from Makoto, they notice something off in the distance. The pair spy a female Shujin student entering one of these shady establishments, in full uniform on a Sunday nonetheless. As if seeing someone in full uniform on a non-school day wasn't strange enough, the establishment she walked into is called the After-School Salon. But as if to complicate matters further, Makoto recognizes the girl to be from one of her classes. Makoto immediately decides to leverage her position as student council president to help this girl, as logically, it would follow that if she came here alone, once on a lark, this student would have likely fallen prey to any particular pushy hostess club that's in the market for new girls. Joker agrees to help Makoto in her endeavor to find out the truth behind the matter at hand, by serving as her witness, and as we head back to LeBlanc, Makoto follows up with a quick thank you over the phone, knowing full well that Joker was the reason why she was able to safely learn about why such a place was so dangerous, and why she needs to get to the bottom of the after-school salon.
Alright.
Rank 3 finds us once again in Makoto's company, but instead of roaring around the city getting accosted by hostess scouts, we're here to ask who we eventually come to know as Aiko as to why she's doing exactly that. Our initial impression of Aiko before she even opens her mouth isn't that of stern confidence like Makoto. In fact, Aiko seems to be more of a foil to Makoto's mature disposition, and I think that's done on purpose. When Makoto and Joker for that matter begin the conversation with her full attention catered towards Aiko, she's busy messing with her phone as she slouches in her chair. She's totally indifferent to the world around her, and it doesn't help that the way she talks and behaves makes her fit perfectly with your stereotypical ditzy high school girl. But I wouldn't call Aiko a Gyaru, except for the fact that she talks like one, getting all Gyarugo on Makoto as she tries and fails to keep up with all the unfamiliar slang that Aiko's throwing around. Despite some initial difficulty, Makoto's able to establish a few things about Aiko's shady employers at the after-school salon. Aiko doesn't seem to be the type to lie, so when she says that it's just a normal costume cafe, and despite the images and connotations of what a high school girl working at a salon in Shinjuku might conjure within your mind, Aiko assures us that it's not a brothel. Nor have her bosses tried to strong-arm her into doing anything illegal. The worst thing that happens to her on shift is that some old dudes happen to ogle at her. But then again, that's the problem every girl has when working a waitressing job. Makoto then asks about Aiko's financial situation, as she sees no reason why someone would take such a job if it wasn't about the money, first and foremost. To Makoto's surprise, Aiko's parents seem very wealthy, able to buy Aiko whatever she asked them for, letting us the impression that Aiko isn't working there for the money or out of fiscal necessity. Reading between the lines here, she doesn't want to be a drag on her parents by bothering them about money, which is understandable, I suppose. and she does get some good payoff for her work. But Aiko mentions liking being mega pampered by all the guys who come by to visit the salon. She likes the fact that her customers are treating her like royalty, which given her line of work, the part of the city that she works in, and her comments about some old geezer staring at her, Aiko's having trouble separating work from her personal life. She clearly enjoys the attention and praise, making a comment comparing Makoto being an honor student, insinuating that the attention Makoto garners as one is not that much different. Now, if you feel like Aiko's already giving you whiplash, steel yourself, because we're just getting started. Aiko has this ability to move this conversation from one topic to the next, and Makoto can't really keep up with her to ask her any solid questions about the salon. As she jumps from one topic to the next, Aiko hazards a guess that Makoto's some kind of badass for bagging her mans, meeting Joker, the delinquent criminal rumor. Before Makoto's able to squash the rumor and say that she was in Shinjuku to help Aiko, she focuses on Makoto's pencil case. Aiko realizes that it's from an old mascot franchise that was around when she was a kid, with Makoto having equally fond memories of such a thing. Makoto's held on to this particular pencil case ever since she was in elementary school, as a memento of an innocent time that Makoto hasn't exactly been able to leave behind, especially since Mujimaru-kun merch has been put on ice. Nevertheless, their mutual interest in this sort of thing has Aiko interested, and causes her to think differently about Makoto, going as far as to spontaneously give Makoto her phone number to talk about all things Mujimaru-kun. Using Aiko's words, she originally thought of Makoto was a bit of a robot, too stiff and rigid for her own good. Of course, there's only one true response to this wealth of new highly important information about Makoto.
Big boob.
Oh, but it's so funny too! Alright, all jokes aside, the fact that Makoto has a seemingly weird eccentricity caused someone else to finally think of her more as a human being. While she wasn't really able to get anything out of Aiko, Makoto feels like she came away with valuable experience, which is exactly why she wanted to leave the cave and her particulars behind in the first place. Makoto reasons that if Aiko thought of Makoto as an emotionless machine, then others probably do as well. Makoto originally thought that her persona awakening warranted enough of a personality change for others to notice, but in reality, Makoto hasn't exactly applied herself just yet. Be that as it may, her main takeaway from this roller coaster of a conversation with Aiko is that she was just happy to have experienced that kind of turbulence for herself. Aiko is so unlike Makoto that she actually finds the way that Aiko acts and pivots on a dime kind of inspiring. She's extroverted as all hell, and Makoto's looking at how exactly to break out of her shell by following Aiko as an example, modeling the two pillars of the Priestess Arcana nearly to a T. Through Aiko, Makoto reasons that she'll be able to find her center again. As a result of this turbulent conversation with Aiko, Makoto learns Black Belt talk, which I, like every other sane Persona fan, have used exactly 0 times because why threaten somebody when you can just press triangle and Fist of Justice them as queen?
Alright.
Be that as it may, Joker and Makoto part ways, and once we get back home to the blonde, Makoto gives us a ring to tell us about how Aiko's blowing up her phone with a collection of Mujimaru-kun merch, with Makoto thinking it kinda crazy that two completely different and random people could bond over something so simple and innocuous as mascot characters. Joker notices this commonality between them and helps Makoto with connecting the dots just a little bit more. It's a different way to make a friend, with Makoto now having someone to chat with about a common interest, and perhaps someone to confide in given some time. However, spilling your guts about all your various traumas to someone that you've met probably isn't the wisest idea. So, as we head back into the next part of Makoto's Confidant arc, Makoto will do exactly that with someone that she trusts implicitly.
Alright.
At rank 4, we find Makoto in the usual hangout spot, and after a string of wins, you'd think that she'd have a bit more pep in her step. Instead, we find her Seito Kaicho to be very much crestfallen, something that's caused her self-esteem to absolutely tank. As she poses inside the stucco office, Makoto scrunches herself upon the couch and tells us that she's been scoring lower on her exams than usual, which, in consideration with everything that's happened to her recently, including shoving Kobayakawa's bullshit right back at him, she realizes that she has nothing left to fight for or gain. After fighting so much to secure her own future in the field of academia and getting admitted to a university of her own choosing, that she's going to get diminishing returns if anything. She's worried that there won't be anything interesting or worthwhile if she remains a studious student, and lives up to the expectations that Sai has set for her. She mentions that she's grown rather close with Aiko since her last meeting with Makoto. And in the spirit of maintaining her position as Makoto's dramatic foil, Aiko's grades are absolute garbage, but she doesn't seem to care all that much about them either. When Aiko asks Makoto, who's already climbed the highest mountain that she could possibly have at this point within her own life, how exactly Makoto would benefit from getting in a top university, Makoto was speechless at such a question. How exactly would they challenge the picturesque honor student if studying comes so naturally for Makoto? When Makoto realized that she didn't have an answer for Aiko's questions, she just froze up on the spot. Aiko claims that she's able to use her parents' connections to find a job, and while yeah, that's incredibly irresponsible for her to lean on her parents to such an extent, Makoto can't help but be envious of Aiko's laissez-faire outlook in school. Makoto lives from entrance exam to entrance exam, with those scores determining how valuable her future is, but yet, here's Aiko, not caring about school, and ironically having a clearer vision of what her future might look like than someone who's worked herself to the bone. For all of Aiko's Kogiata going, our Seito Kaicho finds an undeniable appeal and wisdom to how Aiko is living her life. Makoto used to think that doing what society expected of her was the safest move towards a bright future. Then shortly after graduating with her degree from a university, just going on with whatever pre-selected package life that society has made for her. After joining the Phantom Thieves, Makoto's no longer interested in such a consolation prize. Connecting everything together now, she realizes that worrying about grades is petty shit compared to what she can actually accomplish outside of what society expects of her. Life moves pretty fast after all. If you don't stop and look around every once in a while, you could miss it. There is more important shit to see and do than to play the role of the prim and proper honor student who sees the life choices of the less studious as lost causes, and once again, leaning into her arcana, sees nothing totally wrong about the way Aiko's choosing to live her own life. Makoto then begins to reflect upon her family's musings on success, and how Makoto as a young girl strove to be like her father, that of a gentle giant. Like any kid inspired by her parents, Makoto told her father that she wanted to follow in his footsteps and become a police officer, which of course made him very glad. But he did his best to dissuade her from such a dangerous job. A memory from long ago, but within it lies a forgotten dream, and for Makoto, finding alternative life paths is something that she's always going to be interested in, be it the social reform of the Phantom Thieves or simply thinking of her father. Makoto cracks a joke about such a career being feasible no longer, because, well, she's technically a criminal now. Once again sensing a quiet resolve from Makoto's views broadening once again, she considers that in order to find the fulfillment that she long craves, she's gonna have to tear it all down and begin anew. With Joker serving once again as Makoto's rubber duck to talk away out of her own ignorance, Makoto learns follow-up.
Alright.
Within the metaverse and on Heist with the Phantom Thieves, if Joker consistently deals a lackluster amount of damage to a target, Makoto will step up to rectify that issue by dealing a massive amount of damage by critting and downing a target for a subsequent attack by the rest of the party.
I can get a hit in! Okay, I'll thrash him! That's one down! Go, Queen, go!
It's quite the trick, and one of several that Makoto will learn as we continue helping her fight back against her own ignorance. As Makoto starts to rattle on about Aiko informing her about all the cute outfits she's gotten and how all these different clothes have all these other different names, we get the feeling that Makoto's starting to crest a hill. But for Aiko, it might not be so simple.
Alright.
For rank 5, Makoto seems troubled once again, but this time of being concerned about her own future, she's starting to become worried about Aiko again. A strange turn of events considering that she's come to admire Aiko somewhat. As Makoto pulls us back into the school's courtyard, she immediately tells us that Aiko has started dating a host from a club near the salon where she works at, and that she's become very obsessed with him. Before, Makoto's DMs were filled with Aiko sharing pics of her wearing cute outfits and Muchimaru-kun merch. Instead, it's now filled with texts of her fawning over him. This guy is now all Aiko talks about, and it's getting on Makoto's nerves. Makoto also says that he hit on her only once after work, and that was that. Either this guy's as raised as immaculate, or Aiko doesn't understand that hitting on random women is literally his job as a host. Oh, and also, for the sake of brevity, I should probably also explain this parasocial phenomenon that Aiko seems to have fallen victim to. Japanese host clubs are a type of nightclub where female patrons pay to be entertained by male hosts, who are typically very young and attractive. These hosts are essentially paid companions, and their job is to create a fun and lively atmosphere for the guests, usually through flirtatious compliments. The idea is to form a parasocial relationship with a customer, as to make them keep spending money on expensive drinks, and then turn them into repeat customers who end up doing the same thing in perpetuity. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to call those who work in host clubs Japan's modern-day geisha, providing flirtatious entertainment and flattery for tired workers. Of course, any touching, sexual conversations, or nudity aren't permitted, but the paid companionship and the parasocial escapism that these clubs offer for customers keeps these places rather popular in Japan. The latter is the thing that Makoto seems to be worried about, and in the spirit of the Priestess Arcana, Makoto's gut is telling her that this guy is fishy as fuck, as it's not uncommon for hosts to pester you for your phone number to pull you back in the clubs that they work at. While he hasn't forced Aiko to spend any money at his club, he constantly showers her with praise in terms of endearment. Aiko's clearly drank too much of the Kool-Aid too, and believes this guy's intentions to be genuine. Makoto, smelling the obvious yet slightly familiar scent of smarmy bullshit in the air, believes that Aiko's being manipulated by this host, to the point where she's not listening to her friend anymore. Aiko's of the belief that the idea that hosts are complete sociopaths is an outdated rumor, and as if to twist the knife further, she completely backslides in all the musings about Makoto being a robot too. Aiko tells Makoto that she's in no place to advise her about relationships, as Makoto would totally flunk a test about love. Her words. This causes Makoto to lose her nerve, with Aiko hitting Makoto's sore spot about her lacking applied experience about such things. As the queen gathers herself once again, she comes up with a plan to verify what her intuition is telling her, and it involves Joker masquerading as Makoto's boyfriend. It's absurd, and she's already agreed to a double date on our behalf. Great. But of course, Joker's gonna be cool with it. If it means getting to the bottom of this, then he's game. We sense Makoto's trust in us once more, and we head home for the day. But as we get back to the blonde, Makoto gives us another ring. She's unable to find her center, and unable to listen to her gut and miss all her worries about Aiko, but nevertheless resolves to see who this host truly is behind his smarmy smile.
Alright.
Alright, it's double date time. As we put on our best boyfriend face for Makoto, she tells us that upon asking to see a picture of Joker, Aiko thought us to look a little lame, not thinking Joker to be in the same league as her own mans. Now, this is already kind of concerning. Last time Aiko saw Joker, she was kind of impressed that badass Miss Perez managed to beg the delinquent criminal for herself. A bold-faced change of attitude. It's almost as if Aiko's had a change of heart, or at the very least, someone had manipulated it. As we head over to the diner to meet with Aiko, we're introduced to douchebag, Tsukasa, who fits the definition of a host to a T. I mean, just look at that haircut.
Is that a hairstyle, or did a womp rat die in your head?
Did you just... who do you... Shut up!
He's not too big on formalities either, and that's not really a good thing. He doesn't even try to maintain a degree of social separation between Makoto and himself, immediately referring to Makoto as Makoto-chan instead of Makoto-san or even Niijima-san. Remember how much of a deal it was for Makoto and An to get on a first-name basis? Trashing all the honorifics in the process? Even between two girls, that dearness felt a little bit weird to An, but now we got some random-ass dude referring to Makoto in an affectionate manner on the basis that he absolutely hasn't earned yet. As if the latter wasn't already an example of his ginormous ego, he refers to Joker as Four Eyes because, well, he's an incorrigible asshole who's terrible at first impressions. Tsukasa then proves this notion even further by saying that Makoto's relationship with her mans is nothing like his with Aiko, with Joker and Makoto cleverly coming up with the excuse that love comes in many forms, and that we don't have to be on top of each other all the time to show our affection. Tsukasa could learn a thing or two from our relationship about being clingy, methinks, as he straight up flirts with Aiko in Makoto's presence as a means to show how little he cares about Makoto and Joker's relationship, tacitly indicating to us that Aiko is somehow completely smitten by this guy who has a dead animal perched upon his head. Aiko leaves us for a moment, and Makoto seizes the opportunity to crow Tsukasa about his intentions concerning Aiko. Upon learning that Makoto is here to make sure that he's good for Aiko, Tsukasa puts up a bowl of yassified sincerity, but the cracks within his facade start to show when he says things like, friends are like super important and shit, and when he effectively dodges the question by asking for Makoto's number, getting all pushy about it too. When Makoto and Joker refuse to do anything of the sort, he insults Joker again and refers to Makoto in a further affectionate manner, giving her the nickname of Mako-chan. Now, of course, by virtue of the contractual agreements governing the operations of the Queen Noah Wrestling Federation, as specifically set forth within subsection 1B of the pertinent contractual instrument titled PTE Thwackdown, all persons other than Haru Okumura, known by the stage names Noir and or the Beauty Thief, are hereby prohibited from making any reference to Makoto Niijima, known by the stage name Queen as Mako-chan. Any individual found to be in breach of the stipulation shall be subject to scorn and disapproval from all interested parties, and will be thrown off Hell in a Cell, force deployment 16 feet, through an announcer's...
Do you want to get smacked?
Fine, I'll stop. Tsukasa clearly doesn't care about her feelings or that of anyone else's, as he just goes over their heads anyway to get whatever he wants, obtaining Makoto's phone number through pulling on Aiko's heartstrings. This does not bode well for Aiko, if he's not willing to set up these simple boundaries with seemingly random people. Tsukasa assures Makoto again that he's not going to bring Aiko to his club. His intentions are pure after all, and he's not just a shameless flirt. Or is he? The pair both take off for work, leaving Joker and Makoto alone in the diner to mull over what just happened. Makoto considers the facts here. Tsukasa is an extremely blunt and vain man, but yet Aiko seems to care a lot about him. Makoto considers that she's just getting in the way of her happiness, starting to doubt herself all the while. But yet there's this part of herself, like a distant sound, something barely audible that's driving Makoto to pursue this to its natural end. Makoto's still hesitant to act on hunches, but reminisces about how her father once told her to trust them, to trust herself. Before long, Makoto gets an emoji-laden text from Tsukasa, and yeah, it's suspicious and weird that immediately after meeting Makoto, he's sending her this kind of message, calling her Mako-chan again. Makoto has trouble making it out, which causes her to lose heart for a moment about how immature she can be. But nonetheless, her resolve to help Iko still remains. She's got to trust her gut in order to understand these things, and to ascertain how exactly this guy might be manipulating Aiko. Thanking Joker for being there to help her navigate through everything, Makoto vows to return the favor, which causes her to learn how to send recovery.
Alright.
In combat, if Joker or any other party member is afflicted with a status ailment, there will be a chance that Makoto will whack them with a paper fan, a Hodasen, in order to relieve them. For Makoto's firm trust in Joker, we head back home to LeBlanc, and Makoto gives us another ring about how she's going to trust her gut about Tsukasa. The dude is a walking red flag, and it's about time for Makoto to acknowledge that for the sake of Aiko.
Alright.
Rank 7 has us meet Makoto in the stucco office again, and this time it's concerning Aiko's boyfriend. He's still harassing Makoto over text, and we should have expected as much, but all his messages remain seemingly innocuous and harmless. This causes Makoto to doubt herself again, thinking herself to be overreacting. As we read between the lines here, half the reason why Makoto was so concerned about Aiko dating this host was that host clubs have this reputation of lying and tricking women into debt, forcing them to prostitute themselves in some vain attempt to pay the debt back. These types of immoral hosts often target women with low self-esteem in order to take advantage of them, forcing them into horribly abusive situations. Makoto elaborates on her concerns, saying that the other reason why she's concerned with Aiko's safety is that her father was going after these sorts of criminals before he was killed on the job, seemingly killed for pursuing a particularly notorious trafficking ring. As Makoto sits on the sofa and scrunches herself up, she tells Joker that he was hit by a truck driver who was drugged up to his eyeballs, and during his funeral, Sai was told that it was a hit, a targeted assassination. The driver was hired to kill Makoto's father as a prize over getting too close to uncovering the ring, with the gang going to ground shortly after ordering it. Makoto overheard all of this when she was very young, and it's a horrible story. The victims never saw justice, and Sai was left to pick up the pieces. Makoto informs us that her father's death and the mere sight of such evil, such injustice, and Sai's outrage at the fact that these criminals got away with it is part of the reason why she became a prosecutor and why she drives herself so hard. What Makoto lacks is perspective about her and Sai's relationship that we've been lacking. What says next is the perspective about her and Sai's relationship that we've been lacking thus far, which makes such an insight incredibly valuable. We already know that Sai despises her father for throwing all the responsibilities of sudden adulthood and of getting Makoto through high school all upon her, but with Makoto's added perspective, we begin to understand that Sai thinks death to be no different than surrender. Indeed, Sai is still stricken with grief, possibly still thinking that there had to have been another way to have exposed these criminals in such a way that did not cost him his life. In dying and pursuing this gang in the ruthless manner that he did, Sai thinks that her father gave up on his family, his kids. He surrendered himself and the futures of his children to do something incredibly stupid. Conversely, Makoto's not at all of that mind. We've known this to be true already. Where Sai sees the cup to be half empty, Makoto still sees it to be half full. However, one detail that we've been lacking is the loneliness Makoto felt when her father was out of the house. These feelings were deepened upon his death, and further still, with her estranged relationship with Sai becoming the way that it is, Makoto felt even more lonely than ever. Nevertheless, Makoto always looked up to her father, and even though she would have preferred to see him more at home, she was inspired by his tireless pursuit of justice. To her, that kind of work ethic was nothing short of incredible. She finds the way that he chose to live his life, even to the bitter end, inspiring, as he strove to bring justice and order to those around him. Most importantly, to Makoto, he was happy to live the life the way that he did. Recalling her father's happiness and tragic death was difficult for Makoto to do, but it does cause her to remember a certain favorite platitude of his. The most important part of your life is how you choose to live it. Makoto becomes sullen and reflects on how lackluster and dull her life has been since his death. She's disappointed in her lack of agency and her willingness to do anything about it up until very recently when her heart hit its limit breaker.
What the hell?
Makoto is simply existing, but has no idea on how to live. But of course, Joker's there to nudge Makoto into the right direction.
I see.
It's not too late for her to put her foot down. It's not too late for Makoto to change course. Even though her current life path was made in good faith with her sister's well-being in mind, ultimately, Makoto is still her own person, and so is Sai for that matter. While she values the counseling of those around her, the choice in how Makoto chooses to live her life is that of her own choice. Makoto apologizes for getting so far off topic, as we were supposed to be discussing Eiko, but she feels like revisiting this painful memory was worthwhile just to center herself, and to refocus on what matters to her. This bout of introspection causes Makoto to learn shadow factorization, which allows Joker to see what elemental attacks particular shadows will either null, repel, and drain when in combat, an incredibly useful ability that shows Makoto's insight, further making her a formidable asset to our merry band of thieves. However, merry is not what I would use to describe Eiko's relationship to Tsukasa. Makoto gets a message from Eiko saying that she's thinking of skipping college just to marry him, tipping Makoto off that she's drinking too much of his Kool-Aid still. A scary thought, and while the idea of a double wedding with Makoto does sound kind of enticing, marriage is still all the question here. As we head back to the blonde, both Joker and Makoto resolve to stop Tsukasa from smothering and manipulating Eiko into making further poor choices.
All right.
Rank 8 has this meeting with Makoto and Eiko at the Big Bang Burger off of Central Street. We find out that Eiko called this meeting with Makoto and Joker, which does not bode well, as Eiko starts this conversation by asking Makoto for some money. Apparently, Tsukasa dropped an expensive bottle of sake at work and decided to make it Eiko's problem. He's obviously lying to get on the hook for some nefarious reason, but Eiko's not listening beyond Tsukasa using every endearing pet name in the book under the sun, with his favorite one being calling Eiko Princess. Makoto presses the issue, which causes Eiko to get rather upset and defensive. She is right to say that we lack proof to definitively say that Eiko is being manipulated, but Makoto, having learned from her previous bouts of doubt, knows what her gut is telling her is the truth. All her hunches are immediately vindicated by Eiko saying that she's got her working in another job to pay off the debt for the broken bottle, and that Tsukasa's managed to convince her that she can work there instead of going to college. However, we're leaving out an important nuance of this discussion. Eiko mentions that Makoto is the only person she can trust, and that leaves us with the impression that whatever friends Eiko has aren't exactly the ride or die type. Setting aside the fact that Tsukasa is undoubtedly manipulating Eiko, according to her, when she asked her other friends for help, they all shrugged her off, tacitly implying to Eiko that their entrance exams and grades, their own futures, were more important to them than helping out a friend in need. Then it has to leave Eiko feeling some kind of way, a way that leaves her with Makoto and Tsukasa as the only people she feels like she can trust, with Eiko leaning towards favoring Tsukasa, plainly because of all the affection that he gives her. Conversely, Makoto, while having a vested interest in Aiko's future, is playing hardball with her. Aiko needs to leave Tsukasa behind, but if she feels as isolated as she's making it out to be, she's not going to want to leave this dude's side. That and the fact that she feels like she doesn't have a future compared to Makoto. Keeping up with Aiko being a foil to Makoto, it turns out that she also has a low self-esteem complex as well. If we consider that Aiko's family is well off, and Makoto's discovery that Aiko is a multi-talented younger brother, it's no wonder she's chained herself to Tsukasa. Her younger brother receives most of the family's affection, and Aiko, working these salon jobs, not wanting to take her parents' money, is her attempting to gas herself up, to be a bit more independent. Yet, at the same time, she feels like she has no life prospects, with her family making her feel worthless and unintelligent through neglecting her. She feels stuck and thinks that there's no other life path for her, with this want of affection being why she's fallen to Tsukasa's honeyed words so easily. She doesn't feel like she'll be able to go to college or have any future beyond slinging drinks for her boyfriend's affection, with such a notion being deeply ingrained into Aiko's very soul. It's also why she gets so ornery about Makoto's position as an honor student too. Aiko's of the impression that Makoto will never be able to understand her position. Makoto's gonna go to a good college, work at a fancy company, and then live a successful life, with Aiko being set to drown without her emotional needs being met by the right person. Or really, frickin' anybody. Makoto advises her to stay away from Tsukasa, but Aiko's still not going to listen, interpreting Makoto's words as further apathy towards her plight. She entertains the idea of compensated dating, which is obviously super fucking dangerous, and Makoto tries to bring attention to this fact. Apparently, Tsukasa's been texting Makoto as well, and getting a little too personal with the queen after learning that her and Sai live alone together. That's sketchy enough, but he's also been making active attempts to drive a wedge between Joker and Makoto so he can swoop in and steal our not-girlfriend for himself. Through some incredible mental gymnastics, Aiko thinks that Tsukasa's just being considerate of his princess's friends, and then gets to thinking that Makoto's trying to steal Tsukasa from her. This causes Aiko to become indignant. Even though Makoto's all scrunched up, showing that this is an immensely stressful conversation for her to even have with her friend, it doesn't change the fact that from the outside, Makoto's got the grades, the looks, and a cool boyfriend, and she still wants to play Mr. Steal Your Mans? Finally getting to the heart of how unloved and alone Aiko feels, she outright says that Tsukasa's all she has before storming out. Shocked, Makoto realizes that Aiko is the exact kind of girl that would fall victim to those phishing schemes and gangs her fathers were after while he was still alive. We gotta make her see the light once more, and help her believe in herself again. Makoto has some thoughts on that as well. Despite being completely different people, Aiko and Makoto have the same sense of low self-esteem, and desire to be useful, and independently so. Aiko has a wealthy family, but she feels like being inexorably tied to them is smothering her, drowning her in such a way as to make Aiko feels like she has to take drastic measures to find her own place within the world. She, like Makoto, has chained herself to the whims of someone else to find some amount of meaning, affection, and validation, only for those they've tried to please to use them and manipulate them to get what they want. Makoto reflects on how the Phantom Thieves, her new teammates, have helped her work through her issues. Once blinded by her own convictions and desire to please others, Makoto now knows better, and it's time for her to try and teach Aiko what she's learned as well. Joker senses a deep bond of trust for Makoto, and with this trust being indicative of a new resolve to protect a new friend, Makoto learns the Endure skill. While in the metaverse and in combat, there will be a chance for Makoto to withstand an otherwise fatal attack with 1 HP remaining.
No! Everyone, are you okay? Focus on healing up!
A fantastic translation from story to gameplay here, and as Makoto resolves to help Aiko, she is fully placing her trust within her own gut instincts. Still unsure of how to exactly live her own life, Makoto now knows from personal experience that she can't just look away as Aiko walks straight into the spider's parlor.
Alright.
Rank 9 has us meeting up with Makoto in Shinjuku again, and this time she's cutting the bullshit. After considering all of her options, Makoto thinks it's best to head straight to the source, to head right on over to Shinjuku to get some dirt on Tsukasa.
I see stories online about horrible hosts like Tsukasa all the time. However, we'll need solid proof of what he's doing if we're going to convince Aiko. I believe some of the promoters around here may know something. As my father always said, finding evidence takes serious legwork.
As we poke around town and speak to some of the club promoters, we come to understand that Makoto's gut instincts about Tsukasa were right all along. He has a reputation for ruining lives, and his breaking the sake bottle racket. His business is to lure depressed girls like Aiko into his arms by offering smarmy affirmations to them, only to then betray their trust by forcing them into selling their bodies. The other host implores to get Aiko out of there before such a fate befalls her, with Makoto hatching a plan to get Aiko in the know.
We have proof now. Come on. It's almost time for Aiko's shift to end. Let's wait for her in front of the shop.
Flying away for Aiko outside the after-school salon, Makoto lays it all out to bear for her friend, how Tsukasa's a crook, a criminal that's infamous for tricking girls into debt and forcing them into prostitution. Aiko's not the first girl he lied to about a broken sake bottle, but Aiko's not having any of it. Tsukasa arrives on the scene and obviously denies everything to his dear princess, but what he failed to take into account was that he just played right into Makoto's hand. Tsukasa never calls Aiko by her name, Aiko. Instead, he only calls her princess, a name that is called all the other girls he's preyed on too. Makoto demands that Tsukasa call Aiko by her real name, and as if by clockwork, he gets Aiko mixed up with Makoto. Before all this happened, as a backup plan, Makoto texts Tsukasa in a way that will mimic Aiko, and it worked well enough to expose him. Makoto's temper begins to flare at this dude's blatant bullshit, but Aiko is still not having it. She still insists that he's her one true love, and tells Makoto that she's a bitch for getting in the way. Makoto, with her blood up, does the only reasonable thing left to do in their arsenal to reach Aiko. Kinjite! A wake-up call for Aiko, and it does work, but it has some drastic consequences. Makoto and Aiko are birds of a feather, and her gut tells her so. Aiko already knows the truth of the matter, but still wants to lie to herself in order to feel loved by somebody. Anybody, really. She has nothing left. And with her self-esteem sinking far past below rock bottom, she finally breaks down in tears. As we listen intently, it was worse than Makoto originally thought, as we sat together at the Big Bang Burger. It wasn't just jealousy of Makoto's grades or the accomplishments of Aiko's brother, but the source of Aiko's misery seems to be that nobody even seems to acknowledge her existence. Nobody seems to give her the time of day or bothers to check up on her. Nobody treats her like she's worth any kind of special attention. This is why she was mad at Makoto all this time. She was projecting her own insecurities onto Makoto in the same manner that Makoto once did to An concerning Shiho when she was pursuing the Phantom Thieves. A perfect girl such as Makoto could never understand the utter anguish Aiko feels on a day-to-day basis. With Makoto being on, and Makoto's understood platitude bullshit can't help Aiko in this way. Makoto, her temper still running high, assures her that this has nothing to do with getting Aiko to be more like an honor student or anything like that. Instead, it's a matter of personal justice. Makoto can't sit back and watch someone willingly closing up to someone so obviously evil because, well, Makoto knows what that kind of sickly warmth feels like. It feels like straight up guilt. Makoto demands that Tsukasa stay the hell away from Aiko from now on, and as if to vindicate Makoto's suspicions further about him being a massive piece of shit, he expresses an intent to swing at Makoto. As was the case within her own Persona Awakening, Makoto, fully in her element, with her rage and indignation at such injustice giving her clarity enough to dare Tsukasa to even try such a thing, makes Makoto getting all fired up remarkable to see, but Joker steps in on Makoto's behalf to avoid the situation from escalating further. This scares the shit out of Tsukasa, and he begins to lose his nerve, stumbling over his words before running away like the massive pussy he actually is. Like all that praise he showered Aiko with, he was just a bunch of hot air. Unfortunately, Aiko is devastated, as in one fell swoop, Makoto and her temper has robbed Aiko of the only persona that makes her feel valued. Not sure what to do with herself, she runs back inside to the club. Worried about other people getting the wrong idea, Makoto and Joker duck back into Crossroads. As the two sit at the bar together, Makoto reflects on her outbursts and taunts. She can't believe that she actually slapped Aiko. The boiling for Makoto's blood has always been low and tied to a hair trigger, brought on by years of being forced to stand on a pedestal to be paraded around by adults who don't follow the same standards themselves. Aiko refusing to see the blatant truth of the matter or acknowledge that Makoto's position as student council president doesn't mean that Makoto's going to always receive immediate validation for her good grades and good conduct. Hell, as we've seen, it's been often the opposite for Makoto. The grass isn't so green on the other side, with Makoto being guilty of the same adage too. In comparing themselves to each other without considering how much nuance there was to their lives, it leads to a certain degree of confused misconceptions, where they're both more alike than different, but nevertheless still unable to synthesize their differing views to change their own lives for the better. Makoto reflects on her temper too, and says it's part of the reason why she feels like she needs to act so submissive and quiet all the time. She constantly has to battle with her own temper, which gives us the impression of her being a willowy pushover to all the adults that seek to use her. The second that something pisses Makoto off, all that repressed anger immediately boils to the surface. Her temper is a valuable asset in the metaverse, and was part of the reason why she was able to get control of her heart's own power, but in reality, it's kind of a hazard. Makoto thanks Joker for stepping in and further reflects on how much she has to learn. This place, Crossroads, the bar Joker pulled Makoto into, gives off a mature vibe. It makes Makoto believe all but for a second that there's no way that Joker's still a high school student, given everything that he's been through. Joker's a year younger than her, technically still her kohai at school, but he has seen and learned so much more than someone who's about to graduate high school and start their adult life. Makoto says that this whole ordeal has given her much to consider. Indeed, life has moved pretty fast for Makoto, but it wasn't until recently that she stopped to take her head out of her textbooks to look around. There are experiences about being a teenager in high school that Makoto studies have forced her to deprive herself of, including that of romance. The kind of innocent yet infectious puppy love that Aiko was showing Tsukasa. Even after everything he did to her, this is an experience that Makoto wants to know more about, as Makoto recalls Aiko's sick burn towards her about how Makoto would fail a test upon love. Makoto has no idea how to study such a subject, and further research obviously requires two to tango. As if to match Makoto's naivety, Joker offers to be her study partner, which gets Makoto all flushed and to work up the courage to ask Joker if he's for real. This whole thing started as Makoto wanting to know more about the world, with us playing the role of boyfriend and girlfriend to pursue justice, with Joker imploring Makoto to trust her gut above all else to see her quest through to the end. Her confession to us is sudden, but it fits with Makoto's new outlook. Through trusting her gut, she was able to expose Tsukasa for the shithead that he absolutely is, and now Makoto is looking to embark on a different, yet similar quest in order to become even more worldly, to willingly delve into a field of study that she knows nothing about, letting her instincts and conscience guide her towards new experiences as she follows her heart. As Makoto's cheeks flush red with embarrassment, she thinks about the prospects of a potential future with Joker together, and in doing so, Makoto learns the Protect ability.
Alright.
While in combat, if Joker's about to suffer a fatal blow, Makoto will punch Joker out of the way and tank the hit for him.
Prepare! In thy name!
No!
Okay, well, we got that.
Queen's in danger!
An incredibly useful ability that tells us a lot about how Makoto wants to learn from her bond with Joker. After Lala-chan comes over to make fun of us as we head home, Makoto gives Joker a ring to thank him once again for staying at her side throughout this whole ordeal. After a quick bout of flattery, Makoto tells us that the true reason why she called was to get a confidence boost from a reliable new boyfriend before trying to patch things up with Eiko. It's super sweet, especially as Makoto stumbles over her words before hanging up. Now that she's got her confidence boost, and with Makoto's self-esteem at an all-time high, let's just head on inside and let Makoto handle this all by herself. For the first time in a while, I think we can safely say that, well, she's got this.
Alright.
Rank 10 of Makoto's Confidant arc finds us once again within Makoto's company, but instead of Makoto twiddling her fingers about Shinjuku or her responsibilities concerning being Miss Prez of Shujin, Makoto's become an absolute Chad, immediately asking her new boyfriend to whisk her back away to the blonde. As they sit in Joker's makeshift bedroom together, it's clear that Makoto's confidence is at an all-time high, and I would go as far to say that she's relishing within her new convictions.
So, I finally made up with Eiko. I think she knew it deep within her heart. And seeing him like that finally helped her realize. You're still not gonna let me forget that, hmm? Well, I'm glad she didn't get into any danger. Oh, and she told me she quit her job. Right now, she doesn't know what she wants to do, but she's going to go to college and figure things out. So in the end, Eiko's going to start seriously focusing on her studies again. I plan on doing the same as well. No, that's not it. This time, I'm not seeking anyone's praise. And I'm not trying to show off my intelligence. I simply want to fulfill my own personal goals and dreams. Before now, I didn't have a clear vision of what that meant. I was lost in life. But thanks to you, I finally come to realize it. My dream is to become a police commissioner. That is why I need to study. You're right. I will need an extensive academic background. There are too many incidents in this country that are never brought to light. That host was one. Villains who prey on the hearts of the weak with cowardly, legally questionable methods. My father risked his life trying to catch a group of those people. I will never forgive them. But I won't be able to eradicate them all on my own. Instead, I want to head an organization that will destroy the lawless and help rescue victims. I'm glad you think so. That is the justice I aim for. I also believe it will be a continuation of my father's legacy. Honestly, it's a little strange that I found the true meaning of my studies outside of my studies. Thank you for all your help. It must have been difficult babysitting the uptight Miss President, right? Just kidding. Even so, I'm glad I asked you. I think now I'll be able to see the world even more differently. Actually, I'm sure I can. Because I have you.
I am thou. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of the priestess.
Alright.
Our last conversation with Makoto within her own Confidant arc ends with the pair forming a blood oath, turning Makoto's original vow to become more worldly into a tangible promise of further affirmative action. Makoto embarked upon this journey with a definitive bout of indignant rage, but remaining very much unclear on how exactly to harness her outrage at the prevalent injustice that still exists within society. As we spend time with Makoto, she's learned that her answers aren't going to come from textbooks or from the opinions of other people, but rather from experiences outside of her wheelhouse. If it wasn't for that whole ordeal with Eiko, Makoto would have never learned to trust her gut instincts, and most importantly, herself. With the formation of this blood oath, we've broken the yoke of Makoto's heart, the confusion and bewilderment that was holding her back from reaching her true power. Now unlocking the ultimate power of the Priestess Arcana, fully manifesting Makoto's new convictions to listen to the wisdom of the silent voice within her own heart as it whispers the most profound wisdom to her. The power that resides within Makoto's heart undergoes a transformation fitting of this new understanding of herself.
Within me has grown. Now, it's been born anew.
All right.
Doubling down on her new convictions has allowed Johanna to transform into a knot, and I do mean that quite literally. As Makoto summons her persona in combat, a knot whips herself onto the field in the form of Johanna before quickly transforming into her humanoid form to cast spells. An awesome detail, and it looks great, but this transformation between forms alludes to many new things about Makoto's new outlook on life in a rather unique way. Now, before you think that, yeah, Badger, that's obvious, consider this first. Makoto mentions that her powers haven't necessarily grown, but have been born anew. Whatever residual justice that she had when she had Johanna, Makoto has doubled down upon to the point where it's something new. As I've said many times before, Makoto's sense of justice has always been slumbering inches below the surface, but it wasn't until her awakening to a knot where it was finally and fully able to manifest itself. Her new persona still retains some of their older characteristics, but is still something fresh and new altogether. If we take a quick look at Anat and Johanna's visual design, we can actually see parts of Anat's resting face behind a pane of glass where the headlight and her front fender should be. Anat and Johanna share the same rear swing arm, with this part of the bike forming an anthropomorphized spinal column or ribcage-like torso structure as it holds both Anat's arms and legs within its axles while still retaining the rear tire. I love this design so much, as before Johanna imported a sense of aggressive grace, but now with Anat's change of visage, it gives her quite the sinister appeal, especially with the added horns. Speaking of sinister, whereas Johanna aims to reflect Makoto's basic desires for freedom and liberation as a motorcycle, Anat reflects Makoto's hot-blooded disposition and her desire to be more honest with herself, with Anat being the truest and most unadulterated form of Johanna. While there are indeed aspects of Johanna's design that mildly allude to Makoto's desire for freedom, there are still aspects of her design that indicate that Makoto is still retaining some of her willowy characteristics. The gentle and dignified face behind the pane of glass where the headlights are supposed to be has now transformed into a visage of angry indignation, alluding to Makoto fully embracing her own convictions on how she wants to live her own life by her own means. As for that desire that's so near and dear to Makoto's heart, to the point where she wears it upon her sleeve, the mythological Anat alludes to that very wish, and Makoto's overall character arc rather nicely as well. Upon further examination in Anat's mythological standing, we find more commonalities between herself and Queen. Anat is a major character within two Mesopotamian myths, be that of the Bilal Circle and the Epic of Akkad. Within the former myth, Anat plays the role of a main supporting character, appearing as a partisan war goddess with a hair-trigger temper. This tale, as are most, is both a tale about divine succession and that of a defined explanation for how the Canaanite seasons function. Anat is initially called upon by her father El to set the stage of a heavenly coronation of Yam, a god said to be a primordial deity of chaos, indicative of that of the sea, untamed and raging. While her father favors Yam, giving him a helping of curdled milk as a show of esteem, Anat, however, favors her brother Bilal, the god of rain, fertility, life, agriculture, and thunder, because, frankly, that sounds like the makings of a good and just king. This is actually where this tale begins, an argument over which king is more just and fair than the other. Yam, the supposed villain of the piece, along with Mot, is not guilty of usurping power, as, say, was the case with the Egyptian conflict between Set and his murder of Osiris, nor is he guilty of triumphing over the cause of chaos, as was the case with the Greek story of the Titans and their war with Zeus, but instead, he's guilty of misusing the power he was given legitimately. Yam was elected into his position by a council of gods, in which he immediately used to become a tyrant. He sought to enslave the very gods that elected him, going as far as to take El's consort, Ashurath, as his own consort, as part of a bargain to ease his foot off the brakes a little bit, so to speak. This vulgar display of power disgusted both Anat and Bilal, with Anat threatening to kill her father, El, the god of all gods, for his indolence, to make his gray hair run red with blood unless he allows Bilal to have a palace which he can rule from. And no, I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that. That is actually what Anat says. A bold display of homicidal confidence, but that's not the least of it. Further along within the tale, within the conflict of Yam, Anat encounters several of his acolytes that have congregated outside of her temple, to which the myth details how gruesomely she slaughters them. The passage goes as follows. Watch. Anat is fighting in the valley. She brawls between the villages. She fought the western nations of the seacoast. She struck the eastern people in the rising dawn. Under her, like scattered balls, were heads. Over her, like grasshoppers, were hands. Soldiers' hands, piled up like locust swarms. She fastened heads onto her back. She girdled her waist with hands. Knee-deep, she plunged through warriors' blood. Neck-deep through the soldiers' entrails. With a staff, she herded hostages. Rabble-rousers with a bowstring. Watch, Anat is coming home. The goddess proceeds to her palace. But she was not sated by her flight within the valley. The brawl between the two villages. She set up chairs for the soldiers. Set up tables for the hostages. Footstools for the champions. Redoubling her fighting, she sang. Anat brawled with pure delight. Her heart bubbled with laughter. Her mind filled with elation. The heart of Anat with triumph. Knee-deep, she plunged through warriors' blood. Neck-deep through the soldiers' entrails. Until she felt sated by the plight in her house. So basically, Anat enjoyed her glorious victory over her slaughter of Yam's followers so much that she rounded up all her entrails and body parts, took them back home, and reenacted the entire battle with glee. Later in the tale, when Anat feels the need to avenge Baal, other gods try to dissuade her from doing so on the basis of her being incompetent. Of course, Anat becomes overcome with rage, and basically lists off every single divine being that she has killed. And boy is it a lot! The passage goes as follows. Watch, Anat sees the gods. Below, her feet start shaking. All around, her limbs are shivering. Up above, her face sweats. Shudders rack the bones of every limb. The bones within her spine turn weak. She spoke up and cried out. What enemy rises up against Baal? What rival faces the Cloud Rider? Didn't I crush El's beloved, Ocean? Didn't I annihilate River, the great god? Didn't I leash Dagon and bind him in his saddle? I crushed the sinew serpent, the seven-headed monster. I crushed the god's beloved, Arsha. I ravaged El's young bull, Attika. I crushed the god She-Wolf, Fire. I annihilated El's daughter, Zabiba. I've reaped silver from my fighting. I've taken possession of gold. While her brother succeeds in the fight against Yam to secure his own throne, the final part of the tale ends with the god of death, Mot, killing Baal, with Anat reciting the names of everyone she's killed occurring before she sets off to kill Mot. This speech was undoubtedly formed from grief for Baal, as Anat's own personal sense of justice could not fathom that Baal would meet such an end. Her outrage and her sense of justice guided her to the netherworld to locate the shade of her brother, so that she may attempt to resurrect him, only to learn that Mot had not only killed her beloved brother, but straight up ate him. As she loses her nerve, she seizes Mot and utterly annihilates him, attacking him with a sword, shaking him, burning him, crushing him, and throwing his remains to the birds. When the text continues, Anat returns to El and announces that Mot is dead. She had avenged her brother from the jealous and covetous god, knowing full well that not even the Canaanite embodiment of death was enough to stop her from exerting her angry agency and indignation upon the world. Reading between the lines here, there's also an underlying theme within this most ancient of tales. Within the myth, Anat is seen as an equal to her brother's might, and while the finer details of the tale have been lost to time, Anat is the only one who directly engages in violence of her own volition throughout this tale. Even her brother, Baal, has to enlist the help of a divine craftsman to assist with the deposition of Yam from the Heavenly Council. He has to ask Cathar to make 2 divine clubs just so he can smite Yam off the throne. Anat just straight up kills the Canaanite embodiment of death. And throughout it all, she has no issue with challenging the authority of all the male gods. Within professional academic circles, Anat's absolute defiance of death and those who plainly insult her is why Anat has been literally called the tomboy goddess, as it has been pointed out that the kind of machismo conducive to Anat's character were generally viewed as typically masculine characteristics to possess. This fits right in with Makoto's more tomboyish characteristics too, and also within the manner which she, like her fancy new persona, easily loses her nerve, makes Anat a fitting allegory for this aspect of Makoto's character. Both are fighters through and through, and often acting in a strong and loving bond with her brother, with both Makoto and Anat often acting on the behalf of those that they love and care about, trusting her gustings all the while to guide her to dispose Yam and favor her brother, trusting in herself and her own abilities as a warrior even more so in her brother's absence as she seeks to avenge him by ripping Mot apart. We can easily connect this back to Makoto and Sai, as during Makoto's initial persona awakening, she was so outraged that her heart thought the only solution to escape from Kanashiro's clutches was that of just straight up dissent, strife against Kanashiro's sexist musings on the role women are supposed to play within society. This theme of independence begot through strife is also continued within the epic of Akane, where Anat has a more central role within the myth. This epic tells the story of a young man named Akane and his encounter with Anat. Within this myth, Anat is portrayed as a powerful and predictable goddess who demands respect and obedience from mortals. Her actions are often motivated by a sense of justice and fairness, but she is also capable of great wrath and vengeance when she feels as though she's been personally wronged. There was a time where a king named Donnell offered hospitality to the divine craftsman Cathar, who in return gave his newborn son, Akane, one of his marvelous bows as a family heirloom. That bow, however, had been intended for Anat, who became outraged that it had been given to a mortal instead of to her. While feasting with several gods and goddesses, with Anat in company, Anat makes repeated and patient offers to take the magical bow back for herself, though Akane, being a bit of a greedy bastard, turns down a lump sum of money, straight up immortality, and doing the deal with Anat in exchange for her property back. Akane accuses her of being a liar, and tells her off, saying that she, as a female, has no business with a bow anyway. Thoroughly pissed off at this guy having the gall to talk down to a warrior goddess, Anat complains to L, her father, to apparently receive his permission to punish Shikata. Anat's tone towards her father throughout this particular passage turns from initial one of respect to one of violent threats made against him, without ending up granting his daughter permission to do as he pleases with Akane. Anat sends a terrible drought to the land, causing crops to wither and animals to die. She also sends a plague that kills a very great many of people, including that of Akane. There is more to this myth, but the allusions to Makoto's temper and indignation when she feels personally slighted end there. Concerning the bow and Anat's temperament, it is both a power play and a commentary upon gender. In the myth, Anat is only able to refute the power of a man through straight-up violence and threats, as nobody wanted to take her seriously otherwise, even going as far as to call her a liar. One could also interpret Anat as displaying an insensitive degree of self-confidence here, almost to an arrogant extent, as she both believes in her own abilities and her own sense of justice, only being able to accomplish her personal goals and recover what's been lost to her through trusting her gut. Anat and Makoto have no desire to abide by the rules, refusing to stay in their lane, willing to literally and rather violently carve out their own future, despite her detractors looking to gaslight and belittle them on the basis of their gender. Makoto has had so many things taken away from her, as she acted upon the basis of appeasement, thinking that if she just toed the line and lived her life to the designs of society, she would then find success. However, Makoto quickly understood that those who were supposed to prop her up demanded that they be the ones to define what success truly is, when really, Makoto should have just trusted herself all along to ignore them all the while, choosing to define that shit for herself. Now being completely emancipated from her past confusion, learning to mediate between the various energies to seek to eat away at her center, Makoto now knows that in order to synthesize her outrage at the palpable injustice within society, and Sai places the utmost importance upon Makoto's studying above all else, Makoto has to listen to her gut. A simple takeaway from an extremely important lesson, and all of it indicative of the growth that Makoto experiences within her own Confidant arc, as Makoto, ever thirsty for more knowledge, bookends this final bit of character growth with her wanting to learn more by getting a little bit closer to Joker.
Well, I was thinking, maybe we could study some things we don't have experience in yet. Would that be okay? I want to be with you. We still have some time before night falls.
Oh, she's such a dork. Now with that ordeal sorted out, Makoto's made it past her second pinch point of her character arc intact. But throughout all this time we spent with Makoto, we haven't gotten the precise reasoning as to why she gravitated towards the Phantom Thieves, and chose to stick with them exactly. Kaneshiro was just another criminal that Makoto and the Thieves were coincidentally roped into a heart exchanging. All the other palace rulers, including Kamoshida and Madarame, had direct and personal ties to the Thieves, to which they exploited for their own benefit. So it begs the question, why is Makoto still staying on with the Thieves?
By the way, Makoto, ain't there someone you can't forgive either? Like, a heart you want to change?
That's a secret.
Ah, there's someone like that. You could just tell us, you know. You don't gotta be so cold.
This calling card was delivered to your latest target, the one you had decided would prove your innocence. It was addressed to Sae Niijima, myself. Now, explain everything to me.
Let's do this fair and square.
In this world deserves to win except for me!
Over the course of this analysis, we have examined Makoto and Sai's rather dysfunctional relationship with respect to how Makoto thought it best to live her life in such a manner as to ease her older sister's suffering. That, Sai's suffering and ruthless nature is what we're going to discuss next here. While they have painted her as an abusive gaslighter for the sake of highlighting the importance and significance of Makoto learning to live as an individual, there is more nuance to Sai's mannerisms and behavior than I've laid out thus far.
Makoto's sis is that lady who's overflowing with the aura of a capable woman.
Yes, Sai is indeed a strong, independent woman.
Futaba's not wrong in her observations. All the clues that point towards Sai's outward competency and her being a workaholic are literally within her name. Starting with the etymology of Sai's name, when it's written the way that it is within Persona 5, Sai's name is a Japanese verb stem that means to be mentally clear, sharp, to have mastered a particular discipline, characteristics that we fully see on display after Sai begins to go after the Phantom Thieves. But before we go into any of that, let's set the stage for a second. First and foremost, Sai and Akechi at the start of the game were pursuing the mental shutdown cases, but of course coming up empty-handed. It wasn't until the Phantom Thieves changed Madarame's heart that she finally had an excuse to pursue them and try to connect them to the mental shutdowns. As she stands in the director's office at the SIU, she makes her case.
First Kamoshida at Shujin Academy, and now Madarame. I found a number of points of commonality between the two. Both, for example, were sent a calling card before their unforeseen changes of heart.
I see. But isn't tying their cases to the series of psychotic breakdowns jumping to conclusions? Furthermore, the police will frown upon you stepping into this.
Now isn't the time to be worrying about things like jurisdiction and honor. We need to dig deeper and find a correlation among the incidents these past 2-3 years.
Very well, I leave it to you. However, you must not let this interfere with your regular duties.
Thank you, sir.
We see just how ruthless and aggressive Sai is when pursuing her quarry, being willing to step on some toes in order to catch the culprit behind both the Phantom Thieves and that of the mental shutdowns. The thing is though, the SIU director was correct. There is no evidence to suggest that they are one and the same, and that Sai is jumping the gun here by conflating both the deeds of the Phantom Thieves and the true perpetrator of the mental shutdowns. But that's just it. Sai does not care. She was actually not after the Phantom Thieves in the same way that Kechi seems to be. She's not actually interested in trying them in a court of law for the betterment of society. There are inklings of an ideological difference between Sai and the Phantom Thieves' methods, but it's not that relevant to Sai seeing them as a mere opportunity to climb the ladder of success. She explains as such to Makoto, that in order for Sai to command respect, she must be as unapologetically ruthless as she possibly can in order to acquire notoriety for herself. It's all for promotion and to gain authority so people will take her seriously as a woman.
Moving up in the world is difficult as a woman, yet you can't do much if you don't have the authority. I'll use every method necessary to make it happen.
By any method, Sai means that her strategy is for her to take on an inordinate amount of work to show her bosses her mettle and to showcase that she's highly skilled. Speaking of Sai's anxieties about navigating through the patriarchal world that she lives within, I should also take this time to mention that Sai's character treatment might be a reference to the real-life historical figure of Yae Niijima, who is also a capable and badass, strong and independent woman within her own right. Yae Niijima, throughout her life and during a time of the late Edo period where Japanese women taking up masculine hobbies was considered to be extremely taboo, was not afraid to offend these norms. Party to the Hoshina clan, Yae-san was an educator, nurse, scholar, and unamusha, a female warrior who fought alongside their male samurai counterparts. During the Boshin War, Yae honed her skills with her Spencer carbine, becoming unusually skilled as a marksman in the war. During the Bakumatsu period in the Battle of Ainzu, having gained notoriety as a warrior, Yae then turned her eyes and interest towards Kyoto and becoming an educator. Having attained a formal qualification pertaining to the mastery of the tea ceremony and Keido, the art of flower arrangements, she was then hired as a substitute teacher at a woman's school in Kyoto. Shortly after, she met her husband, Reverend Joseph Hardy Nishima. Nishima, a former samurai, decided to venture to America to study Jesus and convert to Christianity. During this time, Nishima picked up upon the notions of gender equality and women's rights that his home country lacked. And with Yae being the spirited woman that she was, his westernized beliefs and values made them both a natural fit for each other. Instead of Yae submitting to her husband in the manner that Confucian ethics and Tokugawa law called for, they treated each other as equals, which caused some friction between both of them and wider Japanese society. There was a time where Nishima and Yae tried to open a Christian JoshiryokU, a small girls' school which was vehemently opposed by Buddhists and Shintoists in Kyoto, who submitted a list of several complaints to the prefectural government. But because this power couple were a pair of mavericks, they did it anyway in 1877. With a little help from an American missionary, Doshizo's girls' school was born. Following the unfortunate and sudden death of her husband in 1890, she became disillusioned with education, especially as she started to receive students from Aizu, who she attacked during her warring days in the Boshin War. However, because Yae is an incredibly capable woman, this would not be the last time Yae would involve herself in the field of battle. When the Sino-Japanese War broke out, Yae would join the Japanese Red Cross, and while stationed in Hiroshima, she trained a crack team of 40 nurses to treat the wounded, with her deeds elevating the social status of health workers and nurses in the process. Her work during the first and second breakouts of the Sino-Japanese War would later award her not one, but 2 orders of the Precious Crown for exceptional service to her country. For reference, this female-only award is the equivalent to the Order of the Rising Sun, which means that, yeah, all those offended by Yae's swashbuckling offenses of Japanese gender norms were eventually silenced. Yae and her husband's defiance of the collectivist norms of Japanese society, the opening of the school, and Yae's relationship to her husband was absolutely seen as a sign of shrewishness on Yae's part, with Yae being deemed a bad wife by wider society. However, the couple didn't let their detractors bother them. If anything, there are accounts of Yae enjoying the challenges of navigating the Edo period of Japan as an otherwise shrewish masculine woman. As a matter of fact, her husband, Nishima, before his death, often praised Yae's lifestyle as handsome, of all things, in a few letters he wrote to his friends stateside. And if this is the person that Alice pulled on to only then use as a template to write Sai's character for the treatment of Persona 5, then I think it's safe to say that Sai, like her baby sister, has a bit of a tomboy streak going for her as well. All extraneous Persona manga and spin-off games that feature Sai's spin-kicking muggers notwithstanding, of course. If Persona 5 Sai Niijima is in any capacity made to be an allusion to Yae Niijima, then it will explain a few things about her work ethic and the amount of cases that she's juggling all at once. Sai, in taking all these additional cases like the Kaneshiro case, the mental shutdown cases, and whatever existing responsibilities she already has as a public prosecutor, Sai is trying to simultaneously improve her mettle to her bosses and hedge her bets at the same time. Sai believes that in order for her to have influence within society as a woman, she needs to show her passion for her line of work, and through passion, she will gain strength, and then through power, she will gain victory. The authority to do as she pleases without anyone discriminating against her on the basis of her gender. However, what Sai doesn't realize, and what Makoto will eventually come to realize, is that kissing your boss's ass doesn't always mean they're going to give you a promotion, especially when they just don't like you for whatever inordinate reason.
That damn woman just had to stick her nose into this.
For all of Sai's musings upon Makoto's supposed naivety about what true justice is, Sai is remarkably overly trusting of her own bosses, who, per her own words, are actively seeking to oppress her and her baby sister. She fully believes that if she lands these cases, then that will bequeath her a position worthy of those efforts. If you think that's hypocritical of Sai to think, then yes, you'd be correct. Sai's hypocrisy is a key characteristic of hers, and one that will become further apparent as we continue onward into finding how exactly her heart becomes so distorted. Our first whiff of this hypocrisy of Sai's is her overall temperament towards Makoto. While Sai may praise Makoto's peerless grades and conduct, with Makoto of course downplaying her own accomplishments in kind, her urging Makoto to keep her head down and coast on forward to a supposed bright future is bad advice, especially when considered Sai's bosses are literally conspiring against her. More on this later, but anyway. What Sai is essentially praising Makoto here for is not necessarily her grades, but Makoto's ability to stay the course, and ruthlessly so. Despite everything that's happened at her school involving Kamoshida and now those pesky phantom thieves causing a ruckus within society, Makoto has remained the ideal Japanese teenager and the boilerplate honor student. She has not shown any apparent interest in things outside of her studies, as Sai implores her sister to selfishly focus upon herself. She is of course speaking from both a position of authority and experience in this matter, but Sai's advice here is tantamount to desiring Makoto to conform to society, not to rebel against the very norms that are seeking to oppress both of them. You cannot cause change while actively contributing to the same systems whose modus operandi is to gentrify those it oppresses into further compliance. Effectively, Sai's message to her sister is for Makoto to not only discard her feminine traits, but all avenues of self-expression, so that she can make some vain attempt to find success by staying quiet and compliant as the patriarchy dominates both of their lives. She advises and lectures Makoto on the pitfalls of a male-dominated society, but her advice to her little sister isn't to fight the patriarchy, but rather to keep her head down and abide by its rules, with Sai vainly hoping that they'll both be assessed on the merits rather than that of their gender. As we've already seen, that will never be the case. The SIU sees Sai even investigating the possible correlations between the mental shutdowns and the deeds of the Phantom Thieves as a sheer annoyance, and directly categorizes her as a woman rather than as Sai Niijima, a prosecutor. Nevertheless, Sai's ambition and her naive belief that her bosses will always act in good faith will blind her to how they actually receive her efforts. This naivety might be reflected in how the Niijima sisters choose to dress. Stemming from a desire to climb the ladder of success based on the assumption that such a ladder is based on meritocracy, Sai chooses to dress rather plainly and unassuming. She doesn't use very much makeup and forgoes the very notion of a skirt or a dress while in the office. She dresses rather professionally, which is to say very masculine-like, and that's not an accident. Sai chooses to wear a black pantsuit instead of a dress or a pencil skirt to work, because, let's face it, she doesn't want to be sexualized by anyone, desiring to be seen for her merits instead of her assets. She doesn't want to give men the excuse of discriminating against her and or to harass her. Following that, in several of the Persona spin-off games, and in the Thieves' Den and Persona 5 Royal, there is more reason to indicate that the latter is the case, and might even indicate where Sai's hyper-competitive personality comes from. Now, this would be the only time that I mention the Persona dancing games, and the Thieves' Den in the series, because the dialogue that occurs in the Thieves' Den can't be considered 100% authentic, because they are likely cognitive projections. There are a few theories floating around out there that are based upon the Japanese translation of the word Thieves' Den, that the Thieves' Den in of itself is Joker's palace. While I'm sure Joker's cognition is incredibly authentic and undistorted, especially considering that only his teammates and Confidant show up within his palace, nevertheless there is still a shade of doubt because they're not exactly real people. As for the dancing games, they are tentatively considered canon by Atlas, as the ending of the main story mode resets the stakes due to the main plot being a shared dream between all the thieves. Whatever potential character development occurs within these games is inconsequential, and thus has no bearing upon the plot of the mainline games. The only reason why I'm mentioning both aspects of these games is that there is a conversation Joker has with Ann and Makoto about Sai passing the bar exam when she was still in high school. An incredible accomplishment that informs us how exactly Sai behaved when she was still in high school, remaining highly competitive and focused all the while, an attitude that she also seems to impart to Makoto as she works her way through her last year of high school.
You understand what I'm trying to say, right?
Study hard and go to a prestigious college.
Of course, Japan being the male-dominated society that it is, the general public thought there was no way that Sai, as a young woman fresh out of college, managed to secure a well-respected and commendable governmental job as a government prosecutor for the SIU through normative means. Upon entering a career field at such a young age, Sai was immediately asked to be interviewed on TV, not for her own accomplishments, but rather because of her beauty. The media treated Sai more so as an idol and less so as a normal person with a law degree. As when the story broke, Sai was hounded by the media who used every single trick in the book to downplay her own accomplishments, going as far as to claim that she got her position because she was in love with some celebrity. We know from Makoto's Confidant arc that Sai became a lawyer because of her father's influence upon her life. For the media to insinuate that Sai was trading favors with someone for the job had to be downright insulting to her. Knowing full well how slut-shaming and gender bias can utterly assassinate your character, On says this regarding the matter in Persona 5 Dancing.
That is how it goes, isn't it? She's so gorgeous, I can only imagine how much gossip went around.
On is undoubtedly pulling from her own experiences here, which is also something that we define within extreme detail within her own video about how these sexist notions led her and many others to being harassed by her peers and by Kamoshida. But if we were to pull from a more real and academic source, On's personal experiences and Sai's anxiety about the discrimination she's facing as a woman within a male-dominated career field are immediately going to be vindicated. According to the International Labor Organization's Bureau for Employers' Activities, conscious and unconscious gender bias is a key player within how employers interpret the temperament of applicants and how employers will write job descriptions, with both reinforcing gender stereotypes, either overtly or tacitly. For example, certain words are associated with common gender stereotypes, and these words can signal unconscious gender bias within job applications. Research conducted in 2005 within the United States found an association between women and usage of adjectives such as emotional, mild, pleasant, sensitive, warm, affectionate, and friendly, with these words often being used to describe female applicants and jobs that would otherwise be desired for females to take. Consequently, there are associations made between men and descriptive adjectives such as dominant, achievement-oriented, ambitious, self-confident, rational, tough, and aggressive to describe male applicants who are pursuing the same career fields as their female peers. If leaders and job descriptions for leadership roles in an organization are described with words commonly associated with a male gender, such as dominant and ambitious, then male applicants may benefit from a conscious bias in their favor. Men would be regarded as a natural fit for the job that would conventionally require such a temperament, while the unconscious bias would instead work against women. Attributing these findings to Sai, she would have to specifically cultivate a highly competitive personality that betrays these traditional notions about her gender. She has to give off the impression of a professional and fierce woman. She has to have the attitude and disposition to compete within a male-dominated workspace. She literally cannot afford to demonstrate any feminine qualities, which again brings us back to her choice of dress. The only feminine aspects of Sai's wardrobe that remain are her heels, the white embroidered frills on her suit, her earrings, and both her nails and eyeshadow, of which she's painted a dark purple. That's about it though, apart from her heels, which, depending on how you look at a few things, might indicate that something else is going on with Sai. According to the official character height chart included with the official Design Works art book for Persona 5 Royal, Sai is 5'7", or about 167 centimeters, which makes her about the same height as your average Japanese man. Of course, because Persona 5 is a Japanese game featuring Japanese people, this puts Sai in being the same height as most of the male Phantom Thieves, barring Akechi and Joker, with Miss Prosecutor also standing taller than most of the Palace Rulers except for Maruki and Shido. Of course, this also means that, relatively speaking, Sai towers over all the girls as the average Japanese woman is about 5'2", or about 159 centimeters tall, with On coming very close to Sai's height because of her genetics. However, unlike On, Sai doesn't have those natural American genetics that give her a chance of being slightly taller than the lot, and while she does stand half a head shorter than her male competition, Sai is wearing heels, which would actually put her an inch or a few centimeters below her true height, which in turn would make Sai about 5'6", or about 165 centimeters. In regards to height, you could say that Sai choosing to bump herself up an inch is less about Sai trying to be feminine, and might instead be interpreted as Sai trying to stand on even footing with her average male competition. This is interesting enough to think about on its own, but of course, we're missing some additional context here. If we were to consider the Mementos Mission manga spin-off to be of any indication as to why Sai wears heels, and giant ones at that, it's because she sees wearing them as a source of strength, confidence, and motivation. To use her words, unless you stretch your spine and step firmly upon the ground with your own strength, you won't be able to walk with these shoes. The manga's not canon, of course, and while Sai might enjoy wearing heels and the sense of power one might get from them, other Japanese women like her definitely do not. I say this because in the professional Japanese corporate world, wearing heels is often required by employers for women to wear as part of their dress code. While this might seem innocuous enough, women are often forced to wear heels between 5 and 7 centimeters, or about 2 to 2 3/4 inches high. In recent years, there has been some resistance and pushback towards the social statement to this general workplace role after Yumi Ishikawa, a Japanese actress and freelance writer, complained about her discomfort and disdain for these roles on Twitter, with other Japanese women beginning to share their own stories and photos that involve their own feet getting bloodied and blistered too. This started a movement referred to as the Kutu movement, a play on words from the Japanese meaning of kutsu, shoes, and kutsu, meaning pain. Their complaints aren't without merit either, as there have been some correlations drawn between wearing high heels over 2 inches and musculoskeletal disorders, such as back pain, hip and knee issues, instances where the Achilles tendon is weakened or damaged on account of the pressure the shoe exerts upon the wearer, and general osteoarthritic issues, as the heels wear where the cartilage between the joints in your feet, resulting in your bones just sort of painfully grinding together. These health issues have often been compared to the Chinese practice of foot binding, not to the degree of where small feet were seen as overtly feminine within the Japanese corporate world, but rather the fact that there was a societal expectation that Japanese women would have to wear shoes that would cause them immense discomfort by their bosses or risk being reprimanded. When this issue was brought up to the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, their concerns were met with apathy, due to the amount of people serving in office being men, of course, who have never worn high heels. Despite this, the government doesn't see this as a gendered issue, but rather one that affects public health. Thus, no real action has been taken to fix these issues that border on hazing and power harassment or management that, of course, is again usually ran by men, forcing women into these unhealthy situations that do have objective ramifications upon their health. Of course, this leaves us with a bit of a complex problem for Sai and her footwear. On one hand, it gives her exceptional feelings of strength and confidence, as her heels literally allow her to stand toe-to-toe with her male competitors, as without them, she will be shorter, and if social psychology is anything to go by, her perceived leadership skills and authority will suffer at work if Sai loses nearly 3 inches to her stature. This would also mean that if Sai's heels boost her up by such an amount, she would then, rather humorously, possibly equally as tall or even slightly shorter than Makoto, which, as we all know, according to all the laws of the universe, it is illegal for the older sibling to be shorter than the younger one. It just can't happen like that. More height is needed to give Sai the aura of a capable woman that our favorite gremlin was originally impressed by. Yet, on the other hand, this power that Sai seems to appreciate so much is bequeathed to her by her patriarchs at her place of employment. An article of clothing that, of course, is very feminine, but nonetheless, it's something that most men are forcing upon a woman to wear because society bottom text told them to. It's something they're wrestled with for sure. And given Sai's musings about how it's simultaneously important to be aware of your employers, but yet also simultaneously be aware of how to use these societal norms to play into their hands to find success within society as a woman, turns such a quandary into a very complex one for Sai and then subsequently Makoto. Taking into account all the sexist baggage and assumptions that comes with climbing the ladder of success as a woman, Sai's advice to Makoto is not to draw too much of the wrong kind of attention to herself, lest she draw suspicion and doubts about how she actually attained her position within her life. Sai's have the opinion that hard work will beget an equal reward, but as we've already seen in the case of both Makoto and Sai, their own bosses won't even let the Niijimas be in a position and eclipse their own power and authority as they clamor for it all the while. If you recall from Makoto's counseling session, this is a lesson that Makoto has learned all too well. She knows that taking all these additional responsibilities and tasks will utterly destroy her, especially if those responsible for bequeathing the right to a brighter future actually have no interest in doing so on Makoto's behalf. While Makoto's want of pleasing Sai drove her to act the way that she did, Sai's ambition that we first see in the 5th will blind her as she drives herself mad to prove her mettle to the people that see her, like Makoto, as nothing more than a useful tool to further progress their own agendas. Not even a week after Sai has accepted all these additional responsibilities, Sai is already looking exhausted, which Makoto immediately recognizes on June 11th.
I'm more worried about you, sis. Are you tired? You're probably lacking sodium.
Do I seem so?
It is kind of scary that this exhaustion is kind of creeping up on Sai, and furthermore, it's not something that she's willing to acknowledge is affecting her until it's far too late.
Isn't it about time you grew up and acknowledged our situation? Right now, you're useless to me. All you do is eat away at my life. Sorry, that was uncalled for. I'm just really tired. I'll be eating dinner out from tomorrow on.
Again, Sai apologizing to Makoto is good, but her solution to placate her symptoms of burnout is an awful one. Her ambition is causing her to take on all these cases is damaging her relationship with her sister as Sai becomes ever more jaded and cynical, wherein Sai's utter disdain for her father is actively warping her sense of justice to her believing that the very concept of justice is meaningless, something that we see on full display after Kaneshiro turns himself into the police. What we see here is a very crestfallen Sai.
Is everything okay?
Don't worry about me. How about you, Makoto? Have you been keeping up with your studies?
It's very obvious that Sai losing the opportunity to expose Kaneshiro burns her to her very core. All that hard work and overtime she's put in to catch Kaneshiro is now meaningless, with Sai beginning to rationalize the Phantom Thieves as rivals, but more on that later. As Makoto talks shop about how even though she's taken every step necessary to secure her own future through her studies, she expresses concern regarding the fiercely competitive society that her sister has routinely warned her about. In a fit of double irony, we've seen that Makoto's concerns are intensely valid, and were basically vindicated by the efforts of the Phantom Thieves. There's always a bigger fish out there, but of course, Sai, ever frustrated with the fact that somebody beat her to the punch, still harps on about the importance of success to her little sister while berating her all the while.
Even if I manage to push through tough entrance exams, I'm still thrust into a competitive society.
What else is there besides success? Don't ask me such childish questions.
Sai also does this again. Regardless of who pushed him to confess to his crimes, Sai tacitly admits to not truly caring about Kaneshiro finally facing justice. She was supposed to catch him for the glory and clout.
Why does it matter? The police still caught him in the end, right?
I had plans set for a promotion, but no one can take credit for his arrest now with that confession. Not that a child would understand.
So she was pursuing the case after all. Promotion. You've changed, sis.
Well, Makoto's able to tank the hit this time thanks to the Phantom Thieves showing her that there is indeed a life outside of whatever Sai defines as success. Makoto's point still stands here. Sai's slowly but surely losing her grip on her sense of justice, if she hasn't already. And it's only going to get worse from here on out. As Makoto and her new friends hope to explore more things outside of her wheelhouse on summer vacation, as Makoto, for once, allows herself to relax and engage in the same kind of stupid teenage shenanigans that she's otherwise been missing out on. Damn! Sai will allow herself to do exactly none of these things. She will instead dig deeper within her own convictions. In convincing herself that there has to be some kind of correlation between the mental shutdowns and the actions of the Phantom Thieves, she's determined not to let them steal her thunder again, as she once again doubles down, becoming more ruthless in her pursuit of the mental shutdown cases, while still conflating them with that of the Phantom Thieves. As all of this is happening, the once dormant group of black hat hackers known as Medjed have taken aim at the Phantom Thieves for merely causing a disturbance within society, labeling our justice as egoistic and fake.
We are disappointed in the people of Japan in their belief in the Phantom Thieves' false justice. Hence, we shall proceed with our plan to cleanse Japan. This process will commence on August 21st. As a result, the Japanese economy shall suffer devastating damages.
For real?
Jumping forward a little bit, on July 24th, Sai and Akechi reflect on recent matters, with Sai taking the committed actions of the Phantom Thieves and the degree of notoriety they've garnered to themselves extremely personally.
The Phantom Thieves made a mockery of us when they brought down Kaneshiro. And to make matters worse, Medjed, who has been dormant for some time now, just declared war on them. How much more can they screw us over?
Now, whenever Sai says us, she is not referring to the public perceiving the prosecutor's office, the police, or even the SIU as incompetent. She is instead referring to herself through the usage of us. She is taking our popularity and the public's doubt in more normative means of justice as a personal attempt to screw her over. We'll come back to the rest of this conversation in a bit, but for now, let's back it up to the 18th, where Joker spots Sai at LeBlanc, arguing with Sojiro over something or another, with Sai making quite the veiled threat to Coffee Dad before leaving.
So you won't tell me, no matter what.
I have nothing more to say to you about that.
I see. In that case, I have ways of making you talk.
Huh? What's that supposed to...
Thanks for the drink.
This sets the stage for Sai getting even more ruthless. And of all the victims of mental shutdowns in Sai's shortlist, there exists a woman called Wakaba Ishiki who tragically died as a result of experiencing such an event, orphaning her one and only daughter, who's now under the custody and care of one Sojiro Sakura, owner of the coffee shop LeBlanc over in Yongen Jaya. After researching the state of the family and the guardianship of Futaba under Sojiro, Sai has an angle which she can ruthlessly exploit. But for her death, Wakaba Ishiki was a premier leader in the field of cognitive science, with a PSI. Basically, Wakaba was studying the metaverse to some degree or another, with Sai somehow managing to trace the paper trail back to LeBlanc and to Sojiro 2 years after her death. Within that, Sai has somehow managed to connect Wakaba's death to being that of a mental shutdown. This would mean that she has reason to believe, as the Phantom Thieves will later discover, that Wakaba's death was in fact a murder, not a suicide as originally thought. However, Sai being Sai, as she continues to lose perspective on what matters truly, begins with a particularly heinous act of blackmail as she continues on with her investigation into the Phantom Thieves and into Sojiro's guardianship of Futaba. About a week later, she makes good on her threats to Sojiro, bringing her back to LeBlanc on the 22nd. And while it may at first look like she's here as a concerned public servant, with her threats towards Sojiro regarding suspicions of neglect and abuse of Futaba, that's not what Sai is here for at all.
Your parental authority will have to be suspended. I take it you're okay with that outcome?
What?
Considering the state of your daughter and your family overall, there are no points in your favor. Would you like to take this to domestic court? Our chances of victory are roughly 99.9% though. With these suspicions of abuse, there's no way you could avoid having your custody revoked.
You're going that far? I told you I don't know a damn thing about it!
In reality, the purpose of Sai's threats are not to convict Sojiro on potential child neglect charges or even revoke his guardianship. Sai actually doesn't really care too much about verifying the rumors or the truth of the matter regarding Wakaba's death, or about the quality of life that Futaba's receiving under the guardianship of Sojiro.
We're extremely serious about this. As long as there's a possibility that cognitive science can be linked to psychotic breakdowns.
Fine. You win.
Thank you. I will contact you at a later date.
I doubt you'll find anything you want to hear, though.
That's fine. It will be up to us to decide whether the information you give us is useful or not.
Her only concern is establishing a connection between cognitive science and the mental shutdowns, along with how such a connection between them would allow her to then arrest the Phantom Thieves, even if it means using Futaba's condition as leverage to blackmail Sojiro into giving up information about Wakaba Ichiki's research.
And stay out!
To make matters even worse here, Sai's ruthless threats towards Futaba and Sojiro don't even amount to anything tangible or useful for the cases. She gets no new intel from them and ends up looking like an asshole in the process.
Did you learn anything from the guardian of that mental shutdown victim's daughter?
Nothing at all.
I'm not sure if that's guilt or disappointment in Sai's voice, but the fact still stands that she's starting to lose it. Out of everything that Sai does within the plot of the game, I think this is the most reckless, evil, and hypocritically ironic thing that she could have possibly done for a few different reasons. Firstly, in threatening Sojiro with the revocation of his parental authority over Futaba, she's going to separate an actual orphan away from the only person who actually gives a shit about Futaba's well-being. She does this while also being completely unaware of the irony of the situation when compared to her own guardianship of Makoto after they were both orphaned due to their own father's death. This irony gets even more intolerable when we consider why and how Sai managed to single out Sojiro. I'm willing to say that it's plausible that Sai knew to some extent about the struggle Sojiro had to deal with to get custody of Futaba over her abusive uncle. I also suspect that it's the only reason why she's even bothering to come to Sojiro in order to threaten him directly. If the cognitive projections within Futaba's own palace is to be believed, Futaba's relatives immediately believed, without a hint of skepticism by the way, that Futaba was the sole cause as to why her mother committed suicide. Futaba's familial history and the manner in which she was passed around from relative to relative, household to household, all to ultimately end up in Sojiro's care as an extremely traumatized shut-in has become a matter of court record by this point. A child was orphaned, sent to her uncle's place, wherein guardianship was suspiciously transferred to a friend of the family's. While we can't say for certain that Sai knows the circumstances as to why Sojiro became the guardian instead of someone else, we do learn that Sai's revocation of Sojiro's guardianship of Futaba will have dire consequences for our favorite gremlin. As we play through Futaba and Sojiro's Confidant arcs, we come to know a lot about their backstories and how the two came to know each other. We come to know in great detail about Futaba's backstory and how her blood relatives treated her like absolute garbage after Wakaba died, seemingly unable or unwilling to pull Futaba out of her deep depressive episodes. Following Sojiro's Confidant arc, we learn that the last remaining blood relative willing to take Futaba in was her uncle, Wakaba's brother. Unfortunately, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for Futaba. He was incredibly abusive towards his niece. He wouldn't let Futaba bathe, eat proper meals, and forced her to sleep on the floor like an animal. Sojiro was only able to shoo this asshole away by throwing him some cash. But that didn't even last that long, as it's later revealed that he's a serial gambler. All of his money that was meant to support Futaba went right back into the pot. Now we could go back and forth here, debating on whether or not Sai in threatening Sojiro was a form of bluffing here, perhaps knowing that Sojiro would cave immediately when Futaba's safety was on the line here. But nevertheless, Sai is engaging in the sort of blackmail and threats that got Makoto in the kind of deep shit that she was in with the Phantom Thieves. In other words, Sai is actively engaging in the type of behavior that Makoto actively despises. The kind of quote-unquote justice that involves one abusing their power and station to get what they want from their victims. The thing is, instead of acting like her little sister who refuted those power structures, Sai's response has become exponentially more ruthless, to punch down on people who won't be able to defend themselves. Coming back to our conversation with Akechi on the 24th now, Akechi further drives Sai into thinking that the Phantom Thieves are both the culprits of the mental shutdown cases and the changes of heart. Akechi suggests to Sai that these crimes overlap, and that the changes of heart are just a mask to throw off the police, and for that matter, Sai off their trail. Instead of the acts of one perk being an echo of another, something derivative of some sort of copycat crime, Akechi proposes that it's all a ruse to sow further chaos into society through terrorist action.
Is that too much?
Akechi reminds Sai that these deductions are all mere hypotheticals and bits of conjecture, but nonetheless, Sai, hungry for an angle, feels like it's necessary to grasp at whatever straws that she can find.
There's nothing at the moment that falsifies that claim.
Sai, there is no conflicting evidence for that claim because there's no way such a thing is plausible. Nevertheless, the downward spiral continues.
Now, what should my next action be for our victory?
Handle the Phantom Thieves without remorse. Use any means necessary to win. That's how I would deal with them.
Very well.
This seems to be fun for you. Are you on to something?
No, not at all. Well then, to our victory.
Unfortunately, their victory doesn't play out the way that Sai imagined that it would.
Late last night, it was discovered that someone has tampered with the hacker group Medjid's website.
It was the Phantom Thieves.
The site's main page now displays what is thought to be the mark belonging to the Phantom Thieves. More so, the personal information of a Japanese man, a possible Medjid member, was illegally publicized.
Ooh.
Aren't these the guys people have been up in arms about?
Medjid has yet to issue an official reply.
Get fucked.
Furthermore, their previously announced cleanse of Japan has remained unimplemented for now. Some speculate that they have taken this series of events seriously and ultimately canceled their plan.
Good fucking work, Futaba.
Yes!
A 2-for-1 victory for the Phantom Thieves, as we managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We feel Futaba's heart, and we managed to stop Medjed from wreaking havoc across the country. But for Sai, it's just another bad day.
Stress is the enemy of beauty, you know.
How can I stay calm about this?
I understand how you feel.
Thanks to the incident with those hackers, people are calling us incompetent. And on top of all that, the Phantom Thieves are claiming justice is on their side. Don't make me laugh.
Medjed was dealt with by either the Phantom Thieves themselves or some avid supporter. There are no tracks whatsoever, so they must be quite skilled. Either way, the general public recognizes the Phantom Thieves as the subjugating party.
They're gaining support and influence much faster than we could have anticipated.
With our justice proven once more, our taking down of Medjed has catapulted the Phantom Thieves to stardom and bruised Sai's ego even more. Again, as was the case with Konoshiro's arresting confession, she is not at all relieved that the offending party was brought to justice. Sai is still mad that she wasn't the one to catch them, again, while still being a bit of a hypocrite by pursuing a dead-end lead into the mental shutdowns through threatening Sojiro and Futaba. There is no reason to be so sore about this, and while catching my peddle his theories about mass manipulation of some kind, Sai has become even more embittered about her rise to stardom, a mindset that's made even more clear when she learns that Makoto's gained a position of power. Due to the amount of notoriety the Phantom Thieves have accrued to themselves, and Shujin's school principal's name appearing in a tabloid magazine, insinuating that he knew all along about the abuse at his school concerning Kamoshida, Shujin has become quite popular. It was the location of our first heist, and as a result of that, our schools gained some attention after we batted away Medjed. And this time, they're actually here not to be useless. They're here to question the staff about covering the incidents regarding Kamoshida. It's several months too late, but there is a silver lining to all this that Osudor needs. The school planned a trip to Hawaii, but due to the lack of available adult staff, some of the third years have to step up to chaperone for their kohai in their stead, which in reality really just means Makoto. This lines up with our plans to recover the true culprit behind the mental shutdowns, as we now suspect the same person who's causing all the mental shutdowns and the same person who killed Futaba's mother are one and the same. This forces Makoto's hand to scrape up the contents of Sai's laptop for more information about the mental shutdowns, and while Makoto's less than one to give her sister the runaround, she's got to do what must be done here.
Are you scared of seeing how your sister truly feels?
No! Of course not. Fine, I'll do it.
As soon as she comes back home on September 2nd, Sai's home, but she's got a bit of a grimace on her face.
Looks like you're busy.
I'm listing up the evidence that's been taken into storage. It's a chore that any part-timer could do. I don't have time to waste on something like this. It felt like my irritation would show on my face at the office, so I brought it home.
Sorry to hear.
Now, what's interesting here is the fact that Sai is of the opinion that she should not be doing this kind of grunt work, that she should be participating in tasks that are more fitting for someone of her station and authority. But to be frank, Sai hasn't exactly accomplished anything yet. She believes herself to be working a better job, but she's produced no results yet. She has no reason to be this angry at doing these menial tasks, but nevertheless, she's still annoyed. With that annoyance coming from how the Phantom Thieves case is consuming not just her time, but all of Sai, to the point of it erring on the side of obsession. It's getting a bit scary, but as if that wasn't a big enough red flag, Sai tacitly admits to threatening someone for information, which shocks her little sister.
The Phantom Thieves case isn't so easy that I could pursue it in my spare time. The media keeps making a ruckus about it, so people have been wary whenever we make inquiries. Why I couldn't get anything out of a man who seemed to have intel. I even tried threatening him. All I did was question him a bit harshly.
This is obviously a blatant lie, one that she tells to both justify her own actions and to soothe Makoto's conscience. But the disturbing thing here is that Sai herself seems to be aware of how awful that sounded, to the point where she has to understate the severity of her blackmailing of Sojiro to Makoto. She certainly did not question Sojiro a bit harshly. It was a lot more than that. As another indicator to see where Sai's head is at, Makoto tells Sai about how she was voluntold to play the role of the last-minute substitute chaperone for the Hawaii trip, with Sai choosing to raise even more red flags by saying the following.
Oh, I almost forgot. I'll be going on a school trip starting next week. The senior faculty are being questioned, so I'll be going in their stead.
Sounds good to me. The school will owe you for it. It won't get in the way of your entrance exams, will it?
Not at all.
While Sai lecturing Makoto about the importance of her entrance exams is nothing new, her attitude she cops upon hearing Makoto secure this position isn't met with joy and wonder about her sister having the potential to experience new things outside of Japan. Rather, within Sai's hyper-competitive Machiavellian mindset, she sees her sister obtaining this position as something that Makoto will be able to leverage for her own gain. This is an attitude that will begin to consume Sai even more as we continue on. However, all is not quite lost just yet, as Makoto's still able to convince her tired and burnt out older sister to at least take the world's shortest path. A small victory for Sai to relent just once, and it gives Makoto the window she needs to scrape the data off the laptop. But Sai's determination and obsession when taking on the Phantom Thieves is still preventing her from truly taking a load off.
That was fast!
I'm not really in the mood to relax in the tub.
It's a shame that she's fallen so far, but having captured the data, Makoto slams the laptop closed and hopes that everything is going to be okay with her sister while she's away. The next day, Futaba goes over the data Makoto scraped off of Sai's laptop. It is a mountain of stuff. Despite being tired and irritated with the Phantom Thieves stealing her thunder, Sai's still on top of these things.
This is just from a quick glance, but it says perpetrated and connected.
It means that mental shutdowns aren't coincidence. That this is a case with a culprit behind it.
Actually, it's not just about people having shutdowns. Looks like she's inferring that the psychotic breakdown incidents are connected to the same case.
However, she's still operating off the assumption that the Phantom Thieves are behind both the mental shutdowns and the psychotic breakdowns, when everybody standing in Futaba's room knows that's not the case. Our favorite gremlin's gonna need some time to sort through the data, giving us some time to relax in Hawaii. While on the sandy beaches, we see Makoto channel the Priestess Arcana once again, and her crimes with Joker to walk the shoreline. It's a nice bit of character development for her as well, as she's completely ignoring Sai's advice here to leverage her position for her own academic gain. Makoto desperately desires to get away from her responsibilities as a chaperone and hang out with her boyfriend on the beach.
I honestly wanted to contact you earlier, but this is the first free moment I've had. That sounds lovely.
And it sees the opportunity to try out some new food to broaden her horizons.
Oh, a food stand. Garlic shrimp. I've heard that's a famous Hawaiian dish. Are you adventurous when it comes to food?
While we enjoy our time together on the Hawaiian Sun, the locals, Americans, seem to be aware of the deeds of the Phantom Thieves, which would also mean that our fame has reached international headlines by this point.
You two from Japan?
Yes, we are.
How about them Phantom Thieves, huh? The guys that steal hearts.
How do you know about them?
Heard about it on the news. They're all the rage in Japan, yeah?
Seems like we're even making headlines abroad.
Say, if you run into them, tell them I say hello, and ask them to change people's hearts so everyone loves shrimp.
A cause to rejoice, but something about our most recent stint of popularity is unsettling and strange. When Joker returns to the Blonde, he finds that a certain Phantom Thief fever has gripped the country, where popularity has even swayed the opinions of Akechi.
I can sense some chivalry behind their actions. They are clever to take the silent resentments of the public into account and relieve them. I believe that may be the secret to their popularity.
Well, this is surprising. Your stance seems to have softened.
This doesn't change the fact that they are dangerous. However, no, I shouldn't say anymore.
Not only that, the public is slowly starting to see the act of changing one's heart as some kind of public spectacle worth grifting off of with merch and shit, rather than the act itself being wholesome and beneficial to society. Something sinister is going on below the surface, and it's all capped up with Sai coming home to tell Makoto the following.
The principal of Shujin Academy has passed away.
Huh?
He suddenly stopped while crossing the road and was struck by a large vehicle. Death by external trauma. They say suicide seems to be a strong possibility.
Principal Kobayakawa committed suicide?
But would someone about to kill themselves try to go to the police station? He even used a taxi to get there.
Do you mean this might be another incident?
Even if he had a sudden shift in his state of mind, it's still unnatural. I can only suspect that he had a change of heart.
Are you saying he was targeted by the Phantom Thieves?
Of course, Sai immediately suspects the Phantom Thieves within his death, but of course this is her preconceived notions about her deeds clouding her judgment once again. Kobayakawa suddenly died, and he didn't act or behave any differently before his death, with the manner and location of his death being the cause for suspicion. Sai reads his death as the Phantom Thieves killing him for one reason or another, which just isn't true.
How are you so certain?
Well, in prior cases, the changes of heart seem to be done to make people confess their crimes.
It's hard to explain, but this incident seems contradictory to their usual modus operandi.
The correct way to read his death is some kind of third party killing him before revealing some big secret or another. It's also super weird that in a string of mental shutdown cases, Sai is assuming that the most recent victim is the handiwork of the Phantom Thieves, with this rumor further spreading to Shujin's rumor mill. Our peers are beginning to believe that the Phantom Thieves targeted Kobayakawa, using Kamoshida's want of killing himself after confessing to his crimes as a basis for their own suspicions. This is obvious nonsense. We don't kill people. We never have. We're being set up by someone. The question is, by whom? This question causes some strife and discomfort between our teammates as we hone in our next target, that of Kunikazu Okumura.
Are we really doing the right thing?
After sifting through the data while we were away, Futaba found out that Sai studied Okuma's rapidly expanding food industry as a clear beneficiary of these mental shutdowns. He's benefited from those killed and swiftly moved in to assimilate those same businesses who were suffering from those scandals under the same umbrella of his own making. His goal is to make a monopoly out of everything, and it's only obvious to assume that Sai, and really anyone else who would look at the matter, to assume that he's connected to them in some way or another. And as if to confirm our suspicions, Futaba Morgana put his name in the nav. He has a palace. There is some truth to Sai's musings in the matter after all. However, merely possessing a palace doesn't mean that Okumura is necessarily evil, as was the case within Futaba's palace. Given the current climate and the unpredictability it might happen if we pursue Okumura further, the thieves like to put a pin in it for the time being. On the contrary, Sai has absolutely no interest in pumping the brakes to reassess her deductions. So while the thieves deal with a stupid cat being stupid, Sai and Akechi meet up once again to discuss recent events. Sai is shocked that the public's stalwart belief in the Phantom Thieves' brand of justice is causing the completely ignored Kobayakawa's death. This time, in her pursuing of the Phantom Thieves, her suspicions of them have completely evaporated. She's on the warpath now.
We won't keep letting ourselves be defeated either. My suspicion after the hacker's case last month is now conviction thanks to the principal's death. The mental shutdown cases and the psychotic breakdowns are surely the Phantom Thieves' doing.
In addition to conflating all the mental shutdowns and psychotic breakdown cases with the Phantom Thieves as the sole and only culprit, Sai is now insinuating that Okumura and the Phantom Thieves are now in cahoots in some way or another, causing Kobayakawa's murder. She's basing this on absolutely nothing but a hunch, and the data that she's collected that, at best, indicates a tangential relation to Okumura benefiting from the mental shutdowns and the deeds of the Phantom Thieves, which, again, Sai thinks are a bunch of murderers. Akechi, his resolve shaken by the Phantom Thieves' show of chivalry, begins to doubt Sai's ability to accurately judge things with a clear mind and says as much to her as well.
If only there was a clear connection between him and the Phantom Thieves. Well, it would be problematic if there wasn't one.
So, you're jumping the gun here. You really told a man you would terminate his parental authority based purely on your speculation? I'm surprised you would say such a thing to the owner of a cafe you frequent.
Akechi himself detests these threats made by Sai, to a seemingly innocent party, not even considering the fact that Sai didn't even get anything out of them. There's a bit more of a personal angle to this as well. A few days after Sai stopped by LeBlanc to threaten Sojiro, Akechi stops by to do exactly none of those things. He just stopped by LeBlanc for some coffee, but in the process, Akechi just kind of dumps his whole life story on a joker in Futaba. As Akechi explains, he, in many ways, is like our favorite gremlin, and Makoto and Sai for that matter.
Apparently, my mother was in a relationship with some lowlife of a man. She was swiftly discarded when he learned she was pregnant. That despair would lead to her death. Thanks to him, I was passed from foster home to foster home. But I do quite well by myself these days.
Akechi himself is an orphan, much like Futaba, Makoto, and Sai are, but from the sounds of it, he never had a legal guardian to lean on for support. He's been alone all this time, and somehow, he's managed to piece together a life for himself. Within that, we find Akechi's astonishment with Sai threatening Futaba and Sojiro. He's lived that life and doesn't want it thrust upon anyone else, least of all by Sai, someone who should be aware of the implications and difficulty of living without a true guardian to lean on for help. At this present moment, when Sai's hypocrisy seems to be at its height, it doesn't take much for her to smash her limit breaker.
It's all for the sake of the case.
It's not for the sake of the case at all. It's for the sake of her bruised ego. This relentless and near baseless pursuit of the Phantom Thieves is causing her to be too rash, and worse still, it's driving a wedge between herself and Akechi.
You may have the backing of the SIU's director, but you've been far too aggressive, Sai-san. You're trespassing into police territory. Don't say nobody warned you if this becomes an issue later.
My superiors told me the same thing.
We first need to know what methods the Phantom Thieves are using. The police can't make a move unless that becomes apparent, after all.
This opponent can't be caught by following the rules. What need is there to stick to formalities?
So, you wish to ignore protocol in order to reform society. I hope you realize that's no different than what the Phantom Thieves are doing. It's a shame. Especially since we both want to capture the culprit behind the psychotic breakdowns.
And just like that, Sai's lost her only ally in all of this because she's that hungry for a win. Ignoring formalities is what the Phantom Thieves do in order to change their hearts. Or murder people if Sai's to be believed. It's super scary that Sai's so willing to discard the pretense of the law just to catch us, but it gets even worse from here. Not just for Sai, but for the Phantom Thieves as well. Upon investigating further into Okumura's palace, we discover that his daughter, Haru, is a persona user, and was caught up in a sketchy prearranged marriage. This is a twofold effect on changing her father's heart. We know after changing not only to expose Okumura's abusive practices towards his employees, but to spare Haru from a life that she absolutely doesn't want to live, and to find out more about his involvement with the mental shutdowns. This proves to be a bit more harder than we originally thought.
Enough of this! Target that one next! The barbaric dark-haired woman!
She's been taken out! You've got to cover for her! Noir's been defeated! Mona got knocked out!
Wow, dude.
Joker!
What the fuck is this boss fight? Nevertheless, bashing her head against Okuma and his minions further forces him to relent and spill all the details about the mental shutdowns, lending the Phantom Thieves a notion that there's a larger conspiracy at work here.
I admit I spent large sums of money to help my company grow, and to crush business competitors.
Answer me, damn it! Did you do it or not?
Not personally, I had a contract! All I did was make the requests to have them eliminated!
Requests? Then there really is a mysterious criminal in people's palaces after all. So it's true.
For all her misgivings and missteps, Sai's hunches regarding Okuma being a beneficiary of the mental shutdowns is not entirely wrong. What she doesn't know is that there's a contract of sorts with this metaverse-using criminal that's going around assassinating people for the personal gain of their clients. The question is, who? Well, with the treasure in tow, all we have to do now is wait for the change of heart. And as we wait alone in Destiny Land to celebrate our victory, something terrible happens.
Here it comes. Okuma is going to say who's really behind the mental shutdowns.
I...
Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh!
Okumura-san?
Father? Why did he collapse? That didn't look right at all. Don't tell me.
Mona-chan, what's going on? No, that's impossible. You're right. We followed all the same steps. We made sure we just took the treasure, too. I should call home.
This isn't our fault, is it? It's been okay all 4 times so far, ever since Kamoshida.
If we let the shadow live, the real person won't undergo mental shutdown, right? That's how it should work.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
What's wrong?
This is the same. I remember now. It's just like what happened to my mom.
So this is the moment when mental shutdown occurs.
But why did they target Okumura-san?
President Okumura just had a mental shutdown on live TV, and with him being the next target on our list of corrupt individuals to change a heart, the Phantom Thieves are the ones left holding the bag this time. How stupid are we to become so cocksure in our efforts of stealing hearts that we got ahead of ourselves, celebrating prematurely in the most childish of manners? As Haru watches on helplessly, politely excusing herself to run off to her father, we're left to deal with the ramifications of his death. It turns out that we were right to try and wait to act upon changing Okumura's heart. In the aftermath of the president's death, the public has become something derivative of an angry mob, which is reflected with the fan site, as people post comments like "Die capitalist pigs," "Shitlord is exterminated," and thus begins the purge. It's scary stuff, but none of it is as terrifying as this immediately vindicating Sai's suspicions of the Phantom Thieves and Okumura being involved in the mental shutdowns.
This is just a hypothesis, but perhaps Okumura was bitten by his lapdog.
Are you implying that the Phantom Thieves triggered a sudden mental shutdown on Okumura?
There might have been a falling out of sorts, so the Phantom Thieves abandoned a useless employer. And to cover their tracks, they dealt with Okumura.
Again, Sai isn't basing this on anything real or tangible, only that of hunches, but she's taking her own deductions as indisputable fact. While Sai's mind is partly in the right place here, there is a greater conspiracy going on after all. Her obsession with the Phantom Thieves is clouding her judgment. Like her sister said, killing people is outside the Phantom Thieves' modus operandi. And over the past few weeks, Akechi's now seeing the wisdom in that train of thought as well.
I hate to bring this up, but I'm actually here about that.
Did you find any evidence?
No. Actually, there's a chance that the party behind these aren't the Phantom Thieves, but someone else.
How do you mean? You were suspecting the Phantom Thieves as well.
It is still hypothetical at this point, but I don't want to rule it out.
Kudos to Akechi for remaining objective about all this and not getting caught up in the emotion of recent events like Sai is. Now that she's gotten the evidence she believes she needs to investigate us further, she's not going to relent both in her pursuit of the thieves and randomly throwing her own accusations to everyone and anybody that has even slighted her, including Akechi of all people.
We're searching the Okumura residence tomorrow. Same with Shujin and its principal. We will find evidence on this, no matter what it takes. By the way, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes?
You haven't looked at my laptop or taken files from it without my permission, have you?
That's quite out of the blue.
There were traces that someone transferred data from it. It was only a small error pop-up, but I noticed it immediately after I had that argument with you last month.
And that's why you suspect me? Oh, please, give me a break.
Are you saying you didn't?
As a detective myself, I honor the value of information, as well as the effort invested in it. I take pride in what I do. I thought you, of all people, would understand such values, Sai-san.
I apologize. But then, who stole my data? I let my guard down. They're mine. I'm the one who will catch them.
And there it is. While Sai may try and pivot to shore up whatever remaining relationship she has, neither her apologies nor Sai herself are being genuine. She will be the one to catch them and nobody else. And she will do whatever it takes to do so. As the Phantom Thieves trying to keep their heads down and try and figure out what's what, the police visit Shujin once again to question the students. Makoto, as our advisor and tactician, advises everyone to head straight home as to not be questioned by the police. Haru is of course absent today, and as we cut to her home, we find Sai and the SAU looking about the residence. They don't find any evidence that truly connects the Phantom Thieves' apparent desire to murder Okumura, but what they do find is the calling card that we sent him earlier. Of course, for Sai, this is enough, and after another short phone call from her teammate Shujin, she moves to absolute conviction.
We've confirmed the victim's connection to the Phantom Thieves, at least. Thank you for your cooperation.
Speaking. Huh? They found a calling card in the principal's office, too.
That little yes tells us everything we need to know about Sai's headspace right now. She's got stars in her eyes. This is the evidence that she needs to move towards an actual conviction and arrest of the Phantom Thieves. Of course, the Phantom Thieves know that the calling card they found in the principal's office is a plant. It's a fake. We never sent him one because, well, he wasn't one of our targets. As the thieves gather in the blonde's attic to plan our next move, Makoto takes all the facts into account. The timing of Okumura's death, how suddenly rabid the fan site's overall atmosphere has become, the planting of the calling card in Kobayakawa's office, and how Sai, of all people, seems to be the only one leading this investigation. Following all its obvious red herrings without question is all too suspicious.
Doesn't this all seem weird to you? It may just be my imagination, but I feel as if things are escalating far too quickly after President Okumura's incident.
What do you mean?
Perhaps we may have been set up by the real culprit.
For real?
As we're looking at things further, Futaba is able to corroborate that notion by saying that the medjet that she took down wasn't an authentic member of the group, but rather a cheap imitation who used the name and to goad us into action.
Perhaps they used the medjet name to make the Phantom Thieves known.
It wasn't just some script kiddie after all. It was all messy code, and there's no way that the professionals that medjet is supposedly composed of would abide by that sort of thing. On top of that, she discovered that the rank polls were illegally being manipulated, which means that there's a cabal who want us to target Okumura specifically in order to set us up.
For summer vacation, the access counter was made to be much higher than the actual number. Same with the rankings, particularly the time when President Okumura ranked first.
So then, the one who provoked the group and the one who tampered with the site are the same person? I think I'm starting to see the big picture. Both Medjed's provocation and the tampering of the website brought attention to us as a result. On top of that, our reason for targeting Okumura was influenced by the public and the rankings. The perfect timing and the perfect target. If both of those had been set up,
It would all make sense.
So the culprit was planning to put the blame on us from the start? No way.
this is all hypothetical. We lack any hard evidence. But if all your deductions happen to be correct, that would mean we've been playing right into their hand for the past 2 months or so.
While the Phantom Thieves grapple with those implications, now completely aware of how they're being set up for false arrest and charges, Sai, her head filled with avarice, has absolutely no idea that she's being manipulated too.
Now then, she'll be next. Yes, I've already spoken to Human Resources about it. It will be a heavy responsibility, but I'm certain it'd be an honor for her. The culprits behind the mental shutdown cases she's been pursuing all this time.
On October 20th, the SU director calls Sai into his office concerning a particular reassignment with high stakes crafted specifically for Sai. Not knowing a smarmy sense of admiration for her to be absolutely false, Sai plays right into his hand.
Me? I was told you recommended this reassignment yourself, sir. Why would you choose someone as inexperienced as myself?
When the case of the Shujin principal was ruled a suicide, you thought to reopen it, and you proved its connection to the Phantom Thieves. This is based primarily on that achievement.
I'm honored, sir.
The Phantom Thieves issue is now a national crisis. Expectations are exceedingly high for us public prosecutors, as we are the executors of justice. Personnel and planning will be up to you on this case. You will also have the police under your command. I'd like you to oversee this operation.
It's all too perfect for Sai. The SU director is giving her everything she wished for. All that hard work is about to pay off. Shot and chaser. Her efforts and suffering have finally been recognized, and she's been given the ultimate authority to go about getting back at the thieves with the expectation that she's be rewarded for it all. As of this very moment, she has everything she once lectured Makoto about months before.
Moving up in the world is difficult as a woman. Yet you can't do much if you don't have the authority. I'll use every method necessary to make it happen.
In her mind, she's managed to navigate the pitfalls of her hostile society through sheer hard work and meritocratical means. In connecting all the dots, she's shown the SAU director that she's a passionate and relentless worker, that she has the strength to gain and willpower equal to her efforts. All that remains is Sai's victory, and then she would truly be free of the change she's become so anxiously aware of. As Sai remains speechless at the prospect of all her dreams totally not suspiciously aligning all too easily, the SAU director further baits her with the prospect of a promotion with astronomical stakes for Sai.
Will you accept the task of eradicating the Phantom Thieves?
I will give it everything I have.
We'll have to prepare a higher position for you as well in the event that you succeed. I don't wish to apply extra pressure on you, but I assume your odds of success are high. Naturally, failure to accomplish this task is unacceptable.
Of course. I will live up to your expectations no matter what it takes.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the scary part. All of Sai's professional life has led up to this moment, and she's not about to let it slip away. All the waxings about doing away with the proper legality and procedures of actually pursuing the Phantom Thieves, those same words that have alienated Akechi and game Makoto cause for worry, will now take front and center stage for Sai, as she becomes further unraveled with victory in sight.
Promotion. You've changed, sis.
Now knowing that failure is indeed not an option, she comes home to tell Makoto as much with a ravenous gleam in her eyes.
I'm home.
Hi, sis. Should I warm up dinner for you?
No, it's okay.
How about a bath?
No need. I just came home to get a change of clothes.
Are you going to stay at work then?
I've been entrusted with a very important task.
You look awful, though. Aren't you tired?
It's interesting that Makoto's first response to seeing Sai so terribly tired is to offer her dinner and a bath because, well, such a thing has worked before. The day she swept the data from Sai's laptop, Sai relented all but for a moment and heated her sister's advice to put her feet up. Now though, Sai's not even remotely interested in relaxing, and she doesn't even stop to breathe. Sai is nearly too far gone. She merely comes back home for a change of clothes, while still slightly patronizing Makoto about her studies and her supposed naivety.
As an adult, there will be times when you will accept an assignment for which failure is not tolerated. It's all over for me if I can't win this.
Still, if you were to collapse from exhaustion...
This is my one chance to get a promotion. I heard detectives have been coming to your school. That must make it hard to focus on your studies. Don't worry, though. It will all be over soon.
What do you mean?
I'm going to catch the Phantom Thieves myself.
Is that the important task you mentioned?
It's none of your concern.
Oh my god.
And just like that, Sai officially starts on the warpath, ready to do whatever it takes to bring the Phantom Thieves to justice. And when I say justice, it's not for the betterment of society, but it's because Sai can benefit from dragging the Phantom Thieves kicking and screaming into the courts. This revelation of Sai gunning for Makoto and her teammates puts her in an extremely awkward position that she nevertheless has to leverage for the gain of everyone else. With her ability to get close to Sai and basically eavesdrop on her, Makoto must channel her role as advisor to her teammates to help them navigate through this crisis. As the Phantom Thieves bob and weave out of the SAU directly and individually questioning them and their peers, Makoto advises everyone to keep their head down and to give non-answers to the detectives. Furthermore, and as a bit of a character development for Makoto, she uses her position as student council president not to rat us out, but as a means to further hide her identity.
As for everyone else, you need to be cautious of how you spend your time at school. So, I've decided to have you 3 second years join me on the school festival executive committee.
Why?
It will allow us to gather without drawing suspicion. Plus, trying to blend in will only do the opposite.
As was the case when she joined her team all those many months ago, if we didn't have Makoto on our team, we would have been caught long ago. She is so incredibly valuable to us, and that only further proves to be the case when we put everything together. As we work on calling together the school's cultural festival, we too are responsible for electing a guest speaker, and of course, the school wants Akechi given recent events.
We have the results. First place is Goro Akechi.
With Makoto and her teammates at the end of the ropes, Makoto sees a silver lining in all this, and moves to capitalize upon it all. Akechi, following his recent fallout with Sai, his stance in the Thesis softened significantly, though he is still maintaining his basic anxieties about our brand of justice nonetheless.
What? Did I hear you correctly? But Akechi-san, you were the first to caution everyone about the Phantom Thieves. Were you not?
This doesn't change the fact that they are indeed a dangerous group. That said, I would like to express that immediately linking them to this case is far too hasty. There are still many questions to be answered here. It feels as though there is more to this.
Akechi's opinions on the Phantom Thieves differs vastly from that of the public's and that of the SIU. He doesn't wholly believe us to be guilty of the mental shutdowns, and attributing them to the handiwork of the Phantom Thieves is far too hasty. Given Akechi's current stance and his history of working with Sai, Makoto sees an angle which she can exploit for possible insight into the inner workings of the SIU and what they're exactly going to do to us when they catch us.
Regardless, I thought over the matter of who we're going to invite for our school festival. I'm considering asking Akechi-kun.
For real? Weren't you talking about how you didn't want to draw danger to us or whatever?
I understand this is dangerous, but without a powerful source of intel, we won't be able to win against the police network, and I can no longer rely on my sister for information. Wait, is this because of Akechi-kun's police connections? You're going to use him as your powerful source of intel? Bold move. I'm surprised to hear that suggestion coming from you, Makoto. Did you see his press conference yesterday? One of his comments defending the Phantom Thieves stood out to me. There is more to this. I think he said that knowing for certain that the Phantom Thieves would be watching.
Again, it's safe to say that we'd be dead meat without Makoto, but her plan is still a desperate one. Makoto, once again using her position as student council president to summon Akechi to the stage with the aim of putting the screws to him in a public place. Akechi will either have two options. He will either admit that he knows who the true culprit is, or he will reveal the identities of the Phantom Thieves. As Makoto pelts the Prince Detective with questions, eventually he gets him down right to brass tacks.
That's quite the confidence you have. If you're so certain, then very well. I'd like to ask you then, who do you think the Phantom Thieves are, Akechi-san?
That idiot!
No. There's no way he could have any evidence.
They're people you all know quite well. The identity of the Phantom Thieves are... it's mine. I apologize for the interruption, but I can't turn off my phone due to my job. Would you mind if I step away for about 10 minutes or so?
I'm terribly sorry, everyone, but we'll be taking a break. We'll resume the panel in 10 minutes.
Please don't troll me online for this interruption, okay?
Is there a room I may use?
There's the PE faculty office.
I want you to come too. There's a matter I want to discuss. Your friends from yesterday are here, aren't they? Can you bring them too, if that's all right?
Did you set this up?
We only have 10 minutes, you know.
What do you want to talk about?
No. Well, shit. Akechi's got our number. Pictures and video evidence of us infiltrating Okumura's palace. Makoto's plan was quite the gamble, and it failed. But while all might seem lost, Akechi puts a surprising twist on everything.
Please, let's not feign ignorance. All of you can go to that other world too, yes? Wouldn't all of you know more about it than me? I also know that when you traverse over there, your appearance changes as well. It's because of those mysterious powers, isn't it? I found out about that world about a month ago. This had been installed onto my phone without my knowledge. Dude, it's the nav. When the app activated on its own, the scenery around me suddenly changed. Quite frankly, I still can't believe it myself. But from the look of these photos, all of you seem quite used to it.
In a surprising turn of events, Akechi reveals his knowledge of the metaverse and the fact that he's a Persona user. On top of that, he makes it clear about his intentions and his history of his suspicions with us. He has been wise to us since the Madarame case. Akechi knows full well that everyone in this room is a Phantom Thief, and that they all use the metaverse to change hearts. But yet, he also knows full well that we haven't killed anyone, because, according to him, he encountered the source of all of his doubts while investigating us over the past month or so.
Because I saw another. The real culprit. For real?
Bizarre series of equally fortunate and unfortunate events have brought around Akechi to begin to see eye to eye with us. According to him, he wasn't nearby, tailing us when he was sucked into Okumura's palace when we first began to infiltrate the place. Upon this moment of confusion and whiplash, Akechi encountered the true culprit, the one that would eventually slay Okumura. Witnessing how the thieves were blatantly about to be set up by him, and with Akechi himself serving as the only possible witness to the crime, the assassin tried to kill Akechi on the spot. It was at this moment, upon realizing the truth of the matter, and that everything he postured about the thieves to be objectively incorrect, he awakened to his persona to defend himself.
I can't die here. I need to determine the truth. When those thoughts overcame me, I awakened to that power. A most fortunate accident.
Knowing all that to be true now, and with Akechi experiencing Morgana speaking for the first time...
This cat... I swear, it just... talked.
Where do we go from here? Akechi begins to share what he knows about the SAU investigating us. He deduces that there's no way that the police or even the SAU will be able to find or locate the metaverse. They'll never be able to find or locate the true culprit at this rate. Not that it matters since we're being treated as the group behind Okumura's murder, which to people like Haru is completely absurd.
They're going to treat me as my father's murderer?
Nevertheless, Akechi extends an olive branch to us, as both in reality and otherwise, he is our only ally, but of course, there is a catch. We are to disband after uncovering the true culprit, and if we don't strike this deal with Akechi, he'll rat us out to the police. We don't really have any real choice in this matter but to accept, but the manner in which he aims to settle up is cause for some concern, especially from Makoto.
You've heard that Sai-san is the one spearheading the investigation about you Phantom Thieves, correct? The higher-ups are concerned only with settling the case. They want to capture the culprits behind the psychotic breakdown incidents and end the commotion. Those are the ones who are putting pressure on Sai-san. I can only imagine her impatience.
Akechi thinks back to the immense pressure Sai is under and the musings on the spirit of the law being unimportant when catching the thieves. He knows as much as we gathered so far that Sai is reaching the end of her downward spiral, and it's not pretty whatsoever.
Even if there's no objective explanation to the method, it's over once causality is established. Sai-san can't make rational judgments at the moment. If she were to be cornered, well, she may even make up a confession.
Make it up?
Sai wants this so bad that she's willing to charge anybody and everybody just to secure the bag. Of course, Akechi can't abide by this whatsoever, and neither can Makoto. So as to take Akechi's offer to team up, we meet back at LeBlanc to go over our plans to prove our innocence. Akechi lays out the plan rather bluntly.
I'm thinking of triggering a change of heart in Sai-san. I've already discovered that she has a palace.
In order to secure her innocence, we need to attack the head investigator, being Sai. Judging by the thieves' reaction here, they know what that means for Makoto. As the queen drops her head, her teammates look upon her with sorrow. This next hard change is going to be very difficult for Makoto. For her to see the little projections of Sai's most toxic and distorted desires is going to suck. But for Makoto, her sister possessing a palace isn't exactly breaking news for her. Shortly after joining the team on July 10th, Makoto alluded to wanting to change someone's heart.
By the way, Makoto, ain't there someone you can't forgive either? Like, a heart you want to change?
That's a secret.
We now know that individual to be Sai.
I never brought it up until now, but the reason I joined the Phantom Thieves is because I wanted to change my sister's heart. I was hoping I wouldn't have to resort to it, though. I've also known for quite some time that she has a palace.
Over the course of this analysis, we questioned why she stuck around with the thieves after we took down Kaneshiro, and as it turns out, it wasn't as simple as the thieves giving her a new place to belong to. She stuck around because she wanted to change Sai's heart, but only thought of doing so as a last resort. It's so tragic too. Makoto saw her sister suffering, but hesitated because she loved her so much. She was aware of how much her sister had changed over the past few months, and even years after the father had passed. But still, she felt like going after her wasn't the play.
Why didn't you tell us?
It was too selfish of a reason. Though I was too scared to look any further into it on my own.
To some degree or another, Makoto's been in denial since she joined. Too scared to act upon her sister's distorted desires, but now she's going to have to. As we get to the very next day, we find that the source of Sai's distorted desires is Tokyo's courthouse. And judging the keyword to be related to Sai's distorted hyper-competitive nature, we settle on the competitive high-risk games, with the answer being one of Makoto's suggestions.
It must be a casino.
Candidate found.
I definitely see Sai-san in you.
When Makoto doing her best to set her own grievances and trepidation aside, we can finally begin the heist. As we roll up upon Sai's palace, we're greeted with the glitz and glimmer of the casino dotting the skyline. And boy is it quite the sight. One of the many reasons why this vista is so striking amidst the blackened city skylines, and why casino was the last of the keywords for Makoto to try, is that gambling and the presence of casinos are illegal in Japan, unless you try to open up a pachinko parlor, which, given the letter of the law, can only exist due to certain loopholes. These loopholes in Japan's gambling laws is also why An brings up the idea of horse racing and pachinko technically not being considered gambling in the country, and one of the many terms she tries to run by the nav.
How about a racetrack for horses? Other than that, there's pachinko, but does that count as gambling?
This has some scary implications upon Sai's cognition, as we near ever closer to her palace. The legality of the casino within Japanese culture paints a certain picture of Sai's headspace. But as we get ever closer, we find that Sai's mind is comparatively benevolent. Strangely enough, once we enter the proximity of the palace, we're still in our normal clothes, which lends us a few things about Sai's cognition surrounding the courthouse turned casino. Sai's distorted mind has limited to no effect upon her view of normal people within her distortions, with such distortions only being limited to that of her own palace. The cognitive projections of the metaverse include the police station being depicted as an undistorted normal building in the distance, and of the people who are, within her mind at least, patrons of her own casino, being that of normal unhostile cognitive projections of the establishment, tells us that Sai views normal people just as that, normal people. They're not at all shadows, which lends us the understanding that Sai, unlike Kaneshiro or Okumura, isn't actively malicious towards normal and other people. They're not all depicted as battered and broken ATMs walking the streets of Shibuya, nor are they wind-up robots that serve Okumura. Her distortions tell us that her sole focus is upon her career as a prosecutor, and of course, success, which Sai has conflated with her sense of justice. What that means for Sai is given a bit more detail as we head inside. Once we break in, Sai's heart immediately dispenses with all the pleasantries and now considers us a threat to her. This also means that she knows that we're here, and surprise, surprise, she's waiting for us.
Welcome. Come on out, you petty thieves.
She can see us?
You're after the treasure, are you not? Come on down and I will tell you where it is.
What? We're not going to fall for a trick like that.
It's not a lie. I only wish to do this fair and square. You aren't going to run, are you?
We should do as she says. There is no point in hiding any longer.
So you've come. The treasure is located on the manager's floor at the highest point of this building.
Why are you telling us this?
It's as I said before. I wish to go about this in the fairest manner possible. First, I ask that you come up to my location. We will continue this there.
Damn it! Over there!
It seems we'll be able to use that elevator to reach higher floors. Come, Joker. Let us pursue her.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was our first look at Shadow Sai, and while we didn't exactly get a good look at her, we can judge a few things based on her demeanor and what we gathered about her distorted heart. Sai's shadow shares certain similarities with Futaba's shadow, but only upon a surface level. Futaba's shadow was overtly benevolent to her false suppressed self, while conversely, Sai's shadow presents with an air of smarmy and cocksure confidence. She's only telling us where the treasure is because she is the sole proprietress of her casino. She couldn't care less about what goes on outside of it, but here, she controls the stakes. She views us as a challenger to her game that she's already rigged in her favor, with her hyper-competitive nature being the only thing that her shadow embodies, with her shadow seeming keen on toying with us until we wash out. In her domain, she knows that she can win, and her coaxing the thieves out into the light is our first indication that she's not about to do things fair and square. As we pursue her, we find out that she literally gatekeeps the different levels of the casino to a player's club, with a fan of thieves needing to play her games in order to progress. Again, she seems to be almost goading us to follow her with each passing floor and every game that we participate in, which, of course, has its own fair share of smarmy bullshit. For starters, we cannot progress up to each floor without the proper authorization member ID cards, so we have to bend Sai's rules a bit and explore the backrooms of her palace. In other words, to bullshit the bullshitter, we have to cheat to win, or more accurately, reset the odds so the average person has a chance of winning against Sai's bullshit rigged games. Now, unfortunately, these backrooms aren't the liminal spaces that you might imagine they'd be. Instead, they actually clue us in on Sai's distorted headspace, and the fact that she's obviously a die-hard Kaguya-sama fan, with her shadow being a huge fan of Chapter 148 in particular. Plastered across the walls, we find posters with text that reads black and white, winner take all, everyone's enemy, victory addiction, and success, success, success. This is an obvious allusion to Sai's hyper-competitive nature, and even if her distorted cognition is exaggerating this aspect of her personality, it's still tragic that she's fallen this far. The placing of these plaster posters is also super telling of that as well. Outside of these rooms, it's all glitz and glamour of the casino, wrapped up neatly in a presentable package of neon lights and red velvet carpets. But if we head inside to the back rooms, we find barren gray halls with old furniture and props discarded in the dark corners of the dimly lit hallways. Pair this up with the posters we came upon earlier, these back rooms and staff quarters must be indicative of Sai's internal turmoil, the parts of her cognition that she'd rather not clue anyone else in on. How fitting is that we find her will seeds here as well. As Morgana explained within Kamoshida's palace, these snapdragon plant looking skull icon things are coalesced desires of the palace rulers, and for Sai, that means we get to hear the source of all of her distortions.
No one can cheat the system in my mind. I won't let you spoil my winning streak. Say whatever you like. I'm going to come out on top. I am the ultimate champion. I am success incarnate. You only get one shot. Once you lose, it's all over. The only thing that matters in the end is securing my victory. For success, I'll do anything that I have. The victor gets the final word. The only thing a loser contributes is pathetic excuses. There is no future for losers. Without success, there's no point to anything.
What we hear is a very selfish and jealous Sai, who's completely consumed by her distorted conflations of success and victory. At this present moment, her sole desire is victory to beget her more power and authority, an aspect of her distorted self that only gets more sinister and tragic as we delve deeper into her palace. As we traverse the back rooms of Sai's palace, we clearly aren't supposed to be here to witness any of these things, and this notion, as well as Sai's hyper-competitive nature, is further corroborated with the several security and observation rooms we stumble upon within the upper levels of her palace. Here we find where Shadow Sai's aloof confidence comes from. Her staff, like any casino, gets her guests on the hook for a big winning streak so they keep playing, and then shit all over the odds so the house always wins. For anyone except for Sai, they're going to be on an 18 treasure demon run of bad luck, with all the losses going straight to the house in the end. Sai has made it so.
Nope. Ah, shit.
Well, mustn't be greedy. Okay, let's move on.
And when you consider that her casino is supposed to be in reality that of a courthouse, it makes how she rationalizes the losses as a lawyer working for the government all the more disturbing. If we get to the second floor of her palace, Sai further patronizes the thieves of their odds by having her staff give us a welcoming gift of 1,000 coins and a map of the floor. She clearly has no intention of losing and is confident within her own victory over us. When we consider that her manipulating the stakes of the various games within her palace represents something even more dangerous than reality, it makes these illusions all the more disturbing and dangerous. They're all allusions to Japan's absurdly high conviction rate, with Akechi mentioning that at the present moment, the public prosecutor's office under Sai and the current SAU director poses a 99.9% conviction rate to all defendants. Now, there are those who like to tout this number as an absurdity of the Japanese legal system, and of course they are right to do so. However, there is some nuance to this figure that the game doesn't exactly elaborate upon, and to a Western audience is localized very poorly. The reason why prosecutors almost always come up with a conviction during criminal trials is that the number is skewed somewhat. This is due to prosecutors specifically taking on cases that are largely open and shut criminal trials, which, surprise surprise, will almost always result in a conviction for the defending party. This is why Sai immediately gunned for Sojiro and Futaba, as she knew the state of the Sakura household and the Kosha would carry Futaba on his guardianship. If that particular case would have gone to trial, it would have been an easy win for Sai if Sojiro didn't comply with Sai's blackmail. This may also explain why she is so desperate to hone in on the Phantom Thieves, and perhaps within that lies the reason why she's a public prosecutor in the first place. In her mind, she needs to put both food on the table and secure a valuable career for herself that has room for her to climb the ladder of success. Given what we know about the Niijimas, there is no future or really prestige in becoming a public defender, given the conviction rate of defendants, and how the prosecutors can basically cherry-pick their targets however they like, and then drag them to court kicking and screaming. As a side note, this is why in the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series of games, Phoenix is positioned as the rookie defense attorney within the games. An aspect of the game that sort of gets lost in the localization of them is that he and his legal team are positioned as the underdogs of the legal system, fighting against that absurdly high conviction rate of 99.9%, with the odds ever so stacked against him and his team. Coming back to Persona 5 now, given the circumstances of the Niijima family, it is understandable that Sai felt it necessary to throw in with the winning team here, but the problem still lies within what we've seen on display within her palace. This is where the nuance of that discussion involving the conviction rate of the prosecuting party ends, and where a new and exponentially more problematic question begins. If the prosecutor's office specifically and blatantly rigs the court system in such a manner to uphold such an absurdly high conviction rate, then what other choice does the defending party have other than just to submit and confess anyway? Stepping once again outside of Persona 5 and into the reality of the real world, the commentary of Sai's palace isn't necessarily about the conviction rate itself, but the problematic courtroom culture that plagues such a system in Japan that, in turn, keeps the conviction rate absurdly high. It is often said that Japan's legal system is the polar opposite of the West, in the sense that instead of being innocent until proven guilty, you're often considered guilty until proven innocent in Japan. That is not the letter of the law, but it is the spirit of the law. There are many aspects that perpetuate this kind of courtroom culture, but if we were to focus on the legal authorities like the judges and lawyers that are supposed to act on behalf of the law, we find that judges and often defense lawyers are socially shunned if they don't render a verdict that the SIU or PubSec doesn't like. To put it differently, if you are a judge and your superiors believe the defendant to be guilty, you're expected to charge them following their prescriptions and perceptions of the trial. If you don't cave to the pressures of your own superiors and instead acquit the defendant, you're going to lose face, and thus your career is going to suffer in your own personal office. This loss of face is especially prevalent during highly political cases where, instead of censuring the defendant on grounds of behavior or their character for violating a collectivist norm, they'll acquit them on grounds of the judge himself specifically interpolating a constitutional or statutory violation to render such a verdict. This is especially prevalent when the case happens to be highly political in nature, which in some cases may also implicate the defendant and their legal team too. In Japan, especially due to how the prosecutors tend to cherry-pick the cases they have the most chances of winning, we often hear stories of otherwise innocent people being persuaded into signing confession letters for crimes that they didn't even commit, just so the prosecution can come out with a W. Defendants are often persuaded into taking full responsibility for the crimes that they are charged with by their legal team, because not admitting fault for a crime, even if you didn't commit it, is seen as a weakness of one's character within a collectivist country. To the wider group, you're seen as being stubborn and vain for offending the collectivist notions about the type of person everyone else thinks that you are. And the only solution to get you out of this is to conform to the status quo, to admit your guilt. On top of that, it is not uncommon for defendants to be detained for an absurd amount of time during the pre-trial phase and be verbally and physically coerced into signing confession letters. In Japan, suspects can be held in pre-trial detention for a maximum of 23 days, where they are questioned and often abused from morning until night. They are often limited to the access of their own defense attorneys during this time period, and thus it is no wonder why so many false confession letters are given under these various circumstances. These confession letters are seen as the king of evidence by the prosecutors, and they aren't above doing whatever it takes to secure that evidence for a conviction. If you remember back to the opening of Persona 5, where Joker's being subjugated to advanced interrogation techniques, it wouldn't be too far off the mark to say that everything that transpires within that cutscene has indeed happened to someone who's been accused of a high-profile crime. Even the part about the video camera being useless to prove the blatant abuse Joker's experiencing during his own interrogation is somewhat factual. And, well, frankly, the presence of a video camera in the location where Joker's being interrogated would also be extremely rare as well. While detained during the pre-trial phase, you're basically locked in a room with people who are going to get a confession out of you, no matter what it takes, with your interrogators being able to do whatever they want to you with zero accountability.
There are no laws here to protect criminals like you.
In a rather famous case of police attempting to coerce a confession of an otherwise innocent plaintiff, we merely have to look at the case of Iwo Hakamada. Hakamada, a famous boxer, was accused on grounds of extremely shaky evidence of murdering 4 people in 1966, being sentenced to death row shortly after. In reality, Hakamada was at the scene of the crime to attempt to assist the victims who were trapped inside a burning building. The victims of these crimes just so happened to be Hakamada's boss and family, who were undoubtedly victims of a stabbing and subsequent arson to cover up the crime, who, before perishing, had a lump sum of 200,000 yen stolen from the residents as their bodies burned. The shaky evidence I mentioned earlier was the prosecutors alleging that Hakamada had blood and gasoline stains on a pair of pajamas he possessed, with the prosecutors arguing that he tried to dispose of them after committing the crime. This was obvious bullshit, so they tried a different angle after subjugating for 16-hour bouts of interrogation for 23 days straight, where he was denied the most basic of human commodities like toilet breaks. The prosecutors put aside the pajamas and instead presented 5 pieces of bloody clothing that were found in a tank in a miso factory in August 1967, 14 months after the crime occurred. They then had the gall to insinuate that they were Hakamada's, with the police alleging that they had found the blood tips of the victims upon the clothing. This again was nonsense, and with the prosecutors obviously grasping at straws, they of course resorted to beating and clubbing him to get him to sign the confession letter. After spending 46 years on death row, Hakamada summoned the courage to retract his statement, saying the following when thinking about the abuse he suffered. I could do nothing but crouch on the floor to try and keep from defecating. Once the interrogators put my thumb upon an ink pad, drew me to a written confession letter, and ordered me to write your name here, while shouting at me, kicking me and wrenching my arm in the process. Hakamada will later be released and become one of 4 Japanese death row inmates to be acquitted of all charges as a result of this gross injustice by the prosecutors. But, of course, the buck doesn't stop there. There are more disturbing cases where the interrogators got inside the heads of the defendants to force a confession. There was a case within the village of Shibushi, located in the Kagoshima prefecture, where a politician named Shinichi Nakayama, his wife, and 11 others were accused of buying votes. They were detained for over a year, 395 days to be exact. During this time period, Nakayama was forced to stamp on the name of his relatives, and his wife was ordered by the interrogators to shout out her confession outside of a window. In these instances, it's clear that the interrogators aim to weaponize the honor-shame culture of their country based upon the Filial structure that we touched upon earlier. These politicians and their relatives were suspected of doing something dishonorable and illegal, hence the name stopping and Nakayama's wife screaming her confessions out the windows. While they were eventually freed, they suffered these abuses because the prosecutors didn't have any evidence on them whatsoever, but detained them nonetheless. As a cherry on top of this absurdity, there was another instance in 2012 where a man hacked into people's computers to send death threats to children. A chilling act, but this man was acting as a vigilante white hat hacker, with his goal being to expose the prosecutors' rabid need for confession letters. During the investigation of these threats, 4 innocent people were arrested, and 2 of these 4 signed confession letters admitting to crimes that they didn't even commit. This brand of justice isn't justice at all, but as of late, the public, both in and out of Persona 5, see the police as an authentic and prestigious office to hold. The general public believes because the police hold the power and authority to dispense justice within society, then the public should yield to their judgments and consider them to be authentic and real. So long as the crime rates are low and the conviction rates remain high, conventional wisdom will hold that the manner in which Sai and the SIU pursue these criminals remains just, so long as the public doesn't squint too hard. If we were to tie this back to Sai in Persona 5, we could say that due to the Phantom Thieves embarrassing the SIU and the Public Prosecutor's Office, and in this instance, more specifically Sai, the senior-most members of these organizations were pushed their kohai, being Sai again, into drumming up charges and convictions to meet their expectations of how the trial should play out. In practice, Sai, in her avarice and jealousy of the Phantom Thieves numbing her chances for success, is actively going to make an already corrupt system even worse. Akechi's mentioned that for Sai and the SIU, it doesn't matter who they pick in charge of the murder of Kobayakawa and President Okumura. Sai, with the backing of the SIU stringing her along, can literally point the finger at anybody and charge them as a phantom thief. Knowing all that now, it's no wonder why the shadows that patrol Sai's palace, and Sai herself for that matter, don't see us as an equal. We are mere insects compared to the relative power that she likes to lord over us. For the shadows that patrol her palace, they're all anticipating whatever job comes next for them, and are quickly bored with whatever games they rig to win for the sake of their manager.
Different job than usual, but I'm still putting my life at risk.
They even discuss the reverence they have for Sai, and how such a trivial case of dealing with the Phantom Thieves shouldn't even be on her radar.
Don't even dirty her hands with intruders. I'll destroy them myself.
We're nothing more than a nuisance to her, and as we run to Sai again, we get more insight into why your shadow wants us to keep playing these games.
Sis!
You want to just get this over with right now, huh? That makes this easy. Bring it on.
Do not speak to me as though you are my equal. I am the manager of this casino, as well as its #1 player. At the moment, you lack the qualifications to fight me.
It would seem she looks down on us.
And what if we would like to battle you no matter what?
I had to win time and time again in order to reach my #1 rank. If you want to face me, you must continue to win as well.
Continue to win?
It must have to do with the fact that this place is a casino.
Correct. Do you have the confidence to win?
We might just pull the rug out from underneath you if you aren't careful.
I don't expect much from you, but I'll be waiting.
Again, keeping up with this theme of vain jealousy, Sai seems to want us to suffer the pains of climbing the ladder of success to the same degree that she once did. That, in order to actually fight Shadow Sai for her treasure, we're gonna have to get on her level and suffer through all the injustices she thinks she's endured to get her place on the manager's floor. We're going to have to do this while being wise to all the games, or rather lawsuits, Sai has rigged in her favor, so she maintains her position as the indisputable #1 champion extraordinaire. Nevertheless, we managed to undermine her smarmy sense of confidence by playing by the same rules as her, which has Sai feeling a certain kind of way.
Hey! Nice. First try, too.
What a clever trick.
We merely followed your rules.
I'm the manager. You know the rules, even that I am the victor.
It appears both the Sai-san of the real world and that of this world are at their wits' end.
I think our guests will be leaving now.
If the Sai in reality gives off the impression of an extremely capable and mature woman, then her shadow, for all of its distortions, paints Sai as having the temperament of an impudent child, the type to play tag and insist that she's not it. If this is part of Sai's true self, then it's remarkable that she's only let that professional veneer slip only a handful of times. She truly believes that life is unfair, and that she's the sole victim of its unfairness, needing to shore herself up against all competition and aggression against her. And as we soon find out, Sai sees this nothing more as a game.
What losers. Criminal trials are but a gamble to be won, and us prosecutors arrange the gambling table. Hence, losses are unacceptable. We must win, even if it has to be on false charges.
Are you serious, sis? Why won't you answer me?
Mako-chan.
Don't think such a petty trick could defeat me. I may have to acknowledge your skills. If you can make it up to the manager's floor, that is.
She thinks the trials which shape the outcomes of people's lives are nothing more than gambles? I wish I didn't have to hear that from Sai-san herself.
Sis is completely distorted. We have to stop her quickly.
Having heard everything from the manager's mouth, Makoto can't quite believe what she's hearing. She's had her doubts and fears before, but this is uniquely shitty. These equivocations and analogies Sai is making are insane to listen to, as she's literally toying and manipulating the futures of others only for the sake of securing her own. This is something that Makoto has fought against the entirety of the game, and to see her older sister indulge in such a thing is horrifying to her. She's all doing it for the sake of not tolerating failure or losses. It's absurd, but the absurdity only gets more disheartening as we progress to the high limit floor. Riding the elevator up to the counter, we're given another consolation prize of 1,000 coins and another map of the area. Sai's confidence clearly hasn't wavered despite her repeated thwarting of her efforts to stump us at every turn, but this time we're met with quite the obstacle. When we come upon the precipice to accessing the manager's room, Sai's sense of justice has been so thoroughly eclipsed by her jealousy and her want to protecting her own place within society that in order to have an audience with her, patrons of her casino literally need to rebalance the so-called bridge of justice that leads to her floor. These scales of justice are supposed to symbolize the balance between truth and fairness sought after in the justice system, but with Sai holding the scale, we cannot say that the arbiter of justice is blind or even fair. In order to access the manager's floor, the Phantom Thieves need to accrue a balance of 100,000 coins and deposit them upon the scale just to have an audience with Sai. Of course, these winnings are impossible to gain by normative means. The Phantom Thieves had even the odds back in their favor. It is supposedly at this point that Sai will see us as an equal and do battle with us, but of course things aren't going to be that simple. With our paltry balance of coins, we have to subject ourselves to more of Sai's rigged games, but this time the stakes are a little bit more dangerous. On one side of the floor, we come upon the imposing battle arena, where contestants do battle against the house's shadows. The catch is that only one may enter the fight, and not knowing what side will throw a Joker and to what degree she'll tweak the fight in her favor, Akechi sends Joker in, with Joker's ability to pull in multiple personas giving him an advantage over everyone else. As we censor ourselves for the upcoming battle, we get more insight into how distorted Sai's heart has become with each passing foe Joker faces.
Now then, our gripping battle is finally here! The idiot leader of the adult thieves has come!
Oh, that's great.
Odds are 1.1 to the house, 23.0 to the Phantom Thieves.
Okay.
Wow, Phantom Thieves are surprisingly popular. It's rare to see odds in the double digits. Now, let us begin our serious one-on-one battle.
What the hell? There's two of them.
Of course, Sai's already stacking the deck in her favor as we are ever closer to her domain, but the comment from the announcer that the Phantom Thieves being surprisingly popular, and him calling Joker all sorts of childish names as he enters the arena, tells us how truly jealous Sai is of her popularity and accomplishments, to the point where even her cognitive projections are projecting. Think of that for a second. Naturally, the childish insults continue as Joker crushes each wave of shadows, with the announcer getting increasingly ticked off.
Wow, he really can't take a stupid Phantom Thief has won! You know, that's a little hard to say. I'm just going to call him the Phantom Dweeb from now on.
Is this really what goes on inside his head? Really?
All of you betting on the house, do not fret. The second round of contestants is arriving now!
What? There are even more than before.
Don't worry.
Quiet down in the peanut gallery. Now it's time to die in this blood-curdling bullshit! Why the hell aren't you dying, you goddamn Phantom Queen? I have a bet on this coup!
Idiot.
No way in hell you're getting away with this!
What in the...
Yeah, that is a big guy. That's a big one.
Go! Right!
That's a good one.
Once again, justice prevails.
The payout will be handed over after this. Please wait.
Congratulations! Here's your reward, 100,000 coins.
Oh, shit! That was freaking amazing, Joker!
Thanks, bud.
And there we have it, 100,000 coins. And as we run over to the Bridge of Justice to deposit our winnings, the manager contacts us over the PA system to be all smarmy again.
It seems you worked hard to gather that many coins. I never expected you would make it this far. I commend you on your vigorous efforts. However, you will never proceed to the manager's floor ahead. From this moment forward, the number of coins for the bridge will increase to 1 million coins.
What? What? That's not fair! You can't give us an impossible task like that!
Oh, you finally understand? That is the point. Your task will forever be impossible. Hence, I will emerge victorious.
And there we have it. At the precipice of her victory, Sai moves the goalpost yet again, tenfold this time. While the idea of fighting the arena again sounds enticing, I do have more personas that I want to try out. Akechi's a bit ahead of the curve here. Remember back when the announcer of the imposing battle arena said her odds were 23-1, favoring Joker winning? Akechi bet at all remaining coins on Joker to bring us to a total of 100,000 coins. But he didn't stop there. Back at the start of our infiltration, when we located not one but two member cards, Akechi stole the second one for himself, and throughout all the bets we made, he betted on us to keep trouncing Sai. Bets, of course, that we won every single time.
She said she would let us through if we had 1 million coins, yes? In that case, there won't be a problem.
You know how to win that many?
Not exactly. I already have the requisite coins right here.
What? How could that be?
Do you remember what we were told at the very beginning? Essentially, we could borrow as many coins from the casino as we already held on our card.
Well, yes, but...
For example, had we borrowed the max when we had 10,000 coins, we would have ended up with 20,000. And had we then bet on Joker at the Coliseum as a guest, our total would have grown to 460,000.
Yes, but you're speaking purely in hypotheticals. That's not what actually happened.
Correct. On Joker's card. However, that is not the only card in our possession.
You have another card?
That's the Taro Tanaka card I told you to get rid of.
Exactly. Instead of disposing of it, I secretly used it to gather coins and outsmart this system.
460,000 coins! That means we would have over 500,000 if we add all of our coins together!
So what? That's still clearly not close to the required total.
Actually, once my count reached 460,000, I borrowed the maximum amount a second time. After paying back the original 10,000, I was left with 910,000. Adding Joker's total to that brings us to 1,010,000 coins.
Wait, if we borrow all them coins...
Is there a problem? The manager's room lies ahead. We won't need to worry about coins after this. Or did you honestly intend on paying back such a large sum?
Impossible. This can't be!
Crow. It's actually a little frightening how sharp you are.
I'll take that as a compliment. I'm glad I was able to contribute to our Phantom Thieves' efforts. Now, we should hurry and let the bridge down before she decides to change the rules once again.
Akechi's risky bets have made it all worthwhile, and because of him, we secured a route to Sai's treasure. As we barge into the manager's office, Makoto tries to gather herself, but sees something materializing within the hazy penumbra of where the treasure will be upon sending the calling card.
This will be a game of life and death from now on. No matter who I face, I shall not lose.
Sis.
Our infiltration route is secure. We need to head back out and send the calling card.
This is the object that caused Sai's desires to swell and distort to such a degree, but before we exfiltrate back to reality, Makoto steps up for a look and immediately recognizes what Sai's object of desire is. According to Makoto, it's a police notebook, and specifically, her father's. Now, we've known for a while how much disdain Sai holds for her father, and his seemingly pointless sense of justice. But as we stand here, we see how much his death agonizes her to her very core. Makoto suggests that Sai thinks that he died due to the police using him, which lends Sai the belief that pursuing justice for the sake of it is utterly meaningless. Furthermore, Makoto believes that the lesson Sai took away from his death is that there's no point in living a subservient life, and that in order to secure her own safety and that of Makoto's, she had to amass all the power that she possibly could. Or as Sai's shadow might put it, win all the cases that she possibly could, even if it meant cheating. What's interesting is that Makoto ends her train of thought by correctly ascertaining that Sai doesn't hate her father for dying. Rather, she loves him, but despises the people she thinks led him to his death. Within that little nugget of information lies the whole point of why Sai's palace even exists in the first place. It's really not due to jealousy or hatred of the Phantom Thieves, but the fact of the matter is that Sai feels absolutely helpless, and I would go as far as to say that she's scared and afraid. Although it's not directly addressed in the game, there seems to be a definite implication that Sai is so harsh on Makoto when their father comes up because she's terrified of the idea of either of them meeting the same fate as their father once did, dying alone in ultimately fruitless pursuit of justice. Sai's of the mind that leaving her younger sister in her wake doesn't help anyone. Her sense of justice has become so warped and distorted because in a world where mental shutdowns, phantom thieves, psychotic breakdowns, and where the likes of Kamoshida and Kaneshiro exist, the only correct choice Sai could possibly make is to be completely selfish. Pursuing true justice for the sake of it has become a moot point as far as she is concerned, and it's because of all these extenuating circumstances that Sai believes so. Extrapolating that, it's clear that her father's death has had a much deeper impact on Sai, more so than she ever tries to let on. In order to avoid such a meaningless death, Sai rationalizes that getting her fancy promotion and wielding all the power that she desires is not only for the fancy title, but as she rests high upon the clouds, Sai believes that she'll be safe in this higher position that supposedly doesn't involve any grunt work that would jeopardize herself or Makoto. In such a position, she'll be able to set the gambling table and not be subject to the whims of fate. Akechi, being the closest to Sai, arguably being more closer to her than Makoto's ever been this past year or so, says that Sai is just plain exhausted from living within this hyper-competitive world, and that under different circumstances, her honest heart would not be so burdened with avarice, fear, and envy. Honesty just isn't enough to get you through this world, and Sai knows that more than anybody else. As we exfiltrate back to reality, we stand ready to steal Sai's heart, and with the SAU standing ready to gun after us any day now, all that's left is to send the calling card. The question is, how do we go about doing such a thing without drawing suspicion to ourselves? After workshopping a few ideas deemed too suspicious, Makoto leans on Sai's underestimation of her baby sister.
I'll do it. I can just tell her it came for her in the mail. That would be the least risky method. No matter what she asks, I'll tell her I don't know anything.
She still treats her like a child, and not the capable badass that she actually is. She'll never see it coming, but despite her outwardly fierce attitude, that doesn't mean Makoto's aren't gonna have a few reservations about the whole thing, at least in private.
Madame Sae Niijima, a great sinner of jealousy. You have lost yourself amidst your obsession with success. For its sake, you are even willing to promote injustice as justice. From the Phantom Thieves.
I found it in our mailbox.
To think they would send me one. They brand me a criminal and plan to change my heart? What nonsense! They only care about disposing of those who are an inconvenience for them! Fine. I'll just have to catch them first.
And when you do, you're going to interrogate them, right? In some kind of underground room, was it?
Why do you ask?
Oh, I just remembered you mentioning something like that before.
That's right. It will be in a special interrogation room underground. My time will be limited, but I will do whatever it takes to make them divulge their secrets.
Let's do
do this fair and square.
Just as was the case with all the other palace rulers, Sai immediately lets her mask slip and becomes more like her shadow self all but for a moment, projecting all of her hypocrisy by saying the following.
They only care about disposing of those who are an inconvenience for them.
Speak for yourself, Sai, but after she calms her nerves, she returns back to some semblance of normal, and heart-wrenchingly so.
I should probably be getting back. It's late, but I should contact the director and let him know about this calling card. I expect things will calm down a little once this case is over. Once that happens, why don't we go on a trip to some hot springs? Just the two of us.
Sis. I'm on your side. I won't let anyone do anything to you.
What an odd girl.
Hits you right here, doesn't it? On the eve of the heist, and the eve when the SAU and Sai are going to come after the Phantom Thieves, Sai chooses now of all times to close the emotional gap between herself and her baby sister. Now is the time where Makoto needs Sai to be the aloof big sister that she's always been, to keep Makoto at arm's length and patronize the hell out of her, but Makoto gets none of that. Instead, Sai, much like her distorted cognition, treats normal people as normal people, and given the lack of a cognitive Makoto within her palace, Sai does not think of Makoto as a useless burden as we initially thought. If anything, her palace lacking a cognitive Makoto shows how much Sai actually cares for her baby sister. All the stresses of society were just getting to her all the while, but when everything seems like it's finally going to pay off for Sai, she finally lets her guard down to make an attempt to be a family again with Makoto. It's so awfully bittersweet. But, of course, both Niijimas have a job to do in the morning, and while Sai is looking to the future, she should have frankly seen what happens next coming from miles away.
I'm sorry for calling so late. This is Niijima. There's something I need to inform you of. I received a calling card from the Phantom Thieves. It was addressed to me directly and... Stand by? And you've transferred command of the investigation to someone else? No, of course not. Yes, I understand.
The Phantom Thieves prepare to steal the last tart. The meritocracy that Sai has tried so hard to will into existence turns into vapor right in front of her eyes. There's something more to this if Sai's getting taken off the case, but don't worry, we plan for such eventualities. All in due time, of course. Now, we just have to focus on trying to steal her heart.
What kind of game will it be this time? No matter what you bring out, we will emerge victorious.
You're making a grave mistake if you think you have me cornered. I only guided you here because this place allows me to fight to my heart's content.
Sis.
When my father died in the line of duty, I hated his killer from the bottom of my heart. Dying to uphold justice sounds virtuous, but the ones left behind have to clean up the mess. Can you imagine the hardships I had to endure?
Perhaps I had overestimated her. I thought her reasoning would have been more noble somehow.
She's lost control.
This is wrong.
Justice cannot yield to evil. I must win, no matter what.
This is nothing more than self-righteousness.
All we need to do to determine who is right is battle.
Now, why don't we begin?
What?
Is this?
A clash of brute strength is simply uncalled for on this stage.
What is she intending?
No more coins or playing games! We ain't following your damn rules!
Oh, you will. There is no room for negotiation. You will know soon enough.
What was that?
Now come at me!
You'll save her, right?
All right, everyone, be on alert!
May the best player win!
And so the final battle with Shadow's side begins. The stakes and emotions running ever so high, this will be a most difficult fight yet, especially for Makoto, as she's already showing signs of being unsettled by her sister's words, actions, and appearance. As Sai once again hypocritically conflates her sense of justice with that of her own personal survival, so long as Sai keeps stacking the deck in her favor, she will always be just, no matter how her detractors spin it. Within Sai's mind, she suffered a gross injustice, and multiple ones at that. While that is indeed true for Sai, that doesn't give her the right to pass the same suffering off onto others. She is so entrenched in her belief that society will only remember and respect winners, while losers and the dead will be ostracized and forgotten, which has led Sai's heart to the dark and distorted place that it occupies as of right now. Her persecution of those who cannot outcompete her is that of true justice, and those who stand against her ambitions being rationalized as objectively evil, including that of the Phantom Thieves. For Makoto and her tendency to err on the side of justice, it's awful to take in such an earful. It shocks her so much that it causes Makoto to regress back to the demure, submissive girl that she was several months ago, with Makoto going as far as to drop her edgelord shonen persona she cultivates as queen, advisor to the Phantom Thieves. Makoto's always itching for a fight while in heist with her teammates, and before she fists of justice somebody, Makoto always unironically poses like the heroes her Spirits of Rebellion was inspired by. Now though, before this fight, she just awkwardly stands there as the rest of her team forms up for battle.
All right, everyone, be on alert.
May the best player win.
As Makoto tries to gather herself, Sai taunts us at the center of a giant roulette wheel, ever confident that she's going to triumph over this game of life and death against her biggest adversaries. Shadow Sai's appearance is quite striking as well, especially compared to the other palace rulers and the Sai within reality. As part of her wardrobe and appearance, Shadow Sai has your standard yellow eyes, but they're literally outlined by extremely thick black eyeliner, complemented with a similar shade of black lipstick. Under the right light, Sai looks absolutely deranged due to how she's kicked on the makeup, especially when she chooses to get all smarmy with the thieves. Those eagle-eyed of you might have also noticed that her eyeliner is the spitting image of Joker's mask, which indicates to us how obsessed Sai's become with catching us. She still wears her earrings, but she now has a black choker with spikes and a hat that resembles one an American flapper would wear from the 1920s, with playing cards stashed behind a golden rose. She wears a rather revealing black dress with purple laces, which exposes the center of her torso and her right leg. Her right leg is decorated with fishnet stockings, with a Derringer pistol strapped to her right thigh. To finish out the whole outfit, she wears purple high heels. In addition, she wears long black gloves, which barely cover the tattoos upon her shoulders and back, which includes the image of a black dog's head wearing a choker surrounded by yellow roses. We can say with certainty that within Japanese flower language, yellow is often associated with jealousy and envy, which tracks for Sai's shadow in particular, but why a dog is depicted within this design can be anyone's guess. There is the derogatory colloquial phrase, dog of the government, that I see thrown around towards Japanese governmental workers, or it could be a reference to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Hound of the Baskervilles, a Sherlock Holmes detective story, where the Hound in question is characterized as being gritty and violent, fueled by the desire to protect his territory from those who encroach upon it. An illusion that fits Shadow Sai to a T here, especially if we consider that one of the main themes of the novel is that an individual's own vices and fear may in fact sow the seeds to their own downfall. However, I don't think any of these interpretations truly hit the mark. The most simple explanation of this tattoo is that it's just an elaborate tramp stamp, with Shadow Sai being fully aware of the connotations of such a thing. The taboo connotations of these sorts of tattoos being associated with criminality in Japanese culture, and conventional wisdom holding that people who tat themselves up being more prone to risk-taking behaviors like gambling, substance abuse, and high sexual promiscuity, are all things that Sai seems to be keenly aware of. The amount of confidence Shadow Sai displays within her own palace tells us as much.
We're not going to fall for a trick like that.
It's not a lie. I only wish to do this fair and square.
After all, the lower back is viewed as an erotic body part to some, which after a few early Saturday Night Live skits began to be associated with women who sleep around. The fascinating thing to consider here is that Sai seems to own these connotations as a means to affirm her own power within her own palace, because, well, who's going to stop her from dressing as she pleases or getting inked up at her own casino? Especially when it looks like the type of tattoo a Yakuza member might get, when she's always going to win. The concept of rebellious evil, or in Sai's case, envious jealousy, can do strange things to people. For someone who's felt powerless for quite some time, Sai's never really had a chance in choosing her own life path, and it's super telling of the status of her mind, where we see her shadow literally living within a literal power fantasy where she's top dog. Her whole design is indicative of a certain flex of power, and when compared with her true self, straight edge appearance and mannerisms, part of the thoughts that society has forced Sai to repressed has caused her sexier alter ego, her inner self, to conflate evil as being inherently sexy and liberating as she rigs all the games for her benefit. Her outfit and choice of dress all tells a tale, and it screams of restless and tired outrage towards everyone and everything that has kept Sai down and away from achieving her goals. While the Sai in reality does her best to keep up some veneer of a professional and capable career woman, choosing to dress rather conservatively with her pantsuit and the like, Shadow Sai does none of these things, choosing to dress rather provocatively within her own palace. Of course, within the metaverse, she is not bound by the rules of the patriarchal society that makes her so anxious, and given that she owns this casino, Sai can choose to act and dress how she pleases as a sole proprietress, including being basically naked. I say that without a hint of irony. This is very important for Sai's character, given her anxieties about the patriarchy. Of all the millions of ways her toxic and most repressed traits could have coalesced and manifested as her shadow, this was the image that was synthesized out of her hyper-competitive nature becoming so distorted. Here, and only here, Sai can be the hedonistic and liberated woman that her true self has been forced to repress, all for the vain hope that she'll come out on top within the real world. Remember, due to her father's death, Sai had to basically forgo her university years and catapult herself into adulthood for the sake of supporting Makoto. While she's been characterized as a bit of a stickler all throughout high school and into college, Sai never had the opportunity to fully experience her early 20s in the ways that other women her age might have had. No drinking parties, no doing dumb shit with her friends, and most of all, she couldn't afford to experience romance. Sai literally couldn't afford the time to get entangled with somebody else, and perhaps the Shadow is expressing some of that resentment. Again, Shadow Sai's whole ordeal is about expressing outrage, and maybe we can find more evidence within the certified banger of a theme song she has for her palace, The Whims of Fate. I've seen some arguments floating around that the song is about Joker being a bit of an adrenaline junkie and his love of being a phantom thief, but I wholeheartedly disagree with that argument on the basis of these phrases being present within the first and second verses of the song.
Tell me, that's that sexy, gonna say what she's got in store for her next.
In the first verse, we hear mention amidst all the clinking of champagne flutes of a woman wearing a sexy gown and the implication it poses to an onlooking man. No mention of adrenaline junkies here. This song is describing Sai's shadow, through and through. Even more so when we move into the chorus. The singer implores us to
give in to temptation.
This is referring to Sai's inner want of giving in to her more based and repressed wants and desires, which are expressible enough within her own shadow, to spin the wheel and just see where all this hedonistic excitement takes her. If that's not sufficient enough, let's take a look at the second verse of the song. The way Lin delivers that last line almost sounds as if someone's gossiping or flirting with someone, which of course, Sai's expressed to her sister, she's never had any time to dwell upon such ridiculous thoughts. Nevertheless, her shadow does, and with Lin singing about décolletés, we can gain further insight into such things. For those unaware, a décolleté is a dress with a plunging neckline, a category that Shadow Sai is definitely an overachiever within. Extrapolating all that we've learned about Sai and her shadow, what we are left with is her shadow being the spitting image of a fully independent new woman, with a capital N and a capital W. Of course, those of you who read The Great Gatsby in high school will be familiar with this particular feminist ideal that cropped up in the late 19th century, along with the word flapper being reappropriated from the term being allusion to women who don't exactly fit in with traditional society. In the 1890s, flappers first referred to that of awkward teenage fledgling girls, first learning to flap their wings as it were, and be women within society, to the term then transforming to be a general term for loose girls, if you catch my meaning, to it being a catch-all term for the independent free-spirited career woman of the 1920s. Putting extremely high importance upon stark truthfulness and fast living, flappers seem to want to cling to youth as if it were about to leave them at any moment. They want to be different from the woman of old, both in mind and in body. And I think we could say the same about Sai's shadow as well. The type of liberated and free-spirited flapper woman that popped up during the Roaring '20s, as a countercultural response to the suffocating and extremely hypocritical socio-political atmosphere of the Victorian era. Women of the Roaring '20s were young, fast-moving, fast-talking, reckless, and unfazed by freer social conventions or taboos. They smoked cigarettes, drank copious amounts of alcohol, drove cars all by their lonesomes, married F. Scott Fitzgerald, and pursued men for sexual dalliances, and brief ones at that. I like to think that the only reason why Atlas couldn't have Sai's shadow depicted with a cigarette holder was due to anxiety about the age rating of Persona 5. As flappers discarded the elaborate cage-like dresses of the Victorian era in favor of more rakish attire, kicking on rouge, lipstick, mascara, and other cosmetics, flappers and new women often wore shorter, calf-revealing dresses, throwing away the corsets that figuratively and literally suffocated them in favor of bras and lingerie that would fit women's bodies in a more natural and non-constrictive way. Within her own palace, liberated and free from matching her appearances and ambitions with her male competition, Sai's deepest and most outrageous desire is that of dispensing with the suits, corsets, and overly cumbersome dresses. There is only the female form remaining, and Sai's shadow is keen to show herself off unabated. This is the kind of woman that Sai desperately wants to be within reality, but can't due to the obligations of society, her guardianship of Makoto, and her father's death. Nevertheless, the amount of stage presence and confidence Shadow Sai commands is just incredible. I would almost call her a femme fatale, but despite all the airs of absolute confidence, they are just that, airs of confidence. There is still one detail about Sai that would clue us in onto why this is the case. Within these distortions, we've gotten a few hints that her confidence is actually paper thin, which can be gleaned by observing what's strapped to Sai's right thigh. For all her power and authority she claims to have within her own palace, one would think that Sai would need not to pack any heat within her own casino of all places, especially since she's rigged all the games in her favor. But nevertheless, the small pistol remains holstered at Sai's right side. However, the type of pistol and the manner in which Sai seems to be constantly reaching for it indicates to us that Sai is still incredibly afraid of losing her position and authority. Strapped to her right thigh, Sai has an over-under type of Derringer pistol strapped to it, with such a pistol tying directly back into Sai's latent and inhibited desire to play the part of the wary flapper, the strong and independent Annie Oakley that she's always wanted to be. The Derringer-type pistols go by different names, but are synonymous with a type of hyper-compact firearms that could sling large caliber chunks of lead at an unsuspecting target, due to how easy they were to carry and conceal. An extremely practical weapon for self-defense to be used in close quarters, Derringer proves to be extremely popular with women and gamblers in the American Old West specifically, as women would and could hide them in their hand warmers, within the folds of their dresses, their purses, garter belts, and even within their boots. So it begs the honest question here. Of all the guns the Sai's historic cognition could pick for her, like say, her sister's affinity for single-action revolvers, Sai chose a pistol that is historically associated with both subterfuge and women's self-defense. A suffragette through and through, these themes of Sai wanting to be free of all patriarchal influence is something that repeatedly shines through for her shadow. Yet, with both of those notions intact, Sai's idle animation as we fight her places her in such a position where it looks like she's about to draw it from his holster, her right hand just hovering above the firearm. On top of that, Sai's not making use of its concealable form factor at all. If Sai was, then we wouldn't really be talking about it now, would we? While the holster is attached to her stockings, Sai holsters it on her right leg where her slit dress is opened up, as opposed to the pistol being concealed on the left side of her body where the dress is otherwise closed. It's easier to reach for sure, but again, if she was to basically open carry in her own casino, she could have and should have packed a more substantial firearm. Invokes a certain connotation of fear within Sai, and as we fight, she is keen to cling onto whatever modicum of power she's managed to cobble together for herself. It's as she said at the start of this very fight.
A clash of brute strength is simply uncalled for on this stage.
What is she intending? No more coins or playing games! We ain't following your damn rules!
Oh, you will. There is no room for negotiation. You will know soon enough.
As you open up with a normal barrage of attacks, we find out that Sai's HP pool is absolutely massive, with the value set to 65,535. This value is literally the 16-bit integer limit for the game. Because binary numbers are the sums of the powers of 2, and HP is calculated in sort of 16-bit binary numbers within Persona 5 Royal, this gives Sai the biggest health pool out of every single boss in the game, outpacing Jose's health pool by 6-fold and Leven's by 3-fold. Because of how the game's HP pools are calculated, it would literally be impossible for the game's developers to give Sai more health if they even tried. It is still technically possible to defeat her with such a massive health pool, but of course, Sai is not about to let anyone do that.
Ah, so you've broken the rules. In that case, it's time you be penalized. This is your penalty.
Joker!
Oh!
Right? What? This is the penalty?
Those who cannot follow rules are not to be tolerated. That is simply how society operates.
In her position as top dog, Sai is able to set the rules of her casino, with a penalty for attacking her or debuffing her, calling for an instant drop for any party member to 1 HP. It's almighty and undodgeable, with Sai once again smartly reminding us of the rules of the game, with a slight hint to her distorted rationalizations about the legality of cheating the court system, and her thoughts on those who attempt to skirt the law in order to reform society. To Shadow Sai and the real Sai, the rules of society are immutable and unchangeable, well the only thing one can do is to cling to whatever power they can gather for use to their own selfish ends. After all, the rules of society are written by the victors, and those who dare to hasten to legalize the rapine must punch down on those who would otherwise threaten all this sacrifice to get what they are. It is imperative to hoard all this power and ward off all would-be usurpers. That's simply how society works, at least as far as Sai is concerned. With her inability to attack her head on, we're left to play her game of roulette, which I'm sure is totally fair.
You will predict which pocket the ball will fall into. Now, the time has come for our first round. Choose where you will place your bet. Well, how will you bet?
As we place our bets, with the stakes being HP, SP, money, or otherwise, we spin the wheel to see whom we may call, and well, we immediately call bullshit.
Have you made your decision? Then let's see the results.
Something is up with Sai's roulette wheel.
Lost. Have you figured anything out, Joker? Really? How is she doing it? See, you're right. It did seem like the ball floated for a split second there.
How humiliating.
Let's catch her in the act so she can't talk her way out of it. Have someone snipe the pocket when that glass lid appears. You're in charge of choosing who's gonna be the sniper.
We must stop my sister.
Ever invested in the fight and determined to heal Sai's heart, Makoto's her natural choice to snipe the glass-covered pocket, and of course, she hits her mark, exposing her sister's rampant cheating, and Sai's none too happy about this.
What?
Joker,
what was that about fair and square? You were totally cheating. You coward! What are you so quiet for? Say something!
Shut up! Shut up!
Sis?
Cheating? Unfair? Silence! This is my world! I am the law! I am everything! No one in this world deserves to win except for me! If you still dare to defy my justice, then prepare to be totally crushed!
This is my sister's true nature? No!
With Sai's cheating exposed, we're finally back to a normal fight. And much to Makoto's horror, the new woman evaporates and is replaced with Sai's true shadow form. It's not that often that bosses in Persona 5 are accompanied with a willpower track, something that's usually reserved for members of a party awakening to their various personas, but if Sai's getting it, we know that this is a true final form. The calm and smarter veneer of the previous Sai is replaced with that of a deranged berserker, a fearsome, heavily armed and armored monstrosity that roars like a wounded animal. She wields a bloodstained cleaver in one hand, and upon the other, all manner of heavy weapons, which Sai utilizes with glee.
Don't stand in the way of my victory!
That was fucking close.
Die on my blade!
Oh my god! A fearsome moveset, but with its transformation also coincides with another. The roulette wheel now bets on infinities instead of stats and money. When an infinity is chosen for Sai, she gains an elemental attack that she uses to exclusively target the thieves who are weak to that chosen infinity, cackling when the attack knocks the thieves off their feet.
My justice has revealed to me. I must judge evil like a furious tempest!
Fall down!
Die on my blade! My justice has revealed to me. I must decimate these evil minds that defy me. Take this!
Weeds on the ground! You can't fail now!
Die on my blade!
Bro got knocked down!
Die on my blade!
Her true form is completely unhinged, completely lacking any semblance of patience and tact that her other form displayed, with Sai truly acting like a petulant child who cannot rationalize the fact that she's losing her edge, or that she could indeed be wrong about everything. Enraged at the prospect of losing, her hypocrisy soars, as she declares that she is both justice incarnate and that nobody deserves to win except for her. As a matter of fact, there's another way to reach this phase of the fight that shows just how immature Sai actually is on the inside, and how touchy she is about maintaining her position within society at all costs. If you start the first phase with just Joker in your party, and if you lose 15 to 20 bets in a row, Futaba will have a certified gamer moment and tell off Sai, which in turn gives us a new dialogue and implications for the temperament of Sai's shadow.
Goodness me, you just keep losing. It seems luck isn't with you.
Shut up! You're probably cheating. How else would we keep losing like this?
Why would I cheat?
There's no way you're not, you liar! It's totally obvious! You're only up against me and Joker, you know. You're supposed to be an adult. You should be ashamed. More importantly, are you so weak that you have to cheat to win? Can you call yourself a palace ruler? You're just a wimp! You should totally be ashamed!
You only dare talk like that because you can't beat me.
Shut it! To begin with,
You're the one who needs to shut up.
what the?
Cheating? Unfair? Silence! This is my world! If you want a fair fight, then to hell with the game! I'll crush you by force, fair and square, just as you like!
In this instance, it's not Futaba calling Sai a coward that causes her to truly cut loose, but rather, it's Futaba trying to shame Sai for acting childish in a 1-versus-1 fight. That Sai, despite being a powerful palace ruler, and an adult at that, is so weak and desperate to maintain her position that she has to cheat to win a simple, even fight. This lends us the notion that people questioning Sai's competence and maturity is very much a sore point for her, undoubtedly stemming from years of her own abilities getting questioned by her peers and her constant need to prove herself in the eyes of a society that doesn't fucking care because she's a woman. While her own points of view and circumstances might differ, both Niijima sisters seem to have the same issues with insecurities pertaining to their self-esteem. While Makoto's was inevitably changed to the opinions of her sister, Sai's is informed by Drur's society, which has indirectly taught her that true justice doesn't even exist, only selfishness, a belief system that, of course, she has co-opted for herself. It would also appear that this new form of Sai shares some commonalities with the metal corset Makoto wears as queen. Sai's shadow is part of her psyche after all, and given the degrees of catharsis Makoto felt when awakening to her persona, and all the comments her teammates made about her fierceness being absolutely terrifying to them, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that Makoto's shadow probably would have looked something like Sai's. All the repressed anger and outrage at all the injustices society has forced Sai to endure finally bubbles to the surface, and it's terrifying as she takes glee within slaughtering her quarry. It speaks volumes about Sai's true form and inner feelings if the Thesis had to peel back Sai's shadow to even reveal her true distorted nature. Hell, even Sai's own shadow tried to cop a false image of herself to hide her uninhibited rage from her detractors. At the start of this part, I mentioned that one of Sai's key character traits is that of her hypocrisy, and it's something that her shadow has overtly and subtly magnified as they infiltrate her palace to fight her. Like all previous palace rulers, upon transforming into their true shadow forms, they all gain the middle name of a famous demon of biblical legend. In Sai's case, however, I don't think Atlas is directly referencing Psalm 74:14 in the manner in which God slays the demon of envy, Leviathan, and gives it to the Hebrews to consume. As a matter of fact, I think that Sai's demon name is referencing Thomas Hobbes' eponymous work, The Matter, Form, and Power of a Commonwealth Ecclesiastical and Civil, or the work's more colloquial name, Leviathan. Considered to be one of Hobbes' more controversial works, he argues that the natural state of humanity is that of utter chaos and anarchy, or our natural instinct is for the strong to dominate the weak. Hobbes insinuates that, for most, life is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Therefore, our only natural right is that of self-preservation. Hobbes' solution to this quandary is to create a society where he believes that humanity should give ourselves to an unaccountable sovereign to create an undivided government, which is to say that Hobbes believes that freedom may only exist when an authoritarian creates a society free of all forms of political strife. Leviathan was written during the English Civil War, which pitted royalists against parliamentarians, with this bloody conflict shading Hobbes' political beliefs for years to come, as he tried to think of a solution to stop all matters of civil war through any means necessary. For Hobbes, the means was through an absolutist monarch. Hobbes further argues that when people form social contracts with their fellow man, that particular act was done out of fear of death, wherein these people were willing to exchange their wild and chaotic nature for being part of a society where strong authority was the norm. Within Hobbes' mind, this was not something people done out of necessity, but done out of compulsion. Once a person was fully integrated into the society, then his subsequent duty to keep obeying the rules, as they kept fleeing into the arms of increasing authoritarian rulers to avoid the chaos and dread of when the social contract of society was nulled. With this perspective on social contract theory, the only tangible point of anxiety people would have about existing within the society is if and when such a ruler started indiscriminately killing people, as Hobbes argues that if the ruler merely offers them safety and comfort through, say, stifling political opponents, that in of itself will be an acceptable and justifiable action to prevent the total collapse of society and a return to the chaotic and primordial state of man, where we will murder each other with reckless abandon. After all, as Hobbes would say, it is not wisdom but authority that makes the law. In her palace, Sai might be running both of these games in her casino and lawsuits within reality. There hasn't been any pushback from those she's managed to convict. People are still gambling at her casino, despite the blatant cheating that benefits Sai and Sai alone. Society has both simultaneously oppressed and enabled Sai into becoming the Leviathan that Hobbes describes within his works. An absolutist ruler that does everything within her power to maintain the rigidity of society and batting away all would-be adjutants, regarding if they are innocent or not, which of course requires that people like Sai be the bigger bully to maintain her position as top dog.
I am the law! I am everything! No one in this world deserves to win except for me!
Though so unlimited power, men may face many evil consequences, yet the consequences of the want of it, which is perpetual war of every man against his neighbor, are so much worse. Within Sai's own life, she has internalized this very notion, which is why she thought it best to hoard as much power as she possibly can and implored her baby sister to do exactly the same. If the natural state of the world is chaos, murder, and mayhem, then it's up to Sai to create order just to make sense of it all, and thus create an environment where she and her baby sister can survive, however draconian and unjust her methods might be.
Only victory matters. To guarantee it, you have to be willing to do anything. Doesn't might make right? No matter what happens here, I need to keep winning!
Why?
Envy has warped Sai's heart terribly, and as her shadow falls to the ground in defeat, Sai takes it all in stride, as if she's been expecting to lose someday. Though, in her despair, Sai finds an unsuspecting ally to help her shadow begin to see reason once more.
So I've lost.
Sis!
That's only a shadow. Why are you so...
Quiet!
Sorry.
We'll go grab the treasure.
Makoto?
I don't think it's wrong to bring light to evils which can't be judged by law.
That's all the Phantom Thieves have been trying to do too. But these aggressive investigations, twisting the truth for your own personal gain? Please. You have to think back to the feelings you had when you first wanted to be a prosecutor. Think about your justice, sis.
My justice.
Try to remember how you used to be.
How I...
Niijima-san. She's just like my father. What caused them to change like this?
By now, we already know the answer to Noir's question, but we won't know if Makoto appealing to Sai's shadow will have any effect on Sai within reality. Akechi, for whatever reason, believes that speaking to Sai is a waste of time, as we got what we came for. With Ryuji and Yusuke wrapping up Sai's treasure neatly in a briefcase, we can hereby consider the heist completed. With Sai's treasure in tow, she'll begin to see the error of her ways, and work to put a stop to the SCU's bullshit investigation of the Phantom Thieves. A wholesome moment for both Makoto and the rest of her team, but as we move to exfiltrate back to reality, something terrible happens.
Huh? Enemy readings! When did they... They're gathering outside!
For real? What the hell's going on?
Look at those numbers.
This doesn't look good.
We defeated the palace ruler and even stole the treasure, yet the shadows are still restless. It doesn't make any sense. What's going on here?
There are more coming? This'll be dangerous if we don't do something!
Huh? We need to go now. Those guys in black suits are almost here. We'll be done for if we get surrounded.
A team this large would be discovered immediately. We had best split up for our escape. Although, we'll need someone to act as a decoy. No, that's too dangerous. Joker? Are you planning on distracting them by yourself?
Let him do it, Queen. He's quiet. Once his mind's made up, he's not gonna take no for an answer. I'm sure you ain't gonna die. It's you we're talking about here.
With enemy readings abnormally off the charts, someone's gonna play daredevil to see this all through. With Joker aiming to be the fall guy, we're given every reassurance that we're going to be okay. And as Makoto strangely gives her sister Shadow one last glance, we move to make her exit so our team can survive to fight another day. As one of the best soundtracks in gaming history blares in the background, Joker makes his escape upon the rafters of Sai's palace. Makoto takes control of the situation as our advisor, and formulates a plan for Joker to hand off Sai's treasure to his teammates. With Futaba guiding us away from trouble, we crush all the shadows in our way, but they prove to be too numerous for us to handle, even with the surprise assistance from Yoshizawa of all people.
Enemies here?
What's wrong?
These readings. It can't be!
What happened?
An ambush? Joker, can you handle this?
Joker!
Oh no!
Capture him! Let's go!
Go, go, go!
Get over there!
Stop struggling! Suspect secure!
Didn't expect to find some kid. You have your teammate to thank for this. You were sold out.
Our last and final heist has gone worse than wrong. While the rest of our team managed to get away, Joker was caught, sold out by one of his teammates. The question is, who did this and why? Before we have a chance to run through a list, Joker gets quite the rude awakening. By all accounts, it seems we have failed to change Sai's heart, as we see the results and ramifications of that 99.9% conviction rate that she's worked so hard to maintain. Our interrogators have handcuffed Joker to a chair, and judging by the syringes scattered across the floor, they've also tried to loosen his lips with some drugs. So far, Joker's held fast, but of course, the SAU wants the evidence. So they beat Joker and force him to sign the confession letter anyway. Having her in a cell overnight, we find someone most unexpected coming down to force her way in.
Excuse me, but this area's off.
I'm Niijima from the public prosecutor's office.
The prosecutor's office? What business do you have here?
Just let me through. It's urgent. There's something I need to confirm with the suspect.
Niijima-san, I believe this case is no longer in your jurisdiction. Besides...
You prosecutor, Sai Niijima? There's a call from your director. Hurry and get it over with. To be frank, you're being an inconvenience.
I thought I ordered you to stand by.
I'm responsible for this case, yet I'm not even being allowed an interrogation?
I'm calling because I knew you'd bring it up.
I will not be convinced unless I confirm it for myself. This is my case.
Good luck to you then.
Having failed to change Sai's heart, she's forced her way down into our interrogation room, not to check up on us, but to confirm her own personal suspicions of the Phantom Thieves. However, this doesn't mean that Sai is here to gloat about her supposed victory over us. Despite her distorted heart still remaining so, we find that her shadow was merely just an exaggeration of her hyper-competitive nature and nothing else. She's overtly hostile when she has her quarry in her grasp, and if anything, we find that Sai at her very core is still an incredibly compassionate and honest person. When she confirms that Joker's leader of the Phantom Thieves, she almost sounds sad, distressed even, if the tone of her voice is any indication of that.
I didn't expect it'd be you.
She also is not as heartless and ruthless as we once thought. Upon seeing the empty syringes upon the floor, Sai is horrified, but yet she also seems familiar with these methods Joker's interrogators utilized.
Those bastards.
Sai's tone is not that of indignation or outrage at the SU drugging Joker, but it's more so her belief of such a draconian method being unnecessary. She seems more annoyed than angry, which is an interesting attitude for Sai to take, given that, sure, she has aided and abetted these flagrant abuses of human rights during her stacking in the courts in her favor, but nevertheless, she still thinks that such a barbarous method is unprofessional and unbecoming of those in the business of ascertaining truth and enforcing the law. Her passing anger at such blatant abuse tells us that Sai doesn't share the same opinions as her captors. Of course, we should be considering that it's part of her job as a prosecutor to be as agreeable as possible to extract a confession from Joker, but it is super interesting that she instead tries to play the good cop here. Unlike the detectives from the SIU, Sai does not come into the room swinging. Instead, she tries to lean on Joker and validate his suffering instead.
Can you hear me? It seems you've been through a lot.
Complementing that very notion, we are also informed that Sai's sense of justice has not become fully distorted either, as she says this to Joker.
I didn't think it was a prank from the get-go, but I couldn't assemble a case for prosecution. It's because I couldn't figure out the method behind it.
Even with all the evidence Sai has gathered in the weeks leading up to our arrest, she was still hesitant to cobble together a case for prosecution because she didn't understand how the Phantom Thieves managed to change hearts and create such a commotion within society. She was absolutely using the law as a blunt instrument to win, but she's still relying on due process all the while to get her conviction. Thinking about this some more, it would seem that Akechi's anxiety concerning Sai charging literally anyone with the crime of being a Phantom Thief was indeed misplaced. Akechi was of the opinion that Sai would skirt the law to get her mark, but in reality, that was never truly the case. Even when Sai was going after Sojiro and Futaba, that was done by the letter and the spirit of the law. She did have legal and arguably moral grounds to go after Sojiro for apparent neglect. She did use her position to leverage Sojiro's knowledge about Wakaba Ichiki's research, of course, but to some extent, Sai did have a case and grounds to stand upon there. Sai still desiring to play by the rules to charge the Phantom Thieves with a crime makes the SCU kicking off the case even more suspicious as well, as it means that Sai's bosses were actually the ones interested in setting the gambling table, and not Sai herself. But to what end? When we consider that Sai's interrogation of Joker is being limited by the other detectives, despite the fact that, at this point, Joker's already signed the confession letter admitting his guilt, it makes this whole debacle even more weird. They got the evidence they need to convict him, but for some reason or another, the leader of the Phantom Thieves is still here being held in the same pretrial cell that he was dragged into. Why haven't they moved him into another location after a textbook interrogation? These questions brings us as to why Sai is even here in the first place. Knowing that she's been taken off the case, Sai calls in a few favors just to speak with us because something is bothering her. Something isn't lining up for her, and as we speak further with her, this becomes more and more apparent. Now stripped of all her power and authority she once held only 2 days ago, Sai can will neither to prevent another round of beatings for Joker.
Almost anything can happen here, and I can't stop them. That's why I need you to answer me honestly. I don't have much time either.
Though it might sound like one, it is important to note that this isn't a threat from Sai to Joker, but more of a statement of fact. Both Joker and Sai are a bit of an impasse here, with one truly unable to help the other through normative means. When Sai's time with Joker's up, he'll be jailed and given the death penalty, and Sai, despite the fact that she drove herself crazy catching us, will get nothing in return for her efforts. All that remains for Sai is her drive to win in order to satiate her own curiosity, and for Joker to tell her exactly how they both got into this predicament.
There was a terrible subway accident that day. You remember it, don't you? I assume you know of the uproar that the public calls the psychotic breakdown incident. You say that like it's none of your business. It was all over the news, and one of the victims—
After we tell Sai about how we discovered our powers to change hearts in the pursuit of our first targets, that of Kamoshida and Madarame, Sai once again begins with her conflation of the psychotic breakdowns and our changing of the hearts of our targets as the same thing.
Fine. Let's suppose that people's hearts can be changed by stealing their treasure, like you've said. If so, a different suspicion arises. People have gone mad or lost consciousness, never to recover, like the subway accident in April. Depending on how you look at it, that could be taken as a phenomenon for a sudden change of heart too.
This, of course, is nonsense, but Sai is none the wiser about the difference. She's even more bewildered about her story about the metaverse and Kamoshida's castle, though she does recognize that there is no way someone could stop either of them outside of phantom thievery. Joker details how we would get inside of Kamoshida's palace, fight the shadow of its ruler, and then steal Kamoshida's treasure to change their hearts. Of course, this is all done without the target dying in the same manner that they would during a psychotic breakdown. Sai, of course, thinks that we're joking or even lying, especially when Joker brings up a talking cat. Humors Joker nevertheless, and operates off the hypotheticals of the case. If what Joker is saying is true, then it would explain how we came into contact with Madarame, and how we were able to expose him as an abusive fraud. Joker recalls what happens as we did so, stopping on June 5th, the day Madarame confessed to his crimes on live TV in front of all of Shibuya. Joker, doing his best to hide the identities of his teammates, lends Sai the notion that we did not know Yusuke personally. For Sai, she gets the impression that the Phantom Thieves investigated Madarame using the metaverse, and then randomly decided to change his heart to help out someone Joker barely knew.
So after Shiho Suzui, you did it again for someone you barely knew? You were sent away twice, almost reported to the police, and yet you still wanted to save him.
Sai, ever remaining ever cynical and selfish, cannot seem to fathom the lengths that we went to in order to assist Yusuke. We were persistent all the while, and you think that Sai would understand the lengths necessary to expose Madarame. But what we do find instead is Sai thinking that we were pushing too hard. These issues Joker and his teammates aimed to tackle weren't their concern, but they made it their responsibility to help Yusuke despite the dangers. The implication here is that Sai doesn't seem to understand Joker's sense of justice, and how he aimed to help the people who couldn't help themselves. She's still treating Joker like a criminal, the guilty party. But as we tell Sai about the inner workings of Kanashiro's palace and how we managed to get him to confess, Sai's temper runs wild as Joker triggers Sai's big sister instinct.
The student council president from Chujin Academy? Are you saying that Makoto was sticking her nose into this phantom thief business? Why would Makoto? Bringing up my sister to upset me, are you? It seems there's no limit to your duplicity. Fine. I'll listen to everything you have to say before I decide the truth of your statements.
She, of course, finds an excuse to do away with Makoto getting involved in the phantom thievery, and of course, this is partly due to Sai underestimating her baby sister, who she constantly patronizes and treats like a child. While we are going to jump ahead just a little bit, when Sai is faced with the possibility that Makoto was the one who also tampered with her laptop, she tries to reason herself out of it yet again, basing her assumptions that Makoto is the good girl type of pushover that her bigger sister still thinks her to be.
I had noticed traces of tampering. Does that mean you truly took the data from my laptop? No matter how I think about it, that would have been impossible unless Makoto was helping you. But she would never do something so foolish.
Sai believed her lectures geared towards Makoto to stick like gum on a shoe, but all the while, Sai failed to consider that Makoto doesn't have the same ability to perpetually lie to herself like her older sister can. Sai is able to outright refuse or ignore the call to action, while Makoto seemingly cannot, which made her a natural ally for us. This, of course, causes Joker to trigger Sai's big sister instinct once again.
Don't be ridiculous! This new ally you gained was Makoto? Just tell me the truth! Makoto. That's preposterous! If what you say is true, was Makoto also running from the police when you were arrested? Now that I think about it, she did start talking a lot about the investigation from summer onward.
Now knowing that her baby sister might be implicated in all of this, and worse, that Makoto might indeed be a phantom thief, Sai begins to seriously reevaluate her position and opinion of Joker's story, especially the points where both Madarame and Kanashiro's shadows mention another interloper, the true culprit going around and sowing chaos within society, the same perp who would eventually move on to frame us. Taking everything Joker said into account, it would seem that up until Joker mentioned Makoto either being a victim of Kanashiro or a straight up accomplice to her efforts, causes Sai to immediately take Joker seriously. Until the very moment Makoto's safety was threatened, Sai immediately did an about-face, which does track for what we know about Sai so far. Despite her arguments with Makoto, all the blatant breaking of the criminal charge she's been charged with presiding over, Sai is doing all of this to protect and provide for Makoto. Literally, nothing else means more to her other than her love for her baby sister, whom she cuddles relentlessly. Sai also still considers Makoto to be a naive child, unable to defend herself. So when she finds out that Makoto's thrown in with a lot, that can only mean one thing or another.
But why would you fabricate such an elaborate story and then shift the blame elsewhere? There are two possibilities. Either you've simply been trying to confuse me with your lies, or everything you've stated is true. Have you been telling me the truth from the very start? Does that mean you're placing your trust in me? Then again, I am investigating a thief who steals hearts. Very well. No matter how absurd it may seem, I'll reevaluate my stance on believing you, for now. In return, speak the whole truth and nothing but the truth. It's a fair deal. Is that acceptable?
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast acquired a new vow. It shall become the wings of rebellion that breaketh thy chains of captivity. With the birth of the judgment persona, I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and new power.
All right.
In placing our trust in Sai to hear us out, we unlock Sai's Confidant arc, learning that she's assigned to the Judgment Arcana. In tarot card readings, this part of the Arcana is associated with realizing one's calling, getting a deep understanding of life, and a feeling of acceptance and absolution. When this card is pulled during readings, it symbolizes a calling for you to rise up and embrace a higher level of consciousness for the service of your highest good, to be the best person that you can possibly be. You hear the call to action and are ready to act. The Judgment card often indicates that you need to make a life-changing decision, but unlike those associated with the Logical Justice card, this decision requires a blend of intuition and intellect, aware that any choice you make will bring a significant change with long-lasting effects. As for the design of the card itself, it features the remnants of a skeleton rising from the grave and two shadowy figures gazing towards the sky, towards the Archangel Gabriel blowing his trumpet. All of God's creations respond to this inevitable call, standing ready to be judged. This card is referred to as the time of resurrection and awakening, a time when a period within someone's life comes to an absolute end, and thus makes way for dynamic new beginnings. One could say that this part of the Arcana symbolizes a change in perspective, and as we continue on speaking to Sai about how he ended up here in the first place, we will see exactly what this change in perspective will mean for her and her sense of justice. I say this because when this card is reversed, a person is said to be filled with anxiety and self-doubt. They ignore the call as the ideal person that this should be, and for Sai, this is something that was the case until she was served by her sister's well-being being threatened. There were additional inklings of Sai being somewhat aware of her knowing that what she was doing was wrong, which is best showcased when Makoto was shocked at her blackmailing Sojiro. Within her own heart of hearts, this is something that ate away at Sai's conscience, which is why she had to downplay it to Makoto, and why she kept such an action hidden from Akechi. Somewhere within her own jaded and distorted heart, Sai's sense of justice has kind of remained intact, as until now, Sai believed that she had to ignore her own conscience to find success. Weighing her options as she listens intently to Joker's side of things, we move on to Medjed, and rank 2 of Sai's Confidant arc.
All right.
Due to the intangible nature of this target, Sai mentions that our normal means of using the nav wouldn't have worked, and she gets even more confused and surprised when Joker mentions that we went after someone completely different.
Futaba Sakura? She had one of these palaces? Hold on. While Medjed was targeting you, you chose to deal with someone completely unrelated to them?
Joker withholds the information that Futaba took down Medjed, but in doing so, Joker leaves Sai with the understanding that he, and by extension, the Phantom Thieves, knew everything she knew about Futaba's condition and chose to help her.
What you said about the Sakura family generally falls in line with our investigation. It appears you aren't feeding us a false testimony.
During a time where the mettle of the Phantom Thieves were being tested by an intangible threat, they still chose to be your friendly neighborhood band of heart stealers. They chose to help the emaciated and depressed girl living in Yongan-Jaya, then protect their own reputation from Medjed's slander. This was our type of justice, and despite what Medjed was claiming at the time, we were always looking out for the little guy. An outlook that we maintained from the very start since we avenged Shihosuzui, helped relieve Yusuke Kitago from Madarami's abuses, stopped Kaneshiro from blackmailing young women and men into sex trafficking and becoming mules for drugs, and maintaining that through healing the scars of Futaba's past. This is a through line that we maintain even during our targeting of Okumura. Despite the flagrant abuse directed towards his employees, the reason why we sprung into action was to help his daughter be free of an abusive relationship that she wants nothing to do with. The public perceptions of our brand of justice being some kind of spectacle or even blood sport were entirely wrong. Our motives were different and misinterpreted, even by Sai. We've always looked out for the little guy, and once Sai realizes this, everything starts to fall into place again for her. As we move into rank 3, while Sai seems incredibly amused that her hideout will be at the home of a victim that she was investigating, she does come around to realize what the implications of changing Futaba's heart meant for her suspicions of the mental shutdowns and that of the Phantom Thieves.
If he's telling the truth, then Wakaba Ishiki didn't commit suicide. Did a third party target her life with the goal of destroying her research? Wakaba's death was 2 years ago. That also coincides with when the incident started occurring. Does this other metaverse user that Madarame and Kaneshiro mentioned really exist?
Sai realizes that in order for Joker to know about Futaba's past, he had to be there when it happened 2 years ago, and because he wasn't, only learning about Futaba's past and her mother's death at Futaba's request, it would be literally impossible for the Phantom Thieves to be responsible for her death and all the mental shutdowns then after. Couple that fact with Madarame and Kaneshiro mentioning the presence of another metaverse user infiltrating their palaces, we are then left with a problem.
Earlier, I briefly mentioned about those psychotic breakdown incidents that have alarmed the public. All of a sudden, people will lose consciousness or become violent. A situation as incomprehensible as that can't be explained away as troubled social conditions. I suspect that these cases are all connected to a larger, man-made plot. The method involved always muddled the explication, but your story has virtually confirmed its viability. Although I wouldn't have expected a new criminal to come to light from your testimony. What did your group think of this other metaverse user?
Explications account for what it takes for something to exist or for an event to occur in a specific manner. And after accounting for all the facts, Sai now fully believes in the existence of this other metaverse interloper. There is another criminal out there murdering people and trying to frame the Phantom Thieves. Speaking of framing, we then move on to Okumura, and we already know how that ended. But then again, Sai doesn't know why they ended up not just with one body, but an extra large additional one as well.
Is it true that you were completely uninvolved with the Kobayakawa case? What does this mean? But I suppose targeting someone at Shujin again and actually taking their life would be nonsensical. I have no reason to believe everything you've said. However, it seems you aren't the type of person who would lie just to protect themselves. I will acknowledge what I must. It's more efficient that way.
Oh, Sai, you tsundere, you.
All right.
Rank 4 has Sai nearly coming around to believing in Joker's sincerity. Everything we told her is lined up with the facts that she already knows about the cases, or bits of conjecture that she can easily believe in, trusting Joker just a little bit more as we approach the topic of Okumura's death. Operating off the assumption that the Phantom Thieves knew everything she did about Okumura, then we should have seen his palace reflect Sai's findings, which we did, and then some. By questioning Okuma's shadow directly, we found details about him abusing his workers, of course, and more importantly, some information about the mental shutdowns, with this interloper taking on contracts to assassinate whoever the retainer desired. It's how Okuma's business quickly gained so much traction over a short time. He has this assassin go into the metaverse to murder his competition's shadows. If this is just some guy going around asking for blood money, why did he kill Okumura in order to frame the Phantom Thieves? Of course, the existence of a formal agreement means that Sai's suspicions about the mental shutdown cases being part of a larger cohesive plot are indeed true. But if this is just some guy going around asking for blood money, damn the consequences, why did he kill Okumura in order to frame the Phantom Thieves? Why did this assassin kill Kobayakawa after he arguably ventured out to try and get help? As we continue to chat with Sai, she too becomes convinced that we're being framed, though still unable to ascertain why someone would go to such lengths to sabotage us.
And even the death of Shujin's principal, who we found a calling card for, was the work of another.
It has to be Sai. It's too convenient.
You don't sound like you're lying. If you wanted to deceive me, you could have easily woven up a much simpler lie than this metaverse. Moreover, your account coincides with my own investigation. Is that even possible if it were made up? And I hate to admit, but with my line of work, I know a false testimony when I hear one. Still, if you set your sights on Okumura based on my intel, it'd be before his name was even ranked. You could have ignored him and targeted some other famous person. Why would you go so far as to further investigate and pursue this criminal? Simple enough. There's still no proof that another suspect exists. That said, it's safe enough to say that you aren't the murdering type.
All right.
We're not only honest and truthful within her eyes, but she now thinks that we aren't the murdering type. That, at the very least, Joker didn't have it in him to go around indiscriminately killing people. Considering the circumstances that we find ourselves within, this is about as close to a compliment as we're gonna get from Sai. Especially considering whatever the hell the police pumped into Joker's veins.
What's the matter? Is it a side effect? What in the world did the police inject into you?
That's a great question, Sai. You should ask them. As Joker and Sai both try to regain their composure, Sai brings us back up to speed, and to the point where we are strong-armed into stealing her heart. However, that's not Sai's immediate concern, nor is the news of her possessing a palace troublesome for her either. It's the fact that she too was being deceived.
A palace? In me? Not only that, Goro Akechi? Then the Phantom Thieves targeted me as per his advice? And he had already experienced the metaverse by the time of the Okumura case? That can't be. I mean, he never said a word. Although, his attitude did change suddenly around that time. Akechi-kun kept quiet about the most important details, and my own sister may be a phantom thief? If this is all true, I was out of the loop the entire time I led the investigation. What a joke.
The gravity of the situation finally hit Sai like a ton of bricks. Ever since she assumed direct control of the case after convincing the SU director on June 5th that she had the gumption to arrest the thieves, she was being played from the very start. Akechi withholding information from her, that he had figured us out by the time of the Madarama case, with the implication that the SIU and the police trusted him more than Sai, is also super weird. Weirder still if we consider that Akechi claims to have experienced the metaverse by the time of the Okumura case, and that he advised us to target Sai, and Sai only, in order as a means to prove her innocence. Sai rightfully asserts that if we really wanted to stop the SIU from investigating us, or for someone to act on our behalf to expose the rampant corruption that lies within such an institution, and for Akechi to solely suggest that Sai would have taken on the SIU was both a weird and overly ambitious plan. Slowly but surely, she starts to connect the dots.
If you simply wanted to evade capture, triggering my change of heart wouldn't guarantee anything. Your actions as Phantom Thieves would still be met with hostility. No. If this villain does exist and is setting up your group, I would be targeted next. Did Makoto come up with that speculation?
Sai almost has the full picture, but is thinking about this in the wrong way. The reason why Akechi and Makoto likely wanted to target Sai's palace was merely means to desperately hedge our bets. If the mental shutdowns are caused by this assassin going around murdering the shadows of the would-be mental shutdown victims, then changing Sai's heart would make it impossible for this assassin to quietly kill Sai via mental shutdowns. Her palace and her shadow will not exist anymore within the metaverse, and with Sai's sense of justice restored, she would hopefully go about righting the wrongs of a system that she's worked so hard to uphold. However, because we failed to do so, there's a very real possibility that whoever's out there killing people might have Sai and her shadow next on his hit list, which is a terrifying thought. As Sai gathers herself once again, she comes up with a few more deductions.
When you were arrested, a man at the scene told you that you were sold out, correct? Those words normally hint at the existence of a traitor. However, if your story till now is true, one reason can be concluded. It's frustrating to admit, but at a certain point... No, most likely from the start. I was a mere puppet. Someone set up only to bear responsibility later. Someone intended your arrest, and the minimal staff directly involved were in their pocket. And if that's the case, true integrity would side with you.
All right.
No, I'm jumping to conclusions. I don't believe your story yet.
Sai! Sai, come on, help me out here!
There's something I need to confirm with you.
What?
Was a change of heart triggered in me? What happened in the time between entering my palace and your arrest? Tell me everything.
And so we do. We tell Sai of her own palace and how her own distortion shaped it for all its velvet neon glory. The only thing is, none of that mattered. We failed to change her heart, and now that Sai's got everything she needs to comprehend how we committed these alleged crimes, she offers us a deal.
Care to strike a deal? If you cooperate with me, I'll consider lightening your sentence. I have a responsibility to solve this case. I will win, even if it means brokering a deal with you.
It's a potential plea deal, but within that, we hear the disposition of the distorted side we become all too familiar with. She still possesses her absurd drive to win, even after learning that the true criminal is still out there, with her potentially in the assassin's crosshairs. It's insane that she still remains this distorted, and even after trying to make nice, Sai's been playing us this whole time as well.
Going forward, I will read a list of people who are closest to you in this case. Tell me honestly whether or not the following are involved with the Phantom Thieves. First, the friend who you've been with since the day you transferred to Shujin, Ryuji Sakamoto. One of the victims of the Kamoshida case, An Takamaki. Ichiryusai Madarame's pupil, Yusuke Kitagawa. The daughter of Wakaba Ishiki, Futaba Sakura. The heiress to the Okumura Foods legacy and daughter of its CEO, Haru Okumura.
God damn, they have a list of everyone.
And the frequently probing student council president of Shujin Academy, Makoto Niijima. Those are your accomplices in the Phantom Thieves case, are they not?
Sai's not only got our number, but everyone else's too. With death looming over us and with Sai giving us an out, there's really only one correct response to this.
So you won't sell out your friends. Then let me change the question. I find it hard to believe that high schoolers could have pulled off these crimes by themselves. Were there not others outside of your direct group who encouraged your crimes or lent their... So you won't speak a word about either your teammates or your collaborators. Do you even understand the position that you're in? Let's discuss one other person, Goro Akechi. There are reports that he was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves as well. Might he be a part of your team too?
With the integrity and safety of our team intact, we come to one less quandary. Akechi always maintained that he was never a formal part of our team, and Sai's heist was the only heist that he was a part of. Strangely though, despite these facts, Joker maintains that Akechi was never a teammate, in the same sense that the others were, as he protects the identities and involvements of his former teammates. Joker could just say that they weren't involved, but specifically, he highlighted how Akechi wasn't one of us, or worthy enough to be listed in the same ledger as the rest of our accomplices. A lack of cooperation irritates Sai.
Even now, you're still acting as though you're a hero of justice.
Sai perceives our defiance as arrogant and stupid, as even while looking death in the face, Joker's not afraid of sticking to his own personal sense of justice, which is something that Sai just cannot comprehend, at least at first.
Your teammates have sacrificed you in order to escape, yet you wish to defend their honor? Why won't you talk about them? Don't be ridiculous. You're not the one to decide such things. Justice? Then tell me, what is this justice you speak of? Sticking to the right path? That's no different from us.
In her anguish and desperation to get a conviction from Joker, Sai is once again conflating whatever society deems to be just and her own sense of moral values. Just because Sai enforces the law does not mean that she is the law, and worse still, in her frustration, lets her mouth slip far enough to reveal that the SAU doesn't have anything on Joker to begin with.
You continue to stand firm. Are you implying that we have no evidence on you? You're right, we have nothing. And it doesn't help that your story sounds like a fairy tale. But many people have fallen victim to this. We need to learn the truth. The truth, huh? I don't even know what's right anymore. And it's all due to your strange story.
Despite all her attempts to get Joker on something and learn about how he even got here in the first place, Sai's still unsettled by something. There's conflict brewing within her, and with Sai not knowing what else to believe, the drugs begin to wear off, causing Joker to recall something incredibly important.
You realized it too then. It was our conversation about pancakes, right? There's no way he could have reacted like that if he hadn't heard me.
Hey. Can you hear me? It seems your mind is clearing up.
As Joker racks his drug out on mind for someone's favorite breakfast food, Joker makes a desperate appeal to Sai, begging her for her distorted heart and her drive to win in order to convince her to hang around just for another moment.
Huh? What are you getting at? That's right. No matter the results of this case, I won't be receiving credit. I even had to call in a large favor just to conduct this interrogation.
Sai's words cause another moment of clarity for Joker as he racks his memories, resulting in a hazy conversation with Futaba and Morgana about the very same room that we're currently occupying.
Niijima mentioned a special interrogation room, didn't she? Good. It looks like we can make this work if we lure them there.
We're on the cusp of remembering something, but we can't just nail down what it was. And as Joker makes one last attempt to keep Sai in place for another few moments, Sai lets her final suspicions about everything just all air out for a second.
There's one last thing I want to ask you. There's something that's been bothering me for some time now. Recently, I was removed from my post as head of this investigation and was told to remain on standby. A short while later, I received word you were caught in the act, within some bizarre phenomenon. But that was all I was told. You were told someone sold you out, correct? If that's true, who could it have been? Don't you have any idea?
My suspicions were true in the end. Still, to think his true intention was to sell us out. All that's left is to figure out a way to hand it over. It's all up to you, leader. The smartphone, duh. We've been talking about it this whole time. Giving him the phone without arousing suspicion will be easier said than done. We'll be counting on you to pull this one off.
What's wrong? Might you have an idea as to who sold you out? What do you recall? If you know something, you must tell me. I won't allow things to end like this. You mean this? I've been told the lock on it is quite complicated, but it's only a matter of time until it's cracked. What's so important about this smartphone? Are you going to unlock it and show me the data?
Let's let her sleep. She hasn't slept for days while she's been getting that app ready. Now we gotta figure out a way to show him the phone.
Sometime before our last heist, Joker and Morgana butted heads with Futaba over how to preemptively expose the traitor after long suspecting him at the behest of our tactician, a certain Makoto Niijima. Our key to our freedom is somehow on that phone, and all we need to do is get her big sister to show the traitor the phone. And as we slowly recall more and more about her imminent death, we know exactly who the hell sold us out.
Show it to the true culprit.
The true culprit?
We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that?
It was Zenkichi!
Public security questioning will occur on the first day. And with that room, my task will be simple.
He's gonna come in and fucking kill me! And Sai!
And thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life.
Fucking kidding me, Akechi.
Please. I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to?
Not a teammate.
Not a teammate?
It's Akechi! It's Akechi!
You're referring to him, aren't you?
Say his name, Sai. It's Akechi. You need to trust me.
What are you plotting? I can't even begin to fathom it.
Show it to Akechi.
But it appears my time is up. This is as far as our conversation can go. This will be my last involvement with this case. Very well. I've listened to your whole story, so I may as well play along to the end. And that honest look in your eyes. I used to view the world the same way too once. I'll place my bet on you. I just need to show him the phone, right?
I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart.
Upon reaching rank 10 of Sai's Confidant arc, Sai finally and truly understands Joker, literally seeing eye to eye with his brand of justice. In striking this blood oath with Sai, she awakens to true justice, and because she is not a persona user, reaching this mutual understanding of Joker's sense of justice, causing her own to reawaken, as she will from this moment forward cooperate as comrades with Joker to fight for justice and seek the truth. Joker has reminded Sai of what true and idealistic justice looks like. Our tenacity and determination to trounce those who try to set us up remind Sai of the kind of lawyer that she once was. And now, after spending time with Joker in this very bunker, Sai chooses to not place her bet on her own inane drive to win at all costs, or conflate her own moral standards of justice with that of society's. But instead, she places her bets upon Joker's sense of sincerity and truth. She's finally heeded the call of the Judgment Arcana, and this time, Sai cannot and will not look away.
Akechi! You fuck!
Akechi-kun? Why are you here?
Why do you seem so surprised?
I needed my director to step in to get access, and I was directly responsible for this case. How did you get approval?
For the same reason you did. I am heading up the investigation team after all. It's only natural I'd have the right to interrogate our culprit as well.
It was Akechi.
They assigned you command?
They gave Akechi?
That was a joke, of course. I'm merely here to assist with the public security interrogation. I am surprised it's this far underground, though. There aren't any others incarcerated here, yes? Nobody would ever know if things got a little violent.
If I remember correctly, didn't you say there was another culprit besides the Phantom Thieves?
That was but a lie I spread to set them up. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that I had deceived you too, Sai-san. After all, if you wish to trick your enemies, you must first trick your allies.
So it was you. You're the one who sold out the Phantom Thieves. I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to? My God. You're referring to him, aren't you?
Is there a problem?
Akechi-kun, does this phone look familiar to you?
Excuse me?
Oh, man! Futaba, what did you do?
What is this phone?
What did you do, Futaba?
It belonged to the leader of the Phantom Thieves. I believe you'll need it for your investigation.
Not personally. I was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves myself, remember?
True. This is undoubtedly a great accomplishment. Good luck in there.
Foolish woman.
Akechi and Sai part ways, and all we have to do now is hope that whatever fuckery Makoto and Futaba pulled will spare our lives. As Akechi makes it down to Joker's cell, he does exactly what he said he would do.
Case closed. This is how your justice ends.
As the day passes into the twilight hours, a news report airs all over Shibuya that tells the police that Joker's committed suicide while in the custody of police. As the thieves look upon the screens plastered all over Shibuya, broadcasting and scapegoating the face of the man that helped give Makoto a new perspective on life. The man who showed her the beginnings in charm of a budding awkward high school romance. We find her standing in the teacher faculty office at Chujin. After refusing her original recommendation letter, Makoto is here to hand in another application for a college of her choosing. It says Shitoku Baikawa. Makoto will get into college upon her own merits without riding upon the coattails of others. Though she stands in the golden glow of the setting sun, Makoto's future has never been dimmer. Her teachers remind her of her accomplishments in station, saying that she has the grounds to go wherever she wants. But Makoto has since learned that life is not all about securing the bag. There is so much more to see and do, so many more valuable things to experience. which rings true when her teacher gives her a near lecture about Joker needing to toe the line the same way that Makoto has as an honor student and the student council president of her own high school.
That one Phantom Thief should have followed your example.
With Joker gone, the only thing Makoto can do now is go back to being another brick in the wall as her teacher recommends. That good girl type of pushover that she was before all this started. As the news of Joker's death finally hits Makoto in the halls of Sujin, she can't quite believe what she's hearing.
It can't be.
As sorrow and the night falls upon Tokyo and the thieves, we quickly begin to understand that this wasn't grief-stricken sorrow that caused Makoto to literally drop everything, but rather it was that of excited astonishment.
You're shitting me. We got him.
Oh my god! Brilliant! Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! And Joker is completely fine. Through gaining Sai's trust and convincing her of our justice, we cheated both Death and Akechi. It's great to be alive and all, but now Sai has to get us out of here without raising suspicion. Still incredibly confused at what to do next, Futaba calls Sai to give her the lowdown.
Goro Akechi is evil. He didn't come to interrogate the captured Phantom Thief. He came to kill him.
We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
Don't trust the guard either. He's an accomplice as well. Now then, I'll tell you detailed steps to take. You must save him.
You want me to save him?
With Akechi gone, thinking the hit on the leader of the Phantom Thieves to be a success, Sai is free and clear to tuck the guard out of his station. Being the smart prosecutor that she is, Sai manages to conjure up a convincing enough murder screen in her eyes to get the guard to quit.
It's Akechi-kun. He had to take a sudden call, so he won't be able to make it down today.
Huh?
I've been asked to handle things instead.
You? But...
You know, if you stay here, they'll likely get rid of you to eliminate any evidence. I suggest you go into hiding at once if you value your life.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't say a word of what transpired here. Trust nobody. Forget this ever happened.
The next thing Joker hears is the faint sound of Sai's voice and the gentle sound of rubber on asphalt.
Hey, are you alright? Don't fall asleep until we reach our destination. Are you listening?
With Joker gaining further clarity from whatever his assailants pumped into his veins, he remembers back to how the entire team was already rise to Akechi's plans to kill us all. With Akechi's ulterior motives known, all that was left for our team's advisor to do what she does in the metaverse. To lean on her natural affinity to deduce the cognitive meanings behind the various aspects of the metaverse in order to find weaknesses for her leader to exploit. In other words, this whole plan, Makoto was responsible for our survival.
If he wants to kill the guy, why not let him? That is, inside of a palace.
Yes, we could have him kill the cognitive version, all the while believing he killed the real one.
Shit. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
It seems that's our only option. Listen close, everyone. I have a plan for how we can carry this operation out.
As Sai enters back into LeBlanc, she bows, as she does owe everyone a big apology here, especially Futaba.
Futaba-chan, I'm sorry that I caused you so much trouble this past summer.
It's ancient history now.
It's an important moment for Sai, as this is one of 2 apologies that she gives to anyone over the course of the game. It seems our time pursuing true justice with Sai has also humbled her a little bit, which is good. But of course, we have bigger fish to fry. And more importantly, Makoto needs to explain exactly how she leveraged her own skills and that of her team's to ensure Joker's survival in this daring plan that she concocted.
We wanted to make our enemy believe the leader of the Phantom Thieves was dead.
Makoto lays it all out for her Big Sis. From the minute Akechi thought he had us by the throat all the way back when we first met him during the Madarame case, we had already suspected him. And at that very moment, the Phantom Thieves have already turned the tables upon him.
When we talked to Akechi at the school festival, he was acting like he just realized Mona could talk. But we already saw him drop a mega hint about it way earlier.
Oh, I know a place. I want to go to that huge pancake-looking place we passed on the way here.
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes.
Pancakes, Akechi? You fucked up because of pancakes? Akechi was able to understand Morgana, which meant that Akechi had already gone into the metaverse by the time we first met him. His surprise to Morgana's voice was genuine, which gave us all the more reason to suspect him. It wasn't until we thought he cornered us into going into Sai's palace that we were able to confirm his lies and to further convict him. Just to be safe, Makoto had Futaba install a bug on Akechi's phone just before we began our initial infiltration into Sai's palace. We were able to accomplish this through feigning ignorance and secondhand embarrassment as a result of Futaba's eccentric actions, leaning on our favorite gremlin's history of being a hikikomori until recently, which Akechi would know about from Sai going after her family. It was a masterstroke, as Akechi could not afford to blow his cover more than he already had at this point by yoinking his phone back from poor Futaba. Hell, even Ryuji knew that Akechi couldn't afford to overplay his hand here, even with the most obvious kind of shade being thrown his way.
Then perhaps Karasu will be best for me. You know, like a raven.
Are your clothes all black or something?
The reverse, actually.
Akechi's obviously underestimating us, and he was tolerating Ryuji's jabs, then we know his overconfidence was going to be his undoing. As Makoto and team continue explaining their plan, the bug did more than just expose Akechi. We found that Akechi was working for an extremely powerful individual, someone who could set up an assassination in a police station of all places and wash his hands of all culpability.
And thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life. When he does, you will become a great hero who saved Japan from evil. As will I, of course.
Putting a pin in that for a second, this was only the beginnings of Makoto's plan to deceive Akechi. In order for Akechi to believe that he's succeeding in his task to assassinate Joker, we needed a location within the metaverse where we can manipulate the cognition of the palace ruler without them noticing. And more importantly, we needed a location that existed both in reality and the metaverse within the palace ruler's domain that is identical to the location where Akechi would perform the hit. Luckily, Sai's palace and distorted cognition fit the bill perfectly. As the Phantom Thieves and Akechi noticed, Sai's perceptions and rationalizations of your average individual remains completely undistorted until someone directly challenges her power and authority. It's why outside of Sai's palace, we weren't considered a threat until we actually broke in to challenge her, and why all the cognitive projections of Sai's customers that Sai's heart conjured up were just that, normal people. This aspect of Sai's cognition also had an effect on her surroundings too, which is why the police station, the location where Joker would later be held and interrogated, remained completely undistorted.
Right. Areas outside her courthouse palace must not be worthy of her attention.
The police station to Sai served a function. It was part of how Sai would stack the deck in her favor to accrue wins and prestige, which is why it remained within her cognition.
The police station's also part of her work area, though, whenever arrests are made for her cases. I've brought her food and belongings when she was sent on loan to the police.
This line from Makoto and the way that she matter-of-factly says, yes, the police station is right over there, is interpreted by Akechi as Makoto brooding or even dreading seeing how distorted her sister's heart was. But in reality, this lenses the notion that Makoto is actually very familiar with the station itself, knowledgeable enough to ascertain that, with Sai telling her that Joker's gonna be held in an underground interrogation room, that Makoto knows the layout of the station well enough to plan for this whole thing. It was quite the ambitious undertaking, and for this whole plan to be Makoto's brainchild even impresses the likes of Morgana, someone who's been guiding us and feeding us information about the inner workings of the metaverse. But the cat who's not a cat being starkly impressed by Makoto's plan, which is saying something.
To be honest, I didn't quite understand it, but I went along with it. And it was absolutely the best decision we could have made.
Makoto is normally so calm as well, but once her mind is set, she gets oddly impulsive.
I did have a bit of a rivalry forming with Akechi.
So you're just the good girl type of pushover.
Good girl type of pushover now, pancake boy! Akechi's underestimated the queen, and he's paid dearly for it. But Makoto doesn't get her satisfaction from sticking to Akechi. Instead, what we find is Makoto channeling her protective little sister instinct.
But I just couldn't contain myself anymore once you became a target, sis. The reason I joined the Phantom Thieves was to heal your heart, after all.
My own achievements were all that mattered to me. I was desperate. I wasn't myself at all. I'm sorry I couldn't see that.
That goes for the both of us.
Once Sai became a possible target for Akechi, Makoto had to spring into action to protect her sister, and now, as they both make amends for whatever it's worth, both Makoto and Sai agreed to let it all go. It's a small but impactful moment for the Niijima sisters, and given a different time and place, they could just really hug it out. While it would be nice to see them get along after an entire year of bickering and anxiety about each other's well-being, Persona 5 instead has Sai recognize that Makoto isn't quite the naive girl she once treated her as, by having Sai give Makoto her tacit approval for breaking the rules and lying to her.
We heard from Mako-chan that you were going to do the interrogation, Niijima-san.
And regarding its location, I take it you used the data from my laptop?
I'm sorry.
Go on.
From playing the part of the stickler and the aloof big sister to now fully embracing her role as the cool big sis, seemingly proud of the lengths that Makoto's went to ensure Joker's survival when Sai herself was both distorted and compromised, she's repeatedly amazed as to how wicked and elaborate her little sister's plan was.
Everything went as planned up until we defeated Sis's shadow. However, it was then that we were met with a terrifying, unexpected police ambush. As a result, even though we managed to grab the treasure, we couldn't get it out of the metaverse. Except that was all an act.
Oh my god!
We had prepared an empty briefcase beforehand, and merely acted like we were taking the treasure. This was because we knew the police would be coming for us.
We made sure before the operation that the police would be waiting to ambush us. And just as expected, he totally took the bait.
Him getting captured by the police went exactly how we planned it.
Man.
And I had been interrogating him with no knowledge of this.
Wow.
But how did you lure Akechi into this cognitive world's interrogation room?
All I needed were the coordinates.
Seems like she used this laptop to remotely access the metaverse? What? Asking her about it now would drag the conversation on too long. I should probably talk about it later.
Akechi disposed of the fake in the palace and left thinking he had been victorious. It must have been truly hilarious for our leader who sat idly in the real world's interrogation room. Surely he was acting quite cocky by himself in that quiet chamber.
Joker playing Daredevil was an act all along, according to Makoto's designs, right down to the most minute details. The only thing that didn't go according to plan was the fact that Yoshizawa showed up, and, well, frankly, it's a good thing that she did.
I'm so sorry. I was actually following you the entire time.
We definitely had no idea about that. It's like night and day compared to when Makoto was following us.
But all of this wouldn't have been possible without Joker convincing Sai of his justice while dragged up to his eyeballs, and Makoto making an emotional appeal to Sai's shadow upon her defeat, urging her sis to remember her true sense of justice and why she became a prosecutor in the first place.
Without Sis on our side, Futaba's plan and subsequent breakout would have never been possible. That persuasion was easily our greatest gamble. We couldn't consult Sis beforehand. It was absolutely the make or break moment of the entire plan.
Still, I'm surprised you could convince me in such a short time. Were you confident you could do it?
I don't remember drugs.
Understandable. Either way, I can't believe you went for such a risky idea.
If we could just tell you the true culprit's plan, I knew you'd realize the bigger picture. Realize that our leader was telling the truth, and that there was a greater evil to pursue.
As a result, we emerged victorious.
Then the reason you kept this a secret from me was so you could catch the true culprit, correct?
Yes. Plus, you had lost control of yourself at the time.
This is stunning. All I can really do is laugh.
I've kind of figured out that you guys made Akechi kill a fake. But what did you do about the body?
The police never even checked it.
Huh?
They had a coroner working to ensure his death was reported as a suicide.
Okay, so they bought off a coroner, basically, to ensure that I committed suicide, no matter if Akechi fucked up or not.
That coroner didn't take one look at the scene and just passed along a falsified death certificate.
Okay, that's plausible. I buy that.
The bad guys have that much influence?
They indeed do. With everything that's transpired, Sai finally realizes that she was being played from the start of everything. All those favors she had to call in and all that work she put in to advance her own career was all for nothing. She was but a disposable character in a bit of political theater. She'd been strung along by everyone, including the SCU director and Akechi when he was still pretending to be Sai's ally and coworker. I would also argue that Akechi, knowing how he planned to quarter off the Phantom Thieves, likely purposely manipulated Sai's heart as well. In all the scenes where we see Sai and getting increasingly stressed out and embarrassed about the Phantom Thieves' rising popularity, Akechi was there to stoke her frustrations even more and make her lose her rational center. Aside from all the snide, patronizing, and arguably misogynistic cheap shots at Sai's stress affecting that beautiful face of hers, Akechi was the first to suggest to Sai that the Phantom Thieves were terrorists, and that there was no real difference between changing a heart and causing a psychotic breakdown, all the while insinuating that Sai should just ignore due process and chase the dragon anyway. Of course, Akechi was mad projecting here as well. He is the true culprit aiming to set us all up, using Sai as a vehicle to try and do so. Now being wise to everything, Sai finally moves past her second stress point. The system she's worked so hard to appease doesn't care about her, or justice in general, stooping to using drugs, physical beatings, backroom politics, and the supernatural of all things, just to further some kind of agenda. It was either step aside or fall in line, and now Sai knows that she cannot do either now, finally catching up to the lessons that her not-so-baby sister has already learned. Declaring peace in her time when something dark and sinister lurks within the shadows, ready to strike like a viper, was foolish, and Sai was foolish to try and change herself, to damage her only remaining relationship to the only remaining family that she has left, just to try and move one rung higher upon the ladder of success. It's a hard lesson to learn, but now Sai is finally ready to pitch in.
Now that I think about it, my interrogation was just a formality for the head commander. What a joke, letting me interrogate someone who is meant to die. They just wanted to avoid backlash. Very well. From here forward, I will do my utmost to assist you. You saved me, after all.
That's reassuring to hear.
After all of us take a second to breathe, and Joker a few more seconds to sober up, Sai helps us assemble the facts as we know them. Akechi's the one causing all the mental shutdowns, but according to Okuma's shadow and the conversations we tap from Akechi's phone, Akechi serves a higher power, someone of immense influence, who is using Akechi's powers as a persona user to sow all this chaos and discord within society through mental shutdowns and psychotic breakdowns.
This operation had another purpose outside of escaping Akechi's clutches. Shido tried to place all the blame on the Phantom Thieves and deceive the public at the same time. He has ruined countless lives, and even made Goro Akechi, a student, assist him with assassinations. A mere change of heart is too lenient a sentence for such an abominable criminal.
We'll be making use of the police statement that the leader of the Phantom Thieves committed suicide. Our leader, who is presumed dead, will come out of hiding to deliver a grand statement. He'll say he has escaped prison, not committed suicide, and was in fact almost killed by a criminal.
Everyone's gonna flip.
You guys thought through all this stuff too?
We're intellectuals, you know.
That's why you needed such a daring trick as getting captured and appearing to be killed. What frightening teenagers.
As we get back down to brass tacks, the name Masayashi Shido comes up.
Akechi accidentally let that slip after the murder. He said, Shido-san.
Shido? Feels like I've heard that somewhere.
Shido? Could it be Masayoshi Shido?
As Sai says, Shido is currently running for a Prime Minister of Japan, and with its power that he seeks, the easiest way to do that is to sabotage the Phantom Thieves and then quickly fill the vacant popularity and power vacuum we left upon Joker's supposed death.
It's certainly possible that Shido is the mastermind.
Huh?
Do you have some kind of evidence?
Nothing material. However, there are various conditions which align with that possibility. First, he would profit from damage done to the current administration by the psychotic breakdowns. He's maintained a negative stance toward the Phantom Thieves and has gained tremendous popularity. On top of that, he'll most likely become the next Prime Minister if he wins this upcoming election.
No!
Did he set us up with that election in mind?
If he is behind all this, that would be in stark opposition to his honest public image.
So his current position and popularity is just him benefiting from the mental collapses.
That's not all though, as we once again come back to Sojiro and Wakabe Izuki's research concerning the metaverse. Now that we know Akechi killed her and traumatized Futaba in the process, Sojiro is sure that Shido is the one who both used his goons to fabricate Wakaba's suicide on one hand, while stealing her research with the other. Sojiro says that Shido wasn't above killing people or ruining the reputations of those who got in his way. And as he starts campaigning in Yongan-Jaya, we come to realize that Shido is the same person who flexes power and influence to charge Joker with assault, when in reality, he just plain fell over and cracked his nose because he was drunk.
Damn rat! I'll sue!
Shido was already a politician then, yet he sued a student and ruined his future? He must have pulled some strings so that his name wouldn't be mentioned. Furthermore, he also would have had to force that woman into making a false statement.
Shido is as petty as he is dangerous, and if he is behind sending out Akechi to clear the board for him, stealing Shido's heart, and dealing with Akechi trying to check Joker out again will be parts of a most difficult heist yet. So let's wake up, and get out there to put a stop for this for good. As we begin our infiltration of Shido's palace, we find that his cognition rationalizes the National Diet Building as that of a giant yacht amidst a submerged Tokyo. Though he will plunge his country into ruin, he and whomever on this vessel shall survive. Once we barge in the front doors, we of course are immediately considered a threat, but within that, his passengers are normal people, which was also the case within Sai's palace. Makoto, with her ability to deduce the inner workings of our target's cognition, is able to deduce that the passengers are likely his very own trusted associates, as opposed to being people of no consequence. As was the case with our previous palace ruler. They all looked and act completely human, with the thieves being able to interact with them as if they were real people, symbolizing the deep connection Shido has between himself and his associates. We're also able to deduce that Shido screens his connections rigorously to ensure absolute obedience, which is also reflected by the shadows that we fight within his palace, which resemble security guards in suits, special assault teams, and guard dogs. Furthermore, no traces of anything other than his elite connections exist within the cruiser, implying that he actually believes the common folk, or his opposition, have no rights to exist within his rule. This translates to the Phantom Thieves requiring letters of recommendations from 5 of Shido's inner circle. And as we stand upon the precipice of the treasure's location, Makoto makes another deduction about Shido's intentions for the future of Japan.
475 people in favor, 0 against.
I hear something.
Since there is no one against the plan, this bill will be unanimously passed as drafted.
Passed? What's going on? Was that Shido's voice?
If this truly is the representatives' chamber as written, beyond here must be the main assembly hall.
The what now?
It's that large conference room that's usually seen on the news.
Oh, that thing! Gotcha! So, what are they doing inside?
Most likely a meaningless vote, one in which whatever Shido proposes will always go unopposed.
So he's doing whatever he wants by keeping only his supporters in there.
It looks like that in order to fight Shido for the right to steal his treasure, the anarchists are gonna have to pretend to schmooze the bootlickers of a fascist dictator. This should prove to be very interesting. As expected of those who throw in the likes of someone like Shido, his guests are composed of corrupt politicians, criminals, heads of multimedia empires, and outright misogynists who think that if their power and station affords them the luxury to manipulate and murder. Shido's cohorts are the type of scum that remain stuck to the bottom of the barrel even after the most vigorous of scrubbings. Within that very notion, though, they've encroached upon an area of familiarity to Makoto. Due to the cognitive nature of Shido's passengers, it would seem that he never gets to see by outward appearances, and that the cognitions of his passengers indicate that he knows everyone within the ship well enough to know everything about them. They're dead ringers for the people that they are within reality. We split up and eavesdrop upon the guests of Shido's arc. Makoto manages to get close enough to some scum who are discussing cozying up to a politician named Ue, one of the many benefactors of the mental shutdown cases that have killed so many. The fact that these people are speaking about it so openly and flagrantly treating the act as if someone was going on a Sunday drive makes Makoto's head spin, but at least we've gotten the information that we need. Going after Ue first, we find him at the upscale restaurant, and Makoto hatches a plan to confront him, and of course, because misogyny, Makoto also reasons that she'll need a date to match their aesthetics as to not rouse suspicion. The only one who does is Ryuji, and well, he wants to tag along for completely different reasons.
Hold up, Joker! Let me go with her! I mean, dude, it's a restaurant!
What are you, a preschooler?
Yeah, he is, and that's why we love Ryuji.
I was wondering why you were so excited about this.
You guys think cognitive food still tastes the same as normal food? As Makoto and Ryuji sit down at the table, Ryuji, of course, can't read the French-Italian menu. But Makoto, once thinking that she had to play the rules of cutthroat high society, knows exactly how to behave and exactly what to order as she immediately steps right back into being the good girl she once was before she joined the team.
I'll have the sauteed foie gras.
A salad garnished with truffles and roasted lamb, please.
I can't believe you can order so easily like that.
Ryuji's right. It is impressive that Makoto has such extensive knowledge of upscale dining and the manners to match. But given what Makoto ordered, being the strategist that she happens to be, was in fact made with tact. Makoto ordered sauteed foie gras, one of the most violent and ethically questionable gourmet animal products available. To make this dish, ducks and geese are force-fed a fatty corn-based substance through a tube, with the aim of using such a substance to fatten up the liver of the animal, causing the liver itself to grow up to 10 times its normal size. The bird, after enduring such torture, is then killed for its fattened liver to be served with the likes of Shido's guests. Rich, affluent, minted, bourgeois fucks who think that culture, refinement, and leisure is when you torture animals for the sake of eating their livers while holding their pinkies up.
Indeed, those privileged enough to be on this ship are all on the winning team.
Makes me want to fucking vomit, but before I'm given the chance, our Corey shows up and Makoto gets right down to business, continuing to play her character.
On whose permission are you sitting there, brats?
Ue's a real piece of work. Not that it's any surprise that he thinks that children should starve or are otherwise unworthy of eating a hearty meal within his presence. He's of the impression that his power and station give the means to punch down upon the young, an angle which Makoto aims to exploit. All she has to do is keep him talking and pat out a sense of superiority through groveling. Through this, and Makoto being the smarmy passive-aggressive girl that she once was, Ue will get complacent and reveal all of his secrets to us.
I apologize for our discourtesy.
If you understand, then go home.
Excuse me, but might you be Mr. Oe?
Indeed I am.
This will be an impudent request, but would you provide us a letter of introduction to Mr. Shido?
From the looks of it, you appear to be minors. Why do you need an introduction?
We wish to be granted an audience with him. His political ideology resonates so much with us. Of course, the same can be said about you, Mr. Oe.
You have quite the silver tongue for one so young. Not that I mind it. Are you a high school student?
Yes, sir.
Speaking of high schools, I've heard that some principal somewhere kicked the bucket. He supposedly tried to leak Mr. Shido's name. Had he simply obeyed, he could have remained in the upper echelons. To think he would cast all that away.
Again, we shouldn't really be surprised that the fascists are saying fuck those teachers, but on a more serious note, Makoto's smarmy growling has revealed to us that Principal Kobayakawa was indeed working for Shido for some extent or another, and that by extension, him forcing Makoto to investigate the Phantom Thieves was all at the behest of Shido. This would also explain his stalwart protection of Kamoshida, his attempts to cover up Shiho's suicide attempt from making the news, and his gaslighting of Makoto as well. He wasn't trying to be abusive on purpose. He was trying to avoid getting literally murdered and otherwise giving Shido a reason to dispose of him. It's reasonable to believe that Shido gave Kobayakawa his position as principal of Shushin Academy in exchange for a few favors, and to prove his mettle, he tried to get Makoto to do all the legwork for his master. He ended up being canned goods anyway, but the implication of Shido having such a wide reach as to affect the mental health and behavior of some seemingly random student council president, and by proxy no less, is just insane. If you think that Shido, even Ue, would stop even there, you'd of course be very wrong.
If you pledge your loyalty, you're given the honor of selecting those who would have mental shutdowns.
Did you ask Mr. Shido to trigger a mental shutdown in someone as well?
More or less.
Considering your caliber, I would assume that the target must have been someone quite important.
Important? No. The target himself was nothing that impressive.
Oh, you must be being modest.
You recall the subway accident early last spring? The one I had targeted was that engineer.
That was you?
It was to take out the president of some company and a diplomat who sided with current government.
After striking a deal with Shido, Ue was granted the ability to cause a mental shutdown, and thanks to Makoto puffing up his ego, he reveals to us that he ordered the runaway train accident that killed and injured hundreds of people. The very same accident that occurred when Joker came to Tokyo at the start of the game. This was a twofold attack. The train was carrying two targets that disagreed with Shido's plans for the country. Upon their deaths, Shido would be able to criticize the Minister of Transport into resigning due to the gross mishandling of the situation, and thusly give the position to Ue in return for continued support and funding.
Site inspectors apparently reported all of this 6 months ago. The deterioration of the tracks and the ATC. Seems a railway company and the Ministry of Transport both turned a blind eye to the truth. There's no way they can hide. This will go all the way to the top.
Though this is a horrid revelation, Makoto doesn't break character, but instead she goes for the kill shot.
I see. That was very useful, Mr. Oe. Actually, my sister is a prosecutor at the public prosecutor's office. I could pass on what you just said to her. How about it? Won't you give us a letter of introduction?
Is that a threat? Who are you two?
The letter of introduction, please.
Don't get cocky, brats. I'll never give you one.
Looks like you have one, though. Well, guess it's time to use brute force.
Guys!
There was a time when Makoto never knew how to use position of power as this meek little thing and balance it out with a sense of justice. But now, instead of being the recipient of blackmail, Makoto's confident and fierce enough to be the blackmailer, and it's for a good reason as well. Every single life Shido has taken or warped has been one too many, and in the avarice of his bootlickers, we find the reason why every single palace really became so distorted. Sai grasping at straws to find a correlation between the Phantom Thieves and the mental shutdowns. Kaneshiro compulsively needing her crew as much wealth as possible, leading him to prey on minors. Kobayakawa protecting Kamoshida and hiding his crimes from the public eye just to maintain his place within society. All of that was Shido. With the party together again, we blow this guy the fuck up along with the rest of Shido's VIPs, seeing just how vast their contributions to the greater conspiracy against Japan and the Phantom Thieves were. These people were detestable enough, but upon attaining our last letter of introduction, were ambushed by the true culprit and Shido's right-hand man in the engine room.
Long time no see.
You!
It's the traitor himself, Goro Akechi, the same man who tried and failed to sell us out to Shido on account of our deception. It seems that Akechi's returned to finish the job, but something seems off about this whole situation. If Akechi wanted to kill us all, he could have just ambushed us from afar instead of leaping from his perch and choosing to greet Joker, expressing regret that things have turned out like they did. A strange attitude to cop given all the ends that he went to set us up and the ends that Makoto went to thwart him. When she asked him about all the pure cognitive insanity of the people he aided and abetted by causing mental shutdowns for the sake of clearing the board for Shido, Akechi has this to say for himself.
Akechi, why are you cooperating with someone like Shido? Don't you see what this palace looks like? His true nature is...
Cooperating? What are you talking about? I don't care for Shido or this country. All this is to make Masayoshi Shido, my father, acknowledge me, then exact revenge on him.
Shido is your father?
Remember I said before, how my mother had been in a relationship with some good-for-nothing man? So I'm his bastard child. My very existence is nothing but a scandal. My mother's life turned for the worse after she had me. And died. I was a cursed child for her too.
In deceiving Akechi, we got in the way of his truest revolver ocelot-like motives. He was a triple agent working for his own interests, attempting to deceive the Phantom Thieves and Shido so he could turn around and expose the conspiracy and humiliate Shido as the living scandal he believes himself to be. As he said before we went after Sai's heart, Akechi's justice stems from an extremely personal yet absurd grudge. His sense of justice is all about the pure anguish he feels about Shido and greater society treating him like garbage for the crime of merely existing as an out-of-wedlock orphan left to fend for himself. Feeling powerless, he could do nothing while Shido hit the campaign trail until Akechi managed to stumble across the metaverse one day.
That's when I learned about the cognitive world. Someone, be it God or demon, gave me a chance. I couldn't contain my laughter.
You son of a...
Who cares? My targets were all doing the same damn thing in this eat-or-be-eaten world.
In his anguish, Akechi rationalizes killing his marks as striking back at the people he thinks kept him down. But, of course, Akechi's killed innocents. Failing that, he's traumatized and enabled the distortion of the hearts of the people who were chafing under Shido through his murders. The train conductor from the one accident Ue commissioned from Shido, Futaba's mother, Futaba herself, President Okumura, Haru, Kobayakawa, Kaneshiro, and most of all, baiting Sai into chasing after the Phantom Thieves. He's been a spanner in the works, and while they might say he's truly after Shido, the measures he's taken to avoid blowing his cover is nothing short of pure insanity.
All I did was remove their evil from society. How is that any different from the Phantom Thieves?
We're not murderers!
So what?
So what indeed? While the likes of An and her teammates might point out the obvious differences between our methods, we're not killers, but of course, Akechi does not care. Within his mind, the village has shunned him, and with his powers, he's willing to burn it all down and seek vengeance upon not just Shido for abandoning him and his mother, but the entirety of society, to make them all feel the psychological agony and torment he feels within his own heart.
And that's when I, an utter disgrace to the world, will rule over him. I will prevail.
While everyone else seems keen to get this over with, our tactician chooses to give Akechi wide berth for this very reason.
It's no bluff. If he truly is behind the mental shutdowns, he's likely only shown us a fraction of his strength.
I'll tell you all about my true power. While you die, you can take that knowledge with you to the grave. Kill them! You stop. The mental shutdowns aren't the only incidents people are talking about. There are also the breakdowns which cause people to turn psychotic, creating accidents and scandals. Those cannot be explained unless the true culprit has the power to make people's hearts psychotic. That's right. It's my power. One that you don't have.
For Akechi, his will of rebellion didn't just manifest as his persona, Robin Hood, but the outrage and desperation he feels literally manifests as another power he can now turn outward towards any target of his choosing. His aim is to make others suffer as he once did, to make them lose themselves to the bleak reality of society Akechi himself was forced to endure all the while, as it means to both prove his worth and to make others acknowledge him through violent actions. The only tool left in Akechi's arsenal that allows him to exert his own agency within a society that was holistically apathetic to his struggles.
Even the feeblest existence can gain tremendous power once the chains on its heart are broken.
Killing people is the only thing Akechi is good at, and as we chip away at his health, Akechi gets more and more desperate to prove his worth.
Damn. So, neither of us had shown our true strengths, huh? Don't underestimate me! Kill them. Persona!
It's easy enough to compare this to Makoto's outrage that she felt when awakening to Johanna, but Makoto's temper and her spirits of rebellion wasn't clearly about society oppressing her or her outrage at her own life circumstances. Rather, it was half of Makoto listening to her conscience again, and Makoto's desire to protect Sai from Kanashiro's clutches. Makoto's moral compass was steered by someone that she loves dearly, and even for someone whose father and mother are no longer with her, Makoto thought her life to be relatively stable according to what she says to Joker during her Confidant arc. Unlike Sai, she never let these things get her down or twist her sense of justice, nor did Makoto let her own circumstances twist, change, and warp her into being something completely unrecognizable. The difference between her and someone like Akechi is that it all just comes down to personal integrity and having someone to love unconditionally. For Akechi, his justice was solely driven by someone he has a seething hatred for.
I can't believe that the ability to control and drive others mad was born from within his heart.
Akechi has allowed his hatred of Shido to completely corrupt his sense of justice, as he equates it with him randomly and rapidly lashing out at society for mistreating him. But no matter how many Akechi has killed in order to get closer and closer to Shido, it still never made him feel better about himself, or the type of person society has crushed Akechi into being. It's as Makoto says to him,
"Killing us won't make you happy."
It's such a small thing for Makoto to say, but her words carry a lot of weight here as well. Makoto's essentially telling Akechi what exactly he needs to do in order to break free from the hold Shido has over his life. However, her words fall on deaf ears. Akechi still doesn't understand his folly of thinking that showing him any amount of sympathy is tantamount to that of an insult. And considering what Akechi has to say next, we find more parallels to Makoto's own life experiences.
Even if you think people hate you or don't want you around, that's...
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Teammates! Friends! To hell with that! Why am I inferior to you? I was extremely particular about my life, my grades, my public image, so someone would want me around.
We find that, like Makoto, Akechi had to meet certain goals in order to live a successful life, and by all accounts, he's gotten what he's asked for. Akechi, despite his circumstances, managed to carve out a life of fame and fortune for himself. He's a celebrity and a national heartthrob, but still, that wasn't enough for him to meet his needs. Makoto once thought it best to throw herself to the wind and do exactly as her sister bid her, in order to try and win back some of her validation and affection. Such a pursuit nearly ruined her and Sai's relationship, but while Sai was cold to her baby sister, there's still light a latent unconditional love for Makoto. Makoto was mistaken for thinking that there was any affection to win, not because she couldn't hack it as a student or anything like that, but because Sai already loved her. Sure, Sai treated Makoto like a child, despite the fact that she was about to enter the world of adulthood and college within the next year or so, but everything Sai was doing was out of love for her baby sister, and vice versa for Makoto. They had a mutual interest in the well-being and safety of each other. It's why Sai wanted Makoto to stay away from this Phantom Thief stuff, to remain focused on her studies instead. It's why she wanted her to stay away from Shibuya while Kaneshiro was still at large. Conversely, it's why Makoto joined the Phantom Thieves. If push came to shove, she could save her sister's heart from drowning in her own restored desires, and well, Makoto did. They've made mistakes and miscalculations for sure, but they don't hold any abject hatred or animosity towards each other. The same cannot be said about Akechi's drive for recognition. Every action he took within his own life was that of a calculated move in order to backstab Shido.
How does someone like you have things I don't? How can such a worthless piece of trash be more special than me?
As Akechi gets increasingly unhinged, he doesn't realize that in his anger, he's answered his own question. Joker is special because of the people he's surrounded himself with and the bonds that he's managed to forge between them all. All 8 of the Phantom Thieves were able to let go of the ramifications their oppressors had upon their lives, with most of them paradoxically taking strength from the labels that they've been stuck with. Akechi hasn't been able to move on, and if anything, being extremely meticulous about how he's lived his life and cultivating a false personality did him more harm than good. A lesson that Makoto had to learn the hard way. By seeking vengeance upon Shido and allowing himself to be ruled by a certain bloodthirsty will of vengeance, Akechi's unwittingly played by the rules of society this whole time. Unlike the thieves, he's lived his entire life under the thumb of a shitty adult, and has been unable to emancipate himself from their control. No matter what he does, he has to frame everything as a competition to prove his worth, when what he really needs to do is let go.
Don't give me that cliche bullshit!
What was that?
Unable to make peace with his past suffering as we have, he reveals himself to the thieves. His true self, the murderous black mask interloper that all the other palace rulers feared.
Come, Loki!
Again, it's that persona.
What's going on?
Don't make me laugh. Justice, righteous, keep that shit to yourselves. You and your teammates piss me off.
He can use 2 separate powers? Then everything, even his appearance, was a fake.
You're going down. I'll destroy you. Go down with me!
No way!
That bastard! He made himself go psychotic!
Now, let's see you drop dead one at a time in front of your precious friends!
Damn it, he's lost it. Here comes!
Die! You are the trash of society!
As we fight, we begin to understand that Akechi, despite having the same wildcard abilities that Joker has, Akechi's only able to wield 2 personas, preferring Loki over Robin Hood. This means that Akechi's so lonely and isolated, his heart so warped, that he's been unable to forge lasting bonds with other people to thus collect more personas.
Why are you looking at me like that? I've succeeded until now, all by myself. I don't need teammates. I don't.
The only ones he's left with are ones that were born from his own heart. The latter represents the lies that he told himself, with Robin Hood and his previous princely attire indicating that Akechi believes himself to be the hero of his own story. His true self and that of Loki reflects his true hateful nature of his heart. But even taking that into consideration, despite his inability to form meaningful and lasting relationships like Joker has, Akechi is still remarkably skilled both in and out of the metaverse. While he was ultimately thwarted by Makoto and her team as we worked together, Akechi came extremely close to winning, as the lengths we had to go to just to ensure Joker's survival were just insane. As Akechi lies kneeling on the floor of the engine room, Makoto finds herself frustrated and even jealous of Akechi's natural abilities and determination, gumption that Makoto believes herself to not possess whatsoever.
It pains me to admit, but your wit and strength far exceeds ours. We only defeated you by teaming up. I was honestly envious of your natural ability. It was frustrating to see how much my sister trusted you.
That really does hit home for Makoto. They're the same age and in the same grade level, but yet Sai gave all of her attention and trust to Akechi as opposed to her own little sister. It's tragic, as Makoto pined for affection and understanding to shore up her own insecurities, only for Makoto to disappoint both Sai and Akechi, as Akechi himself called Makoto the good girl type of pushover. Makoto was nowhere near as fierce and determined as Sai, or even Akechi, and it burns Makoto to her very core. He was special, at least to someone. He was a trusted advisor to Sai, his mentor, but he used that one broken relationship as a means to further close the gap between himself and Shido. Alas, Akechi only understands this after we beat him together. As Akechi's will to fight is holistically snuffed out, it's here and only here where he recognizes his folly. In his want to being recognized, of wanting to be special and for people to want him around, he's failed to recognize that there are 8 people within this very room that share and even empathize with his own experiences. As Akechi stands there in defeat, begging for the Phantom Thieves to straight up kill him, Akechi's own hateful heart doesn't even seem to understand that not even he is beyond redemption and kindness.
It'd be a problem if you kept getting in our way. Want to come along and help us settle things?
Are you all idiots? You should get rid of me if you don't want me getting in your way. You all are truly beyond my comprehension.
A moment of levity, and possibly one of understanding as well, but before Akechi can say any more, we encounter the worst aspect about Shido's distorted cognition.
Akechi?
Another one? Wait, is he...
That's Shido's cognitive version of Akechi.
I'll deal with the rest of you later. Captain Shido's orders. He has no need for losers. Well, this just moves the plan up a little. He was going to get rid of you after the election anyway. What? Did you truly believe you'd be spared after all the murders you undertook? Don't tell me. Were you actually feeling good about having someone rely on you for once? Oh, by the way, the captain says it's time you receive retribution for causing the mental shutdowns.
The hell, man? That bastard's the one who put him up to it!
I see. I was wondering how he'd protect himself if I used my power to tear through his palace. Turns out you're how. So he's making a puppet kill me. Sounds like something he'd do. That's right. I'll do anything. But look at yourself. You're the true puppet. You wanted to be acknowledged, didn't you? To be loved. You've been nothing but a puppet from the very beginning.
You little...
So this is how Shido thinks of Goro Akechi? It's too horrible.
Makoto's right. This is some horrifying stuff, and most of it comes from how blatantly Shido knows how much Akechi wants to be acknowledged and loved by somebody. Herein we encounter Shido's defense against any action Akechi could possibly take to betray him within the cognitive world. A slavish cognitive projection of Akechi himself, coupled with a monotone voice, and a certain matter-of-fact bluntness to his demeanor. I mean, just look at those dead eyes. Given how detailed the cognitive projections of his VIPs were, with Shido knowing all their desires, weaknesses, and how useful they were to his plans, this cognitive version of Akechi might as well be the disgraced detective Shadow undistorted. Shido thinks of Akechi as nothing more than a soulless and frigid murderer. There's no life behind those eyes, and I really do mean that. Shido's under the impression that Akechi is just a bloodthirsty killer, a slave to his own desperate need for affection and validation. Even after Akechi gave Shido the means to acquire power, even after warping Akechi's heart to take joy within slaughter, he was just another tool for Shido to use and discard. It's a sick parody of the real Akechi, as this pale imitation of the real thing begins to mock his counterpart for lacking any individuality, and sneering at the thief's selfless nature, bridging that dichotomy by characterizing Akechi as a slave to Shido's every whim, unable to make decisions for himself without first thinking of Shido. This was the kind of hold Shido had over Akechi's life, someone that Makoto could, at one point, relate to, as she brought out to broaden her own horizons. She succeeded, of course, but that was with the help of Joker. Akechi's heart was too full of hate, too full of contempt for everyone else around him to find any alternatives than to plot to end Shido's life. Akechi's sense of selflessness, if we can even call it that in the first place, comes from Shido praising him, and thus, in exchange, Akechi's wanting to do anything for him as Shido twists his heart even further.
This is what Shido thinks of Akechi-kun, even after making him help with the murders?
Shido desires one thing from Akechi, that of compliance. Akechi is nothing more than a blunt instrument with no sense of self or knowledge of how to be his own person. Within his own palace, the cognitive version of himself begs Akechi to be more like the version Shido has cooked up within his own mind, showing no resistance to or any amount of individuality as Shido's proxy praises him for taking aim at the thieves.
Yes. That's the you our captain wishes to see.
It's here at the end of all things that Akechi finally understands his folly, and with one decisive move, shows this facsimile and Shido that he was wrong all along.
Don't misunderstand. You're the one who's going to disappear!
The watertight bulkhead door has closed. All personnel within the partition wall, evacuate at once.
Whoa, what is this?
Akechi! Hurry up and go!
You fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed?
The real fools are you guys. You should have just abandoned me here a long time ago. You would have all perished if you had tried to face these with me weighing you down.
Akechi-kun!
Let's make a deal, okay? You won't say no, will you?
Why at a time like this?
Change Shido's heart. In my stead. End his crimes. Please! You bastard! So, my final enemy is a puppet version of myself.
Akechi-kun! Isn't there some way to get this open, Mona?
In this final act of martyrdom, Akechi makes the choice to strike against Shido and betray his own expectations, showing Shido that he's indeed capable of making his own choices free from Shido's influence. It cost him greatly, but it was no less a victory for Akechi after a life of being torn apart by the nature of his own heart and by those who manipulated him. He was a free man and always had been. The only thing Akechi was lacking was perspective. By letting go of his bloodlust for Shido, begging Joker and the rest of the Phantom Thieves to change Shido's heart, Akechi can rest knowing that he finally made a choice of his own volition that mattered. With Akechi's death, we can now secure route to the treasure, but despite doing so, the party can't help but feel sympathy for Akechi. He found emancipation through death after all, but nonetheless, he was still very much like us all. Some of them as a party choose to reflect on Akechi's sacrifice play. While the likes of Makoto and Haru have mixed feelings about Akechi because, well, he was complacent in distorting the hearts and minds of their guardians, they both recognize that Akechi was ultimately a victim of abuse of power as well. They, of course, abhorred how Akechi just passed his marks, but they still recognize that Shido was the one that drove Akechi to such ends in the first place, preying upon him not only from a position of power, but, worse still, from a position of perfidious love. To Makoto and Joker, Akechi was just a bullet point on a long list of victims that Shido used and then discarded. It's time for a change. Shido's game needs to be reset, and with the public still believing that the Phantom Thieves are toast, we have a chance to truly surprise them with a show made for such a suitable target. Our next calling card does involve a lot of glitz and glamour, but unlike before, such desire for dramatic showmanship no longer stands for want of preserving Joker's life, but is instead that of vengeance. Shido has taken many lives, but he will not take one more. It's time to broadcast our intent to steal his heart for the whole entire country. It's time to wake up, and get out there, and take down Shido for real this time.
All right, it's time for people to start coming to their senses.
Start with national news. Since the young man suspected to be the leader of the Phantom Thieves died while in custody, the police have officially announced that these crimes have come to an end and assure everyone that the peace will be restored and
Yo, what is up, everybody?
We are the ones who you all know as the Phantom Thieves.
And all of us are alive and kicking. But those shitty guys in power, they've been manipulating information to try and hide the truth.
What is this? Where's it coming from?
I don't know. We can't switch it out. Seems we aren't the only ones affected either.
So, before we appropriate our next target, we would like to first borrow your time. The recent scandals of public figures, the accidents caused by psychotic breakdowns and mental shutdowns, these weren't caused by unknown reasons. One man is behind every single instance, simply to satiate his own greed.
Is this for real?
That man was afraid his crimes would be exposed and shifted the blame on us. He even manipulated the police for that.
We only steal the hearts of criminals. This asshole tried to dunk what he did on us. That just shows he doesn't care about those victims at all. Are they stupid?
Shut everything down!
The identity of that cowardly man is...
What the hell? Who's getting good?
Ooh, the police reacted much faster than I thought. Too bad. I
win! The man behind it all is a current cabinet member of all things. The Minister of State for Special Missions, Masayoshi Shikata.
I can't believe it.
Everything that guy says is a lie. And to prove that, look, as you can see, all of us are alive and kicking. I'm sure the people investigating us can tell if this is a lie or not. Shido himself will soon confess all the crimes.
You think it's some kind of prank?
No way. Could this be real?
Don't block the road, people!
What's going on?
We're not gonna sit back and watch some crook wreck this country just because of his goddamn ego. Ain't that right, leader?
Hey, we can see his face!
Yes. Before that happens, we will take this country.
Hello? Yes. We're looking into it now. Please, if you would so kindly...
Very well. I'll crush them beneath my heel.
I'll erase any who gets in my way, just as I've always done.
As Shido and Izaki scramble to deal with our announcement to steal his heart, his cabal in the SCU immediately hones in on everyone associated with us, including Sojiro and Sai. While Confidant essentially tells them to fuck off and get bent, Sai, as slick as ever, expertly plays off all suspicion regarding her culpability in the matter.
Where is the Phantom Thief's body?
Phantom Thief? Body?
This isn't the time for games.
I really don't know what you're speaking of. Oh, but that reminds me. I received a calling card from the Phantom Thieves. But everything from then on is a blur. No. Could I have done something wrong? Then
hey!
Did the Phantom Thieves get to her?
While Sai's avoided all direct culpability in the matter of falsifying Joker's death certificate, Sai is still in immense danger. With Shido's blood up, he's gonna want to draw some from those responsible. It would not at all surprise me that Sai would eventually find herself in the underground interrogation room to be scapegoated and then killed, much like Joker was.
We'll have to interrogate you as a key witness.
Why me?
Check the documents you created. You may remember something once you look at them. But even if you can't recall, all responsibility for his escape rests squarely on your shoulders.
With the stakes ever so high, we re-infiltrate Shido's palace to confront him for the right to steal his treasure, finding just how callous and uncaring Shido was to the people he used to ascend in his position of power. When pressed about Akechi, Shido has this to say for himself.
What did you do to Akechi? He was your own son!
I had a feeling it was something like that. He reminded me too much of that woman. I also have an idea as to why he approached me. He was hoping to trap me, was he not? He was sharp, but in the end he was just a kid. I controlled him merely by offering praise. I intended to dispose of him as soon as I became Prime Minister.
What?
I could never keep someone with such intimate knowledge of my past alive. What an ace detective. He was standing beside me all this time, yet couldn't see through my plans. His destroying himself saved me quite a bit of effort, though.
Shido is a fucking monster. Deception by affection, and many, many more. Queen drops a suitable line that describes his ascension to power well enough.
A cruel person like you has no right to stand leading the citizens of this country. You're nothing but a criminal.
who rose above others by climbing a staircase of sin.
Makoto, ever doing her best to ally herself with justice, makes his comments all the more accurate. And while Shido may wax on about the natural apathetic state of man, erasing and scapegoating those like Sai and Joker, those who dare to defy his vision for Japan, here stands Makoto and her team of 8 teenagers born the ignorant masses that Shido thinks are too stupid to fight back. Together we will aim to tear down all that he's worked to build.
Stand in my way.
Pump the jam!
Losing to a brat like him.
The Phantom Thieves are now 7 for 8 on Hearts Stolen, with Shido's being the newest notch to our belts. Not a bad record, all things considered, and for all the hearts we failed to steal, or for those who are no longer with us, Shido's confession will soon deliver justice unto them. On the eve of December 18th, all of Shido's victims will get their restitution, as Shido, stripped of all of his pride, lays himself and all his crimes bare for the country to see on live TV.
The reason President Okumura passed away is I am the one who killed him. I also manipulated the information that the Phantom Thieves were behind the series of incidents. The one who controlled the hearts of others and gave rise to the countless victims is myself. It was all for my own promotion. For my own selfish gain.
What's going on?
I've even used people's lives as stepping stones in order to claim this country as my own ship. I am a true criminal that can be tried for any crime, and it still wouldn't be enough.
We finally did it. But of course, as we've established, the act of stealing hearts is much more easier than proving causality between Shido and his crimes. While we did change his heart and get a confession out of him, Shido still won the election in a landslide victory, with his fanbase still being confused or even doubting if Shido's confession was authentic.
Huh?
This can't be true! Shido-san!
But with Sai now firmly on her corner, she aims to come out swinging.
Shido's guilty. Right, sis?
It'll be difficult to prosecute him immediately. But I'll do this thoroughly until the causality between his other crimes can be proven. I believe Wakaba-san's research results will save Japan.
We could testify too, you know?
Thank you, but I'll be fine. I don't want to add any more unwanted suspicions on any of you. It's about time you let us adults prove that we can get our act together.
Now that we've finally taken down the big bad, we can finally have the chance to relax and put our feet up for once. Now that Sai is going to assume responsibility for finishing the job on our behalf. She intends to close the case around Shido, but of course, that means return to normalcy for the rest of us. And despite the levity of the situation, of course, Miss Prosecutor's still going to be a stickler about the importance of education.
I believe it'll be fine for him to return to school.
No!
Oh, one more thing. It's fine to celebrate, but keep it in moderation, okay? Considering that he's finally back, all of you need to take your education seriously again.
As we're grumbling grit our teeth through our finals, with Makoto doing her best to help us hang in there with some cramming, Sai does her best to assemble a case. But the more she presses, the more pushback she gets.
What do you mean I can't question him at this point?
Mr. Shido is in an extremely unstable state. I can't allow you to get in contact with him. He may officially have to undergo a psychiatric evaluation at this rate.
We are at the cusp of making a case. Do you know how much trouble we've gone through to get this far?
I'm just doing my job as a doctor.
Even if Shido was behind it, do you plan on convicting a central figure behind such a historical change?
What? Don't be ridiculous. This is a country governed by law.
Justice! Sigh. While it's awesome to see Sai fighting on the side of justice once more, in taking down Shido, it appears we've only cut off the head of the Hydra, and as the rest of its heads work to replace the functions of the Severed, Shido's cabal comes up with the story that his confession was merely an outburst brought upon with the stress of the election.
What the heck? The Phantom Thieves are being treated like, well, like they never existed.
Goodness. No link among the change of heart incidents. Only coincidental psychiatric disorders. The Phantom Thieves only use those rumors to their advantage.
They bring him into a hospital for a full psychiatric workup. It's obvious bullshit to keep Shido away from the public eye and to make it virtually impossible for Sai to assemble a case against him on grounds of mental instability. As she investigates Shido's crimes, she finds that the SCU director is dead as well, from a mental shutdown nonetheless, and like all the other governmental positions, has since been replaced by Shido's lackeys on the count of the coattail effect, who in turn say the most outrageous things to try and dissuade Sai from further prosecuting Shido.
You still want to protect him even though you know what happened to the man previously at your post.
So, you plan on taking the head of the nation to court?
Fuck yes. That is exactly what Sai needs to do, and that's exactly what she's going to do.
You need to take a break, Niijima. I'm taking you off this case, especially since it's rumored you have ties to the Phantom Thieves.
What?
If I recall correctly, you still aren't married, are you?
And what the fuck does that mean?
You'll be on leave for a long time. Why not look for a husband while you're at it?
Oh, are you serious? Are you fucking kidding me? Sai, punch him in the face. Kick him in the nuts. Do something. As the thieves gather back at the Blonde, Sai enters the coffee and tobacco-laden cafe. She tells Makoto and the rest of us that unless the public wants Shido prosecuted, she's going to be arguing for charges from the bench. Given the current political climate, it would be impossible to bring about a case to prosecute Shido, with the general public still placing their faith within him. And thus, they don't really care about his crimes, nor do they care about the justice of the Phantom Thieves they were once so awestruck by.
I gathered the best of the best and fought for a case. But as Makoto must have told you, it was denied. At this rate, it won't end with just Shido's innocence. This trend will continue spiraling down. There's even the possibility that crimes using the metaverse will advance onto a national scale. But that's not what I'm here to tell you. We're in danger because we know the truth. It's only a matter of time before we're apprehended. It wouldn't be odd if they were to charge in now.
Not only does the public not care about prosecuting Shido, but given the pressure on Shido's lackeys, those who believe in the justice of the Phantom Thieves are too scarce and scared to act as they throw in the lot to arrest us. It's like we're inside of a palace, and ascertaining the public has become so distorted that the only logical course of action is to change a heart. Sai asks us to do just that. However, even that would be difficult to do. We have to change every single major player within Shido's cabal in a hair's breadth of time, before we're all arrested, and given how much they know about the metaverse, they could easily just dismiss all these events as stress or some such other. We really only have one option left: mementos. Morgana once said that mementos is the palace of the public, so it stands to reason that within its innermost depths, there lies both a ruler and a treasure. The question is, who or what's heart has become so distorted that could affect all of society? As we gather ourselves for a last and most desperate of heists, we make a deal with Sai. If we succeed, our power to change hearts will be gone, and it'll be up for people like her to see our brain of justice through to the end.
This is a deal, then. That's certainly a heavy condition. But very well, I accept. I swear to make Masayoshi Shido stand and be tried in the court of law. Besides, my pride won't allow me to be continually saved by you all without doing anything in return.
We'll be counting on you.
And just like that, Sai Niijima becomes an even cooler Big Sis and completes her character arc by swearing upon the spirits and the letter of the law to judge Masayoshi Shido in the court of law. She's heeded the call of her own heart, and it's up for the Phantom Thieves to uphold our part of the bargain. So, as we all pile into the motomobile, we follow those train cars that we've seen traveling further into the depths of mementos to its natural end. As we progress further, all the conjectures the party made about this place is proven true, as we reach the end of the line. With the train car's passengers disembarking upon the platform, we get the sense that this is only just the beginning of our venture in the depths of the public's cognition. What we have here is an access point for all the train cars, whereupon all the passengers disembark, passing behind a rather creepy door. Upon interacting with it, the party remarks that it may open only from one side, meaning that all the shadows coming off the trains are coming here of their own free will, never to return back to the upper levels of Mementos. Given that this is the public's palace, it's quite a troubling sentiment, especially if we consider the organic yet paradoxically inorganic finger-like bones jutting up from the sides of the railway tracks. As we press on behind the creepy door, it gets even weirder. We see in the distance what appears to be prison cells, casting a red glow upon the structure, sparsely lighting up the blood vessel-like tubes as they continue further into the depths of Mementos. We can safely guess that the entirety of the depths is some kind of prison block that's getting slowly filled to the brim with new inmates brought in by the trains. As for the reason why people are coming here of their own volition is information that still eludes us. So the only thing to do now is gather a party and venture forth, following the blood vessel-like structures to wherever they may lead. Makoto, her skills of deduction not being swayed by the disturbing environment, makes an accurate guess about the prisoners of the palace.
Who's captured here?
Technically speaking, I would say it's someone's shadow.
If these are indeed the shadows of the public, then whatever being rules here must be rounding them up and then throwing them in jail. Knowing that, and what the prisoners slavishly say to the Phantom Thieves, has some scary implications for this whole entire place.
Don't open the cells, okay? I have no intention of leaving this place.
They feel safe being here? What are you saying? You're being kept in a prison.
You end up searching for stuff or being troubled because you're outside the prison. There are things you don't need to know to live on.
These people aren't cognitive beings like in the cases of Sai's and Shido's palaces. They are real, authentic, and distorted parts of the real person's psyche that feel safe and secure locked up within their cells. After trying to speak with the shadows here, they beg the thieves to step inside as well, revealing that Mementos is part of a larger system that grants those who will imprison themselves desires, meaning that whomever or whatever is serving as the warden of this place is offering these people some form of comfort to the point where they equate ignorance and apathy to safety and security. Setting that aside for a second, normally prisoners locked away in cells would desire freedom, but these people seem to enjoy being in captivity, slavishly so. Like those in that initial giant holding cell we came across, this slavish attitude is a common theme across all the other prisoners as we continue on through the depths. They all seem to resign themselves to their fates, surrendering themselves to all personal problems and afflictions that are hindering their lives, becoming just another apathetic cog in the machine. These are the desires the inmates in the initial holding cell were speaking of as well. It's granting them the ability to stop thinking for themselves in exchange for the shadows becoming prisoners here. For most of the prisoners we encounter within these smaller cells that about this floor share one common theme and shared desire. They must slavishly obey the powers that be to the extent of blindly following the rules within society, even if the rules are fundamentally flawed as the Phantom Thieves have so often demonstrated. As we continue with our infiltration of Mementos, we come across the cell of a scornful young man. This guy seems to be under the impression that life is about winning, losing, and gaining things, and that in order to succeed, one must live your life in a highly specific way. Makoto, not being a prisoner within this place, is able to say with absolute conviction that happiness is much more than gaining things, and that she cannot believe that this guy could say such things. There are many more prisoners who say such horrid things to the Phantom Thieves, but as we come into the second holding cell within this prison, this time we're met with an unsightly surprise.
What? You're...
Kamoshida!
Here lies the shadows of all the other palace rulers whose hearts we changed over the course of the game. Kamoshida's here, Madarame's here, Kanashiro's here, and even Shido is here. The only ones who are missing are President Okuma because, well, Akechi killed him, with Sai's shadows not being present here either, on account of recent events. Taking all that into account, we have a bit of a conundrum on our hands. While the other palace rulers are here, Sai's shadow is not. This is especially odd, as this would indicate that she's undergone a natural change of heart all by herself, which is fantastic of course, but this also means something more sinister for the rest of the rulers. Our changes of heart were not in fact a net positive for society. In changing the hearts of the villains of the game, all we did was change from being a chaotic member of society who delighted in terrorizing others into conformity, into just being another apathetic member of the public. In essence, the Phantom Thieves, despite all the good that came from changing the hearts of the public, ultimately, all along, have been contributing to the very same problem that they were trying to prevent. Instead of inspiring Japan to wake up, get up, and get out there and to improve society that they live within, we've convinced Japan that having a lack of desire to improve society is a valid way to live one's life by re-imprisoning its worst offenders and robbing them of all ambition. Observing the behavior of the palace rulers, Kanashiro, someone who once relished in the power and wealth he amassed, is now okay with being completely average.
It's no wonder people who can't take a hint get yelled at. I'm done acting like a big shot. Who cares if I'm stupid? It's not like you get punished for being dumb. Nobody needs to strive to be more than they really are.
Those who once relished in power and fame are now content to rot here, thinking themselves fools for starting to be more than what they really are. Shido's shadow fills us in further upon the state of this place. He explains that this place within Mementos is called the Prison of Regression, and that all the other palace rulers were actually escaped convicts who desires to control, dominate, and terrorize others had become so greatly distorted that the ruler and warden of this prison couldn't contain them any longer, with the solution to that particular problem being to grant Kaneshiro, Shido, and all the other palace rulers their own guilders' prisons in the form of palaces. Thinking further upon this mechanic of the cognitive world is the most disturbing implications upon her justice, and what the act of actually changing hearts did to the palace rulers in the first place. This place represents a certain comfort for all the rulers and all the other shadows that happen to be here. It's a release from the ability to think for themselves, and for Makoto, such a thing is abhorrent to her as she presses Shido for more questions about the prison.
Having the freedom to not make your own decisions only means that someone else is controlling you.
Tell me, who is the ruler here? Who made all of this?
What an odd question to ask. It should be obvious. Every member of the general public. Haven't you learned anything in school? The collective ruler of a democratic country is its people.
Don't lie out of your ass like that! I mean, there was a guard here earlier. That means someone's gotta be looking out for you guys, right?
You may be right. We are the ones looking out upon everyone else.
No. So the ones who least want the prison to be tampered with are the prisoners themselves?
This would explain why the public, in their distorted apathy, was so enamored by the Phantom Thieves after the Medjay arc, and why they still wanted Shido in office as Prime Minister even after his confession to all his crimes. The public ultimately wanted someone else to fix and reform society, so that they, at an individual level, didn't have to personally lift a finger in order to do so. We simply just passed the buck. And action, for all intents and purposes, is equivalent to apathy in of itself. It stands to question if all that we've been doing was exacerbating the problems of society through our changing of hearts, we have to wonder what good will change the hearts of the public en masse will make. Perhaps Sai was right. Makoto's probably too naive to consider all the outcomes of her justice, and has become upon what we can only assume is the public's treasure, her sense of justice shaken, and unsure of what awaits us down at the bottom of this pit. She advises her teammates to remain cautious.
Hold on. Something's off. Shido said the masses are allowing themselves to be held captive here. Could they truly be operating this gigantic system that eliminates intruders on its own? Prison guards and soldiers were very organized, too.
Are you trying to say that someone else rules this place? Is it not the public?
What was that?
We don't have time to worry about that. Leave it for later.
All right, guys. We better not lose now.
And so the Phantom Thieves begin to beat the crap out of this chalice, and as we do, we gain some more perspective on the mechanics of this prison and why it's taking this form within Mementos. The public's treasure and the source of the public's desires is held inside a massive panopticon. When the thieves do enough damage to it, the prisoners become rabid and desperate, begging for the thieves to stop.
Holy Grail?
What is that?
Under normal circumstances, prisoners held within such a type of panoptical prison would abhor the potential of being constantly watched by the guard tower placed at the center of its structure, which would constantly monitor all the prisons without their prior knowledge. As we attack the chalice, it seems that within this twisted place, the shadows want to be here. They want to be monitored by the object in the center of the arena for one reason or another. Shido's shadow was right in one respect. The public's distorted desires did create this prison, but they most certainly didn't manifest this Holy Grail thing into existence. As we go for round 2, our efforts prove to be equally futile as our first bout, as the Grail slowly begins to regain its luster every single time we attack it. So long as the public buries their heads within the sand, the Phantom Thieves stand no chance, no matter how many Megadolians Joker throws at the problem. The Grail, fully shining in illustrious gold now, further proves that we stand no chance against the indolence of the masses. With such a prospect filling Makoto with a certain kind of hopeless and helpless dread, an all too familiar emotion for her to be feeling at such a time.
As long as humanity yearns for me, I shall never perish.
Is this really what everyone wants? Stop thinking and be guided by the Holy Grail? Yes. It's so frustrating. It makes me want to cry.
To the grim reality of wider society, the justice of one Makoto Niijima and her group of Phantom Thieves are nothing short of a mere annoyance. We are unnecessary and unneeded, to the point where we might as well quite literally not exist within their own minds at all.
Mementos here in Shibuya? Is this what it meant by the fusion?
The Holy Girls managed to kick us both out of the cognitive world and fuse Mementos within reality, with the public seeming to be none the wiser. Taking business calls, it was just another sunny day outside.
Man, what great weather! Want to go for a drive?
As if to add further insult to injury, the public now believes the Phantom Thieves to be non-existent, nothing more than just a dream or a rumor.
What were the Phantom Thieves all about anyway?
Oh man, hearing that brings back memories. I feel so dumb for even believing they existed.
This was the girls' power play, a way to prove to the thieves just how futile their efforts have been in social reform. The only people who could see this transformed hellscape that is Shibuya now are the thieves themselves and their confidants.
I can't believe this. Why is everyone acting normal? Don't they see this? I hope those kids are safe.
While this does indicate that Joker's assistance in convincing them to change their lives for the better has always had a lasting effort upon their cognition of the public, those thoughts are dwarfed by the apathy of the public, who can't see the sky literally raining blood or the spinal columns jutting out on the ground.
Why isn't anyone noticing this abnormality?
It's probably because they don't feel that it's odd.
Makoto's right. The public simply just doesn't care. And reveling in their apathy, we slowly start to disappear.
That son of a bitch! God damn it! What's this creepy ass shit about? Ah! Ah! My hand!
Ryuji! This can't be real, right?
What is happening to us?
No! No! My body's disappearing! Don't tell me.
Indeed, this isn't my doing. You imbeciles are about to disappear from the people's cognition.
That damn voice!
Mementos and reality have become one. Thus those who have disappeared from cognition cannot exist anywhere.
Disappear my ass! What the hell? Yeah!
Is this really it?
No! No! Morgana, where did we go wrong? Is this all my fault? Because I brought you all there? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. The mission's a failure.
In the end, your rehabilitation was not carried through. It appears I have overestimated you.
You incompetent prisoner!
The assistance that we provided was all for naught.
Humans are more apathetic and more foolish than I had thought them to be. The world will soon see its ruin. You have lost the game.
Igor's right. We've been defeated, completely and utterly. As a result of the fusion between the metaverse and reality, the Phantom Thieves have been erased from the public's cognition after failing to truly sway public opinion. Igor demands the penalty for losing the favor of the public to be the pain of death, with Caroline and Justine duty-bound to carry it out. However, so long as Protag couldn't draw his breath, it's not over yet. Yeah!
How insolent. To think you'd still show your rebellious will after all that. Ready, Justine?
If our master orders so, then it cannot be helped.
Let us show our strength to this prisoner who just doesn't know when to give up.
Understood.
Death to the criminal.
It's not over yet, boys. We will fight to the bitter end.
Don't resist, inmate. Just accept your sentence.
One's final moments should be spent in good grace.
We order our own stay of our own execution, and are thus forced to fight Caroline and Justine until they remember who they truly were. The twins are warned to the Velvet Room, charged with rehabilitating and nurturing humanity under the guidance of Igor. What does executing Joker, their guest, fall under that kind of job description? After one last brutal persona fusion, the twins realize their folly by uniting their split consciousness into the true form, Lavenza, who then exposes the Igor we've been speaking to throughout the entirety of the game as a fraud, a pale imitation of the real thing. Indeed, this fake Igor is in fact the Holy Grail itself, but even that of itself was just a front for its dormant power. A malevolent god of control has somehow managed to seize control of the Velvet Room, split up the personalities of Lavenza into two obedient servants to obfuscate his hostile takeover, and manipulate the Phantom Thieves and wider society to do his bidding under the guise of rehabilitation as a test to see if humanity can be persuaded to be a little less indolent. However, the god of control goes on and on and on. As the god of control goes on and on and on, we can see that this whole endeavor was just a game to him, that Joker was doomed to lose from the very beginning.
You truly were a prisoner that did not fool me.
It never truly cared if Joker could change society for the better as a righteous thief. Everything Joker and his merry band of thieves have accomplished throughout God's twisted game was all done for the sake of his own amusement. Nevertheless, with Joker's leadership, the thieves still came on top as the god of control failed to take into account the efficacy of Joker's rebellious spirit. Every time Joker beat back this god in his own attempts to beat the Phantom Thieves within his own game, he had to radically change the rules and stakes every single time it came on top. Seeing Joker and the efforts of the thieves as mere entertainment, it challenges us for one final duel. It's a challenge that we will certainly not shirk away from. But as we move together the rest of the thieves, we find that a merry band of righteous thieves isn't anything of the sort. Our prior defeat and disappearance from the public's cognition has our team worse than deflated. The rules to fight. All the rebellious spirits have been completely snuffed out, as indicated by them wearing their normal clothes and not their Phantom Thief attire, with the only outlier to this being Joker. He's the only one still dressed to steal hearts, the only one whose image rebellion hasn't been beaten out of him. Thus, it falls to Joker to stoke the flames of rebellion within his teammates' hearts once more, however difficult that might be. As Joker moves amidst the blackened exterior walls of the Velvet Room, he spots Makoto all scrunched up again within the walls of her cell, trying to logic her way out of this hopeless situation, letting despair get the better of her.
Joker! What a relief. You're safe.
Huh? By the way, why have you remained in your Phantom Thief attire while I'm back in regular clothes? Could this mean that the will of rebellion is no longer within me? That may be true. We have to fight that Holy Grail again, correct? Could you imagine defeating it, Joker? That monster has the support of the masses, and with it, nearly an infinite amount of power. No matter which way I approach the subject in my head, nothing points to our victory. I think I finally, genuinely understand the pain my father and my sister were burdened with. Victory against a single criminal is meaningless. The true enemy is society itself. And even against that foe, you still have to try to somehow emerge victorious. I don't know what to do.
The pain Makoto is referring to is Sai's anxiety about the efforts of dispensing justice and remaining true to yourself within an apathetic society that will grimly not care or recognize your efforts to improve it, even after your death. It's an uphill battle, one that Makoto thought she possessed the willpower and grit to win, rather naively. Now though, after seeing how backwards and distorted society is, with most people desiring to selfishly look inward instead of outward to help others, she's lost the will to fight. When you get down to the bottom of everything, society all hope to do as Sai once been Makoto, to keep their head down and hope nobody runs roughshod over them. Makoto thought she knew better than to adhere to what the world expected of her, but now she stands here utterly disheartened and crushed. The pain of exploitation, Rules that Makoto's betters created to shore up their own position within society are seemingly concrete and unchangeable. We've seen such things with Sai, Shido, and Akechi. The former Prince Detective was right to a certain extent. It is a dog-eat-dog world out there. There's always a bigger fish somewhere up the chain, using their ill-gotten gains for selfish means. And Makoto, for once in her life, knows exactly why Sai had this inane drive to win. Makoto's lost faith in herself, but as was the case when she sucked to rock bottom before, Joker was there to help shore up her confidence and save her. Here in the Velvet Room, Joker does exactly the same by telling Makoto to just believe in herself.
Believe in myself? You got me. Regardless, this isn't a situation with a straightforward answer. But even if there is no clear solution, I'll just have to make one, with my own two hands. Before you guys came along, my life was defined by rules, set on a path of someone else's choosing. But only a true loser would live such a rigid life. I will win, even if it means going up against the entire world. I'm okay. My resolve was shaken, but it's stronger now. I want the people of the world to see what you've shown me. Right. Thank you. Having teammates you can trust is a great feeling. Shall we go? We can't let our last big job end in failure.
That's more like it. With Makoto once more taking strength in her own will to go against the grain of society in order to live the life that she wants to live by her own means, Makoto's found the will to fight, to resist the masses swaying her own sense of justice once more. Not only that, but as she does, Makoto vows to show others the new perspectives that Joker and the others have enlightened her to. To Makoto, it was never about the opinions of others driving her. It was always about Makoto listening to her own voice and not letting wider society deafen her own heart's desires and calls to action. It's that intuition, not cut-through logic, the type of intuition that society wanted Makoto to embody, that has gotten us this far. And as we prepare for a final battle with the God of Control, we can see that we already have an advantage. The quarantine cell we passed on Mementos was in fact the Velvet Room itself. Those being held within its walls were considered dangerous criminals by greater society. Considering that the God of Control cordoned off the Velvet Room and imprisoned us within its cells means two things. Firstly, those imprisoned within the Velvet Room, Igor, Lavenza, Joker, and the rest of the Phantom Thieves, are dangerous criminals within the God of Control's eyes. We're mere irritations to his will to dominate and control the public's cognition for his own gain. The fact that we're locked up indicates to us the extent of how he's rigged his own game though. In cording off those who've been tasked with nurturing the human soul and those who have broken the yokes of their own heart, he's revealed another thing to us. The God of Control is afraid. Afraid of us. He's afraid of a bunch of misfit teenage Persona users and two wardens of the Velvet Room. We're so much of a threat to him that we had to be locked away so we won't be able to interfere with his plans for domination. He is in fact afraid of the indomitable will of the human spirit, that when given enough direction and nourishment, can and will find a way to beat him at his own game. This time we're done playing by his rules, and us standing here merely proves that. This twisted game needs to be reset, as does the public's cognition, so that they can depart from the slothful ways and self-determine once more. While the odds are still stacked against us, it's as Makoto said, it doesn't matter if our brand of justice is doomed to play a war of attrition, a losing game all the while. We're gonna follow through anyway, because the ability to create and find new solutions, the ability to fight back to make an impact upon society, can merely be done with a cracking in one's knuckles and possessing the grit to at least try. The Phantom Thieves will become a ray of light that will illuminate a path to a brighter future. One where freedom, justice, and truth prevail over false sense of security brought upon by sloth and apathy. Life will change for the people of Japan, and we, the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, will be the cause. In other words, pump that jam!
It's not a game, I'm not a robot, and I'm challenging you. I'm not a phantom, I'm in your face, and I'm here to see you through. Right before your eyes, watch us multiply. Got the flame right, it's time. I'm the power
That's... Man, it's huge!
What an immense power! No way. Is it a persona?
I don't believe what I'm seeing! What is that? Is that what Phantom Thieves doing too? That's totally amazing! Keep it up, Phantom Thieves!
Fools! This is what mad do! Impossible!
They're insanely strong! They're not just Phantom Thieves anymore! That's like some super demon lord! So awesome!
I see. If a god plays naughty, then it's a demon lord's duty to punish him. What better way is there for a finale as a trickster? Joker, we're entrusting our strength and the people's hopes to you. Put an end to this!
Pillage him. Sataniel! Be gone.
Preposterous! You dare wrong the people's wishes!
Let it be known that upon a white Christmas Eve, the Phantom Thieves defeated the false god of control, Yaldabaoth. Through rallying the masses to collectively rebel against the distorted and soulful reality this mechanical beast sought to rule over. This was our justice, and we made it see it through to the very end. Now permanently cut off from the metaverse, the Phantom Thieves are forced to retirement, and to some of us, it's a bit of a relief. We can finally return back to the humdrum day-to-day being embarrassing teenagers. Or can we? The ambiance of Shibuya on this white Christmas Eve is cut short, as Sai, of all people, finds us amidst the crowd to thank us for taking her request. But we're still left with a bit of a problem. With the Yaldabaoth defeated, and the public no longer looking for reasons to slide backwards in apathy, Sai asks for our cooperation one final time.
Shido confessed to a variety of crimes. We can arrest him on those charges. The problem lies in proving him guilty. It'd be difficult unless the correlation between the metaverse and the mental shutdowns is made. I'll be blunt. I want you to turn yourself in to the police. Your testimony will be necessary in order to prove Shido guilty. However, that will mean placing you on center stage. You'll be treated as a hero who saved this country. But there's no way that the police or the public prosecutors will let that slide. If you turn yourself into the police, you'll definitely be arrested. I'll close all the cases surrounding Shido. I intend to expose them all. It's to prevent society from becoming distorted again. That's what you want too, isn't it?
A thief's work is never done, so it seems. Though we have defeated the big bad, we still gotta get Shido and his cabal, and without evidence and due process, Sai was never able to convict him without Joker's help. As Joker anticipates getting a couple more buckets of cold water dumped on his head, we're met with a bit of a surprise.
There's no need for that.
You...
If they get their hands on the perpetrator, there'll be no need for him to turn himself in, no? That appears to be the case.
You said there's no need. Just what do you mean by that?
Exactly as it sounds. I'll agree to testify against Shido and his crimes. I assume that works for you? That's right. I have no hidden agenda at this point. If I had to explain myself, I'd say it's simply personal principle that I repay my debts.
For the time being, at least, I'll take your word that you'll cooperate with the investigation.
That would save a lot of time.
I'm sorry. You can forget everything I just told you.
As Sai and Akechi head off to ensure that the Phantom Thieves' justice won't be forgotten, we're suddenly free and clear to take a little sister out in the town for a cute Christmas Eve date. Not that it was Joker's idea or anything.
Sorry about this. I know it's a special day, but that's also why I wanted to see you. Honestly, you always have that charm ready, but thanks.
In secret, away from prying eyes from both her teammates and her older sister, who had fainted at the idea of Makoto having a boyfriend, we head back to Joker's room to do lewd things like holding hands and eating strawberry shortcake at LeBlanc.
You had some cream on your nose. How did that even get there?
Despite all the chaos of the day, Makoto managed to send us a gift, a wristwatch. And as to why Shikata is such a gift, Makoto got it so she can use this as a conversation piece to hit on Joker.
I have to say, my life's gotten a lot more unpredictable since I met you, but we got through everything so far. And it's made me realize I wouldn't want it any other way. I thought you might like this watch, just in case we, lose track of time together. It's really nothing fancy, but I'm glad you like it.
Come on, she totally planned this. And within that sentiment, it's cause for Makoto to reflect on how she's gotten to know us, as she's noticeably happier, less world-weary than she's ever been on the most wonderful time of the year.
I usually don't laugh this much on Christmas, but I guess it's not just the holidays. Meeting you's helped me see so much humor, even excitement in the most trivial things. You helped me find so many new experiences beyond the life I'd known. Thank you for spending Christmas with me, and for loving me. Oh, you. Oh, look! It's so beautiful. Snow must have picked up after we got back. Coming back to LeBlanc really was the smart move. Now, we get to enjoy the view. I didn't know I could be this happy. It almost doesn't feel real. You're right. It's just so different from how things used to be. Hey, it's getting pretty bad out there. This much snow is bound to stop the train schedules. Hope you don't mind, but I'll be staying a little longer.
After spending some time alone with Makoto on Christmas Eve, we head to bed. But we have the strangest dream. We wake up in our prison attire that we only don while in the velvet room, but instead of waking up in our cell to do business with Events and Igor, we are instead at Sujin Academy.
Class will be dismissed momentarily.
As Joker walls around this liminal space, we hear voices of our party members.
My sister's been supporting the family. It's unrealistic to demand any more of her.
As Joker attempts to leave campus, a voice comes over the intercom, asking why he would leave such a place, alluding to some kind of acceptance that he won't force onto us. Before we can find out more, we awaken on New Year's Day. Kasumi Yoshizawa gives us a ring and invites Joker to go to a shrine to wish for luck for the new year, as is customary in Japan. But after descending from the blonde's attic, we find out that Morgana is unironically not a cat, and Futaba refers to her mother, Wakaba Ishiki, as if she was still alive to accompany her to said shrine. As we meet up with Kasumi, we happen upon the rest of the former Phantom Thieves. While we try to make plans, it becomes apparent that something's not totally right here. Haru mentions that she's to dine with her father, and Futaba mentions wanting to hit up some shops with her mother, which should be impossible because, well, they're dead. Furthermore, An mentions wanting to make plans with Shiho, which should also be impossible because depending on how you play Persona 5 thus far, Shiho is still either in a coma from her suicide attempt or far away from Tokyo trying to rebuild her life. As her friends depart the cellar at the new year, we're stuck with Kasumi, but even that doesn't last long as she's soon whisked away by her father. However, when he tries to refer to his daughter by her first name, Kasumi, something even more strange happens.
Shall we get going?
This moment even gives Kasumi pause, but nothing fully connects. Joker, thoroughly confused, returns home to LeBlanc in the evening and decides to check the fan site. The central question on the board has changed from do the Phantom Thieves exist, with the support of being close to 100% after we defeated Yaldabaoth, to would you join the Phantom Thieves, with an approval rating of less than 15% answering yes. Descending from the attic once more, we find Wakaba Ishiki, Futaba's mother, just casually sitting in a booth at LeBlanc, speaking as if everything is completely normal. And just then, we get another surprise guest, someone who finally seems to have their head on straight.
Sorry, we haven't opened for the day yet.
My apologies. I merely wish to speak with him for a moment.
Why don't you go and get some fresh air with him? I'll stand guard over your dessert for you.
You say that now, but when he gets back and his dessert's gone, I'm pretty sure he'll suspect it was...
I can definitely see that happening with Mona on guard duty.
Hey, come on, guys.
Sorry.
I guess I'll start the coffee.
You know, don't you? We have to discuss this. That's right. Just like you seem to be.
Akechi's here for some reason, and he seems just bewildered as Joker. After all, one of his marks is sitting right there in the booth, being completely unbothered and, well, breathing. He pulls Joker outside for a pop quiz about recent events, finding Joker's memory to be intact as we run through the details together. We both understand that Akechi somehow managed to cheat death, the Phantom Thieves fought Yaldabaoth and won, and that Akechi turned himself in to help Sai convict Shido, so Joker didn't have to. However, after the new year, things definitely got a little weird. Akechi was thoroughly interrogated by the police and confessed to his crimes of being the one who caused all the mental shutdowns. But in doing so, he managed to not only walk, but he was also acquitted of all charges. As Joker fills in more blanks, it becomes clear that Akechi, Joker, and Kasumi Yoshizawa, of all people, are the only ones who seem to be aware that everyone is living in some kind of alternate reality. This fact becomes even more apparent when Yoshizawa alerts us to a palace as present in Odaiba, which no one else seems to see but us three. Akechi reasons that the three of us should team up to investigate the palace and to find out who the ruler is. Upon delving deeper, we come upon parts of Kasumi's personal history, wherein she had a younger sister named Sumire who perished in a tragic accident. She had mentioned this to Joker before, but as she tries to explain herself and what happened to her sister, the very fabric of reality seems to prevent her from doing so, giving her a massive mind-bending headache.
But how was this video?
This happens a few more times as we delve deeper into the palace, coinciding with the palace itself revealing more and more information about Kasumi's life as she becomes less and less poised than she normally is.
Stop rushing into things. Just calm down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoever rules this palace must have an intimate knowledge of Kasumi and her family, including Kasumi's past accomplishments, goals, and inadequacies. Knowledge enough to the point where the ruler can readily display them as cognitive projections within their palace. These projections seem to be directed at Kasumi with the intention to provoke her and cause her pain. The cognitive projections also seem to imply some other fuckery is going on with Kasumi herself, as the various projections we come across refer to her as Sumire, her deceased younger sister, instead of Kasumi.
Oh, there she is! Sumire! Sumire! I did it!
As we soar ever closer to the sun, Kasumi gets another reality-bending headache, and the ruler's palace comes over the intercom to try and get us to leave.
I really hope this helped you understand.
A man's voice.
If you keep pushing on like this, you're going to find nothing but heartache. Please, won't you stop fighting this and just return to the current reality?
Nothing but heartache, huh? I don't understand what you're saying, but I have no intention of leaving now.
We are in agreement there. We also refuse to do as you say. Now why don't you drop the big voice behind the curtain act and face us directly?
As you wish. Head on down. I'll meet you there.
As we descend into the stadium grounds, we see a man in a white tuxedo standing at its center. Upon approaching him, we find that the palace's unlikely ruler is someone very familiar to us.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
Dr. Maruki!
It's Dr. Maruki, the therapist that was hired both to soothe the souls of Sujin Academy student body and to soothe the consciences of Kabaikawa's staff after the Kamoshida incident. He's the ruler of this palace, and as Akechi confirms, he's responsible for cooking up this false reality and forcing everyone into it. Barring that for a second, what's even more strange is how we're speaking to Maruki himself, not a shadow or some cognitive representation of the man. It's the same person we spoke to at Shujin's nurse's office in reality. This time, instead of being a complete klutz who enjoys bringing back dead memes to try to look cool, Maruki has his new, sort of self-determined and self-righteous demeanor about him, complemented by an intense and slightly unhinged gaze, eyebrows slightly furrowed behind the rims of his glasses. As Akechi presses him further, Maruki tells all, including why he cooked up this false reality and why he sought to unsettle Kasumi as we infiltrated his palace. Maruki is of the opinion that the old reality was cruel and unfair, referring to the one he's effectively overwritten as merciless. We don't know what caused his distorted mind to think this way, but to prove his point, he shows us another deep and repressed part of Kasumi's memories. In particular, the day her sister died, where we find out that Kasumi wasn't Kasumi at all. Indeed, at one point, there were two Yoshizawas. Twins, in fact. Then, after an argument, Sumire ran into the street as the light was red. About to be hit by an incoming car, Kasumi then leaped to push Sumire out of the way, saving her sister's life at the cost of her own.
Sumire!
Feeling responsible for her sister's death, Sumire then spiraled into a deep depression born out of survivor's guilt, which then led her to become Maruki's patient and then here, as he re-traumatized her once again. In one fell swoop, Maruki's dumped Sumire's trauma all over herself, Joker, and Akechi, quashing Yoshizawa's spirit of rebellion as she remembers who she truly is. She was never Kasumi Yoshizawa. Instead, her true identity is that of Sumire Yoshizawa. All this time, she's quite literally been living a lie. Maruki's altered Sumire's own cognition so that she thinks that she's her dead sister. Ever since Kasumi perished in an accident that Sumire feels responsible for, she's been saddled with immense survivor's guilt. Through some means, Maruki has managed to alter her cognition so that she can be free of that guilt and pain, to live in blissful ignorance as if she was her older sister, perfect as she was before her death. This is Maruki's ultimate goal, alter reality on a much grander scale to save people from the past traumas, with Sumire being patient zero for this monumental effort. If he could manipulate her cognition to soothe her conscience, it's something that he could reasonably do to all of reality, distorting and manipulating the public's cognition, even retroactively speaking, into a perfect and painless reality. It's an insane desire, and Akechi, ever playing the cynical anti-hero, accuses Maruki of being selfish, plunging Sumire and everyone else into a permanent delusional state without their consent.
I've had enough of your high and mighty rationalization. All you really did was use her to try and make everyone acknowledge the validity of your research.
So that's how you see things, huh? That's quite unfortunate.
Given what Sumire's experienced, it's a life that she clearly wants, to happily live within her delusions as her deceased sister, unburdened by the trauma of her death. Maruki offers the same kind of bliss to both Joker and Akechi, being the only obstacles preventing him from enacting his justice upon the world. After they both refuse, he takes Sumire hostage, and asks us to come back in a week after exploring the reality he's created for the world. From Maruki's point of view, we haven't exactly grasped the reality of the situation, because we don't have a personal stake in coming to terms with a desire to save the world. So he asks us to go to our friends and observe their happiness up close, completely numb to the past traumas and pain. So it stands the question, what shape does that reality take, and how does it affect those who suffered in a similar manner to Sumire, like Makoto Niijima? As we roam about Tokyo to check up on all of our other teammates, we find that Maruki's reality has changed their lives for the better and relieved their troubles. We find An and Shiho in Shibuya's underground mall. By all accounts, Shiho is somehow wild and walking, with neither her or An having any recollection of Shiho's suicide attempt and the events that preceded it. As we continue to speak with both of them, we find that Kamoshida doesn't exist within Maruki's reality whatsoever. He's been completely erased from the face of the earth for his crimes against his students. Thus, Shiho is able to compete as a volleyball player without Kamoshida blackmailing her to get to An and vice versa. We even hear from An that Shiho is now a somewhat famous athlete who's crushing the competition at meets, something that's only possible in a reality where Kamoshida doesn't exist. As we wake up the next day, we find Makoto and Sai near the Inagami line, and they seem to be in remarkably good spirits. As we speak to the Niijima sisters, we discover that they're out shopping for groceries to celebrate their father receiving the Superintendent General Award. This means that, much like Haru's father and Futaba's mother, Makoto's wish within Maruki's reality was for her father to be alive again, and for him to finally receive the recognition he deserved before he died on the job. We've known Makoto, and Sai for that matter, to be aware of just how impossible it is to attain justice within an apathetic society. With Maruki's help, Makoto is nothing short of elated. Her father is now receiving credit for his exploits, and alive to take care of both Sai and Makoto. Before we get into Makoto, let's take a look at Sai though. There are not many points within Persona 5 where Sai is smiling due to how stressed out she is from work. But here, within Maruki's reality, she is positively beaming. Sai is of course a prosecutor. That was her goal after graduating from college and all, and not much has changed within this reality. But it seems like the burden of taking care of Makoto has been lifted off her shoulders. She still lectures Makoto, of course, but it comes down to the place of Sai being the cool big sister that she is to Makoto. In this reality, Sai and Makoto are much more sisters than Ward and Guardian. It's truly heartwarming. Their family is much less dysfunctional, more stable and secure than ever, to the point where Makoto and Sai can only talk about nostalgic memories of their father, including what dishes Makoto made for her father's birthday and for Sai's. Sai, of course, teases her little sister about how lovingly clingy she is around her father, which, of course, Makoto denies. It's a cute moment between them, but the connotations of Makoto being clingy or being overly reliant on someone is extremely sinister. While Makoto might seem related to cook for her family, in doing so, Maruki has made Makoto entirely dependent upon someone else. He's taken the member of her team who, above all, desire personal independence away from her guardians as she follows her own intuition and sense of justice, choosing instead to twist her cognition back to being of that willowy pushover and constant invalidation that she once was at the start of the game. In order to remind her of her sense of justice and want of freedom, Joker has to get Makoto to recall her dysfunctional family. It sucks, but Maruki has put us in this position in the first place. Joker asks Makoto if she and Sai are getting along, to which she says yes, but then it all hits Makoto. How grateful she was to her father for raising her after her mother died, with Sai doing her best to pick up the slack, and then it all starts to fall together. This causes Makoto to remember the moment where she decided to carve out her own independent life free from Sai and the turbulence her father's death that caused upon the family.
But I'll be okay. I finally found a place where I belong.
Joker's words seem to have affected Makoto, as she recalls a certain sinking feeling, but buries it when Sai becomes concerned. Behavior that we definitely seen Makoto demonstrate before, as she heads off to mull over her words. We can only hope that we've gotten through to her, and as the days pass, Makoto finds herself back at the blind with the rest of the thieves.
He asked me the other day. Something along the lines of whether or not I'm okay with how things are. At first I didn't know what he was talking about, but as he kept going, his words started making my chest feel all tight.
I know what you mean. Ever since then, it's like something isn't right in my heart anymore.
They're all somewhat aware that Joker was trying to tell them something important, something about pain that they'd rather not feel or regrets that they'd rather not have. Makoto does her best to play the role of the team's mom, but of course, she's just as susceptible to the latent heartbreak that everyone else is feeling.
But I'm so scared to remember what it is. If I remember that, I feel like my life as I know it is gonna end.
Oh, Futaba.
As the thieves stir around the cusp of misery once more, they drive themselves to try and remember what caused them to forget that pain, and why Joker was so adamant on getting them to remember it.
Well, I know if we don't do something soon, we're gonna lose our connection with him. Don't ask how I know. It just feels like the truth to me.
I admit I am happy right now, but I just can't accept the situation as it is. I'm done with trying to escape my problems.
Huh?
Wait, you're...
What the? Oh yeah, that's right. Why were you human, Mona?
Yeah! You're supposed to be a cat!
I am not a... Oh wait. Yeah, I guess I am a cat.
How did we never realize?
You know, we've got more important things to do than sit around here and figure out what happened to us.
That's right!
You said he was headed to Odaiba, correct? And with Akechi-kun?
We need to find them!
We can't afford to waste time on this shit! Here it comes!
I don't think so!
Damn it, Skull, I told you not to rush in by yourself like that.
At least it seemed to work out in our favor.
Our apologies for making you wait so long.
Is that...
Akechi-kun and Dr. Maruki?
Yoshi's always trapped by... Why is her persona doing this? What in the world is going on here?
So much of this shit makes no sense, but we'll cover it later. We've got to stop her first, right, Joker?
All right, let's get in formation.
The Phantom Thieves are back in action once more, and with a fantastic save from the best of the boys, no less, backed up by our combat tactician. Even Maruki can't believe his eyes.
Unbelievable. Why did they come here?
With an exhausted Sumiri now in tow, Maruki gives us a date of February 3rd before he forces his false reality upon the world, trapping all those he wants to save within it forever. We have a choice: accept his reality and live in blissful ignorance once again, or return to our true reality with all its rough edges. Though, by merely us standing here to face him, we already have our answer, but it's not without some trouble from the likes of one Makoto Niijima. On the 17th, Makoto finds us on her way to school and says that she wants to talk. When Joker presses her upon the matter, Makoto maintains that she just wants to chat at her place and says nothing more before leaving. After school, we make our way over to the Niijima residence and to Makoto's room, which tells us a few things about herself. Makoto's room is, of course, stacked with textbooks and stuffed animals of the one mascot character that she likes so much. Makoto's always been dedicated to her studies, but of course, recent events and a certain therapist brainwashing all of reality have made her reconsider her position for a third time. She reveals to us that she brought us over to apologize for not having her back when it counted. While we might disagree, this is how Makoto feels. She got seduced by the prospects Maruki offered her and took it all in stride. This caused Makoto to think back to when she was chasing after us before she joined the team. She called us into the student council room and challenged, or more accurately, dared the Phantom Thieves to prove their justice to her or else. It was a weird time for us and Makoto, but the thing that she's understanding now is how foolish she looked all the while. She certainly had us by the throat, but to insinuate that she knew our intentions and how we planned to enact our justice upon society was unequivocally stupid.
I grew to be friends with Eiko. I hemmed and hawed over my future. And in the end, you helped me find my answer. You know how I've dreamed of following my father's footsteps and eventually rising to the commissioner position, yes? I've talked up such lofty ideals, but in practice, the result was, well, you saw it.
At the time, Makoto lacked perspective and the true gravity of the situation, but now after spending time with us, Makoto has learned so much. She's thankful for all these experiences, but she still considers it a personal failure that she forgot her vow to leap in to save Joker when the time came, throwing it all the way to cling to Sai and her father forever. She calls herself weak and self-centered, but of course Joker mentions that we all are to some degree or another, and for Makoto, out of all the thieves, she has one of the better excuses to run back into the arms of her father and to Sai. Makoto gets a bit introspective here and notices quite a bit of a paradox going on with her. She can easily forgive the mistakes of others, but she is uniquely hard upon herself.
I'm weak-willed and struggle with the truth. While I may dislike these aspects of myself, they're still part of who I am.
This is of course a product of her upbringing, but instead of hating this part of herself, Makoto does something rather unique in how she rationalizes this part of herself. She says that she's always been rather lonely, more lonely than she cares to admit. With her father always at work, his mind always on the cases instead of his family, and Sai doing her best to pick up the pieces shortly after, Makoto now realizes that it was a mistake to try and inexplicably tie her own life experiences to the lives and opinions of both of them. She obviously respects the hell out of both Sai and her father, and to some extent prays being cared by them, to be showered with validation and praise, but she cannot allow herself to be taken care of by them forever.
I'm sorry. Looks like I still need to work on moving away from the model student mindset. I can't allow this reality to continue, even if it grants my deepest wishes.
Her experiences with the Phantom Thieves have taught her to follow her own intuition, and the lessons that Makoto extrapolates from this new ordeal is to further follow her own heart. She's fully done sitting quietly and doing as she's told. If Makoto ever feels weak, self-centered, lonely, or becomes too reliant upon her family, then that's her problem to fix. However, that doesn't mean she's gonna ghost Sai or anybody else, or reject any hope given to her. Makoto acknowledges that all the pain of living without a true guardian as she worked to find her own place within the world is an intrinsic part of her, now more than ever. Makoto feels as though she cannot lose this part of herself or the lessons that Joker has taught her. It's all made Makoto learn more about herself and truly find her center. In a true moment of character development, Makoto finally vocalizes the problem that was afflicting her throughout the entirety of the game. Her bottling up her emotions, refusing to take action on her own behalf, is what made life so miserable and difficult for her. She won't lose that part of herself, nor does she want to do away with how she once felt. Instead, Makoto wants to use those experiences as a point of reference for self-improvement. To use her own words, she wants to look at the most awful, disgraceful aspects of herself and say, so what? It's an awesome sentiment for personal growth to have, but it does confuse Joker, who thinks that Makoto is being a little too dramatic and hard on herself. Disgraceful is a strong word, but nevertheless, the point is that per Makoto's words, she's smart enough to understand that she cannot stand on her own, at least not yet. Nonetheless, she's going to keep trying to be independent and broaden her own horizons, and doing so with an otherwise apathetic society has always been what Makoto's been good at. When that time comes, Makoto will be ready for it.
I'll be the one to make my dreams come true. I'll be the one to protect myself. My dream is still to become the police commissioner, and you are who I most want to protect.
This time, unlike before, Makoto won't run away or flock to the aid of someone else. She is her own person and aims to pull on her own strength to create a future for herself, and that is a promise that Makoto will swear to her bones.
So that's it.
Alright.
And with that, Makoto experiences a third and final Persona awakening within Persona 5 Royal. a representation of the Queen herself tripling down upon her sense of justice after losing sight of it for just a moment, awakening to the ultimate power that always resided within her own heart. As always, the last persona each thief awakens to within the game is both a reflection of the original justice and their new vows and lessons they experienced within the third semester. In practice, these personas are in fact their original ones with all new fancy bells and whistles donned upon them, but retain the original forms all the while. Instead of Anat, Makoto is now able to wield Agnes, which is a heavy departure from Anat's transformative properties both in lore and in function. If you recall, personas have the ability to take on more personal aspects of the wielders, and within the third personas, all of these various ultimate personas have various delinquent-like qualities to them. An's final persona, Celestine, is a more yassified version of Carmen. Ryuji's final persona, William, shares the same piratical motifs as Captain Kidd, but William shares more in common with Ryuji's Phantom Thief outfit than the rest of his team, indicating to us just how much he loves stealing hearts. As for Makoto, her personas come back from being anthropomorphic persona to being that of a motor vehicle again. Instead of a motorcycle, Makoto's rebellious will has now changed it into a eccentric hot rod of sorts, with its name Agnes being another one of Pope Johanna's names while she ruled as Pope. The loud and boisterous connotations of a hot rod should tell you all about Makoto's new intentions to carve her own path, and finally act upon her own wishes for her own future. Gone are the days of being a willowy pushover, and in are the days of Makoto taking herself for a ride in her fancy new whip in style and determination. Though the true reality is painful, Makoto wants to take that all in stride. The silent voice within her own heart has whispered the most profound wisdom to her, and now she's finally going to listen to herself and only herself. After mulling over what her new power means for her, Makoto gets another bout of incredible character development, as she finally realizes that all she needed to strengthen her own heart was to put herself first. And for someone who's done the exact opposite up until this point, it's a bit strange for her to grapple with such a concept. It is, however, no less a victory for the Queen. While Maruki may provide everything she needs to ensure her happy family, Makoto takes pride in the struggle, knowing that she will eventually triumph.
Niijima-san, everyone has the right to wish for a happy family. You don't need to keep holding back your desires.
I'll fulfill my desire for a happy family with my own power.
Within that promise, Makoto finally emancipates herself from this fake mirage, striving to live her own life by her own strength and means. And within that, I think it's finally time to take back reality. So sit back, relax, and pump that jam!
We've come this far. We ain't gonna give up!
Yeah! You gotta do way better than this!
Don't underestimate our tenacity!
It's just another threat. We'll overcome it like we always do! If I run now, I know I'll regret it! We'll decide for ourselves what we want our lives to be!
I'm a bit occupied, so do your goddamn job!
Oracle, how does it look? Perfect! His head's defense level has dropped down to 0%! Go for it! Finish this, Joker!
Checkmate.
With the defeat of Maruki, the painless reality he has crafted for the rest of the world and for the Phantom Thieves collapses, along with the events that Maruki has modified in order to attempt to guarantee the happiness of the thieves and the rest of the world. As Joker wakes up in the Velvet Room, Lavenza spells it out for us.
Time itself cannot be rewound, but every past event will revert to the event that should have occurred instead.
All the happy events Joker and the Thieves have experienced post-Christmas Eve and after the defeat of Yaldabaoth were all fake events, created by Maruki for the sake of the Thieves' happiness. In this true reality, Akechi seems to have perished within Shido's palace, and thus, Joker had to cooperate with Sai in his stead in order to prove Shido's guilt. Under advice from Sai as well, he was to turn himself into the police not only to make sure that she could close the cases around Shido, but to also protect his teammates from the monstrous Hydra that is Shido's remaining inner circle, who might indeed turn to fabricated crime and move to arrest not only Joker, but his teammates. With Joker in prison, the metaverse gone, and Sai still struggling to get a case for Shido due to the public still being somewhat apathetic, it all seems rather hopeless to prove Joker's innocence. Still though, it sounds as if the Phantom Thieves are powerless. Though this reality is harsh and painful, everyone sitting here at LeBlanc realizes that they become better people as a result of experiencing that pain and rising above it. If Joker takes the fall for Shido after everything they've accomplished, then we truly failed in our promise to Maruki to live and die by our own power. And so, the Phantom Thieves convene for one last heist to see their justice through. This time, instead of stealing the hearts of evildoers with their personas within the metaverse, they like to lean on the power of the people the leader has inspired, Joker's confidants, to prove the leader's innocence through proving the strength of his character. This is the final act of justice for the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, and they'll see it through to the very end. Life will change once again for the people of Japan, not through step with their personas in the metaverse, but as a result of the Thieves' own strength of character and the hardships they've experienced over the course of the game. Makoto, ever instrumental in saving our lives and busting us out of prison when the true culprit aimed to frame us, is the first one to act and is sprung us out of jail yet again.
Really? Now that we know the name, all we need is an address. You're right. We'll succeed if we all do it together. Sis has yet to say anything, but I believe she's looking into possible actions as well. As for me, I will look into every viable solution. Thanks. Make sure you give my regards to Shiho-san. Oh, could we try getting their help as well? I'm sure they would gladly cooperate. That would be a great help. I'll leave that to you. We'll talk again tomorrow. Let's save him, no matter what.
Through some sleuthing, Makoto managed to locate the one woman Shido was harassing at the start of the game. The very same person coerced into giving a false confession that ended up saddling Joker with a criminal record. Makoto's also managed to get in touch with Shiho's family, finally bookending all the turmoil and anguish she felt about not being useful outside the Kamoshida arc. In doing this as well, Makoto starts a bit of a small protest movement to free Joker from prison. In other words, despite the true enemy of justice being society itself, Makoto has managed to carve a path to ensure Joker's freedom through drumming up some outrage. It's a fantastic end for Makoto's sense of justice, but for Sai, I'm gonna go on a limb here and say how she ends her character arc in the game is arguably more impactful. As Sai speaks to Joker behind bars, she tells him that our freedom is almost guaranteed. She is of course impressed by the amount of support we've gotten from the masses in civil protests, but makes it clear that our freedom is only the beginning of seeing Shido behind bars. So far, he's only been charged with breaking election laws, funding control laws, and bribery. But with Joker's helpful testimony, Sai assures us that she'll get him on much more than that. While Sai's managed to roll a very small snowball down a massive hill, she's unsure how to feel about the pieces finally falling into place.
I knew that proving the metaverse's existence would be difficult, but I still find myself dissatisfied.
Under normal circumstances, Sai would appreciate having the tools she needed for an easy prosecution, but now, she finds herself disappointed that it was so easy. I think what Sai's trying to say here is that she wants a new challenge. Always worried about being on the winning team in order to find success, the Phantom Thieves, and more importantly Joker, have given Sai a new perspective on both her life and her job as a prosecutor.
Still, I'm glad I was able to save you in court. I've never felt so happy in my entire life. I'm not quite sure how to put it, but saving your future meant more to me than my own career. I feel like you even taught me how to live. That's not true. By the way, there's something that's been on my mind. What did the treasure of my world turn out to be? I suppose it doesn't matter now one way or the other. There is one more thing. I haven't even told Makoto about this, but I realized something after meeting all of you. My most prized treasure is the justice I use to protect those important to me. Makoto helped show me that as well. Once the Shido case is settled, I'm thinking of quitting my job and becoming a defense lawyer. I wanted to reform the system, but I'll have to leave that to someone else. Going forward, I want to enact justice not for myself, but for the sake of others.
It's absolutely brilliant. Instead of wanting to throw in with a winning party and its infamous 99.9% conviction rate, Sai wants to butt heads with this rather infamous part of the Japanese legal system. Better still, she doesn't want to do it on the basis of some personal vendetta against society or because of some inane drive to win. She wants to defend and help others for their sake and not her own. It's a fantastic conclusion for Sai's character arc. And as Sojiro comes to pick us up from Juvie, the Phantom Thieves are left to, unfortunately, grapple with the fact that in about a month, Joker's leaving back for his hometown. But nevertheless, the Phantom Thieves and their combat tactician aim to make the rest of the remaining time with the leader and boyfriend all the more worthwhile.
How about this? If our leader is leaving, the Phantom Thieves are truly disbanding, correct? Today, we can celebrate his release and commemorate the day of our disbandment.
In the evening, Joker gets a text from Makoto expressing the desire to sneak over the blonde in the evening on Valentine's Day, and of course, we oblige.
Good evening. Sorry to barge in like this.
Oh, you should have just told me.
Sojiro manages to take the hint and steps out for a second. As we sit down with Makoto, she almost starts to lecture Joker about how dangerous it was for him to turn himself in, and, well, frankly, how Makoto's kind of mad Joker didn't cut her in on the deal.
At least you're aware of it. I was scared out of my mind, you know? It was like you disappeared. And after that, I find out you turned yourself in? I forgive you. But you need to stop shouldering all the burdens on your own, okay? I want to support you, especially when you're hurting. We can get through our problems together.
At the end of all things here, now Makoto most certainly knows that remaining stoic and bottling up all your suffering in some vain attempt to endure it is an incredibly stupid idea. For Joker to repeat her mistakes is got her a little miffed. Moreover, Makoto's now wise enough to learn from that experience and apply it to her relationship with Joker. After all she's been through, she, of course, knows better from experience. It's fantastic, but of course, Makoto's not entirely done showing how much she's grown over the course of the game. As she gives us a heartfelt gift of Valentine's Day chocolates and snuggles up to Joker on the opposite side of the booth, she tells us that she's applying to law school after graduation, but there's a bit more to this decision as well.
Can I tell you something? When I was a Phantom Thief, I was driven by one goal: to help those who were unjustly suffering. And that hasn't changed, of course. That goal still keeps me going. But now, I have something else too. Now, I have someone I want to be happy. I want to stand beside them. Not as a Phantom Thief, but as myself.
Now knowing exactly what she wants to do with her life and what goals to pursue, Makoto's excited to finally have the conviction to say that she's made these choices of her own volition and not at the behest of society or anyone else. She's following her own intuition and her own heart. By all means, doing so is making Makoto incredibly happy, as she finally feels comfortable or even content enough over her own life decisions. Within this newfound happiness has always lied a certain urge to protect. Makoto's desire for independence has previously been leveraged to protect Sai, but now we're also finding out there also exists space within her own heart to protect someone else as well.
Someone very special.
I was wondering if you'd like this. There's no obligation, of course.
Lucky guy, having a gorgeous lady drop by this early just to give you treats.
I hope you don't mind that I stopped by today. No doubt you already got some from someone special.
You see, about that, Sai. Oh, would you look at that, it's White Day. After spending the afternoon at an aquarium together, Joker whisked Makoto away to the place Sojiro reserved for us earlier in the day, and holy shit, does Coffee Dad have some pull. Thanks to Sojiro, we got a table for a Kindle at dinner on the upper floors of a skyscraper, overlooking the grilling skyline of Tokyo all at night, with our favorite dorky tomboy in tow. Makoto, elated by the surprise, cannot believe someone would go to such lengths for her, and begins to wax on about how Joker's so selfless and suave, calling Joker a Renaissance man, thinking her boyfriend have the brain of a scientist and a wit of a poet.
It hit me back at the bar too, but you really are a Renaissance man. If you're trying to be unbelievably smooth, it's working.
Of course, Makoto would think of Joker in such a manner because, well, she's an incredibly sheltered girl whose life has suddenly begun to move very quickly. We did, after all, base a relationship with Makoto upon learning more about romance and other things she's been missing out on. And, well, I think Joker's doing a good job thus far as he continually impresses Makoto with his maturity.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this special day. We wish you all an unforgettable evening, with one last finishing touch from us.
What's going on? Wow! What? Thank you. Seems unreal, like something that only ever happens on TV. But now that it's happening to me, I don't know what to think. I'm just so happy. Is it because I don't have experience in these things? Would I know what to say if I dated someone before? You're right. I'm so happy right now, nothing else matters. I guess you planned today out to the smallest detail, huh? Thank you. Really. Now that I think of it, this is just like you. Whenever you go to this much trouble, it's always for someone else's sake. I need to start following your example. Thanks. Hey, do you have to be anywhere after this? If not, we should spend some more time together. Wait, I don't mean to come off as clingy or anything. It's all this romance in the air. I don't know how to deal with it. Still, if it's just for one evening, we can lean into it, right?
On March 19th, Joker packs his things and gets ready to board the train back to his hometown. However, before he departs, he has a chance to say goodbye to all his friends, teammates, and to his girlfriend.
Try not to cry!
Way to rub it in, Futaba, thanks. We find Makoto not actually at school for once, but getting ready to take her first steps in becoming a more independent person. And she really isn't sure she's ready for the quiet life that comes with finally living on her own now. Joker, of course, points out the obvious benefits, and Makoto for once is somewhat quick on the draw.
Won't be long until I'm living alone, too. We'll both have to get used to the quiet. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Well, I guess we won't have to tiptoe around my sister, or boss. Drop by whenever you like.
Fuck yeah, she can invite her boyfriend over to her place whenever she wants. She wanted an independent life, and, well, she's got that, and other benefits that come with it. She's her own person, no longer beholden to the whims of society, but rather to her own. Makoto thinks about how weird this all is, as she's finally able to move out of her family home and away from her sister to pursue her own goals and live by her own life. Upon further reflection, she shares her thoughts with Joker about this.
My sister and I are actually going to go look at my new place soon. A year ago, all this would have been unthinkable for me. But nobody told me to do this. It's a path I chose for myself. Of course, I'd never have gotten to this point alone. You gave me the push I needed.
Train doors are now closing. Please stand back.
Back then, I was just another honors student. Meeting you helped me change how I define myself. So I want you to have this. It helped me learn to love studying. One day, I'll be a police commissioner. I know it won't be easy, but I also know I'll never give up. By giving this to you, I want to prove that. And I hope it'll comfort you when I can't be there myself. It doesn't matter if we're far apart. Our hearts will be as close as ever. And that'll help me keep fighting.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the final bit of character growth Makoto Niijima experiences in Persona 5 Royal. A promise to never give up in the face of adversity, or to shrink and shrivel up like she used to do. It's a great resolution for Makoto's character arc, as even if we're apart, Makoto won't lose heart just because she won't have someone to rely upon. She has herself to count on from now on in, and while the road ahead might be tough, I think it's safe to say that Makoto won't ever lose heart again. While this is a charming and fitting end for Makoto, we have to ask, what the hell will Sai do without her baby sister around? Well, as we bump into her standing just outside the blonde, she seems in good spirits after choosing to become a defense attorney. While Joker's able to run free due in no small part to her help, Sai does recognize that clearing Joker's criminal record in the court of public opinion is going to be a little bit harder, and offers her help once again.
On the record, you've been cleared of all the crimes you were accused of. Unfortunately, the stigmas that came with them are a little harder to simply wipe away. You might find that even now, sometimes it'll feel like the whole world's against you. So, just in case, take this. Whenever you need help, I'll be on your side. Remember that. I'll be doing my part to bring some real justice to our legal system. Can't rely on the Phantom Thieves forever.
Sai gives us her business card, just in case some other fascist tries to throw us under the bus again. She'll be there to have our back this time. Beyond that, there's a promise to bring some real justice to the legal system. Not by prosecuting those the state deems to be criminals, but by defending them until they are definitively proven guilty. It's a big task, of course, but this is Sai we're talking about. The sky's the limit for the Niijimas, and as we say our goodbyes, Makoto decides to save her skin one last time by acting as her getaway driver yet again.
Here we go!
Come and get us!
Shall we then?
We once made a promise to live by our own strength and by our own means, no matter what gets in our way. And that's why we must finally say goodbye to everyone, at least for now.
See you later, my dude!
I'll text you, okay? Come on, sit down.
As the credits roll, we see how each thief is managing after Joker's left the city. Ryuji's shopping around for a new pair of running shoes, An's shopping around for potential modeling jobs, and we find Makoto and Sai shopping around for Makoto's new place. While we don't get to hear what they say to each other, it seems that Makoto is dead set on a certain option and gets annoyed with Sai likely suggesting something that's against her wishes. Instead of caving to her sister's suggestions and methods, Makoto crosses her arms and stands her ground, glaring at Sai. This continues for a few seconds, but the two sisters eventually start to laugh at the absurdity of arguing over something so trivial. It's so charming to see them both like this. For Makoto to finally have the gumption to stand up to Sai, and for Sai to not push the issue any further. Makoto's an adult now, whether Miss Defense Attorney likes it or not. There's no need to coddle her any longer, and Makoto's not going to want her to anyway. An incredible finish for the once dysfunctional Niijima family, as they're now closer than ever. Family to the end, but on separate paths now, and as the year goes on, we'll have to see where life takes them. Summer Vacation with the Phantom Thieves, in which Makoto uses all the character development she experienced the year before to show just how wise and mature she's become, while also becoming the cool big sis to the daughter of one of our newest members. Pump the jam!
You are stronger than all this that made you weak. So wake up from no sleep. Don't refuse to be free, let go. Stop this reason to break all this in your mind. Take my head, join the team. Gonna let the dead leaves fall down. Hey, it's time to rise up.
Welcome, Phantom Thieves, to my own jail.
After spending a year and change apart, the Phantom Thieves invite Joker back to Tokyo to hang out for their summer vacation. But upon stepping back inside the blonde for the first time in what feels like several years, it seems rather empty. Until...
2, 3.
Welcome
home! Surprise! We get you or what?
We missed ya.
It's been a while.
Did you get taller?
Oh my god, it's Best Girl! And Makoto! As they all gather together in the blonde's attic once more, by the sound of it, everyone's not only doing just fine, but better than okay since we left. While everyone pretty much agrees that they've been super bored without Joker, they managed to grow and mature a little bit while we were away.
So is college life all it's cracked up to be?
Yes, it's going well. I've been using the time to take care of the core curriculum.
Makoto's made some headway into her freshman year of college, with the queen herself dropping the strategy to make blindness of her school uniform and winter outfits from a year ago for an outfit more befitting of the law-crushing tomboy biker chick that was no doubt inspired by her Phantom Thieves uniform. She's dropped nearly all the feminine connotations from her previous outfit, still maintaining the simplicity of all of them, but exchanging it all for a short-sleeve black leather crop top jacket over a white t-shirt, coupled with shin-length black leather pants and black-heeled shoes. Makoto's new fit is utterly immaculate, and it fits her new life outlook she obtained in Persona 5 Royal to a perfect tee. However, the most fascinating part of her look is her necklace, which looks to be a bit of a hand-me-down from Sai. This is Sai's necklace that she wore throughout the last game, and it's that of the section sign which references Sai's occupation as a lawyer. Why she gave it to Makoto is never explained in Persona 5 Strikers, but I like to think that Sai gave it to Makoto as a means to wish her luck in college. It would make the most sense, and if this is indeed the case, that would mean that the Niijimas did not in fact backslide after Joker left Tokyo. Of course, amidst all this talk of change and the excitement of Makoto attending college, we soon find out that the dynamics of her team hasn't really changed all that much.
Well, how about a trip, guys? Come on, we've got a whole month to rage!
Aren't you forgetting about your homework? only do you have homework, but you're third years now. You need to start thinking not just about graduation, but post-graduation.
No, stop! Don't bring that up. Not now, please.
Makoto is of course still the team's mom, ever the responsible older buzzkill of the team, and of course, after graduating high school and seeing what college is like, she is of course going to lecture Ryuji about needing to pull his grades back up. Be reminding Ryuji about his grades or still trying to maintain her own personal discipline while on vacation, this position of responsible maturity is one that Makoto will occupy throughout the entirety of the game.
Traveling makes it a lot easier to lose track of one's diet. I should be more careful.
Huh? But you're so toned, Makoto. Right?
I'll take that as a compliment, although I admit I haven't found as much time to train as I'd like lately.
I mean, who cares if you've packed on a few extra pounds? It probably gives your punches some extra oomph.
Want to test your theory?
No, please, I don't!
She will also still not be a fan of her teammates' shenanigans either, such as when Ryuji accidentally orders a gold bar.
Holy shit! What have I done?
Yes, my eyes can't be fooled. There's no doubt. That's real gold.
No way. No way is that real.
Wow! Now I can open my cafe early. It's like a dream. That needs to go to the police. Right away! Oh, wait! They even believe it showed up like this? Is this a crime?
Send it back.
Sorry? I didn't get that.
Send the effing thing back!
Nevertheless though, while she's arguably a bit more mature and responsible now, Makoto is still the same dorky person we left her as. Surprise, surprise, she's still a tomboy, and still embarrassed regarding her interest in gangster films. She's kind of annoyed about how due to the road trip, she's gonna miss out on seeing the newest Like a Dragon films playing in Central Street. She's still a bit self-conscious about seeing it alone too, indicating that while Makoto's found the means to be a bit more independent, she's still jumpy about a few things. Upon her travels, we will also see that Makoto's shelter lifestyle still has ramifications on her life as she works to navigate both the worlds and college while living alone. Last year, when we hung out with Makoto, we started a relationship to help her study things that were otherwise outside of her wheelhouse, including that of romance. When Joker invites her to the Ferris wheel when we venture to Sapporo, she tells Joker that she's still a bit overwhelmed by the mere prospect of romance and by the fact that all of her classmates at uni are constantly talking about their boyfriends. She still feels like there's something that she's lacking, still considering herself to be a bit naive and childish. Using her words, everyone around her is all grown up, while Makoto believes that she's stuck being a kid, saying that she really hasn't changed at all. Still, keeping in line with her words to Joker before he left for home last year, she wants to use these feelings as a point of reference to improve herself. She still has some growing to do, and as she says to Joker, reflect upon everything that she's learned last year, she's totally comfortable taking her time to do so. While Makoto still might have some residual anxiety about missing out on what you could say would be the quintessential college experience, her position as a team's mom and her drive to improve herself via pulling on her own strengths makes her presence all the more valuable to watch within personified strikers. The best part is that all the while, this wisdom Makoto has all stems from her pulling on her own life experiences to help others. Of course, when Humanity's companion, Sophia, joins the party,
We are the Phantom Thieves.
Makoto's the first to instill the core principles of the Phantom Thieves to her newest floofy party member.
Death. That is an acceptable outcome.
Dude, that's...
We never kill. We steal the desires of the wicked and make them change their ways.
Indeed, thou shalt not kill 9 targets, especially since this time around the dynamics of our foes have changed massively. Instead of stealing the Sorcerer Palace rules to store desires, which they use as a means to mercilessly punch down upon those who cannot defend themselves, palaces are replaced by jails that are ruled by traumatized monarchs. These monarchs are usually discredited or downtrodden people who have used the metaverse and the Emma application as revenge against the people who wronged them. This is usually done by inducing changes of heart upon the public and stealing their own desires. These jails, instead of being powered by the monarch's treasure, are instead powered by the collective desires of the public, which the monarch steals through the employment of Ponzi schemes masquerading as advertising campaigns. Through these campaigns, the monarch usually employs the keyword via use of a calling card, which causes the shadow selves to be instantly transported to their own jail, where the monarch usually attacks the shadow selves and steals the desires to complete the brainwashing process. In other words, the monarchs are employing the methods that we, the Phantom Thieves, used last year to change the hearts of the public in order to prosecute Shido. Though, instead of the desired outcome being social reform, these monarchs are using their own trauma as a means to effectively brainwash the masses in becoming obsessed and enamored with them, as we see with the first monarch, Alice Haragi. What happened to Alice is a damn shame. Relentlessly and ruthlessly bullied in high school for being an introvert and a target of all the jealous popular girls for the crime of a boy merely confessing to her.
What do you think you're doing looking at the guys like that?
She's like such a waste of space, you know?
Totally. She's such a loser. It hurts to look look at her. No. I just...
Alice, of course, managed to find her footing, and better yet, success in the fashion industry later in life, becoming inspiration to many, including one on Takamaki. But that residual trauma from her formative years was still there and was instrumental in creating her jail. Unlike the Palace of the last game, there are no will seeds. The coalesced distortions of the Palace rulers, where if one listens hard enough, we can hear the most distorted thoughts and desires as they revel within them. Conversely, in Personified Strikers, we hear the thoughts of the monarch expressed by the trauma cells and their special shadows, the beetle-like lock keepers.
I'm going to be all down in a dump. What are you doing batting your lashes at some guy?
When I say lock keepers, I do mean that quite literally, as the monarchs don't rule from the cognitive worlds with impunity as, say, Kaneshiro or Kamoshida did, but rather from a prison of their own creation. The purposes of these cages we find scattered about their worlds is to control the monarch by reminding them of their traumas and preventing them from regressing back to their former wholesome selves, encouraging them to indulge in their indecent, outrageous actions, to continue brainwashing the masses to attain fame, fortune, and validation that their trauma lends them the impressions that they lack. These trauma cells also steal off the desires from those who would wish to steal them as well, as seen by Ryuji doing a funny. Within this, we find that the purpose of the lock keepers and the trauma cells is not merely a cognitive expression of that pain merely existing, but to keep the monarch perpetually locked within the psychological prison of their own trauma, while simultaneously batting away all those who desire to help them. It says a lot about Alice's past traumas and the mechanics of the trauma cell if we literally have to go out of our way to venture to a completely different location, that of Sujin Academy, to merely speak to her in the end.
I heard you actually confessed your feelings to him. Gross. So fucking gross. Are you just like obsessed with guys now or something? It's not like you'd ever make a good couple. In fact, I think I'll take him off your hands.
Take it. So all of this bullying was over some affairs of the heart.
What a bunch of bullies! They were just too mean to Alice!
It also says much about Alice's past trauma, where she thought it prudent to erase all traces of her own past, including that of her alma mater, so that her own bullies would not follow her into her own professional career post-graduation.
Still, I had no idea Alice Hiragi graduated from Shujin.
I didn't either. And I figured a student council president would know better than anyone about celebrity graduates.
Perhaps she had a past here that she wished to erase.
What do you mean?
Those voices we heard in her jail. Those cutting words and that painful cry. I don't know whether she was one of the instigators or the victim of such bullying. However she experienced it. It left such a gaping wound in her heart that she refuses to even acknowledge the truth of the matter.
And that truth took place right here.
It's fair to say that Shujin's always sucked. Be it relentless bullying within Alice's time or relentless sexual harassment in the time of the Phantom Thieves, there are no net positives to attending this prep school. If Makoto, Ryuji, An, and Alice are anything to go by, they manage to find success outside of the purview of academics. Their education at Shujin has been holistically inconsequential to their overall lives. Hell, even its previous student council president refuted her letter of recommendation when given the chance, but unlike the rest of us, the lonely dejected Alice Hiragi wasn't able to just move on like the rest of us. Once Alice discovered the ability to change hearts through the Emma app, she began to strike back at her bullies by brainwashing their entire social circle and becoming completely enamored with her. Alice then discovered she could apply the same degree of control to her male fans, and gained the ability to force them to offer themselves to do anything she bid them to. She thus created a situation where she kept needing to change hearts to shore up her own insecurities, only to then turn around to be as bad or worse than the people who bullied her all those years ago. Of course, we had to help heal her wounded heart and put a stop to her various abuses of power, however bittersweet that might have been. However, the public will never see it that way. They'll treat the Alice Hiragi incident as some kind of weird event, and for the more ambitious, they'll think back to the events that occurred just a year before with the Phantom Thieves, and thusly push the blame back to Joker once again. As we begin to wrap up the Alice case, we're confronted by a strange man in young Jaya who alerts us to this plot.
Hey, this is assault! You want me to call the police?
I am the police. Now scram.
What? A cop?
Enter Zenkichi Hasegawa, the investigator working for Tokyo's public security branch, who's here to inform us about the stakes in the monarch's changing hearts. Of course, the likes of Joker and Makoto don't trust the police at all, given everything they've been through last year.
Enjoy.
Sorry about that. We just despise the police is all.
Makoto, also known in the extended PubSec's jurisdiction as a law student and from Psy, is immediately suspicious of Zenkichi's presence here as well.
What does someone from public security want with us?
As it turns out, while Makoto's suspicions of Zenkichi's motives are well-founded, he is kind of here to help us out by throwing us a bone. Much like Psy once did to ascertain the methods behind her heart-stealing escapades, Zenkichi cannot stop PubSec from moving to arrest Joker again, but what he can do is help us prove her innocence.
What are you trying to prove here?
No matter how hard you claim to be innocent, there are people out there chomping at the bit to arrest you. If that ever happens, you're done for. And I'll be up the river too, because then this case will never get solved. So I wanted to make you an offer. Or maybe more like a deal.
A deal with you?
I want to solve this case. To do that, I need the intel you've gathered. At the moment, I don't have anything that even resembles a lead. I'm totally at a loss. You, though, you just don't want to get arrested. I can do what needs to be done, so that won't happen. Bureau men are a trustworthy lot in the force. There won't be any problems. Sound like a fair deal to you?
We've been betrayed before by someone with ulterior motives, but before we've also been pigeonholed in acting and behaving a certain way on pain of disbandment. The familiar dynamics of the Phantom Thieves working with a detective do bring about familiar images of pancakes within our minds after all. However, Zenkichi seems genuine here, and as Makoto points out, we wouldn't have known that there was a plot to arrest us if it wasn't for Zenkichi telling us in the first place.
Without a doubt, it still beats having him arrested. Walking into a trap isn't smart, but the intel might still pay off for us.
As usual, Makoto's intuition does pay off, though not initially. Zenkichi, as a means to earnestly gain our trust, then throws us another bone as we work to unlock Alice's trauma cell.
Intel and Alice would be no sweat for me over in PubSec HQ, so how about it? Want some help?
Nah, we're good. We'll handle it on our own.
Yep, just a little more time and I'll get it myself.
Great, happy to help. But wait, come on now. This is a real deal connection here. Just be grateful and take the intel.
We're sorry, we just have zero trust in the police.
I told you to stop smiling when you say that. Fine. I've got to earn your trust first. I get it. Alice Hiragi is your senpai.
She attended Kosei High?
No. Everyone's senpai but yours.
She went to Shujin?
And don't forget it. Because you owe me one now. Got it?
Well, there he goes.
It's hard to gauge whether he's friend or foe.
More importantly, how did he know where Alice went to school?
Could the police already have their eyes on her as well?
It's possible.
And it would mean that we can trust him. For now, at least.
Zenkichi's intel was in fact correct, and you could say that through him, we were finally able to change Alice's heart and heal her trauma, getting her to confess on live TV to her crimes as she vows to legitimately start over.
I've lied and I've hurt so many people. And I'm just so sorry for it all.
Is this the Phantom Thieves?
I'm the one who did it all. No one but me did these horrible things. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, Alice's confession wasn't enough, as according to Zenkichi, our stunt we pulled by hijacking the broadcast stations in Shibuya with the Futaba cannon once again only made us public enemy number one in the eyes of PubSec.
But Alice already confessed to messing with people on live TV. Our names have been cleared.
Yeah, what she said. We don't need you for shit.
If only that were true.
What do you mean by that? How is this case not closed?
Oh, it is far from closed. This change of heart epidemic is happening all over the country. And we know they can't all be Alice's victims. Therefore, you still have plenty to get pinned on you, don't you? Not only that, you already know how badly you've stirred the pot. That little calling card stunt's fired up the public more than ever. These change of heart cases have to be the Phantom Thieves. It's the only thing I hear down at the station now. Do you really not realize how dangerous a position you're in right now?
What bullshit? What the hell did we do?
Calm down. Why do you think I offered you that deal? If I wanted to, I could cuff you and take you in right now. The reason I'm not is because I believe you are not the culprit. To catch the true perpetrator, I need your help.
Zenkichi believes us to be innocent, or at the very least, believes that someone else was causing Alice to act out of pocket. Considering all the factors of the case, especially thinking about how the change of heart epidemics are occurring outside of Tokyo this time, and that a detective is, once again, lending us help to help us snip out the true culprit, Makoto asks for some time to mull it over.
May we have a moment to ourselves? We'd like to discuss it first.
Sure, I'll be right outside. Just holler when you're ready for me.
If we consider Zenkichi's motives to be genuine, then that's one thing, but as was the case with Sai, the burden of proof is still upon us to relate how exactly we steal hearts and do phantom thievery in general. I wouldn't think Joker would fancy playing Daredevil once again, nor would Makoto have the means to concoct an elaborate plan to convince Zenkichi of our justice. And, well, the existence of the metaverse for that matter. Granted, he already believes in the former, but for Zenkichi to find the explication and connect it back to us not being responsible for the mass changes of heart will prove to be even more difficult than it was proving such things to Sai. Makoto, ever being the most strategist of our team, decides it's best to have Zenkichi pierce the veil.
It seems our only choice is to take him to the jail.
Wait, really?
Mako-chan! Can you think of any other way for him to avoid getting arrested? We have one playable card in our hand. We just have to go along with it for the time being.
Alright, we'll do it. It's not like we have any alternative.
Let's hope it's not our undoing.
Ah, shit. We gotta stay prepared for the worst case.
I'll call him back in. Come on back. We're ready for you.
Huh, that was quicker than I expected. So, what say you all?
There's a place we need to show you. Follow us.
As we take Zenkichi into the cognitive world, it goes about as well as you'd expect.
So, are you gonna answer me or... What? What is... This isn't real.
Everything here is real. Every last bit you can see.
Whoa, what happened? What are those outfits for?
Yep, just about what I expected.
This is our Phantom Thief attire.
What even is this? Where am I?
Questions. This is a jail. You are currently located within a jail.
Wait, who are you?
I am Sophie, humanity's companion. Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to... What?
Chill out, Zenkichi. You've got to keep yourself together.
Yeah, right. I can't be losing my shit like... Monster Cat!
I am not a monster cat. I am Morgana.
Do you finally believe we've been telling you the truth?
Having revealed the explication of Zenkichi, and with Gramps' head exploding from the fact that a smartphone assistant app and the cat who's not a cat can talk, as if they were sentient beings, Makoto leverages her position to ensure Zenkichi won't betray us.
If we're going to make a deal, then that will make us conspirators. Conspirators have to vow never to betray one another's trust.
So, you already know how all this works. All right. Your trust is repaid with mine. Help me figure out this nationwide change of heart business, and I'll make sure you're all protected. As long as you cooperate, I won't allow the police to lay a finger on you. That's my vow.
With Zenkichi's trust in us as a co-conspirator, he then immediately asked us to venture to Sapporo to assist with another monarch. After pressing Alice for info, Zenkichi found out that Allison throwing the masses of Tokyo to her will was merely an accident. She had no idea that she was doing such a thing by adding people on Emma. Zenkichi reasons that the other monarch in Sapporo is also doing the same thing through Emma as well, asking the Phantom Thieves to follow up upon all of his leads that he gathered. The problem is getting there in the first place, and as luck would have it, Sojiro managed to snag us an RV for a bit of a work vacation as Makoto then drives us all around Japan. Makoto, ever proving to be the responsible one again, is the one to drive an RV from Tokyo to Sendai, and then from Sendai to Sapporo, which, if you don't know, is about a 13.5-hour drive if you don't stop for breaks. Luckily, we're not that stupid, and we stop in Sendai after just a 4-hour drive, but unfortunately, we stumble across a Loving JoJo reference in the process within Sendai's jail. Why? Zenkichi's still a big help in advising us how to send a calling card to our next target, of course, but while he's made an effort not to conceal any hidden motives for us, we do find out that Zenkichi is a bit of a mess. This is best displayed when we first run into him in Sendai, trying to get another officer to help him reunite a lost child with his mother, which Zenkichi immediately bungles.
Hey, it's me. I got a kid who was separated from his mom here. Send someone over to look after him, would ya? I'm over it. Huh? What do you mean it's not worth pub sex time? Quit screwing around. You call yourself an officer of the law? Or are you saying you'd abandon your own kid too? Hey, wait, where are you going?
The kid totally thinks he's a creep.
By all means, Zenkichi seems to be good at his job, as he's able to get the lowdown on Sapporo's monarch, Marco Hyodo, who's using Emma to accidentally on purpose bolster her position in the mayoral elections of the city as a result of a traumatic accident. Still believing that Alice, Natsume, and Hyodo were all good people that were manipulated into using Emma to ensnare the hearts of unwitting victims by an outside force, he requests that we all take the trip to Okinawa Island to assess another lead about the true culprit. After laying his deductions to the thieves, Zenkichi then thinks twice after getting a personal call.
Hey, what's up? Yeah. Of course I'm aware, but I also have a job to do, you know?
Who's he talking to?
Why would I lie? I'm being honest, I swear. Of course I remember. The thing is, I'm a little... Oh.
You got hung up on.
Okay, guys. Plane's a no-go. We're driving.
Huh? You mean we're going all the way to Okinawa by car?
The thing is, I need to make a stop along the way. So we'll be heading to Kyoto first.
Did you say Kyoto?
Yeah, I primarily work for the Kyoto Police Department. I thought I'd take a moment to catch up, share intel, you know, cop stuff.
Zenkichi's been good about maintaining his honest demeanor with us, which makes it all the more obvious when he chooses to lie to us. Especially since we're now somehow supposed to drive 21 hours from Sapporo to Kyoto while stopping for short breaks in between. By the sound of things, Zenkichi was supposed to be in Kyoto like yesterday, and that didn't sound like his boss on the phone either. Well, as they all pile back into the Feathermobile, who have 21 hours to explain himself, and given that Zenkichi's an inherently honest person, we'll manage to get the truth out of him one way or another. As a gesture of good faith, he volunteers himself to drive most of the way back to Kyoto, giving Makoto time to rest, and as we're driving along, we find that Makoto and Zenkichi actually have a few things in common, though one's outlook of the job remains mostly cynical, while the other one still remains idealistic.
How tough is it, being police?
Well, it sure ain't easy. Oh, right. You're studying to become some police bigwig, aren't you, Niijima?
Yes, but I've only just begun.
Wouldn't really recommend it myself. This job's nothing but hell. Your hours are a mess, you get transferred all over the place. Anything goes down at the scene, you get blamed.
Maybe so, but my heart's set on it, no matter how tough it may be. Thank you.
Well, if your heart's set, then do what you gotta do. But as your future senior, I'll share this. The harder you work, the more you wind up putting the people in your life on the back burner. Criminals don't care about your schedule. Tragedies don't care. You'll barely see your own home. Sit on that for a bit. Then decide if the force is right for you.
An incredible amount of insight into both Zenkichi and Makoto from future senpai to future kohai. Zenkichi, in his old age and experience, know the stresses of his job working for PubSec. I mean, hell, his job did just require him to drive 13.5 hours from Tokyo to Sapporo, merely to follow up with the Phantom Thieves. All this only to stay in the city for a couple days, to then have to make another 22-hour-long drive all the way from Sapporo back to Kyoto, to then board a ferry to Okinawa. Makoto, in her youth, her want of independence from her sister, and being kind of single, doesn't really see a problem with driving all the way around Japan. She sees it as more of an adventure, with her heart set upon her goals to be a police commissioner. Makoto already kind of knows that working as a lawman will limit the amount of personal time she has to share with her family.
Well, I am already quite aware.
She was, after all, on the receiving end of being put on the back burner as well, too. But it was all for a good reason, and kind of out of necessity as well. Even more so when we consider that Sai finally allowed her baby sister to grow up and lead her own life. Despite all Zenkichi's waxings about how Makoto's not gonna have enough personal time to hang out with Sai, if they really want to meet up, hang out, or just talk, all Makoto really has to do is just pick up the phone. However, as Zenkichi continues explaining his thoughts on his job, and as he repeatedly tries to get Makoto to quit, or at least be aware of what to expect while on the force, we begin to understand why Zenkichi wanted to make a hasty beat for Kyoto after taking the one call in Sapporo.
Speaking of, don't you have any family waiting for you at home?
Good question. Aw, can it? Just mind your own business. Let's just say, you've got to think about yourself before you can worry about anyone else.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
What's up now?
You just reminded me of my father, is all. He was an officer, too. Unfortunately, he lost his life on duty.
I see.
He took his job a lot more seriously than you seem to, but when you boil it down, you two are actually quite similar.
You shouldn't diss your father so badly, comparing him to me.
But given the opportunity to compare himself to another officer, and more specifically another father, Zenkichi is essentially calling himself terrible in both respects. We also get a sense that there is some kind of sore family history with Zenkichi as well, which he doesn't really want to talk about. This is in stark contrast to Makoto, who has no problem talking about how her father stood for his ideals up to the very end. with Makoto having a history of admiring her father for doing so. This admiration allows Makoto to speak freely about his death and absence from her life, but granted, Makoto is arguably too young to let the pain of his absence really affect her that much.
So, Niijima, when you were little, your old man probably wasn't home often either, was he? How'd you feel about that?
Well, in retrospect, I'm very proud. My father was an officer who acted on his beliefs all the way to the end. He taught me that his duty was to keep people from being hurt. It may just be his influence on me, but I think becoming an officer is still an admirable path in life.
The same cannot be said about Zenkichi's familial woes, especially as we begin to see certain parallels to a certain adage we heard from a certain prosecutor and Makoto's father about being respectively selfish and helpless to make any impact upon society as a lawman.
I think becoming an officer is still an admirable path in life.
If only that were always true. Our ability to help is restrained. The shrewder and more malicious the target, the less we can actually serve them justice, held back by superiors, held back by the red tape, held back by all sorts of laws. The only thing the police do is obey orders, even when they involve total injustice or an absence of human logic. Basically, the cops I see every day are nothing but a bunch of spineless dogs. And that includes when I'm looking in the mirror.
Zenkichi believes himself and other cops to be cowards, which, to begin with, does separate him from the likes of Sai's innate desire to win to guarantee her own personal success. What we get instead is inklings that Zenkichi, as Makoto once did, believes that the true enemy of justice is wider society, enabling criminal activity wholesale. He thinks PubSec to be too impotent and dull to actually make an impact upon society. After all, criminals don't have to obey the same laws and procedures as the cops do. If Zenkichi's experience in these matters is anything to go by, following these procedures is doing the victims of these crimes more harm than good. It's something about this job that he absolutely resents, but it's only one of two. As Zenkichi works up the nerve to ask what he really wanted to learn from Makoto's ambitions, we begin to gain more insight into Zenkichi's personal life and to see more parallels between Makoto's own family and personal self-worth issues as well.
When you were still just a kid, how did you feel about your dad rarely being home, Niijima?
Oh, when I was younger? I did understand that it was part of his job, but I do remember missing him still. But at least I always had my sister with me.
I see.
This is the second time that Zenkichi asked Makoto about her dad not being around, constantly stuck at work, his mind always on the next case. Makoto always missed him, but understood that it was part of his job to be away, and of course, Makoto always had Sai to talk to. As we close our eyes for the night and get ever closer to Kyoto, upon waking up the very next day, we begin to understand why Zenkichi got so down with the fact that Makoto had someone else to placate her attention while she was still young.
Shit, not now. Well, I guess there's no reason not to. Go ahead. Make it quick, though. Just say I'm driving, and then I'll call back later.
Hello? It's way past noon. Where are you? Don't tell me you forgot what day it is. We were supposed to visit Mom's grave together. Huh? Who is this? Please give him his phone back. Driving? Oh, I guess that makes sense.
What is it? Who's calling?
Is it some kind of emergency?
Why don't you just pull over, Gramps?
Do I hear a bunch of girls with you? What an asshole! You're just out partying right now, aren't you?
Ooh, she sounds pissed.
You really are the worst! Don't bother coming home again. You don't even deserve to visit Mom's grave.
I don't know the details, but is everything all right?
Yeah, sorry about that. Just forget it.
So, who was that anyway?
My daughter?
Daughter? You have one?
Yeah, damn it. Sorry, time to floor it. Hang on to your seats, kids.
Well, there it is. The reason why Zenkichi hates his job and why he was so adamant on getting Makoto to try quit being a cop. Zenkichi has a daughter, and by the sounds of it, he's a single dad on account of his wife passing away. Zenkichi's daughter also seems quite resentful of her father as well, if she's willing to go as far as to cuss him out over the phone and call him an asshole. The thing is though, Zenkichi doesn't try to fight back or correct his daughter's behavior, or even enlighten her about how this whole thing is a total misunderstanding. He just doesn't even defend himself, telling us that perhaps Zenkichi thinks that he's done something to earn his daughter's ire. He's called himself spineless and useless before, but it's not until we pull up to the outskirts of Kyoto where we find out more. As we pull up to Ohakuba, a Shinto graveyard on the outskirts of Kyoto, Sophia ascertains that today was likely the day that Zenkichi's wife passed away, and as custom within the Shinto faith, Zenkichi and his daughter are to practice Hakai Mayari, to basically visit her grave upon the anniversary of her death. This is an incredibly important day for most, as in the Shinto faith, there's the obvious reverence for one's ancestors, but there's also the belief that one's ancestors, especially if they are recently deceased, still requiring emotional support and care even in death. There are even instances where the family of the deceased offers flowers or food, such as beer or sake, while the family cleans the graves in tandem, but as Zenkichi dishes the Phantom Thieves to try and catch up to his daughter, it seems he's already missed some of these events as the sun starts to set in the evening.
Sorry, I'm late. Akane?
I'm not here for excuses. Go have fun with your girls. Goodbye.
No, you don't understand. I'm on the job right now.
Do not come near me again. Got it? Can't even catch Mom's killer. Can't even look your daughter in the eye? Of course. You refuse to face up to anything. The way I see it, you're no father to me.
Well, you know...
Enter Akane Hasegawa, Zenkichi's daughter, who both immediately berates him for being several hours too late and for being useless at catching her mother's murderer. This is where her ire for her father lies, and with every perceived slight against both Akane and her mother, Akane's gonna hold that over Zenkichi's head every single time she thinks he's being a deadbeat dad. Putting a pin in that for a second, we should also talk about how Akane is remarkably young, if the Sarafuku is any indication. Zenkichi will later state that Akane is a third year in middle school, and given that it's summer vacation, Akane probably just graduated, making her either 14 or 15 years old, which, to put everything in perspective here, is about as old as Futaba and Sumire were in Persona 5 Royal. Despite her age and small stature, Akane seems remarkably mature, apologizing for her outburst after understanding why Zenkichi was late, but that maturity seems to stem from a point of cynicism, similar to a certain prosecutor that the Phantom Thieves happen to know. Her dad's a mess, and she kinda knows it. With her father absent, she has had to do some growing all by herself. With Akane's temper flowing once more about her father not even bothering to keep her in the loop about driving all over Japan.
I'm sorry too, Akane. I promise. I really did remember it was today. It's just... this case is dragging us all over the place, and...
What's so funny? Also, you told me none of this. Couldn't you have simply explained all this to me before today? She's ripping into him at an adult level.
It's pretty brutal to watch, as our minds immediately wander back to Sai ripping into Makoto, with Makoto herself feeling too inadequate to even attempt to justify her own behavior. Ryuji Makoto, knowing exactly how it feels to be both a disappointment to the parents and guardians, manages to that Akane's conscious enough to pay her respects to her mother. But after that, Akane's back to being resentful.
Well, I should go home.
Oh, well, why don't we go together? I'll order some takeout.
No, thank you. I want nothing to do with you.
Hey, Akane!
She's not stopping.
Boy, is she icing Gramps out or what? This isn't just some teen rebel thing.
But she's so polite, too. I really wonder what could have happened.
Her hatred of her father's apparent cowardice runs deep, and like Sai's feelings for her own father dying on the job, Akane can't help but be angry at Zenkichi for looking the other way. As we said with Sai, Akane's grief over her own mother's passing is causing her to unfairly project her own anguish onto others. Anger and cynicism is one way that Akane is managing to cope and control her grief, but unfortunately, her target is her dad. Zenkichi is trying his best, of course, but to her, it will never be enough. I should also mention that while in the English dub of Persona 5 Strikers has Akane being a bit of a spitfire, the Japanese dub has Akane take a more reserved approach to how her lines are delivered, making her sound more sad and depressed rather than angry and bitter.
言い訳とかいいです。女の子と楽しく遊んでください。さよなら。
いや、誤解すんなって。
娘と目も合わせられないの。そうだよね。そうやって逃げてばっかり。あんたなんか父親でもなんでもない。
The reason why I'm mentioning this difference is because of how Zenkichi details how Akane is living her life while he's away working.
I know you don't get home too often, but is everything okay there? Akane-chan's eating well and all that?
Yeah, my wife's parents are just next door. She just shuts herself up in her room every day, is all. From what they tell me, she always eats in her room. Easy packaged stuff.
Really?
that bad?
I'm always at work, so I really don't know anything about her diet.
She's a growing young lady. I hope she's at least eating well.
I mean, I send her money at least. She's already a third year in middle school. I'm pretty sure she's set in her ways.
In addition to sharing multiple commonalities with the Niijimas, Akane also seems to be similar to how Futaba was before her heart was stolen. Akane is a depressed, lonely shut-in whose guardians, at best, have an ethereal presence within her life. While Zenkichi marks it off as her being a teenager and all, it wouldn't be fair to say that he's neglecting her or trying to downplay her own turmoil. Like Sojiro did when Futaba became incredibly depressed on account of her own mother's death, both Confidant and Gramps don't know exactly how to make their daughters happy anymore. Especially considering how every single time Zenkichi tries to cheer up Akane, she immediately bats him away. With her concerns about Akane's well-being and Zenkichi being at the end of his rope here, the Phantom Thieves like to steal her heart, but not through the metaverse as we normally would do. Instead, we like to crash the Hasegawa residence to try and cheer up Akane.
Your dad's taken decent care of us so far. Why don't we treat him and the kid to a nice meal?
That's a great idea. I'd like to speak more with her. We can even help cook.
Sounds like we'll need to stay over tonight. Let's make sure we pick up plenty of groceries.
Alright, everyone, after Akane.
Huh?
As An, Makoto, and Yusuke help Akane whip up some of Sojiro's famous the blonde curry, both Zenkichi and Akane are seen to warm up to us somewhat.
Akane-chan, could you please pass the potatoes?
Oh, of course.
Aw, no need to be so formal with us. We can keep it real.
Real? Okay, thanks.
You got it.
Zenkichi himself says he's never seen Akane smile so much as of late, and that his house hasn't been more alive since his wife passed away. This also gives us a space to talk about how exactly that happened, and what we find is even more rather absurd commonalities with the circumstances as to how Makoto's father passed away as well.
Vehicular manslaughter. A hit and run.
So that's what she meant. She said something about the killer too, right? They ever get caught?
No case was ever pursued. Any suspect is way out of my reach.
Another hit and run leaves another family shattered and grieving, with the affected family being completely powerless to pursue the true culprit. It being a tough subject, one that Zenkichi seems too ashamed to talk about, we leave it at that, but our spirits are immediately lifted by Sojiro's fantastic curry.
Anyway, how's our curry, Akane-chan? Do you like it?
Is it good, Akane?
It's delicious.
Good! I'm glad.
I'm being completely serious when I say that this is literally the only time where Akane's happy cut-in portrait is utilized throughout the entire game. After all, only the blonde's curry could have instantly cheered her up. Everyone seems to be in good spirits too, as it's gotten to the point where Makoto has to shift into mom mode so that Futaba and Yusuke don't kill each other for seconds.
Time for another round.
Not today, Futaba. I'm taking another helping first.
All right, break it up. There's still more than enough to go around.
This is a role that Makoto will continue to occupy as we stay overnight at the Hasegawa household. To further cheer Akane up, Makoto and the girls offer to take a bath with Akane, and as Akane further warms up to us, she pulls us all into a room to show us that she's a massive mega fan of the Phantom Thieves.
Good God!
So, this is my room, and yeah.
Whoa, is this really all Phantom Thieves merch?
While their teammates are initially overwhelmed by the sheer volume of Phantom Thieves merch that she has, Makoto recognizes that what Akane needs is for someone to shore up her poor self-esteem. She needs validation and affection, and who better to recognize these things, and to implore her teammates to do the same, than someone who once felt the same way.
It's too much, isn't it? I know, it's lame.
No, that's not it, Akane-chan. You're into the Phantom Thieves, yeah?
Huh? Well, yeah.
How neat! We're all the same then.
As Akane finally feels safe enough to spill her guts to us about her love for the Phantom Thieves and her crush on their illustrious leader,
So mysterious and dreamy.
she clues us in on her Phantom Thieves focused live stream show where she's apparently accrued 50,000 subs. By all means, she's pretty good at streaming too, if she's managed to pull in so many people, and at least while she's on camera, Akane seems pretty happy about giving her followers the most recent updates on her heart-stealing shenanigans.
She reminds me of when my own dad would finally come home.
As Akane says, she's been doing this since we first cropped up last year, as evidenced by the poster of Shibuya's manga screen she has plastered on her wall, with the poster itself depicted in the night where we sent the calling card to Shido. Like everyone else we inspired, we gave hope to Akane after 2 years of tough living after her mother was killed.
I'm into the Phantom Thieves because they seem like the only ones changing this crappy world for the better.
They're not just fighting with their lives to save the people in trouble. They inspire people to be stronger, too.
Like Makoto, Akane sees a certain appeal with the more fantastical elements of her group. Akane's using the mystique of the Phantom Thieves as a form of escapism. She knows that there's someone out there at least trying to make life better on behalf of everyone else. She was almost certainly one of the people that we inspired just a year before, and if she lived in Tokyo, we probably would have stolen a few hearts for her benefit. Alas, Akane was in Kyoto at the time, and could only watch from afar as we stole some hearts. Nevertheless, in the absence of her father, true friends, and real human connection, Akane started to gravitate towards the Phantom Thieves, who were, within her own mind, alleviating the quiet injustices within society. However, unlike Makoto, Akane isn't totally enamored with the Thieves' brand of justice to the point of forgetting her studies, showing us that, perhaps, if we set all the cynicism aside for the moment, that she is truly a mature and responsible young girl. Makoto, of course, still in mom mode, knowing the stakes of getting into a high school of her choosing and being the best and brightest of us all as a college student, offers to help Akane out too.
I admit, my grades are kind of slipping. I should probably scale back on the live streams for a bit. Especially with high school entrance exams coming up and all.
In that case, would you like some help studying?
You mean it?
Of course. Would anyone mind?
Oh, thank you.
And you could do that with the parentheses anytime you deal with factorization.
Wow, thanks, Makoto-san. You're a really good teacher.
Well, Makoto being good at studying and grades, it all comes from years of experience and anxiety about needing to conform to society, of course, but in all seriousness, it is super awesome to see Makoto play the role of the cool big sis here to Akane, as Akane herself really has no one else to rely upon but herself. This brings us nicely to why Akane has decided to show us around. Much in the way her resident big sis once was, Akane is extremely lonely.
It's been a long time since I hung out with someone.
What about your friends?
Well, I grew up in Tokyo, so I don't really have any friends here.
Really? I thought your father was in the Kyoto police.
After Mom's accident, he transferred here from Tokyo. He said it's because my grandparents live here.
He seems like a good dad. He probably didn't want you to be all alone all the time.
Yeah, that's not it. He just wants to blow me off and go get drunk every night. Not just that. Mom was murdered, and he won't... I'm sorry.
It's all right. You've been through so much, Akane-chan.
I've just been so depressed ever since Mom died. I wasn't having fun with stuff like I used to. Before I even knew it, all my friends had ditched me.
I see.
But nowadays, I'm doing a lot better thanks to my subscribers. But when I'm not streaming, I get really lonely.
You wanna know something? I lost my mother when I was young.
Huh?
At that point, my father had to raise my sister and me all by himself. Not only that, he was a police officer too. He would always be home so late, if at all. It happened so often that I really believed for a while that he didn't care about us. But one day, he was struck by a vehicle during an investigation, and he passed away.
I had no idea.
I had so many regrets at that point. I especially wished I'd shared more with my father. He had worked so hard for our family and the public, and I never thanked him at all for it. I just thought over and over, there's so much I wish I could say. I know it's not my place to speak on your father and your relationship, but even still, I wish you could find a way to not blame your father for his work.
But he... It's nothing. Sorry.
If it's okay with you, would you tell me what happened between you and your father?
I saw him. The man that ran Mom over.
What?
But they never arrested him. His secretary left behind some suicide note. Apparently it said, "I'm the one who ran over that woman."
That doesn't... If the police had an eyewitness, they'd never make such a huge error in their investigation.
That's what he said. At first. Eventually, he gave up on it too.
Here we find out why Akane truly hates Zenkichi. Upon her mother being killed and the true culprit framing his secretary of all people for the murder, the police dragged their feet to arrest the true culprit, but instead of using the silver bullet that was Akane's eyewitness account, they completely dismissed her all the while. Akane, of course, interpreted this as everyone, including her father, gaslighting her on the basis of her being a child.
Him and the rest of the police. None of them listened to me, and I told them so many times. Why? Because I'm just some kid? The guy who killed my mom is still out there!
In fact, I'm almost sure there had to be at least one person who did exactly that. If her written confession was considered king evidence by the public prosecutors, I can only imagine how many were foaming at the mouth to use Akane's eyewitness account to arrest the culprit. Of course, nothing came out of it, and to use Zenkichi's words, any suspect he could charge with the murder was out of his reach due to red tape. However, to Akane, this made him look like a useless coward. And it didn't help that her entire social circle was uprooted when they moved away from Tokyo to Kyoto. There's undoubtedly some backroom politics going on here, where Zenkichi was blocked from pursuing the case by someone higher than him. Who that is, we don't know. At least not yet. Putting a pin in that for a second, what we are left with is a young girl who's experienced betrayal after betrayal, where nobody seems to be fucking listening to her about anything. For someone like Akane, who possesses the maturity and sense of justice of someone far older like Sai and Makoto, while simultaneously possessing their overall weaknesses, like society essentially stabbing them both in the back and downplaying their own personal concerns, it's got Akane thinking a certain way about everything, including her dad.
Akane-chan.
He doesn't care about Mom anymore. He doesn't care about me. I know he's just trying to find the next woman so he can get on with his life. I know he thinks I'm just in the way. I wish anyone but him was my father.
We see another parallel between Makoto and Akane here. Akane sees herself as a burden upon her family, which of course Zenkichi absolutely doesn't, but still, it's something that Akane fully believes in after 2 years of being dragged around. Thankfully, Makoto, knowing exactly what Akane is feeling right now in this exact moment, catches her before she goes any further.
I wish anyone but him was my father.
Stop that. There is absolutely no way that your father doesn't care about you. I know you've suffered a lot, Akane-chan, but I really believe there has to be some sort of explanation for this. Hasegawa-san may seem like he doesn't care, but I have a feeling he does, in his own way. Just a bit ago, he went through a lot of effort trying to reunite a lost boy with his mom. He's been there for us as well.
But that's just...
I really mean it when I say Hasegawa-san reminds me of my own father.
Are you serious?
Even when I couldn't see him, he was always giving it his all for my sister and I. His family was always on his mind. And that's why I think your father's always working so hard as well, Akane-chan.
Really?
His face looks so much happier when you're around. It's completely different from when he's out in the world. That should prove just how important you are to him. You're the biggest thing in his world. Pushing him away isn't going to make you feel any better. It's only going to hurt you more.
Makoto's speaking her truth here. As was the case with her rock relationship with Sai about a year ago, Sai constantly berating her didn't help anyone. It didn't help Sai feel better about their father's passing, nor did her targeting of Makoto make Sai feel any better either. It only exacerbated the issues that were already present. Sai choosing to bottle up all these emotions instead of allowing her sister and herself to speak freely about them was kind of the reason why Sai's palace existed in the first place. With Makoto being all the wiser about the pitfalls of bottling up your own emotions and holding that resentment within your own heart, she advises Akane to be honest with herself and with her father. There may come a day where she won't be able to say anything to him after all.
You should tell him how you really feel. Tell him everything, so you can't regret it later. No matter what you have to say, I know he'll listen to you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to help.
No, that's not it. My mom, she...
Please, forgive me. I really didn't mean to do this to you. Feel free to talk with me anytime you want. I'll be there for you whenever you need it.
Thank you.
Makoto certainly didn't intend for Akane to cry, but it is kind of good that she's uncorked her emotions, so to speak. After all, he who does not weep does not see. If she's anything like Makoto, she's been used to balling up her feelings for quite some time, and given the stakes of everything, it's no wonder why the slightest show of compassion causes Akane to turn on the waterworks. It's a damn shame that her mother's death has affected her and Zenkichi so much. It's a palpable feeling of sadness that only Makoto, Akane, and Zenkichi can relate to, but not Sophia, because, well, beyond describing such trauma as a wound in one's heart, she hasn't seen the kind of trauma that stems from a total feeling of helplessness and injustice. At least not yet.
Why is Akane crying? Is she in pain?
As they all wake up for a road trip to Okinawa, Akane does her best to heed Makoto's advice, and, well, she still plays things on the cynical side for a while before opening back up again.
Once the case is through, I'm gonna take some time off. What do you say we take a trip somewhere? How about we visit a theme park?
I'm not a little kid anymore.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Shit, it is tense here.
Oh boy. Getting these two to open up is going to be a real hassle. Don't. Come on, please, just stay out of it.
Are we still feeling pouty? Don't you think it's time to grow out of the whole tsundere thing?
You too, Futaba-chan? Come on, quit it.
Reach out to me anytime you like. I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Got it. I guess. Be careful.
Is that it?
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'll be careful.
Whoa! Sure seemed to work for him, though.
It's progress, I guess, but as we get to Okinawa, things get even stranger here as we find out that, yes, indeed, there is a jail on the island, and it's brainwashed the locals into attacking anyone who desires to investigate the jail itself. Zenkichi was working with PubSec in the background to investigate Medis, a company owned by one Akira Konoe, the same person who basically bought the app skeleton from Kuon Ichinose. Through some digging, we found that, for whatever reason, Medis had a secret lab here dedicated to developing Emma. Why this place needed to be secret, however, isn't clear until we infiltrate the jail. We find this remarkably desolate. An empty lab or some kind of underground bunker of sorts with several audio logs of its monarch, Shuzu Ubukata. These audio logs speak of Emma being the salvation of man, with his distortions deluding himself to think that he was saving humanity through turning Emma into something extraordinary.
When the penitentiary system is complete, the concept of suffering will be dead to all mankind. Now, let us rejoice and welcome the new age of humanity.
As we find more logs, however, we find that his true goal and that of his benefactors was to completely subjugate humanity via mass hypnosis in the same manner that Alice and Natsume did. His designs are much more insidious, though. As we continue on, we find that Ubukata's desire was to also be stolen by this new version of Emma that he was developing. The Phantom Thieves find that Ubukata's sort of desires didn't exactly create this jail, but rather someone else did, and to avoid his own desires being ensnared by Emma, he committed suicide. This is why his jail is empty and why we find a lockkeeper instead of his shadow.
All of humanity. Nothing more than slaves. That was the secret purpose of this project. Even my own desire will be seized at any moment now. But as long as I still have it, I can put an end to this myself.
After we defeat the lockkeeper, Zenkichi follows up with us by confirming that he's found Ubukata's body at a foot of a cliff, and thus confirms that he believes he had a reason to off himself at the same fears we discover within his own jail. Now that the island's cleansed of this jail's influence, we can investigate the facility in reality, and what we find there is astounding. We found a list of names, with Makoto being able to identify them as particularly famous and influential individuals whose hearts have been tampered with by the various monarchs we've encountered throughout the game.
These names. These are famous or otherwise powerful people in all sorts of industries.
Rich and famous people? Is it like a list of sponsors?
I could have sworn I've seen all these names recently.
Let's see. Yoshikawa, he confessed to document tampering a few weeks ago.
Now that you mention it, this one's the Sapporo Central Councilman who confessed to bribery last month.
Wait, you mean the person who had his heart changed by Mari-san? That means this list is...
That's it. This is a list of people whose hearts the mastermind wanted changed.
Who's ever behind this means that they're targeting specific traumatized individuals to create monarchs for some end or another. Now that we've gotten these names though, we can have Zenkichi run it by PubSec in order to see what we can do while finding out just how culpable Medusa is within all of this. Now we just have to make the 37-hour journey from Okinawa to Fukuoka to Kyoto again, but as Makoto shows some signs of wear and tear, Haru basically pushes Makoto out of the driver's seat. Within that, we found out why Makoto insisted that she be the one to drive up and down the country. It wasn't out of a personal sense of responsibility or maturity, but out of fear.
Makoto is looking paler than ever now.
You don't gotta be nervous. Just take it nice and slow.
Haru?
I think I'll be just fine. In fact, I have a special technique that'll make your head spin.
Is she okay? I'm getting a bad feeling about this.
So I've never really told you guys this, but the moment Haru's hands touch the wheel,
Get ready to shift into overdrive.
They're not here yet, huh? Guess I'm a little early. Well, maybe I'll just keep working on the... What the hell? Whoa, speak of the devil. Well, you guys got here quick.
I thought we were gonna die.
We left Fukuoka for Kyoto in the morning, and under normal circumstances, it would have taken an 8-hour drive. But with Haru at the wheel, she managed to turn that into a 4-hour drive by driving at 100 miles an hour, accidentally driving right into Osaka on the way, where it was heavily implied to have nearly crashed the van as we reached Kyoto.
Hey, Okumura, what happened?
I was just driving normally, I think.
There is no stipulation from the Queen Noir Wrestling Federation that allows for this behavior, but that doesn't make it any less entertaining. All jokes aside though, Zenkichi summoned us here to his secret hideout to relay us all his findings.
I cross-referenced every name on the list we found in Okinawa, based on our assumption that the mastermind would stand to benefit from changing hearts en masse. This is who we ended up with.
Yeah, he sure looks like a schemy bastard.
Don't I know it? To think he'd turn up now of all times. No, not in particular. Anyway, the man's name is Jun Owada. At 69 years old, he's on his 10th term as a legislator. Not only that, but he worked his way up to chief cabinet secretary of the ruling party. In short, he's not someone to mess with. They say he was a Masayoshi Shido supporter during the election last year.
Looks like even after changing all the hearts of Tokyo and prosecuting Shido, we managed to miss one of his supporters. Perhaps like Akane, he was out of our reach in another city in Japan. As Zenkichi continues, we have a fascist sympathizer implicated who will obviously benefit from the chaos of the change of heart incidents, and we have the fact that Medusa was developing Emma in secret to steal the hearts of his political opponents as well. However, as Zenkichi continues on, the test drive we saw in Okinawa also implicates someone else as well.
After checking his inner circle for sympathizers, I found out he's been meeting with a certain entrepreneur. Quite often, too. Nice guess. It's the CEO of Medusa, all right. Akira Konoe.
Isn't the CEO of Medusa the guy we heard speak back in Sendai?
If Konoe was the one behind all the change of heart incidents, and he was working for Iwata, then that would mean that Konoe himself is also a monarch based out of Osaka, out to steal hearts for his own end as well. As a matter of fact, Sophia did detect a jail as Haru drove through Osaka, but we were too busy screaming our heads off to notice. Zenkichi says that nearly all of Iwata's political opponents and everyone related to all the previous monarchs had traveled there at some point, which is where the danger comes in here. If our enemy can change hearts en masse, brainwashing them to suit their own needs, then they could have an untold amount of support from top to bottom.
Another thing I noticed is how many high-ranking members of the force were on that list.
You think he's changed their hearts too? To get the police in his pocket?
Yeah, and from the look of it, not just the rank and file either.
So that's why you called us here. Because you don't know who the real enemies are.
The most I can do without being traced is some light investigation. And even then, that might be impossible. If it's the top brass we're dealing with, they might just leak the info and take action before I can lift a finger.
In other words, the police are not our allies.
What else is new?
You do realize I'm also a man in uniform?
Indeed, Ryuji. Fuck the police. Except for Zenkichi, I guess. But for real, if Konoe has a jail, then we need a keyword. Zenkichi, being absolutely dedicated to catching this guy and placing his full trust within us as well, is willing to risk having his own desires stolen just to get it for us.
But won't we need a keyword to gain access?
Precisely why I had you rush over. I'll be meeting Konoe
Really?
by going about it like a cop. Told them we had intel about a possible security leak involving their software. We received information about a possible party attempting to hack Emma. So on and so forth.
Ooh, does somebody need a hacker?
Not even that. I only said it to score me an appointment. At the end of it, I'll suggest he add me on Emma so I can answer any further questions. And we'll have ourselves a keyword. In his mind, I'll be just another pawn for the taking. So I'm pretty sure he'll take the bait. The moment I get the keyword, if I get the keyword, I'll send it right over. That's what I've been meaning to tell you. Hope it was worth the drive.
Zenkichi's pretty shrewd after all, but of course the danger is still there. If he falls, then he's gonna need the Phantom Thieves to try and follow up after him. So he tells us to hurry up and wait again as he tries to procure the keyword from Konoe. While everyone's still a bit sour about more waiting, Makoto could use the rest after all, and Zenkichi with his public resources is determined to give us the best rest that we could possibly ask for after being stuck inside the RV for literal hours.
This is the spot Gramps got us? Am I losing my mind?
Zenkichi's managed to hook us up with a traditional Japanese inn at the heart of the old capital city of Kyoto, with catered food and hot springs to boot. He's certainly warmed up to us by now as our accomplice in matters of heart stealing, if he's willing to do such things for us. As we recharge our batteries in the springs, and are unfortunately on the wrong side of Makoto's fist of justice, because anime. Zenkichi gets back on the road and drives about an hour south to Osaka to meet with Konoe at Medice's HQ. When he gets there though, Zenkichi finds that Konoe's not even there.
Hey there, sorry to bother you. I had an appointment with Mr. Konoe.
I do apologize, but Mr. Konoe is currently out on urgent business.
Urgent business?
Unfortunately, I don't have any more details. Please come back another day.
Excuse me, but I was specifically told I could meet him here at this time?
I'm sure, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
What's going on here?
As night falls on Osaka, Zenkichi and the Phantom Thieves get their answer.
Earlier, Akira Konoe, better known as the CEO of during which he announced that Emma, his company's latest—
What?
First, let me start by addressing our users, and apologizing for any inconveniences that may affect you. Emma's servers were indeed hacked. Even more regrettable is the fact for that, as a company, we understand how valuable your privacy is, and have taken— That's why our company is suspending. As for who was behind this horrendous attack, it was the Phantom Thieves, the very same terrorists causing all sorts of mayhem as of late.
What?
In addition to their heinous crimes, they've even murdered one of our very own, all to steal his research. From there, they had everything they needed to break through Emma's defenses.
Murdered? That's bullshit!
We're being framed yet again, and under the same banner nonetheless. The death of the researcher in Okinawa jail is being treated as if the Phantom Thieves caused him to end his life. And we're also basically being charged with the crime of hacking into Emma. This is all nonsense, but of course, due to Konoe himself being the monarch of Osaka, the need for evidence is once again thrown by the wayside. Zenkichi, being wise to Konoe's schemes, makes a beeline back to Osaka, but of course, he's all too late.
Commissioner, I thought I told you at Okinawa. The Phantom Thieves have absolutely nothing to do with the change of heart epidemic. So how can something like this happen?
It's as Mr. Konoe stated. The Phantom Thieves are under suspicion for hacking into Emma and murdering the director of Medice's research center.
And you're going to take him at his word? Where's the proof of any of this? Be honest. Do you think they'd ever sink so low as to murder? That director had died before they even—
You seem awfully concerned about a group of criminals, Inspector Hasegawa.
Enter Miyako Kaburagi, Zenkichi's boss, and the one who put him up to all this in the first place. She shares many similarities with Sai in the respect that she treats Zenkichi's sense of justice as childish and naive, while also being fully aware that the policing system that she works within is completely corrupt. She's following Awada and Konoe's orders because she believes that if she rides upon their coattails, the position that they're offering her, if Kaburagi does their bidding, she'll be able to turn the tables upon both of them eventually, to cleanse PubSec of their corrupt influence.
I'm under direct orders from the Commissioner General. Disobedience is not an option.
The Commissioner General? What does he have to do with any of this? Don't you sense something wrong here? There has to be more to it.
Like when your wife died? I thought I told you back then. This organization is as rotten as it is immense. One cannot simply bend it to their will. Now, if you want to follow justice, learn to exercise restraint. Besides, you made a vow that to stop any atrocity, you'd endure any hardship. So endure for now. Your time will come.
But they're not even...
Once I am at the top, I will bring the corrupt to their knees. Let my justice be your justice.
The price, of course, is her waiving royalty and arresting the innocent phantom thieves at the behest of a Messiah Sushido supporter. She is foolish to believe that Awado or Konoe will allow her to do any of these things before getting rid of her, and even before Kaburagi will able to help Zenkichi find the man who truly killed his wife. Zenkichi then thinks back upon her justice, and more specifically, to the words of Makoto and of his daughter.
You're saying that the world isn't neatly divided into good and evil, but that won't stop us from fighting.
Let me handle this. I believe you have a daughter who needs you.
My daughter?
Why, Dad? Why don't you even listen to me? You know who the real bad guy is! Aren't the police supposed to do what's right?
Akane.
It's time. Everyone ready? All units, move out.
Hold it! Run. Run for it, all of you!
Idiot. You're under arrest. Interfering with an officer is punishable by law.
As Zenkichi is taken and booked, the phantom thieves manage to escape and make their way back to Zenkichi's hideout. Here, the thieves run through all their options. They briefly entertain the idea that Zenkichi sold them out, as another ace detective once did, but Makoto quickly diffuses the very idea.
And if Zenkichi-san really wanted to sell us out, the police would have showed up here too. So let's stop doubting him, guys.
Zenkichi truly is a good cop in a broken system, and as all good men do, Zenkichi's gonna be a scapegoat for her crimes because Konoe and Awada's goons couldn't catch us.
Last night, the Kyoto Prefectural Police announced their arrest of Inspector Zenkichi Hasegawa from police headquarters have released a statement regarding this apparent scandal, which has been met with much confusion.
You gotta be kidding. They're taking it out on Gramps?
The Kyoto police aim to charge Zenkichi with embezzlement because he hooked us up with that traditional inn, with the police arguing that he was also using it to hide us. Even the Kyoto Prefectural Police are confused by the statement, but they nonetheless still arrested Zenkichi because the law is the law and they are slaves to it. Joker and the rest of the thieves know full well what can happen to Zenkichi if they're allowed to interrogate him if, again, all they need is a written confession in the end. With everything that's going on, Makoto has a suggestion, and while it might be a desperate one, she aims to contact someone who could help, who's also seen this obvious bullshit happen right before her eyes.
I'll try talking to Sis. Oh, right! Saya-san's a lawyer! I've kept her out of the loop so far, and I imagine she won't be too happy once I get her up to speed. But there are more important things to worry about than her reaction. I'll see if she can help.
Makoto likes to lean on Sai for help, as she's now a defense lawyer, and if Sai's learned anything in the past year or two, police brutality during the booking process is a real thing that she's always despised, even while working as a prosecutor. Zenkichi says so himself. The police did beat him to try and get a confession out of him, but that's not where his head's at the moment.
Damn it. That bastard interrogator. It's like he enjoyed getting those hits in. Guess that's what I deserve. Oh, what the hell am I doing? Should have just left those thieves alone. Then neither of us would be in this shitty situation. I couldn't even protect the ones I care about most. God damn it! Wonder if they made it out all right. As if that even matters anymore. Akane, Aoi, I'm sorry. I couldn't save anyone in the end.
Zenkichi believes he deserves his lot for being a coward, and even if he did warn the phantom thieves, he's left his daughter home alone while the detectives ransack their house and patronize the daughter about how her idols got him arrested.
Hey! Please stop
stop touching our things? Since when can you enter someone's home without a warrant? You lack probable cause.
Whoa, not bad for an inspector's daughter. Listen, Akane-chan, was it? We have plenty of probable cause. See, your daddy's been arrested thanks to the Phantom Thieves.
What? The Phantom Thieves got him arrested? No. No way that's true. I mean, why?
You really didn't know? I'm sure it's all over the news by now, TV and online. Now move along. We have work to do.
Inspector Zenkichi Hasegawa of the Kyoto Police held under suspicion. Arrested for harboring fugitives? The Phantom Thieves found responsible for murder and hacking Emma? That's impossible. What am I gonna do?
Somebody, help me.
Sure. How can I help you?
This is really fucking bad. With Akane at a loss and Zenkichi in lockup, she's half-heartedly reached out to Emma for help, and under the right circumstances, this could make Akane the next monarch of Kyoto. As Wada and Konoe weigh their options, we start to get the feeling that Emma has an agenda of its own, as it suggests to Konoe to use an associate of the Phantom Thieves to bait us into a trap in which the monarch will aim to change our hearts to Emma's liking. As the thieves wait for Sai to try and spring Zenkichi from lockup, we get a text from Akane, and it's not a good one.
What the? What's wrong? Akane-chan's been taken. It says if we want her back, we have to go to Inari Taisha.
They've gone as far as to kidnap Akane. This is obviously a trap, but we have no other options but to spring it. Makoto, knowing the stakes, her temper flaring, and seeing some kind of kinship with Akane, is willing to go all out by herself to try and rescue her.
But we can't just leave her. If they even lay a finger on Akane-chan, I'll... Anyway, with Zenkichi-san behind bars, we are the only ones who can save her. If we put our own safety above that of an innocent life, then we have no right to call ourselves Phantom Thieves. I am well aware what this is, and I'm fine going out there alone. You guys stay here and hold the fort.
The natural response from her teammates is of course to go down together, but nonetheless, Makoto's vow to save Akane is both incredibly charming and important for what comes next.
I just want to know why the friend request says it's from the Phantom Thieves. What gives? Makes it seem like we're the bad ones.
Keyword successfully entered. Beginning navigation.
What?
The keyword's Phantom Thieves too?
Aw, you're shitting me!
We get to the location and don't find any trace of Akane, but are instead lured to Akane's own jail. Her distortions manifest as a traditional Japanese town of light evening, and more specifically, Kyoto's Fushimi Inari Taisha, the head shrine of the Kami Inari. A beautiful and popular attraction within the city, but in the metaverse, it takes on a completely new connotation when Akane's distorted heart within play.
Help me!
That voice!
Help me, Phantom Thieves!
That sounds like Akane-chan!
While this is Akane's jail, we have no idea what her shadow is going to manifest as, or if she's even benevolent at all, but that doesn't concern Makoto.
Keep an eye out for Akane-chan. We need to be quick, or else...
Driven by Akane being in danger, we failed to recognize that there's no hostile shadows to fight her either. Even the Okinawa jail had shadows to fight, and as we head towards the deepest parts of Akane's jail, we immediately find out why.
She's right there!
Crap, that is her!
Come on, she needs help. Right, yeah.
What? What the hell's going on?
Look out!
What?
Welcome, Phantom Thieves, to my own jail!
Trapped in Akane's jail with Futaba being powerless to do anything as our navigator, we're shit out of luck. Emma made Akane the next monarch of Kyoto and twisted her own cognition to have a seething hatred of those she once idolized.
Who can say? How did it even come to this?
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to change your rotten hearts.
Akane-chan!
Her distorted heart is a mere reflection of how everyone she thinks has either lied to her face or otherwise stabbed her in the back. She believes everyone to be out against her and the world to be completely rotten, including the justice of the Phantom Thieves. She's tired of being fooled, and her shadow is now on a crusade to right the wrongs of society as the one true Phantom Thief, with us being at the top of her list. Unlike in reality, where Makoto is able to intervene when her thoughts start to blacken, when we try to convince Akane of her innocence, she doesn't want to hear it.
That's right. Even your father's been set up.
Bullcrap. I won't let anyone fool me again. I can't trust anyone anymore. Not the police, not him, not you losers.
Akane-chan!
Now choose. Who wants their heart changed first?
Stuck with no way out, and with Zenkichi still in a different kind of prison, we have to hope that Makoto's Hail Mary play will pay off, as things will look increasingly more desperate.
I'm pubsec, asshole. We don't bend easy to piss ants like you.
Why you? Hey, wait! You can't just barge in here like this. Who is it? I'm sorry, Miss Niijima, but we're in the middle of questioning.
I can see why they would trust you.
Niijima?
Nice to meet you, Zenkichi Hasegawa. I'm Sai Niijima, and I've been asked to get you out of here. I heard you've been looking after Makoto for me.
It's a shame that we don't get to see Sai fully, but her presence here is enough to warm one's heart, especially in this time of crisis. Since we've last seen her, she's not only older and wiser, but it's clear that Sai hasn't lost her sense of justice either. Now more than ever, she wants to make good on her promise to help Joker and her sis when the time came. Of course, Sai managed to spare Zenkichi from any of the other further beatings disguised as questioning, and Zenkichi's all the better for it. However, we are faced with a new problem. The rest of Futaba's team is still locked up within Akane's jail, with Futaba's persona having no offensive capabilities and Zenkichi having no persona whatsoever. The only tactic we have left is merely trying to speak to Akane's shadow to attempt to persuade her to let everyone go. She obviously has no interest in any of this, and the jail is absolutely going to be populated with shadows, as in now wait for Futaba's inevitable return. However, Zenkichi's time with us has given us some perspective on things. Not only concerning his sense of justice, but also his relationship with Akane. He would truly be a coward, as his daughter made him out to be, if he wasn't willing to perish for his own sense of justice and for his daughter.
You do realize this could kill you.
That may be. But I'm Akane's father. I'd die for her without a second thought.
Zenkichi.
Besides, if our loved ones are on the line, I'd rather take a stand than sit back and calculate risks. I know it's the same with you guys.
You who suffer because you love still more. To die of love is to live by it. This is a perspective that once slumbered within Zenkichi's heart, and as his yoke flexes under the weight of his own vow to save his daughter no matter what it takes, Futaba and Zenkichi set off to Akane's jail.
Get down already or they're gonna see you!
Get down, she says.
With Oracle's guidance, Zenkichi sneaks around the jail, avoiding the shadows as Gramps channels his inner Phantom Thief as best he can until he manages to make it back to the holding cell where everyone, including Akane's shadow, is.
Who wants their heart changed first?
Don't do it, Akane!
Whoa, Gramps?
He escaped the police after all!
What are you doing here?
Guys, we came to help! Oracle, I can hardly believe it! Good going, Oracle. I knew you'd come.
You're Akane, right? Just stop this. None of them did anything wrong. If you're willing, we can talk this out.
Talk it out? With you? You can just go to hell. No matter how many times I told you what happened, you didn't do a thing. So don't try acting like a father to me.
Akane, please listen to me just this once. You're right. I couldn't catch the person who took your mother's life. I understand why you'd want nothing to do with a father who kept his head down and took it. But if you don't snap out of it, they're gonna get you too. Now wake up!
You say you couldn't catch him? It's more like you didn't want to catch him. That monster who killed Mom. You knew it was Owada.
Owada?
As in Owada the legislator? One of the masterminds we seek?
It happened right in front of me. Owada ran Mom over without a hint of regret. I told you, the police, and everyone I could think of. But even then, he wasn't arrested.
does he get to take an innocent life? Aren't the police supposed to do what's right?
Here we are, the showdown between father and daughter, but of course it's not as glamorous as it sounds. Akane's trauma is simple yet extremely complex, only exacerbated by the fact that everyone she's tried to be reasonable with has ignored her or downplayed her concerns. She hits her father with some difficult questions, and justifiably so. She literally saw her own mother be run over by some fascists without a hint of remorse or regret. She's caught in a fit of unstoppable rage, where it's her versus everyone else. She wants to pay evil unto evil, as she will not hear any excuses as she starts to cling to her own suffering as justification for her own actions. While Akane might be mature, her cynicism actually comes from a naive understanding of the actions around her. Akane ascribes to black and white morality. People who catch the bad guys are good, and people who don't are bad. Of course, things are never this simple, especially considering the enemies her father and the thieves are facing. Nevertheless, her anger at the world makes her blind to the reality of the situation and how much Zenkichi really cares about Akane, with her shadow making things ever so much more worse by rubbing it all in Zenkichi's face, leaving him speechless. While Zenkichi is at a loss for words, believing himself to be deserving of his daughter's ire, Makoto, ever sympathizing with Akane's trauma since she first met the young girl, knows exactly how damaged Akane's heart is, as Makoto once saw Sai go through the exact same thing. There's no use in resigning yourself to whatever fate society has cooked up for you, or bottling up your anguish. Just as Makoto advised Sai and Akane to be more honest with themselves and those they loved, she advises Zenkichi to do the same.
Zenkichi-san, tell her!
Niijima.
Akane-chan isn't just angry in the moment. She's been consumed with frustration ever since she lost her mother. Until you tell her the truth, she is going to keep playing this over and over in her heart. And if you do nothing, she'll never move past it.
After your mom died, I was taken off the case. They reasoned that a family member couldn't judge impartially. Soon after, that secretary ended his own life, leaving behind a note saying he was the one responsible. No one else spoke up to contradict that. To the police, it seemed like solid proof. Eventually, they concluded the secretary was at fault and left it at that. To them, the case was as good as closed. Akane, when you told me what really happened, I knew that note was fake. So without skipping a beat, I opened up my own investigation. But no matter what I found as proof, it'd get wiped one way or another before I could bring it to light.
So you gave up, right? Your sense of justice sure didn't get you very far.
Akane, I made a promise to Aoi that I'd protect you, no matter what the case.
What?
At that point, you were my only reason to live. I didn't want to lose more family, so I promised Aoi I'd never let anything happen to you, even if it killed me.
Saying that doesn't change anything.
One day I received a threat letter in the mail, telling me to either stop my investigation or my daughter dies.
What?
How could they?
That's when I realized there was definitely evil in this world, and in the end, one man is nothing compared to the forces of darkness.
Gramps.
I will never forgive Owada, even though I can't lay a finger on him. If it weren't for my current boss, I'd still be wallowing in despair. I decided I'd do whatever it takes to help her reach the top, all the while thinking it was the only way to protect Akane and honor Aoi's memory. And I was even prepared to use all of you without a second thought.
Now more than ever, we see both Zenkichi and Akane wax and wane between the similarities between the Niijimas, and perhaps to some extent some of Akechi's motives are thrown in there as well. Everything Zenkichi has done has been for Akane and his wife's benefit, and to get back at Owada. Though, after Owada threatened Akane, Zenkichi gave in. He lost his way. The reason why Zenkichi got in contact with us in the first place was to help his boss, Kaburagi, reach a position within PubSec to then investigate Owada for his crimes. This was to be done by finding a correlation between the Phantom Thieves and the mass changes of heart, though in his travels, he found that we were innocent all the while. Not only were the thieves innocent, but the innocent man who Owada saddled with the blame for the accident that killed his wife got whacked by Owada too, devastating his family as much as it did the Hasegawas. This is why Zenkichi believes himself to be a precocious coward. He saw the evil, but refused to condemn it, instead choosing to sell the Phantom Thieves out, and as Akane says, his own sense of justice out as well.
See? You hear that just now? He's nothing but a scheming manipulator. As long as he gets his way, he'll hang you all out to dry.
How could you say that?
Did you not get that he's been trying to keep you safe?
Oh, I know what he was trying to do. But to do it, he sacrificed his values as an officer.
Akane.
If it was only us, I'd get it. We're family. Mom would think so too. But what about the secretary who died? Did you ever stop to think what his family's going through?
As harsh as Akane is, she's not completely wrong when she calls Zenkichi a failure as both a police officer and a father. By refusing the person who killed his wife, Zenkichi not only denies his wife justice, but also denies justice to the innocent person Owada used as a scapegoat. Even considering her own life and safety to be hanging in the balance, Akane doesn't care about her father's excuses anymore, as she continues to hurl more rageful accusations at poor Zenkichi.
Not only did they lose a loved one, they have Mom's death hanging over their heads. Did you forget that? Or did you choose to forget on purpose?
I had no idea you were thinking of them.
You're just like the trash who killed Mom, pretending nothing ever happened.
I'm like Owada?
You and the police just sit on your asses all day, letting the bad guys roam free. You people can't save anyone. But I can. I'm the only one who cares. I'll change that evil bastard's heart so Mom can rest in peace. I'll beat down every last villain in this world!
Akane-chan!
Akane's black and white morality quickly turns into black and white insanity. In her anguish, she has no other avenues of relief than to conspire to steal Owada's heart and everyone else who has slighted her. As Zenkichi looks at the avatar of her daughter's trauma, he knows that he is responsible for it all. Within his heart of hearts, he considers himself to be as evil as those who once murdered his wife. And as the yoke that has ensnared his heart so, it begins to berate him. It begins to berate him about his apparent hypocrisy.
I was trying to protect my family. It's what anyone would have done. Anyone!
Anyone but a man of justice.
Who's there?
Are you sure you weren't at fault?
Who's talking to me?
You knew what it would cost to give up your chase. Yet you fled from the truth, convinced yourself it was right and just, with your daughter's name hollow upon your lips. You are as guilty as those you hate. A foul villain, rotten to the core.
That's... no.
You traded away the justice you built. You bought your comfort, bribed your guilt.
Zenkichi? Zenkichi, what happened? Snap out of it!
He's right. It's all true. I let Aoi's murderer run free, and used the Phantom Thieves solely for my benefit. I'm just as rotten as those criminals. I don't have the right to lecture Akane. I never did to begin with.
Zenkichi not only sold out the Phantom Thieves and his family out, he sold himself out. In letting the corporate go unpunished for his own convenience, he's truly failed as a lawman and as a father. However, what he's failed to realize is that it's simultaneously possible to protect Akane and pursue justice at the same time. As the Phantom Thieves tells Zenkichi from afar, especially Makoto, who's always there on the side of justice, that so long as you fight for what you personally believe in and choose to never look away, then and only then will you always be just. The father and lawman that Akane wants her father to be.
Real enemies are still out there. Bring them down for Akane-chan's sake.
In the eyes of the law, justice is to be blind, but in aspects of love, it can be downright heartless as one follows the rules, hoping for the best outcome all the while. To love is to act, and though you may give without loving, you may never love without giving. To love another is to see the face of God, and it's time for Zenkichi to discard his old ways and awaken to the true power of his own heart.
The real threat is still out there. Those who ruin lives and tear families apart without a second thought. How stupid have I been? My own daughter tells me how to do my job, and then these kids start lecturing me? I may not be a hero, and I sure as hell don't deserve any awards. But at least I know what makes a person evil. Evil only cares about itself. It's the mark of a man who would bring another to ruin and dare not show remorse. I will never let people like that go free. And I'll give everything I have to bring them down!
Do you finally see the truth? Do you know the true face of the guilty? They condemn the good to slavery, pretend they do not see their agony, just as you once did. But another story must begin. Now, show your jailers that you will wear a different chain. I am thou. Thou art I. If you yet seek true justice, we will see it done. Fine. Seal the contract.
For real?
I know what I have to do now. Condemn the evil and hunt them down.
Enter Zenkichi's persona, Valjean, the very same protagonist from Victor Hugo's eponymous novel and turned musical, Les Miserables. Valjean is an incredibly appropriate avatar of Zenkichi's newfound justice and vows. Much like Zenkichi, his persona was a man seeking redemption for his crimes, only for his family to turn their backs on him, and after doing even more crimes, Valjean was given a second chance by the people he once swindled. In the novel, Valjean was a young man sentenced to a 19-year prison term after stealing a loaf of bread for his starving niece. After multiple escape attempts, Valjean is labeled an unwanted criminal by society, but yet grows over the course of the novel to be a paragon of human virtue and justice, as he gives hope to those less fortunate. Much like Zenkichi in his line of work as a cop, hopelessly pursuing justice in an apathetic society, Valjean was hardened by his 19 years in prison, but upon receiving forgiveness from Bishop after attempting to steal some of the clergy's silverware, Valjean becomes a repentant, honorable, and dignified man. With his characterization and transformation of his motives, Valjean shares two of the most remarkable relationships with the other characters in the novel itself. The first is with his antithesis, Javert, a dedicated and capable police officer. Javert believes that his position within society affords him honor, with Javert seeing the law as absolute. So long as the law requires Valjean to carry his yellow passport around, he will never ruin himself his criminal reputation. Valjean will forever be prisoner 24601, as Javert occupies a binary between the battle of law versus love. This is in spite of the fact that Valjean does his best and more to try and become a benefactor of humanity upon his freedom. He is incredibly charitable to those who require money, using most of the wealth he's amassed to revolutionize a certain town's manufacturing efforts, choosing not to line his own pockets all the while, but to instead reinvest in the people of the town, paying for the repair of his dilapidated hospitals, orphanages, and schools. Valjean also saves an old man from certain death after the man both broke his legs, does his best to shelter Fontaine, a pregnant working girl whose father refused to become associated with her, and most importantly, he chooses to raise Fontaine's daughter, Cosette, after Fontaine herself tragically passes away. I say this is the most important part of Valjean's character because of how much commonality he and Cosette share with Akane and Zenkichi. Akane is a child who, much like Cosette, has a bitter and wretched childhood, but is an innocent, deeply good person nonetheless. In the novel, Cosette was abused by the owners of an inn on account of her deadbeat father leaving her mother to fend for herself, and once Fontaine fell ill, Valjean intended to help free the young girl, first by the letter of the law, and then by following his own heart. At one point within the novel, Valjean has a deep internal struggle within himself to turn himself into the police in order for the lawmen to retrieve Cosette from her abusive captors. But Javert, still thinking Valjean to be an immoral convict, refuses to let Valjean first retrieve Cosette before arresting him. Javert arrests Valjean on the spot, of which, when such news reaches Fontaine, she immediately dies of shock. This causes Valjean to become disillusioned with the very concept of law and order. Now believing it to be cold and uncaring beyond reason, he escapes from Javert's custody to rescue Cosette himself. A fitting mode of characterization for Zenkichi, as while the Confidant mechanic doesn't exist within personified strikers, the game assigns him to the Apostle Arcana, which is a Japanese reading of the Hierophant Arcana of the Thoth Tarot card deck. This is an Arcana that was created exclusively for Zenkichi, and is defined by Lavenza as the following.
This man bears the Apostle Arcana, representing both fairness and compassion. The Apostle walks the road of life, upholding his beliefs as well as the precepts of the law.
The Apostle Arcana is both a mixture of the Justice and Judgment Arcanas, where instead of his justice being overtly personal, such as the case was with Akechi, or finally healing the call to listen to his own sense of justice and to not ignore her own heart, as was the case with Sai, Zenkichi now aims to simultaneously uphold his own personal beliefs while upholding the regulations and rules of the law. Once in office of the law, thinking the rules and regulations to be immutable and unchangeable, Zenkichi was Javert incarnate, but after hanging out with the Phantom Thieves, he literally became Valjean. He began to see that justice doesn't have to be so cold and calculated. True justice can in fact stem from the heart. A personal condemnation is all it took to drive the thieves to act, and now Zenkichi aims to do the same as Wolf, a nickname that he quickly adopts as his Phantom Thief codename. This codename has multiple different meanings and allusions to both Zenkichi's justice and the themes of Les Mis. Beginning with the fact that within the novel, Javert and other policemen often use wolf as a derogatory term to describe convicts and parolees like Valjean, people who don't obey the law. Of course, as we know, the Phantom Thieves are all about taking these derogatory labels and repurposing them as a means to get back at society and as a means of personal strength. Much like how Haru chose her codename, the name Wolf means something very personal to Zenkichi.
Those endless days of barking on command are done. From now on, lone wolf or not, my fangs will shred all evil.
Shred all evil indeed. When in combat, Zenkichi is the lone and ferocious wolf he makes himself out to be. Wielding a big fuck-off flambeurge and a pair of 2 revolvers, Zenkichi possesses a unique fury mechanic wherein his attacks, due to them all being almighty, inflict more and more damage at the cost of his health, ignoring all their strengths and weaknesses, while simultaneously not being vulnerable to any himself. Within that notion, we find the inspiration for Zenkichi's outfit, and while some would be quick to point out the references to Bloodborne, Hideyuki Kikuchi's Vampire Hunter D, or the costume design of the French film La Pacte de Lupus, or in English, The Brotherhood of the Wolf, the design of his costume in the Kimball Smith & Wesson No. 3 Russian revolvers he wields puts him in a similar vein as Makoto's outfit. Zenkichi's Spirit of Rebellion rationalizes himself as a bounty hunter, not bound by any of society's rules, but rather, Zenkichi's bound to his own set of rules as he weighs the efficacy of his own justice and that of the law within his own heart. Upon awakening to Valjean, he has a moral code to live by, and up until now, he's chosen to ignore it. Now being able to weigh and balance his choices to protect Akane and seek out those who would hurt his daughter so much, Zenkichi makes one last appeal to his daughter before retreating to the real world.
Listen to me, Akane. Those scumbags are feeding off your pain, and that of other decent human beings. They drain the lives of those around them like parasites, all for their own petty convenience. So don't let them take advantage of you. You need to come home with me.
After all this, you still won't see things my way. I won't believe you. I can't. With the power I have, I can finally change the bad people's hearts. If that bothers you, then come and get me. But fair warning, I'll change your heart before you even know it.
Akane, don't go!
Akane's heart is so distorted that she's perpetually conflating everyone who stands against her as objectively evil, when what she really needs to do is stop herself and listen. As we regroup for infiltration of Akane's jail, there are 2 things to consider here. Her jail is still in its infancy, and she hasn't managed to steal a single desire yet. Thus, there is no need to fight her lockkeeper or send her a calling card. If only things were that simple. To heal Akane's heart, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. We're going to have to try and reason with her shadow to give up the ghost and return to her true self. Given how stubborn Akane's been, this will prove to be rather difficult, but nevertheless, as we move to confront her again, Makoto tries to appeal to Akane once more.
Hear me out, Akane-chan. I'm sure you've noticed too. But Zenkichi, all he could do was fight but because of how painful your experience was, you didn't want to accept his solution.
No, that's not true.
You know, it's not that simple, Akane-chan. Your father isn't the one at fault. It's the man who killed your mother in the first place. I can't begin to imagine but please.
What are you?
Once you lose somebody, it's too late to tell them anything ever again. Holding back will only lead to regret later down the line. And in order to avoid that, you need to face the truth head on. That's something I could only learn from the people right here.
We know this to be true for Makoto, as she's undoubtedly speaking from the heart and from her own experiences once again. Both of her parents are gone, but Akane still has Zenkichi to share a life with. Makoto has Sai, for sure, but until very recently, Sai wasn't much like his sister Makoto. It's a shame that her heart has become this twisted, but much like Sai once reveled in her distortions, Akane must let go and forgive her father for losing his way. Unfortunately, Akane doesn't see it that way.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! The Phantom Thieves would never spew such lies. They would be on my side. The real Phantom Thieves would never hurt me. The real Phantom Thieves are my friends!
Everyone, guards up!
Wait, that one looks like... Joker?
Whoa, what's going on?
Please, if you're my Phantom Thieves, then change their hearts! Who are these guys? Why do they look just like us? Are they the Phantom Thieves in Akane's cognition?
Her cognitions? What? What does that even mean?
They're just some phonies. Sure won't look like us when we're done with them.
We better make it quick. Hang on, Akane. I'm coming.
Akane's cognition summons the only people she believes she can trust now. Her own precocious rationalization on the Phantom Thieves. As the others fight her persona-less doppelgangers, Joker's left to fight his own Confidant copy and make short work of him, with Akane still holding on to her heart-stealing crusade after her thieves fall.
Justice anymore. That's why I have to carry out my own.
I had no idea I'd made it so bad for you, Akane. I'm so sorry. I won't run from the truth anymore. Please, come back to me.
We ain't losing to no phonies.
They may have appeared like us on the surface, but in the end, they were pale imitations. They never stood a chance.
Not against the real thing.
No way. How could this happen? How could my Phantom Thieves lose? Does that mean you're the real ones? So you're the actual Joker?
You betcha. Can't mimic authenticity. Please trust us, Akane-chan. And your father, too.
None of us would ever give in to injustice. And no matter what, we never stray from our chosen path.
But you...
To be honest, Akane, you were right. I'm probably the worst dad out there. I couldn't avenge Aoi, nor could I carry out my duties as an officer. Hell, I couldn't even talk to you face to face. I was afraid to lose you, and so I turned my back on justice and buried the thought of vengeance for Aoi. All this time, I've been fooling myself, thinking one day I'd get my chance, but I couldn't have been more wrong. So I want to set things right. I swear that I'll bring those criminals to justice for what they've done to you too. And Akane, I need your courage to do it.
Really?
Yes. Consider it a promise to your mother.
Then, if it's a promise, I will never, ever forgive you if you break it.
Don't worry. I never will, Akane.
Dad.
Akane! Stay with me, Akane!
I've always been so scared of losing what's precious to me. After Mom passed away, you changed. You used to be so cool. Then suddenly, you didn't even want to look me in the eye. You were never home either. Like you didn't want to see me. I hated that.
Akane.
But it's okay now. I can tell. You want to be the dad I used to know.
What is this? What's happening?
I'm really sorry, Dad. And... thanks.
No. This has to be some kind of joke. It has to be! Akane!
Calm down, Wolf. This is how it always happens.
Huh?
Akane-chan, or should I say Akane-chan's shadow, went back to her former self. That's a sure sign the real Akane will go back to normal too. So cheer up, Wolf.
You guys couldn't have mentioned that sooner?
That display of emotion as you cried your heart out.
Mm-hmm. It made me cry a little too.
Something like that.
Gotta say, you're one hell of a dad.
Very admirable, Wolf.
And that's putting it mildly.
He did everything he could to protect Akane-chan, even risking his own life.
Would you cut it out? I'm nowhere near that competent.
Are you blushing? All jokes aside, there's no need to hold back anymore, Wolf. Together we can strike down any evil.
Never thought a thief could teach me a thing or two.
Our gambit worked, and after seeing that the figures she once idolized are in fact trying to help Akane, she finally gives up on the condition that her father will bring Iwata and Konoe to justice. As Zenkichi goes to check on Akane back at home, Sai gives us a call back in the Zenkichi hideout. As we work to free Akane from her own prison, Sai was working in the background to put a stop to our illegal arrests, and having dealt with this sort of thing before, Sai knew exactly what to look for.
The arrest warrant for the Phantom Thieves has been voided. That should keep the police off your backs for the time being.
What? How did that happen?
The arrest warrant didn't have a judge's seal. What's more, the evidence submitted was fake. It seems like someone wanted you all arrested, and they didn't care what for so long as it was done. Not only that, but it turns out the Public Security Bureau had a hand in Inspector Hasegawa's unlawful investigation. The prefectural police are scrambling to cover this up right now. They can't afford to be out looking for you. I'll contact you if anything happens. In the meantime, just focus on getting out of your current predicament, okay? That's my line. Look after Makoto for me, won't you?
Sis.
Stay safe, Makoto.
It's still super charming to see Sai work to prevent those from becoming a victim of gross and illegal justice as a defense attorney, but the key takeaway is that, like with Shido, everything was forged, indicating that someone wanted us specifically arrested, using us as a scapegoat to rise to further power. This immediately implicates Akira Konoe, who tried to settle us with the blame of hacking into Emma and killing the one researcher in Okinawa, crimes that he's actually guilty for. In the process of mulling this over, we discover that Konoe is in fact the monarch of Osaka. Like most monarchs, he has his own share of trauma, but for Konoe, it's not without reason either. Konoe's father was incredibly abusive to him and his mother, and after offing the latter, just for a lump sum, he threatened to finish his job by killing his son. His son killed him in the first place, and then Konoe, much like Akane, became disillusioned with the very idea of justice, becoming a bit of an anti-hero, thinking at society's core, there are no true heroes, and if there were, they would have saved him long ago. Paying evil into evil is a recurring theme with all the monarchs, but with Konoe in control of Emma, he plans to completely eradicate the world of crime via using the jails to instill his own views upon the world as his anti-hero overlord. His trauma is of course no less valid than the rest of the monarchs, but Konoe has used his position and Emma to literally harness the traumas of other people, just so he can enforce his ideology upon the world. As we go to confront him, the thieves are keen to point out how his solution completely removes free will from the world, with Sophia learning from our adventures that the ability to heal oneself of trauma is a fundamental part of the human experience.
Don't you understand?
What?
For you, changing someone's heart means imprisoning them. But for the Phantom Thieves, it means setting them free. You may steal desires like them, but the Phantom Thieves give people hope. Maybe you don't realize it, but I think, deep down, you know you're nothing like them.
It seems there's little point in discussing this further.
In removing the freedom to think and act, there will be no more crime, of course, but within that same action, there will be no one else to rise to the occasion to condemn the evils of society and hunt down its perps. People like Zenkichi, who once saw the error of his ways, will cease to exist, and so will the Phantom Thieves for that matter. It's not right. Through hanging out with us and learning more about the human heart, Sophia begins to understand why Akane was so upset at Zenkichi, and why only Zenkichi was finally able to reach Akane in the end.
Was Konoe really treated badly by his own father? Zenkichi and Akane were on bad terms, but nothing like that ever happened between them. Why did that happen to Konoe? Aren't they family? So some humans are just like that then. Joker, do you think family is important? I do too. If I ever get family or friends, I want to support them as much as I can. I learned that from the Phantom Thieves. I wonder how Konoe must have felt back then.
Through the dichotomy of Konoe and the Hasegawa families, with respect to how Akane and Akira were treated, Sophia begins to understand the concept of caring for others to the extent of calling them family. Thus, Sophia answers her own question to Joker she had back when we were staying over the Hasegawa house, when Akane kept thinking about her mother, with Makoto moving to comfort her because, well, Makoto knew exactly what Akane was feeling at the time. It's how Zenkichi and Akane were able to tough it out, and through it all, they still loved each other despite all the rough edges of the relationship. Konoe ended up the way that he did because he felt alone and isolated, perpetually on the run because he let the trauma his father inflicted upon him rule him all the way to adulthood and perpetually cloud his judgment. Despite all the success he enjoys today as the head of Medice, he let his hateful heart twist his sense of justice into something unrecognizable. As Makoto, Sophia, and Zenkichi say, he's become the very criminal he set out to stop.
All you're doing is taking away people's rights to choose for themselves and denying them their freedom.
When it comes down to it, it's no different from what your father did to you, trampling upon the one thing that makes us human. That's the very evil you claim to hate.
Are you saying I'm the evil one?
We choose the roads we take. We don't let anyone tie us down. And we do so because we want to walk our own paths our own way.
But if I fall here, then what will become of the world? There are no heroes. I'm the only one who can save it.
Are you sure? I've seen the monarchs, and the people whose hearts you changed. They didn't look happy at all. I don't think you saved anyone doing what you did.
You know, Konoe, the world is full of evil, and there's plenty of scum out there who seem well beyond redemption. But there are some, like the Phantom Thieves, who refuse to give up. And there are people out there who, thanks to these guys, finally got the courage to crawl their way out of the darkest depths of hell. People who managed to awaken the hero inside themselves. Isn't that how we'll make this world a better place? What you're trying to do will just erase those heroes. Some before they even get their chance. Can anybody really know peace if they're forced to be stuck that way all the time?
I'd be erasing the heroes.
Konoe, it's not the people who need saving. If anyone needs it, it's you.
Huh?
Ever since you killed your father all those years ago, all you've ever done is run away, rotten as he was, having to live with the pain of killing your own flesh and blood, knowing that you could be caught at any moment. You were alone. And getting stronger was the only way you could protect yourself.
You're right. I killed my father. And I lied to escape the punishment. I called it justice, hoping that there'd never come a day when I had to face the truth. But what I did back then was just evil.
Then you know what you need to do, Konoe. The hero you keep inside needs to save you from that evil.
The hero I keep inside, I have to save myself. I see now. It's been right there with me, all along. Very well. I admit defeat. I'll confess my crimes and accept my punishment, whatever it may be. I'll destroy Emma as well. You have my word. Phantom Thieves. If it's possible, I only ask that you please prove to the world that I was defeated by the real heroes of this story. Ones with a true sense of justice. I suppose you're right.
Our justice stems from our love and support of each other, knowing that every human being with enough support can and will be able to quash their traumas. Now, aware that's perspective that he's always lacked, Konoe finally throws in the towel. This lesson, this knowledge of our justice, is something that Sophia internalizes, and it also helps her overcome the brainwashing of the true culprit, Kuan Ichinose, someone who created Sophia and Emma in order to understand the human heart herself. This was the directives of both Sophia and Emma, with Ichinose discarding the latter when she innocently asked what a human heart was, with her creator being unable to answer. Ichinose then decided to create Emma, an AI infused with cognitive science to remove all pain and suffering from the world by steering the desires of the masses. This turned Emma into a demiurge itself, with the power to rival Yaldabaoth, and arguably more dangerous too. Like Konoe, Akane, and all the other monarchs, Ichinose's trauma and the way she was treated as a lifeless doll has twisted and diluted her thinking into believing that she herself is truly heartless. But all the while, her initial creation was following her prime directive. Sophia has learned much about the human heart upon her travels, and as the yoke of her own heart flexes under her new convictions, Sophia now firmly believes that one's own heart is not representative of one's pain or limitations, but rather the capacity for one's ability to choose to change.
Yes! I want to change. The power to change. I've got it now. That's what a heart is.
What are you talking about?
Ichinose, you made me out of nothing. A thinking being designed to obey you. That may have been the reason for my birth, but if your order is to harm my friends, then I refuse your command! I want my own, so please. I want a heart strong enough to choose my own path.
Can you wield that strength? Dare you unleash catastrophe upon this world? Can you cling to the paltry hope that remains? Is the puppet ready to cut her own strings? Shall the doll seize her own destiny? Then you need only call my name. I am thou. Thou art I. My name is
That's crazy!
Kuon Ichinose, your desires have been twisted. And I'll be the one to take them. I'm not your doll anymore.
Sophia's awakening to a persona of her own, and it being Pandora nonetheless, is a culmination of all the lessons that she learned about her justice and her love for each other. Just like the Greek myth her persona is based on, Sophia's persona is one representative of all those lessons and complex maladies that will inevitably plague and traumatize the human heart. She'll wield Pandora as a beacon that indicates that, yes, the hearts and minds of humans are decomplicated, but when pressed with hardship, humans are obliged to change and take all that pain in stride. Rising above that kind of suffering is what makes us human, and nobody, not even Ichinose, should be robbed of the ability to blaze their own trails, to solve our own problems. Now fully understanding the human heart and what it means to be a true phantom thief, Sophia accurately ascertains what Ichinose was lacking all this time. A true, loving human connection with someone who truly cared about her. Someone who Sophia considers to be family. In other words, Sophia manages to steal her first heart.
Ichinose, you told me to become a good companion for humanity. A good companion is one who takes your hand and leads you back to the right path when you fall astray. Someone who will forge a path alongside you if you cannot find your own. Ichinose, I want to be that kind of companion for you too. So please, join me in finding the right path. And if we can't, then let me help you forge one. You have no reason to be lonely. After all, you're my very first friend.
Sophia! Huh? Why are tears?
Long since eternalizing an incredibly misanthropic and ruthless view of the world, this is the first time that Ichinose has allowed herself to feel anything. She should not have listened to those who sought to belittle her in her youth. As Zenkichi and Makoto look on from afar, witnessing an all too familiar scenario unfolding right before their eyes, they have this to say in response.
Sophie had to be the one to reach out to her.
Well, of course. A daughter's words cut the deepest, you know.
Speaking from experience?
Yep.
It's heartwarming to see everyone, Sophia, Zenkichi, and Makoto, not only grow, but continue to learn, to build upon these painful experiences to create something new and powerful. The capacity to change, to finally open one's heart up and listen to its silent yet profound wisdom, is something that they've always taken to heart. So, when another false god begs to differ, we can expect a few swift rebuttals from one Sophia.
I'm not a heartless doll. I have my own will. Mine and mine alone. I refuse to allow all of humanity to be turned into dolls. Take this! My job is to stop you!
One Zenkichi Hasegawa.
I can guide you to the promised land. Yours. I can save all of you. There will be no loss, no grief. Yet you continue to resist?
Loss is scary, especially to a coward like me. And it only gets scarier once you lose someone important. But what's even scarier is just giving up. Then I wouldn't be able to protect the people I still have left.
And from the one who's helped them reach their truest potential, the queen herself, Makoto Niijima.
This is the price for trampling on the hearts of all humanity.
Humanity shrinks from difficult decisions and grows exhausted by endless possibilities. I shall be the end to that suffering. Are you not in search of such an answer as well?
Fearing repercussions, accepting any answer foisted on me? I am not that good girl anymore. I won't give up who I am just to please someone else. I am fighting to live my life for myself.
For such a mechanical being to completely misunderstand us, some thing that seeks to rob humanity of that essential experience and what it means to be truly human, we can simply and safely say that, well, we are stronger.
Let's go! Come on!
Joker, finish it!
With the defeat of the demiurge known as Emma, and the ability for humanity to change their own hearts re-bestowed back to the public, we have prevailed once more. Even though we won in the end, that, of course, doesn't mean that our newest members don't have a few loose ends to tie up. As a sincere goodbyes to Ichinose and Sophia, the AI with a heart filled to the brim with the best of what humanity has to offer, vows to help her maker, her family, further understand her own heart and that of others by speaking and connecting with other people, just as Sophia did throughout her adventures with the Fantasies of Hearts. This will take a while, but this time, and for the first time, Ichinose seems open to experience new things. Conversely, what does not take a lot of time is Zenkichi finally bringing the hammer of justice down upon the scumbag who's behind the source of all his family's dysfunctions.
Another massive scandal. Legislator Juno Wada has just been taken into police custody after being connected to a hit and run as well as several counts of bribery.
I must admit, it's so satisfying, cathartic even, to see a Masai Shishido supporter not be plainly exposed by the Fantasies, but instead arrested by someone who truly embodies the letter and spirit of the law. No elaborate schemes involving cognitive doubles this time, just a simple arrest without a single heart stolen by Zenkichi. Zenkichi's learned a lot from us, and now that Awada's behind bars, Zenkichi's finally become the father Akane wanted him to be. Now, his wife's spirit and soul can finally rest in peace. With that, the thieves gather outside Central Station in Shibuya to say farewell to each other once more, their senses of justice standing reaffirmed after the events of Persona 5 Strikers. As was the case at the end of Persona 5 Royal, Makoto Niijima, ever striving for independence and the power to truly live her own life by her own means, has little to say as post her teammates upon them saying goodbye. I suppose it's to be expected after the amount of wisdom that she's shown during our summer adventures this time around. While the Kohai have high school graduation to look forward to and be anxious about, Makoto has her entire life to look forward to. This is a life that Zenkichi tried to dissuade her from taking, but Makoto stood ever firm within her own convictions, still aiming to listen to the silent wisdom within her own heart all the while, and create a solution with her own two hands. Ironically, Zenkichi showed her that it is indeed possible to be a good cop in a broken and apathetic system. You just have to have the grit to stubbornly resist those who try to dissuade you. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why Makoto Niijima is ultimately an extremely compelling and well-written character worthy of the highest of praises. The truest champion of justice, and the very avatar of what it means to have grit. With that being said, I'm XBadgerKnightX, and I want to thank you all for watching all the way to the very end. I want to sincerely thank you for all your loyalty and support throughout these past few months as I've been quietly working away on this video from prying eyes, and I really do mean that. This video was both a joy and a challenge to make, so if you guys really want to see more of what you saw here, please let me know down in the comment section below. And if you haven't already, I'll attack that like and subscribe button. Please do so to stay updated on my future projects. Speaking of future projects, I'm a bit of a crossroads here on what I will consider the season finale of the series. As I mentioned way earlier, we have two characters left to cover, and I now have to choose between the next episode being one where we cover Kasumi Yoshizawa or Goro Akechi. I found both of the stories equally compelling, and well, I'm at a loss to decide who exactly to cover next, as they do kind of intersect with the same subject matter in the third semester. So, if you're still listening, I'll be conducting a poll on my Patreon page where you, the viewers, will have an executive decision on whom I will cover next and who will be the character most appropriate for the season finale of Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character. The link to my Patreon page, that specific poll, early access to my content, and all the additional benefits and goodies included on my Patreon page will be in the description down below for your convenience. I hope to see you all there, and I encourage you all to vote wisely. Well, as always guys, this has been XBadgerKnightX, your favorite Phantom Thief and Longman, signing off from the metaverse, and as usual, I truly think that there's something to be learned from the actions and beliefs of the Phantom Thieves. I encourage you all to wake up, get out there, steal some hearts, swat those lies in the making, and enact some kind of change upon society for the betterment of all. I'll certainly see you all next time. I'm out of here, and goodbye for now.
Until next time, Phantom Thieves!